I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks *. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 3378 Accident. Does Qin Shu really have a reboot class God Spirit gene? Which reboot class God Spirit gene does he have? Han Sen was completely shocked. He only knew 2 reboot God Spirits. One of them was Baoer's father. The other was the God Hall leader, God, who was currently in front of him. If Qin Shu had a reboot class God Spirit gene, there was a 90% chance that the one Qin Shu had was not the one currently in front of him. That seemed to leave out one of the options, which meant there was only one possibility remaining. This manner of guessing seemed to surprise Han Sen. If Qin Shu had the previous God Hall leader's genes, what could that mean? Han Sen felt as if his brain was not working right. Did Chaos not tell you about Qin Shu? God looked surprised. She told me Qin Shu was human alpha, who was also Wu Wei Dao alpha, Han Sen said. That is correct, but human alpha himself is. After saying that, God stopped speaking. He looked at Han Sen and said, if Chaos did not tell you, then I should keep my mouth closed. Numerous frown lines sprung up on Han Sen's forehead. He was very frustrated and wanted to step on God's face. What are you doing here? This cannot just be a social call to check up on how I am doing. Han Sen looked at God. He sounded very displeased. We are friends. I would never be cruel to you. God smiled and said, I came looking for you because I want to know how Baoer is doing. If Qin Shu makes his final step and controls the Geno tablet, that would be disastrous. We are going to need Baoer. What does Qin Shu actually want? Han Sen didn't get it. He did not actually know what Qin Shu wanted. God sighed and said, I am not a bug in his stomach, so I do not know what he is thinking. Judging from his current course of action, I would say he wants to reboot the universe. Reboot the universe? What does that have to do with him? Han Sen did not understand. Last time, the previous God Hall leader rebooted the universe by sacrificing himself. Fortunately, aside from stopping the rise of the God Chaos Party, nothing truly terrible happened. God said, ordinary universal reboots are a way to set the universe back to its origin point. It is similar to the Geno tablet being rebooted. It will not really distort space, but Qin Shu has the Geno prototype armor. On top of that, he has reboot powers. He also has the Geno tablet's power. Maybe he can really reverse the universe's space and have it go back to the moment Qin Shu precisely wants. Han Sen was shocked. He seemed to understand something, so he asked, does Qin Shu want to reverse the universe and send everything back to the point when Wanner died? Maybe. Qin Shu's relationship with Wanner is very intimate, God said. He has real feelings for her. Aside from his feelings toward Wanner, when Qin Shu was human alpha, a massively bad thing happened. So, I am not sure how far back he wants to take the universe. If Qin Shu successfully reverses times, what will happen? Han Sen asked. God shook his head. I do not know. No one has ever done this before. In theory, it should not be possible because time and space have a line. If it exists, there is always a trace. Things can never go back to how they used to be. Even if we have the reboot class God Spirit reboot power, it will only make the universe return to its origin. That is not really a reversal of time and space. After pausing for a moment, God said, if this is really successful, there are 2 possibilities. First, when time reboots, all the time and space markings will be erased. Whatever happens after that will never have existed before. Han Sen was more interested in the second possibility. The first possibility seemed rather normal. Even he was able to guess that. The second possibility is probably much worse, God said. That is because the reversal of time and space betrays the laws of karma. It is a basic law and something that cannot be allowed. The existences that betray this causal power become erased. Han Sen did not understand. After thinking it over a few times, he suddenly developed a cold sweat. Upon seeing Han Sen's face, God understood the man before now understood what was being said. He seriously said, it is just as you thought. If the second situation happens, it will be the end of the world. Everything will be reduced to 0, and that will include you and me. Han Sen looked at God and asked, if you knew this, why did you not try and stop Qin Shu? Do you think I did not want to? I am God. I am the master of the God Hall. But even what I do must abide by the rules. What Qin Shu does is outside the rules. Do you understand what I am saying? God looked bitter. Is there no other way? Han Sen frowned. God looked at Han Sen seriously as he said, yes. We must make the last step and go beyond the rules. If we beat Qin Shu, he cannot reboot the universe. I do not want Bauer to take on this much responsibility. Han Sen shook his head. I did not say we should use Bauer. I was saying we should use you. God's word surprised Han Sen. Did you not just say only Bauer can fight Qin Shu? Han Sen looked at God with a confused expression. In theory, that is correct. From a gene perspective, only Bauer can fight Qin Shu. There is no third creature that has great genes like that. Han Sen knew God must have had more to say. He remained silent so he could keep going. God went on to say, there is an exception to everything. Perhaps you can be one such accident. Han Sen looked at God Hall leader and asked, what are the chances of that? Up until now, I have not seen such a chance. God's answer made frown lines form on Han Sen's forehead. God smiled. He patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said, if I can find a chance, it will not be an accident. So, just give it a try. Maybe you will be lucky enough to get the 1 out of a billion chance needed. Even if you fail, it will not matter to me. You are the one who will be dead. Not me. Han Sen was speechless. He felt as if God had only just gone there to make him angry. Okay, I should go. God turned around and readied himself to leave. Are you just going to sit there and wait for a result? Han Sen did not believe God was going to sit back and do nothing, putting the fate of everything in the hands of others. Me, I am going to try my luck. Maybe I will end up the lucky one. God did not look back. He smiled. His body then vanished. Han Sen was shocked. God had said it so relaxed, but Han Sen had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 3379. Nothing. As he watched God leave, Han Sen looked surprised. He shook his head. It is pointless to think about these things too much. I just need to be myself more. Han Sen kept looking around for break world beasts. He wanted his break world tally to reach 100 to see if his super god spirit mode might exhibit positive changes. After killing a few break world beasts, Han Sen thought his break world gene tally would hit 100. The results made him wonder. When his break world gene number reached 99, he consumed 2 more break world genes. They did not, however, increase his break world gene tally. Is it because the break world rate of these break world genes is not high enough? Does the final break world gene just require more juice? Han Sen did not know, so he had to continue his search for break world beasts. He swallowed a few more break world genes, but the results were the same every time. He did not get any more break world genes. Han Sen had been thinking about whether or not he should give up hunting break world beasts. When he killed the next break world beast, he heard a familiar sound after he swallowed the break world gene +1. Han Sen was happy. Before he had any other ideas, he heard another sound. Evolution requirement reached. Super God Spirit mode is evolving. In the next second, Han Sen's Super God Spirit mode started. He turned into a spirit body. This time, his Super God Spirit body was different. Aside from his Super God Spirit body, the 4 Geno arts started running. Han Sen felt the power of the 4 Geno arts start changing. The break world rate was increasing, and his body was changing. These effects were affecting his Super God Spirit body. In the past, the Super God Spirit body did its own thing. It would not combine with other powers. It would not be affected by other powers. This time, the Super God Spirit body felt as if it was infected. The spirit body's mode exhibited tangible changes. Blood Pulse Sutra was there, and it made the blood of the Super God Spirit body solid. It was no longer just an empty spirit body. Wherever Jadeskin's power reached, it made ice jade-like skin appear. Wherever the Dongshuan Sutra reached, every inch of the soul-like body seemed to change. The story of genes, power made the spirit body become closer to being a body. Han Sen felt his body become incredibly itchy. It was like a wound that had scabbed over with the production of new flesh. It did not hurt, but it felt rather awful. It made him really want to scratch himself all over. Han Sen knew he could not scratch things right now. If he tried to do anything, he would only end up interfering with the evolution process of his body. He had to resist the urges he had. His entire body felt as if countless bugs were crawling all over. His body was growing flesh. Even his bones were visible. If someone saw Han Sen's face right now, they would have been given a shock. Han Sen was half human and half spirit. He looked extremely weird. He looked like a demon from hell. Time went by. The super god spirit body returned to the shape of an ordinary human. It looked quite normal. Han Sen still knew that he was in super god spirit mode. He never left that mode. Compared to before, Han Sen felt freer than ever. When he used his super god spirit body, it led to many burdens blistering his body. Now, those feelings were gone. It was like this was always how his body was supposed to be. When his body finished evolving, Han Sen's body felt relaxed. He felt as if something was different with his body even though there were no differences. He looked at his information. Han Sen, super god body, none, lifespan, 3,246 years. Han Sen was frozen. Humans from the sanctuaries all had super god bodies, but his super god body was a super god spirit body. Right after he evolved, his super god body had become nothing. Han Sen tried using his powers, but he noticed his body was unable to use his super god body anymore. Gosh, this is all just so strange. I mean, how is this possible? Why is my body totally out of whack now? It's starting to make me think that the further I take my body, and the more I evolve, the further back I go. Have I just gone so far past the limit that I've looped to start over again? Han Sen was confused. Han Sen tried casting his Geno arts, but his face looked terrible. He felt as if his body had become a real, average body. He was so slow that he could not feel his body moving. What is going on? Han Sen was shocked. He cast a few more Geno arts, but it was exactly the same. No matter what Geno art he used, his body had no feeling. It felt as if his body was just a stone that did not work. Han Sen walked back to Space Garden. His body did not move fast. He was like a normal person. He was not faster than any average person. When he ran, he did not feel tired. He ran all the way back to base without blushing. He was not winded, and he did not gasp. All in all, he did not feel tired. Mr. White, help me have a look at what happened to my body. Han Sen sought out Mr. White. Mr. White looked at Han Sen and weirdly said, judging from the state of your body, I would say you are fine. What is wrong with you? I cannot feel my powers anymore. Han Sen told Mr. White about what had happened. Mr. White had Han Sen lie down. He inspected Han Sen's body and told him that his body was fine. There was no problem with it. If there aren't any problems, then why can I not feel my powers? Han Sen was very depressed. He was like a wizard that did not have an element. He could not use his superpowers. It felt terrible. Mr. White thought about it for a moment and told Han Sen, let me think about this some more. Let me think about this before I give you an answer. You go to Han Yufei and let her do a complete body check for you. Han Sen had no other options, so he did just that. He went to see Han Yufei. Han Yufei listened to Han Sen's entire tale, including Mr. White's hypothesis. It made her eyes turn bright. She dragged Han Sen to the laboratory. Han Sen's heart jumped. He felt bad. He looked at Han Yufei's face. It looked as if he was now about to go through all sorts of weird torture. I do not want a checkup. Han Sen turned around with the desire of leaving. Do not be afraid. I will be nice to you. Han Yufei put on the white lab gloves. She smiled at Han Sen and dragged him into the lab. Normally, Han Sen could have easily teleported away without Han Yufei being able to catch him. On this day, he could not feel his powers. He was like an average person. He could not escape. He was immediately dragged into the lab by Han Yufei. Chapter 3380 Weird Body, Weird. Han Yufei examined Han Sen in various ways. After a while, her eyes seemed brighter. She was holding a laptop, continuously reading the statistics that appeared on the screen. Han Sen emerged from the test chamber and asked Han Yufei, do you mind telling me what you found that is so weird? Han Yufei's discovery was not as scary or concerning as Han Sen thought. She had only been doing ordinary tests. Mostly, she had just taken samples from his body and blood. Han Yufei looked at the test results and said, your body is fine. There does not seem to be any issues. If it is fine, why am I no longer able to feel my powers? Han Sen asked with a frown. Han Yufei raised her head. She looked at Han Sen's body with interest. That is the problem. Everything about your body is normal. It is too normal. Therein lies the problem. Can you try saying something I might understand? Han Sen had a wry smile. How about this? Your body is like a human from the Geno universe who has only just arrived here. The fitness level and data are all at a very basic, average standard. According to this standard, you are at the lowest tier a creature of the universe can be. Any creature that practices will be stronger than you. After that, Han Yufei put her hand on Han Sen's head and squeezed his cheeks. As she did this, she said, I have performed a few simple pressure tests on your body. The results of the pressure tests tell me your body is normal too. There were no changes. All of the tests indicate no change. If I did not double-check the machine and realize there weren't any problems, I would think the machine was broken, and all the data and test results were nonsense. Take a look at yourself, Doc. You are some freaky scientist surrounded by test tubes and laptops displaying nonsensical data all day. While I feel thrilled, perhaps almost privileged, you think so highly of my intelligence that I can keep up with the gibberish you consistently spout like a cliché. I have to confess and admit that I do not have a clue about what you are saying. So how about slowing it down a bit and explaining things a bit better? What does all this mean? Han Sen did not understand this. Han Yufei touched Han Sen's chest muscles. With eyes that looked like they were on fire, she said, well, the average temperature of a human is around 98.6. According to the environmental temperatures, your body adjusts. Everyone can adjust, but there is a limit to how far one's body can adjust. If your temperature swings too far, your body could end up shutting down. You'll be in a very bad state. You, however, maintain your temperature. No matter how bad the conditions are, your state remains. That is very shocking. We need to conduct some stronger pressure tests to confirm how far your level is, Han Yufei said. After that, we can make judgments. Han Sen's eyes looked bright. Are you saying my body is not affected by environmental factors? Does that mean no power can harm me? Han Yufei shook her head. According to my theory, yes. Judging from the data collected via my tests, it is not like the theory suggests. Sometimes, your body is very stable. At other times, it is too normal. With your test results, if a break-world beast tries to chop you up, your body should not be harmed. But when I use a needle to pierce through your skin and your private part, that goes right against the theory. Is it just my body in a state of adjustment? Han Sen asked. Han Yufei replied, that is possible, but I cannot be entirely certain. The maximum and minimum yield too much of a difference. Usually, there should not be a big gap. After that, Han Yufei pulled Han Sen into another lab. She walked and said, I need more data to be more accurate with this stuff. Let's just continue our tests. Han Sen wanted to reject her, but Han Yufei did not care. She dragged him into the lab. Han Sen was thrust into a test chamber. He saw many mechanical arms come toward his body. They were all clutching all sorts of tools and needles. Han Yufei, are you going to cut me open for your research? Seeing so many machines, Han Sen's head felt an itch. Do not worry, living test subjects are always better than dead test subjects, Han Yufei coldly said. She then operated the machines and had them come even closer to Han Sen's body. Han Sen felt a needle prod into his skin. He felt as if there was even more than one. The pain was not severe, but it still made him feel rather depressed. Suddenly, Han Sen had a flare of goosebumps develop. His body started to tighten. He suddenly exploded with a strange sort of power that blasted all the machinery and mechanical gizmos away. The entire test chamber exploded. All the fluids and pieces of stuff pinged away everywhere. Han Yufei, are you trying to do a test or trick me? Han Sen stared at Han Yufei. He felt a needle go into the important part of a male body. His body reacted, and that had the power explode to destroy everything. Han Yufei put down the umbrella she had used to shield herself from the mess. She pointed to all the bits and pieces on the floor as she said, if I did not give you some excitement, how was I supposed to tell whether or not your body had a problem? Now that you are fine, we can prove your power is still inside you. You just have a problem feeling it is there. Han Sen was shocked. He looked at the machine. Pieces, bent needles, and drills. He then looked at his body. Earlier, he was only just complaining. He did not think much. His body should not have been able to unleash that much power on a whim. Whatever happened earlier resulted in the release of some power that was beyond what his body should have been able to do. He wanted to feel it again, but he could not feel the power anymore. Weird. What is wrong with my body? Am I only allowed to have this power when I feel something exciting? This is so weird. It is like some legendary sort of body type. Han Sen glumly looked at his body. It is simple enough to know the answers, Han Yufei said. We must continue testing. Cough, cough, maybe next time. For now, I am busy. I will come back later. Upon imaging his private parts hurting, Han Sen immediately refused Han Yufei. No matter what she said to him, he did not want to do any more tests with her. So he put his clothes on and left. Although the pain had not been too bad for Han Sen, it did not feel great either. If I just need excitement, I can just conduct my own tests. I do not need that devil. Han Sen ran away from the lab because he was afraid of the mad scientist, Han Yufei. Seeing Han Sen escape, Han Yufei did not plan on pursuing him. She opened her palm and held a broken needle. The contents in the needle made Han Yufei's lips develop a weird smile. After Han Sen left the lab, he went straight to Zero. He thought, wanting excitement is easy. I should just ask Zero to chop me a few times. Chapter 3381 Unknown Power. When Han Sen found Zero, she and Little Angel were learning how to cook with the chef Dragon Lady. The two of them looked very serious. Han Sen felt really warmed by the sight. When he occasionally came back, it was always Zero and Little Angel who looked after him. His heart melted at the thought. When the three girls saw Han Sen, Dragon Lady Chef called him over. Han Sen spoke to Zero and explained to her why he had come there. Dragon Lady said, "You did not need to find Zero for that. You only have to find me. I am very good when it comes to killing people." Han Sen saw her eyes beam brightly. He thought, I only want Zero to cut me a little. She is going to kill me. Dragon Lady was very excited about pulling Han Sen over to the training yard. Cooking was only Dragon Lady's second favorite thing to do. Her absolute favorite thing to do was catching her prey. Han Sen would have been an excellent hunt. When Han Sen entered the training yard, Lin Feng, Tang Junliu, Qin Zhan, Wang Fujing, and Yi Dongmu were all there already. Lin Feng and Yi Dongmu were in the middle of a fight. Lin Feng's power was definitely defensive-based, whereas Yi Dongmu was all about raw attacks. The two of them were fighting as polar opposites. It was very exciting to see. Han Sen saw their powers were hidden and not being fully revealed. He knew they had already broken the world. Seeing Han Sen arrive, Yi Dongmu and Lin Feng stopped. Dragon Lady explained what was going on and how she wanted Yi Dongmu and Lin Feng to give her the arena. Yi Dongmu's eyes looked bright. He asked Han Sen, "Do you want to get hit? If that's what you want, then why did you not come and ask me? I am very good at killing people." Tang Junliu came over and said, "I should be the one to do it. Your skills are too rough. It will be bad if you end up killing San Mu. Recently, I have been practicing how to control knife skills. I am very good at controlling my knife. I can promise you that you will not die. You will be injured, but you will not be disabled." Seeing Qin Zhan and Wang Fujing's eyes also look bright, Han Sen felt very depressed. What is this guy doing? I only wanted a few hits, and they want to kill me. Go, go, go. You are all queuing. From behind. I brought him here. I should be the one who gets the first swing. Dragon Lady pushed Yi Dongmu and Tang Junliu away. She was shouting. Han Sen was depressed hearing that. Since he was there, he did not want to leave. So, he went to the training yard. Yi Dongmu and Tang Junliu were watching from the outside. They saw Han Sen go up to Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady smiled at Han Sen. She grabbed something from the air, which had the presence of a knife, and a force appear in her hands. She said to Han Sen, "Tell me where you would like me to cut you." "Wherever. Just cut me a few times across the arm. There is no need to go too deep. Just a light mark." Han Sen watched Dragon Lady's presence explode. It was as if she wished to gut him open and skin him alive. He quickly developed a cold sweat. "Okay, I will cut your shoulder first." After Dragon Lady said that, her cutlery knife slashed toward Han Sen's arm. In the long time that had passed, Dragon Lady's skills with the knife had matured. The most important thing about her ascension was her ability to now break the world. Her powers and speed had increased. When she slashed down, she was so fast that one could not even see the shape of the knife. Although Han Sen could follow the trail of the knife, he was still shocked. Dragon Lady was very strong. She was not going to just shave his arm. What she was doing was a big chop. It was like she was going to cut his arm right off. If this was before, Han Sen would not have cared for such an attack. It would have been easy to evade it. Now, Han Sen could not feel or sense the incoming power. He did not know if he was able to avoid such a strike. Han Sen stepped forward. He moved faster than he thought he could. He dodged Dragon Lady's knife, which came very close to his clothes. Upon seeing Han Sen evade her knife, Dragon Lady slashed again. Han Sen did not have any power in the movement. His speed did not seem all that fast, but he managed to keep on dodging all of her attacks. Dragon Lady's cutlery knife was cold and flashy. From top to bottom, she did not even manage to touch Han Sen's sleeves. Stop. Dragon Lady seemed to be in a rush. Her left hand held a fork. She tried to perforate Han Sen with it. She wanted to throw Han Sen into the air. Han Sen's body was not frozen by the fork. He was still able to dodge it with ease. Dragon Lady's fork was unable to do anything to Han Sen's body. Dragon Lady gnashed her teeth. Her voice had an old roaring sound in it. Many weapons appeared behind her back. There was a whole wheel of weapons for her to select from. Back in ancient times, weapons were not used for fighting. They were designed for hunting. Eating was all soldiers ever needed. Dragon Lady used all kinds of weapons to attack Han Sen. The weapons in her hands were mysterious. Her skills were very weird and cruel. Every weapon had its own special, unique powers. No matter how much Dragon Lady's skills raged, and no matter how well she performed, she was unable to skewer Han Sen. Han Sen's body was like a thunderstorm, attacking and running. He was always able to do just enough to evade Dragon Lady's attempts. Han Sen thought this was weird too. He no longer sensed when or if he was using power. Yet, whenever he needed it, he had the power and speed he needed. It was the precise amount each time. This feeling was extremely weird. Even though Han Sen was not sure about it and what sort of power he was actually using, he knew one thing for sure. His body had not been ruined. He still had a powerful power. It was just that he was unable to feel its existence. Allow me. Seeing Dragon Lady exhaust all her tricks and still failing to hurt Han Sen, Yi Dongmu waltzed right into the training yard. He held a knife, but he did not draw it. He grew stronger with every step he took. He quickly walked up to Han Sen and coldly said, "My break world powers are based on pure speed. When my knife is drawn, people die. You better be careful." Dragon Lady retreated into a corner. Yi Dongmu stepped toward Han Sen as if he was a sea with shocking waves swelling. He pushed his power to the maximum. In the next second, Yi Dongmu's knife was out of its scabbard. Lin Feng and the others thought the knife air was very suppressing. It was like an invisible knife had just slashed their throats, but they did not see the knife light shine. People were shocked. Yi Dongmu's knife was very strong, and they could feel the knife slash their throats by merely watching the man. They did not know Han Sen's situation, so they could not tell if he could block the knife. Han Sen did not plan on blocking it. His body just followed what it saw like the wind. He slowly retreated. Yi Dongmu's knife was coming fast, but it missed. This even shocked Yi Dongmu. After the shock subsided, Yi Dongmu's hands kept going wild with repeated knife strikes. Every swipe of the knife was faster than the last. The slashes were so fast that even the wind was changing color. It was like countless wind blades were dancing. Still, not even one could ruffle the sleeves of Han Sen's clothing. Chapter 3382 Little Uncle returns, let me do it. Wang Fujing sounded calm. When she walked to the battleground, she suddenly teleported and appeared behind Han Sen. She tried to strike his shoulders with her legs. Han Sen was unable to use his Dongshuan aura. He was not supposed to be able to know what Wang Fujing was planning to do to him from behind. Han Sen was still somehow able to see what Wang Fujing was planning to do from behind. He was able to see everything she was doing. His body moved horizontally. He avoided Wang Fujing's attempted strike. Wang Fujing seemed to know that was going to happen. She did not land her strike. She teleported elsewhere. She appeared next to Han Sen and tried striking him down with her legs again. Han Sen did not fall back. He went forehead. He got close to Wang Fujing and followed her body. Wang Fujing's sweep attacks were not working. She was unable to land a hit on Han Sen. Wang Fujing froze. Her body suddenly split up into several copies of herself. With all sorts of different positions and angles to attack from, her clones unleashed all they could. From the sky and the ground, it was like many Wang Fujings were attacking Han Sen. Han Sen's body kept moving. He was like a prophet. He put Wang Fujing's infinite attacks into nothingness. No matter how much raging she unleashed, she was unable to bring harm to Han Sen. Yi Dongmu coldly shouted. He found the right time to push Han Sen into a corner, but Han Sen's body turned. He exited from the corner he was not supposed to be able to leave and avoided Yi Dongmu's attacks. Wang Fujing's infinite teleportation attacks and Yi Dongmu's knives were covering every inch of the training yard. Still, neither of them was able to hurt Han Sen. Han Sen was feeling very good. Although he could not feel the power he was using, and he could not use Geno arts, his body's natural reactions were being honed. He was starting to get used to his new way of fighting. Lin Feng and the others did not strike. Wang Fujing and Yi Dongmu were attacking Han Sen, yet they were unable to hurt him. Even if they were to join in and try to hurt Han Sen, it would have been pointless. Qin Zan said to Zero, "Zero, you come and give it a go." Zero's powers never missed. If there was someone able to land a hit on Han Sen, it would have had to be Zero. In fact, Han Sen's whole reason for seeking out Zero in the first place was for her to use her falsified Sky Sutra power to see if she could hurt him. He hoped that would trigger his body's power. Zero nodded. She raised her hand like it was a knife. She went silent and tried slashing Han Sen. Zero's falsified Sky Sutra power came raging at Han Sen's arm. She was not trying to kill him. The falsified Sky Sutra had cause power, so it would be the same no matter where it hit. Zero slashed. Han Sen's heart had some kind of alarm. His hand slashed out. It led to the production of a ding and crunching sound. It was like Han Sen's hand broke a glass. Falsified sky power is useless. Your body is fine. It is very strong. Why are you telling us you cannot feel your power? You are merely trying to make us jealous. Tang Junliu sounded angry as he spoke. I really cannot feel any power flowing through me. While I was fighting and affected by your power, it seemed as if my body could still react as it should. Still, it is just me reacting. I cannot feel any power flowing through me. I cannot use power to fight back either. The three of them stopped fighting while Han Sen tried to feel out his own body. He could not detect any power in his body. It was just like an average body. Han Sen conducted a few tests. He noticed his body was rather like a mirror. The stronger the opponent unleashed their power, the more power Han Sen react with it. If the opponent was weak, Han Sen's body could not unleash explosive power in response. Therefore, Han Sen could not actually control his own power. If the opponent was just a commoner, he could only use the type of powers typically reserved for goons if he fought that person. What is going on here? Han Sen did not understand how his body had turned into what it was. Han Sen was not happy about the changes because his body could not use powerful powers. He needed strong enemies to elicit stronger responses. If he met weak people, he would respond appropriately. He could only tie with his opponents. He could not discern the reason why his body had changed this way. Han Sen had to wait for Mr. White to come up with answers. Regarding Han Yufei, Han Sen did not plan on going back to her. He firmly believed that every researcher was mad. There is no point in me being here, but now I do not have any Geno arts. I cannot go back to the sanctuaries. I will have to ask Little Flower to take me there. Han Sen went looking for Little Flower. The sky suddenly flashed. Something changed on the Geno tablet. Leader of the 31st Sky, Wang Yuhang. Han Sen looked over. The Geno tablet was shining with a few words. The 31st Sky seemed to be shining as well. A new leader had just risen. Han Sen was very happy. Little uncle is not dead. On top of that, he is the leader of the 31st Sky. Wang Yuhang had gone to the 31st Sky but did not come back. Han Sen wanted to go look for him. After thinking about it, he thought he might attract the attention of God Chaos Party and Qin Shu. That might have gotten Wang Yuhang killed, so he refrained from seeking him out. Upon seeing Wang Yuhang assert a leader seat, Han Sen was delighted. People all across Space Garden were joyous about it too. Not long later, a shadow broke space and arrived. It was driving a shiny bike. It was Wang Yuhang. Little uncle, you are interesting. The 31st Sky Leader, E.H. Tang Junliu proclaimed with a laugh, you have just earned humanity a bunch of reputation in the Geno universe. Wang Yuhang looked rather morbid. Stop talking. I almost died. What happened? Everyone asked him about what happened. Wang Yuhang wanted to speak, but he did not. He did not say anything more. He went up to Han Sen and pulled him aside. San Mu, get over here. There is something I would like to ask you. After getting pulled aside by Wang Yuhang, Han Sen asked. What is it, little uncle? Wang Yuhang looked around to ensure no one was around. He put his face next to Han Sen and quietly asked, San Mu, do you know a very beautiful woman? Han Sen didn't think Wang Yuhang was making sense, so he replied, little uncle, I know many beautiful women. Which one are you talking about? Wang Yuhang quickly said, a beautiful woman you seem to know can break the sky. Do you mean the woman who has the power to be a leader? Han Sen asked. Stronger than that. When I was trapped in the 31st sky, she hurt me badly. I was almost unable to return. She said she let me live for your sake. It was pathetic. Wang Yuhang felt angry. What did she look like? What did you do? Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang with curiosity. To make Wang Yuhang angry, that woman must have done something pretty savage. I do not know what she looks like because she wore a white mask. I could not see her face, but she said she was your friend. I do not know if it was a real friend or not. When I became the leader of the 31st sky, she was still able to travel freely through the 33 skies. Her powers are really scary. She told me to tell you that you should not return to the 33 skies. Chapter 3383 Test Subject, Why can I not go to the 33 skies? Han Sen asked with a frown. She said you cannot enter the 33 skies again, Wang Yuhang said. If you do need to go, you must at least bring Bauer there. What else did she say to you? Han Sen asked. Nothing. Wang Yuhang shook his head. If someone knows about Bauer, it is likely Big Sky Demon. Although Han Sen guessed that, he did not think it seemed quite right. If it was Big Sky Demon, she would not want to expose Bauer to risks. He did some research alongside Wang Yuhang, but he was unable to find out who that woman could have been. So, Han Sen had to shelve his thoughts related to it for now. Plus, Han Sen was not planning on returning to the 33 skies anyway. After sending Wang Yuhang away, he called Little Flower to come over. He was going to have Little Flower take him back to the sanctuaries. Han Sen was worried about his body being repelled by the sanctuaries, but nothing like that happened. While he was in the sanctuaries, he felt as if he was in the Geno universe. There were no differences. His body was able to adjust to the sanctuaries quite easily. Back in the sanctuaries, I would not be repelled by the sanctuaries. After getting used to the pressure of the Geno universe, going back to the sanctuaries will have me feeling a bit lightheaded. Right now, I don't feel anything. Han Sen knew his body was not normal. He went looking for Chaos and Bauer with Little Flower. He wanted to see how Bauer was doing, and he wanted Chaos to see what had happened to his body. Little Flower. Dad. Bauer was happy to see them. She went to hold both of their hands. Ah, there's my little Bauer. Tell me, how is your practice coming along? Han Sen stroked Bauer's head. Bauer's happy face was wiped away in a second. She looked depressed as she said, nothing. The gourd vine is not listening to me. The black crystal armor-shaped chaos arrived. She coldly said, when the genes combine, it needs progress. There is no need to rush these things. We still have some time before Qin Shu becomes reboot class. Han Sen had a few thoughts on his mind, so he asked, why don't we do it before Qin Shu levels up to reboot class? Don't we have a higher chance of losing after he reaches reboot class? Chaos explained, in fact, we need to wait until Qin Shu becomes reboot class so the Geno prototype armor completely combines. That way, we can destroy it. Before that, even if we kill him, we cannot stop his soul from reincarnating. His next life will be even scarier. Seeing Han Sen and Little Flower. Failing to understand, Chaos further explained, Qin Shu's past life was when he was the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. The Wu Wei Dao Alpha tried to escape the control of the ultimate egg. He paid a high price to succeed. It ended up limiting Qin Shu's potential. This time, if Qin Shu reincarnates again, his genes will be too strong to imagine. By then, even without any Geno prototype armor, he will be able to accomplish the final step. Then, no one will be able to control him. If the Geno Hall leader wants to kill Qin Shu, does that mean we can actually choose to sit back and sip alcoholic beverages while not doing anything? Han Sen asked. After all, that annoying geezer will have to reincarnate. Why don't we just not do anything while he does that? I mean, all the spirits that reincarnate have to go through the Geno Hall. Let's not mention that Qin Shu is already very strong. Aside from Bauer, I don't think anyone can kill him. Even if they could, I doubt they could annihilate the spirit. He has a reboot class God Spirit Blood Pulse. When he reincarnates, he will not have to pass through the Geno Hall. Chaos denied Han Sen's train of thought. Who is Qin Shu? Han Sen could not help but ask this question again. Han Sen thought Chaos would not answer him. After he went quiet a little, Chaos sighed and said, it is fine for me to tell you. Human Alpha is me and Bauer's father's test subject. Test subject? Han Sen looked at Chaos with an expression of shock. Chaos smiled. Back then, me and Bauer's father were like water and fire. He was the God Hall leader who ruled the universe, and I wanted to replace him to become the leader of the universe. We kept trying to find ways we could beat each other, but we would only tie every time. Neither of us won. The universe was destroyed because of us. If it was to continue, even if one of us prevailed, only a broken universe full of holes would have been left. That was not what we wanted. So, me and Bauer's father thought of a different way in which we might fight. We made a bet to see who could lead the universe. What kind of bet would that be? Little Flower asked with curiosity. The power of the universe is boundless, Chaos coldly said. Every power can be pushed to its max potential. Things can even be invincible, but there is only one power that can have someone labeled as a creator. Making life. Han Sen suddenly understood. Chaos nodded. Yes, it was to create life. Me and Bauer's father made a bet as to which of us could produce a better life. Then, that person would be the leader of the universe. Was that how Human Alpha was born? Even Little Flower was able to understand what was going on. It was not at the beginning. Early on, me and Bauer's father created a different life. We kept trying to perfect it. We kept trying to fix the flaws in the genes, hoping to suppress each other. After saying that, Chaos' eyes looked strange. She smiled a little and said, "The people who know you the most are not your best friends or family. They are your enemies." As me and Bauer's father researched, the more we learned about each other. The more we learned, the more we came to admire each other. It led to a relationship that was not one of rivalry. Han Sen thought, "You guys were great. How could you fight and then have sex? No one can do that." Han Sen did not dare say that out loud, but he had a question pop up in his mind. He said, "You guys created life. One of them was Human Alpha. Who was the other?" Human Alpha was made by Bauer's father. The life I created was the witch. Chaos smiled and went on to say, "Although our relationship had some changes, we both really wanted to win. So, we kept our bet going. Neither of us wanted to lose this gambit. Then, we put genes into the life forces." Han Sen never expected this was how the witch came to be born. It was no wonder why so many of the witches were so scary. The genes they possessed were top class. Chaos stopped smiling. She sighed and said, "Now, we are not so proud. If it was not for us, none of this would be happening. It is a shame our pride got in the way back then. Neither of us was willing to admit we lost. Neither of us wanted to take a step back. We kept on fighting." Chapter 3384. Back to the 33 skies. Han Sen could not help but ask, what happened after that? It does not matter. In the end, Human Alpha had my genes and the genes of Bauer's father. With the modifications we did to him, he was already almost the most perfect life force in existence that had reboot powers and the Geno prototype armor powers. Chaos looked at Bauer and said, "When we realized the problem, it was already too late. Human Alpha's evolutions were out of control. Even me and Bauer's father were unable to control Human Alpha. In the end, Bauer's father had to reboot the universe. Other people think it was a fight between me and Bauer's father, but that was why the universe was rebooted. As a matter of fact, it was not us. It was because of Human Alpha. That means Bauer and Qin Shu are, in some way, quite similar. They possess your genes and the genes of the previous God Hall leader." Han Sen was finally able to understand why Qin Shu was so strong and had the power to reboot the universe. "Not exactly," Chaos said. "He has our genes, but his genes were already very strong. It was through our genes that he became nearly perfect. Aside from Bauer, no other creature has the potential to be as great as Qin Shu." Han Sen stood still and thought, after all of that, after all those disasters, it was all because of you people. Now, Bauer is the one that has to wipe your asses. Han Sen did not like this, but there was nothing he could do. Still, Han Sen did not know what happened to influence Chaos into not telling him why Human Alpha was so keen on killing everyone. Do you know what? This is really starting to bore me. We're obviously building up to a grand finale. While I would love a big payoff to all that has happened in my life, I don't think I am going to get it. Why, my body, unfortunately, I am not sure if I am going to be of much use. So, let's skip that conversation and start talking about me for a minute. Quite dishearteningly, my body has a problem. Since you are you, I was hoping you might be able to have a look and see what exactly is going wrong with me." Han Sen told Chaos about everything that had happened to him. Chaos put her hands on Han Sen's chest. She put some power into Han Sen's body for the purposes of examination. When her body went to Han Sen's body, it immediately vanished. It was like Han Sen's body was a bottomless hole. Her power was unable to create a splash. Chaos looked more shocked than ever. She kept looking at Han Sen's body. She said, the sanctuaries, the Geno Hall, and the Geno Tablet already existed when the universe was first created. The power of the universe is weaker now, but the level of the sanctuaries was never any lower than the Geno Hall and the Geno Tablet. By using the sanctuaries, I discovered that the evolution modules of the sanctuaries were special. When things were rebooted, Bauer was sent there. I hoped Bauer would be able to use powers learned in the sanctuaries to grow up. Regarding the final level up of the sanctuaries, I do not know. If you want to use the powers of the sanctuaries to evolve, it is not easy. The fact you humans were able to have the protection of the sanctuaries was a miraculous accident. According to the theory, only the spirits in the sanctuaries should have been the lives. In the sanctuaries, normally, only they were able to enjoy what it was like to level up in the sanctuaries. Chaos looked at Han Sen's body and said, if my powers are still here, even just 1%, I should be able to check out your body. But I am still too weak and cannot do such a thing. Han Sen was disappointed. If Chaos could not tell what had happened to his body, he had no clue who might have been able to help him. Han Sen still had some hope and asked Chaos, with my situation being what it is there no way for me to complete the final step? Chaos looked certain as she said, impossible. If you make that final step, your body's genes will be above the universe's limit. Whatever you do will affect the rules of the universe. It will create mass destruction. It will not be as peaceful as before. When you combined with Wanner, the power used was almost unlimited. Can you feel it in the way you felt it before? Han Sen shook his head. His situation was different from what it was before. Nothing was the same. Chaos looked at Han Sen and asked, can you still control the ultimate egg? Han Sen shook his head. After evolving, I have not been able to feel the ultimate egg's presence. The humans in the sanctuaries have Qin Shu's genes. The ultimate egg is to control Qin Shu. According to the theory, you cannot absorb the ultimate egg. Now, you cannot feel the ultimate egg. This is weird. Chaos spoke with a frown. She could not think of a solution. Chaos did not want to waste too much time. She continued teaching Bauer about the gourd. Han Sen was going to research the conditions of his body, hoping to find a way to harness its current state. Chaos wanted a Geno Tablet fight where Bauer could defeat Qin Shu. She thought that if Bauer combined with the gourd vine, she could win. When the Geno Tablet's battles were in the final few, Bauer would only have to focus on Qin Shu. She did not have to worry about Qin Shu's break world creatures. Of course, that meant Bauer had to be the first sky leader before the 33 skies were owned all by others. Then, she could participate in the Geno Tablet fight. Han Sen had not been in Burning Red Sky for a while. The role of Burning Red Sky leader had been taken away by this point, leaving only Wang Yuhang with a leadership position in the 33 skies. I cannot allow Bauer to face Qin Shu alone. I must get a seat for myself again. Han Sen thought about doing this, but he knew he couldn't. Han Sen spent a lot of time researching his body, but nothing he tried seemed to work. Whoever he fought would obviously be stronger, but he could not control that strength. More and more leadership positions in the 33 skies were taken. Now, only 3 of the skies had not birthed a leader. When all the leaders were born, the Geno Tablet fight would begin. Bauer's progress had not been going too well either. Bauer had been unable to combine with the gourd vine. Her power was strong, but not strong enough to break through the universe. Another sky lit up. Ancient Devil's name appeared. There were only 2 more skies now. No, I must get one sky. Han Sen could no longer wait. He had to get a sky for himself. If he did not, he would not be able to participate in the Geno Tablet fight. Han Sen explained what he was going to do to the people in Sky Garden. Ning Yu, who was wearing green and feathery clothes, walked up to Han Sen and said, I will come with you. His body's presence had become weird. When Han Sen looked at him, he asked with shock, have your break world genes reached 100? Chapter 3385 Time Sky Ning Yu nodded. My super god spirit body finished evolving. When Han Sen heard him, his eyes went bright. He asked, what is the difference with you now after your super god spirit body? Finished evolving. My super god spirit body became an ultimate super god spirit body. It is just stronger, Ning Yu casually said. Han Sen had a complex look almost immediately after hearing that. Ning Yu's super god spirit body had evolved to an ultimate version of the super god spirit body compared to Han Sen, whose super god spirit body was reduced to nothing. It was frustrating. The super god spirit body is dependent on one's karma, Han Sen depressingly stated. Ning Yu looked at Han Sen, who was standing still, and asked, "Are you going or are you not going?" "I am going." Han Sen's mind returned to the present. He then followed Ning Yu. They broke space and raced to the 33 skies. Because the 33 skies only had 2 empty layers of sky left, the skies that already had a leader were difficult to breach. Usually, they would have teleported to the skies that did not have an owner. Han Sen and Ning Yu did not get close to the barrier of the 33 skies. There were lots of break world beasts on the search for Han Sen. They immediately roared and came for him. "Let me take care of this," Ning Yu coldly said. He plucked a feather from his feathery clothing. He waved it at the break world beasts. A beautiful, green halo was emitted. The bodies of the break world beasts that touched the green halo became a green light that dissolved. Within the blink of an eye, a dozen break world beasts were turned into nothingness. The last break world gene was floating in the air. The scene seemed frozen. The break world beasts behind them were in shock. They all retreated. None of them dared to go for Han Sen. "Let's go." Ning Yu went to 33 skies, which looked like a big tombstone. The break world beasts surrounding the 33 skies formed a path for them. "Very good." Han Sen's gave a thumbs up. Ning Yu's power was so scary, his super god spirit body was wildly different. Han Sen started wondering what the ultimate super god spirit body of Qin Zhan and the others might be like. He couldn't comprehend how scary their combined powers would be. The God Chaos Party and all other parties would be immediately destroyed. Ning Yu used his feathers to swing. The barriers of the 33 skies were cut open. He walked in and disappeared. Han Sen wanted to follow Ning Yu to enter, but the gap in the barrier was gone the moment Ning Yu entered. Han Sen felt bad about this. He used his own body to go to the invisible wall, but his body could not use any power because he did not currently have an enemy. Han Sen did not have any power, so he did not know if he could break through the invisible wall. When Han Sen hit the invisible wall, it was like he hit nothing. He just went straight through. It was like no Bai Sima existed in the first place. Patong. Han Sen's body fell. When Han Sen landed, the impact of his fall created a massive circular crater in the ground. Han Sen checked out the crater. He discovered that the place he was in now was incredibly weird. In the sky, there were lots of giant rocky objects that were like a watch. The watches were the sizes of stones. There were some big ones, and there were others that were small. The small ones were about the size of a baseball field. Some of the bigger ones were about the size of a planet. Hands were depicting the hours and minutes. Obviously, they were not real watches. They did not move as a clock did. The hands were stiff in their places and did not move. Han Sen had landed on a stone watch that was kind of like an island. Han Sen knew he had entered the 29th sky. There were only 2 skies left with no owners. The 29th sky was called Time Sky. From what he was seeing, he knew he was correct about his current location. Although he knew Time Sky's name, Han Sen did not know why there was still no leader. According to theory, many people should have been able to enter the 29th sky, yet no leader had yet to emerge. Han Sen came out from the hole. He walked to the edge of the watch and looked around. He did not notice Ning Yu around him. He did not even know if he too had been deposited in Time Sky. Han Sen. While Han Sen was looking around, he heard someone call his name. That voice was very familiar. He looked in the direction where the voice had come from. Above him, he saw a stone watch that was the size of a football stadium. A man was standing on the edge of that watch. He was looking at him from above. "Ancient Devil, what are you doing here? Did you not already take a sky for yourself and become its leader?" Han Sen had a shocked expression as he looked at Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil did not speak. He jumped down and landed close to Han Sen. Han Sen wished to say something, but Ancient Devil performed a gesture to stop Han Sen and said, "There is no time. The next time wheel is going to start. You need to listen up. The time around here can affect the speed time goes by. When the time wheel starts to spin, time will go fast forward differently. It might even reverse. You will be affected if you are in a certain time area." Han Sen immediately sensed how serious this was. He frowned and asked, "How fast does the time go by?" "When it slows, it can be slow," Ancient Devil said. "When it is fast, it can be very fast." 1 moment could take 1,000 years. For a human in their lifespan, you might die on a watch in 1 second. Either that, or you will devolve and become a sperm. Is there any way not to be affected by this? Han Sen asked. There is no way. Every time the time wheel starts to spin, the speeds are different from the last time. It all depends on your luck. Hopefully, you will go to a time area where time is slowed down. Ancient Devil paused and said, or, you can find a sky watch in Time Sky. If you manage to control it, you will become the leader of Time Sky. How do I find that? Han Sen asked. If people knew where to find it, many break world creatures would not be trapped here. Ancient Devil pointed to somewhere far away. There was a big dragon that looked like a diamond carving. It was traveling through the rock watches. That is one of Qin Shu's break world beasts, Ancient Devil quietly said. Its break world rate is at least 95%. The last time the time wheel spun, it was hurt by time. It lost the scales on its body, and its break world rate went down to 60%. Han Sen did not understand and asked, why did God Hall leader not send Moment God, a time god spirit, here? This was a time area sky. Whether it was Moment God or God Chaos Party's Ichi, either of them should have been able to control such a place with ease. Chapter 3386 Time Wheel Spins. Ancient Devil smiled. It is because this place is a time element sky. That is why they did not dare come. What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen did not really understand the way Ancient Devil was thinking. Ancient Devil said, it is easy to understand. It is like the way many machines are affected by electromagnetic pulses. Time here can change its speed. For time element beings, that can cause a great disturbance. If they fought here, they would have to figure out how to fix the disturbance problem. Other power elements are not as affected here. They can fight here. The more powerful you are with time elements, the worse you will be in Time Sky. Of course, if their time power can go beyond Time Sky, none of this can affect them. If you were able to control time, time element elites will not be affected here. They would be invincible. Now, no one has a time power that can exceed Time Sky. Han Sen understood what Ancient Devil told him. He wished to say something, but he heard the sound of an old grandfather clock. He did not know where that sound came from. It sounded very cold as it echoed throughout all of Time Sky. It was not very sharp, but it went very far. Every creature in Time Sky could hear the chiming. Ancient Devil looked around and said, time is up. Are you planning to stay here to try your luck? Would you prefer pushing your luck elsewhere? I am going wherever you are going, Han Sen said with a smile. Ancient Devil did not say anything in response. He flew toward a smaller stone clock. Han Sen followed him. Han Sen's knowledge of Time Sky was limited. He could not tell if the stone clocks were going clockwise or counterclockwise. Ancient Devil had been there for a while, so he was still fine. Han Sen still felt that there had to be something odd about it. Ancient Devil stood atop the stone clock and said, I do not have many good ideas. I am just going to try my luck. This stone clock is small, so the effects are not as strong. Later, if time goes too fast here, we will have to hurry up and go to another time area. The bell was still chiming. It kept chiming and chiming. It was far away and really mysteriously. After thinking about something, Han Sen asked, is this clock going to ring every hour? Ancient Devil said, you guessed it almost correctly. Time Sky's clock chiming is a way to tell time. It rings once every 2 hours from 1 to 12. After the bell rings, it will go into a time loop. The time loop will last 1 hour, and there will be 11 soundings. Han Sen wanted to say something, but he heard the sound of something screaming. There was a dragon in flight not too far away. It had the head of a drill. It looked like it was searching for which stone clock to stop at, but it kept picking and choosing without commitment. It was obviously hesitating quite a bit. It didn't stop anywhere. The diamond-like big dragon was still hesitant. The 11 bell chimes were already done. In the next second, Han Sen saw the stone clock start spinning. The stone clock needle kept spinning. It went faster, then it went slower. When it was slow, it jumped every block. When it was fast, it was like a fan. It was like the whole world was spinning. Ancient Devil and Han Sen looked at the stone clock below them. If that stone clock went too fast, they would have to get out of there regardless of if it reversed or spun straight. Of course, before they left, they would have to find a way to escape the time zone. Fortunately, beneath their feet, the clock's spinning speed was normal. It was a little bit faster though. It was around 2 or 3 times faster than a normal clock. If they stood there for 1 hour, to other people it meant it would be 2 or 3 hours. Han Sen felt relieved. When he looked at Ancient Devil, Han Sen noticed Ancient Devil seemed a bit more relaxed now too. When Han Sen looked at the diamond-like big dragon, his face changed. The dragon did not look so good. It had been choosing for so long and had not decided on a spot to land. Now, the clock's needle was spinning faster than an airplane's propeller. One could not even see the needles properly. The diamond-like dragon roared. It tried escaping to another stone clock's area. As soon as it started flying, its body looked weird. It was becoming smaller. Han Sen had to watch a scary scene unfold. A giant dragon's body flew 300 feet away with its body shrinking. What was once a big dragon had been turned into the size of a dinosaur. From a dinosaur, it turned into the size of an elephant. It then was the size of a crocodile. Before long, it was the size of a lizard. The dragon was unable to escape the area of the stone clock. It turned into a crystal-looking egg. Since it had a rushed personality, it quickly rushed out of the scary reverse time zone to reach a different time zone. In the other time zone, time went by much slower. The Gene egg was floating in the air. It looked like a flawless diamond. After watching all of this, Han Sen felt a chill. He saw a scary break world beast be beaten into an egg. It was very shocking to witness. Although Han Sen had a similar power, it was not a time element. It did not look as shocking. That big dragon was an ultimate Gene race, Ancient Devil said. If you are interested in it, wait until the time wheel is over. Then, you can go over there and take it. If you are not interested, I will do it myself. Han Sen did not mind that. He went toward that area. At this time, break world beasts were no longer rare. No matter how high of a break world rate a break world beast had, it was still entirely dependent on talent. The break world rate of rare Gene races was still exceedingly high. The time wheel spun for an hour. In the next hour, people were able to do things while Time Sky was no longer a place of danger. Looking around at all the different clock areas, it was clear that some areas did not spin fast. Ancient Devil flew over to one of them. He was looking for a time clock. Ancient Devil waved to Han Sen and said, "You and I came here for the sky clock. We should not be working together, so we should part ways for now." Han Sen did not plan on leaving Ancient Devil's side. After taking the Gene egg, he followed him. He smiled and asked, "Ancient Devil, did you not already earn the leadership position of another sky? Why are you here in Time Sky? I have a plan, and it is my own." Ancient Devil did not plan on answering Han Sen. Seeing that Ancient Devil was not going to answer, Han Sen didn't try to force him. Still, he did not leave. He just went silent and followed Ancient Devil. Han Sen did not know if it was just because his body was slow or what, but he could not feel as the time clock did anything to him. Han Sen was not entirely sure about it. He did not know if it was just because he could not feel the power or whether or not the time zones really could not affect his body. Chapter 3387 Floating Kill Elder Han Sen was behind Ancient Devil. He kept walking silently. When the next stone clock rang, the danger was considerably less. The speed of time in different areas could be segmented. As long as one did not have a death wish, one would be fine. Han Sen wanted to ask Ancient Devil if he fought against Berry Path God and Big Sky Demon over the relics. If he asked that, Ancient Devil would know he had been there. Therefore, Han Sen did not ask him anything about that. Ancient Devil kept walking. He eventually said, "It is pointless to keep on following me. I do not know where the sky clock is. I am only trying my luck like you. You are luckier than me, so following you gives me a better chance." Han Sen did not do anything. He carried on following Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil kept walking and said, "The sky clock is hidden amongst the stone clocks, but no one knows which one is the sky clock. You do not look like someone who would come to a place on a complete whim. You would not just come here and risk your neck on a chance." Han Sen understood Ancient Devil too much. Ancient Devil sighed and said, "Whatever. I can teach you how to find the sky clock. In exchange, you cannot follow me anymore." Han Sen squinted his eyes and asked, "Why are you so afraid of me following you? Do you already know where the sky clock is?" Ancient Devil felt bad. He shook his head. "If I knew where the sky clock was, it would not take me this long to seek it out. I just do not want you following me. Every time you follow me, something bad happens. Even if I am lucky enough to find it, you will only end up taking it away from me. Why should I waste my time here?" If you are going to keep on following me, I will just stop looking. Han Sen rubbed his nose. Ancient Devil was right. Every time he followed Ancient Devil, the man was put at a disadvantage. If Ancient Devil stopped looking, it would not benefit Han Sen. Han Sen said, "Fine. Tell me how to find the sky clock. We will both try our luck in separate ways. First, you must answer my question. Do you want to know why I became the leader of a sky but still came to Time Sky? Is that it?" Ancient Devil inquired. "Yes," Han Sen said with a nod. Ancient Devil was silent a moment before saying, "I can tell you that I did not come to Time Sky for the leadership position. I am here for the sky clock." "What is the difference?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "Of course, there is a difference," Ancient Devil said. "When you obtain the sky clock, you do not have to be the leader. If I get the sky clock, I can still give up being the leader of another sky to become Time Sky's leader. That would be the best result." "What do you want to do with the sky clock?" Han Sen asked. "The sky clock can speed up and reverse time," Ancient Devil said. "I need it to accomplish one thing. You were only allowed to ask one question of me. I have already answered you. Fine, tell me how to find the sky clock." Han Sen understood Ancient Devil, so he stopped asking. Ancient Devil told Han Sen which direction to go to find the sky clock. He then left. "Goodbye," Han Sen said as a friendly goodbye to Ancient Devil. "I think it would be best if we never met again." Ancient Devil did not turn back as he left. He was not like Han Sen, who was acting all clingy. Han Sen felt bad. He licked his lips. If he were able to follow Ancient Devil, he would have a much higher chance of finding the sky clock. He knew he could not bully the man too much. If Ancient Devil really got angry, he would not be able to find the sky clock. Plus, Ancient Devil might even kill him. Now that Ancient Devil was gone, Han Sen looked around and went in a different direction. Ancient Devil had taught him an easy method. It sounded dumb, but it worked. The sky clock was amidst the countless stone clocks that made up the realm. No matter how hard one looked, nothing stood out to indicate that one clock was the sky clock. To see the sky clock, one needed to try each stone clock one by one. The sky clock and ordinary clocks all looked the same, but the needles of the sky clock were different from the usual needles of stone clocks. He just needed to try the needles. He would then be able to tell if something was a sky clock or not. There were countless numbers of stone clocks in Time Sky. To try each needle on each clock over and over, and to try each one, there was no telling how long such an endeavor would take. Therefore, it was all down to luck. It was like winning a lottery. If one were lucky, one would get the jackpot on the first go. If one was unlucky, one would have to keep trying to the end. Han Sen had no choice. He had to rely on the method Ancient Devil had told him about. Now, the needle was spinning. The method was not going to work. He had to wait until the needle stopped before trying it. Ancient Devil did not try it here, so I bet he has already given the stone clocks here a go. Let me go elsewhere. Han Sen had come too late. He did not know if the stone clocks he was at had already been tested, so he had to keep trying them one by one. After walking for a short while, he saw a few break world creatures gathering on the opposite side of a stone clock. The one at the center of the assembly was the leader. He was a God Chaos Party elder. Han Sen had seen him while he engaged in the last big battle against the organization. Han Sen, where are you going to run this time? The elder saw Han Sen too. He immediately had a few break world beasts accompany him to surround Han Sen. Han Sen could not run fast, and there were not that many areas to run to. The directions he could choose to escape were quite limited. Are you guys not leaving? Han Sen checked out the elder and break world beasts. He did not care all that much about them. He had a low battle power. When he met stronger foes, he fought harder. It would not have been easy for the elder and his break world beasts to try and kill him. Our leader wants you to die. That means you will not be allowed to live. My name is Floating Kill. After you die, never forget that I was the one who killed you. After Floating Kill spoke, he raised his hands. He pulled out a building tower and threw it at Han Sen. That tower was comprised of 18 floors. It glowed with golden light. It was like a god tower. The moment it left his hands, it headed straight for Han Sen's head. Although Han Sen sped himself up to avoid the suppression of the tower, he looked at the tower coming right before his face. Floating Kill was shocked. His Floating Kill had locked onto a target, so he should not have been able to escape. Yet Han Sen was able to dodge the Floating Kill's suppression. He was surprised by this. Almost at the same time, 5 break world beasts roared. All kinds of powers covered the sky and the ground, including wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. It was all going for Han Sen. The break world powers were very scary. They almost covered the entire stone clock's area. Han Sen's power was still running around. He did not seem to be affected. Floating Kill was secretly shocked. The 5 break world beasts around him had a break world rate of 60% or above. Even if they could not defeat Han Sen, they should have been able to damage him. Upon seeing Han Sen's face, Floating Kill knew he had only moved with simple coordination. He had still managed to play the 5 break world beasts like a fiddle. Chapter 3388. Suppress. As Floating Kill watched what was happening, he noticed that Han Sen's movement abilities were very magical. He also realized that the distances he crossed were never all that far. Every time he dodged the attack of a break world beast, it was as if he already knew what to expect. After a while, Floating Kill noticed the time. He used the Sky Treasure Tower. The tower grew very large. It was like it was covering the sky and the ground. It covered the entire time area they were in. Han Sen's location was limited. If he wanted to avoid the suppression of the tower, he would have to quickly get to another stone clock's area. The stone clock was spinning faster than a plane's propeller. If Han Sen went in there, he would lose thousands of years. If he was able to hold strong against it, it would have likely been fine. If he couldn't withstand the magic, he would instantly grow old and die. Han Sen was not sure if his body could withstand the force, so he stopped dodging and allowed the Sky Treasure Tower to come down. Because the tower was covering the entire area, the 5 break world beasts were inside with him too. All of them were extremely shocked. They wildly flew around, desperately wanting to get away from the tower. Han Sen felt as if everything around was filling up with golden light. He and the 5 break world beasts in the tower were all seeing gold. The tower was gold. It looked like it was made of gold, but that tower was different to the average tower. Ordinary towers had floors. This tower looked as if it had 18 floors. On the inside, however, there were no floors. One was able to see all the way up, from the bottom to the top. The walls of the towers were inscribed with golden spells. It also appeared as if there were many statues leading the way to the roof. The 5 beasts and a man were inside the tower. Many of the golden spells were shining brightly. The tower had become very bright. It was like there were countless suns in the sky shining brightly. It was so bright that it made it difficult to open one's eyes. Han Sen's eyes did not feel anything. He was able to see everything within that golden light. Han Sen thought the golden light was only bright and could not actually do anything to him. He thought that because his body was not impacted in the least. When he looked at the 5 break world beasts, he was shocked. The 5 break world beasts had just entered the tower. They were all in shock, scrambling in a desperate bid to escape the place. The golden spells suddenly shone with a golden god light that frozen their bodies in the shape of monstrous gold statues. Their bodies had been frozen in their prior motion of trying to flee. They looked as if they were in a rush. Han Sen's heart jumped. These 5 break world beasts had a break world rate of at least 60%. They might not be the strongest, but they have to be among the strongest in the universe. That golden god light just shone on them and turned them into statues. The golden god light is very strong, and it shone on me. Floating Kill does not plan on letting me live. I should be like them, but I am not. That must mean my body really is different. While Han Sen was lost in thought, he saw the 5 gold statues start to melt. They became a gold blood-like puddle of liquid on the ground. That is a very evil power. Han Sen frowned. The golden god light had turned all the creatures into gold statues. It then made the gold statues turn into a puddle of blood water. It was a very evil construct. It would not let anyone live. Outside the tower, Floating Kill looked very happy. He took away the now minimized Sky Treasure Tower by placing it in his hands. He looked at the shining tower of golden light and said to himself, "This Sky Floating Kill can truly melt everything. Even the Undying can block the power of the Sky Floating Kill. Han Sen will only live 1 or 2 days inside here before becoming blood water. If that happens, I will have accomplished a great deed for my master. Mr. Leader can flip the Geno Hall and rebuild the God Palace. I will be regarded as a high-level member then." Floating Kill was feeling very cocky, but he did not dare underestimate things. He kept using power to make the Sky Floating Kill's golden spell brighter. He wanted to speed up Han Sen becoming blood water. Regarding the 5 break world beasts, Floating Kill did not care about them. If he was able to kill Han Sen through their sacrifice, it was all worth it. Plus, it was only 5 break world beasts. He would easily be able to get such things back. With Qin Shu's method, making break world beasts was easy. Floating Kill did not want to risk Han Sen getting free by trying to save the 5 break world beasts. Han Sen was someone Qin Shu cared about a great deal. Floating Kill did not dare get in the way. Normally, creatures that had a 95% break world rate would melt inside his Tower of Doom. Floating Kill planned on taking half a month to produce more break world beasts while also killing Han Sen. He was not going to give Han Sen a second chance. Suddenly, Floating Kill turned around to look at the stone clock near him. The stone clock was flying very fast. It was almost moving like a fan. Time had been fast-forwarded many times. Floating Kill thought, if the sky Floating Kill was in the stone clock's area, 1 moment would be 10 months. If he was inside there, he must have already died. He decided to take the sky Floating Kill out. Under the control of Floating Kill, the sky Floating Kill flew to the designated area. It landed on a clock's needle, which was spinning as fast as a fan. The sky Floating Kill was affected by the speed of time. 1 moment equaled a few hours. Now, the 5 gold statues had started to melt. Han Sen was watching it happen. His body, however, was not feeling bad at all. A moment later, a gold statue completely melted into gold blood water. However, there was a teardrop left behind. It was a break world gene. It did not melt. It sat in the blood water. Han Sen reached out his hand to collect the break world gene. The other 4 break world beasts were going to completely melt soon as well. Although I am not afraid of the tower's power, how am I supposed to get out of here? Han Sen's body became stronger the moment he encountered something fierce. Now, there were not any enemies. He did not know how to use his body's power to break the sky Floating Kill. Han Sen was not in a rush to break the sky Floating Kill. After a while, another break world beast became gold blood water. He picked up all the break world genes. Let's try it now. Han Sen put the break world gene away and looked around. He did not see any doors or windows. He walked in front of a wall. Han Sen reached his hand out to touch the golden wall. The golden spells were still releasing a scary god light, but Han Sen could not feel any energy floating. The golden god light was releasing ordinary, harmless light. Han Sen raised his fist to have a look. He then threw a punch at the golden wall. Chapter 3389 A Fist Kills Floating Kill. Floating Kill looked at the sky Floating Kill's area. Time was going by incredibly quickly. 20 minutes of ordinary time had already passed. Converting it into the time clock's passing of time, 2 to 3 months had gone by. Even if Han Sen's break world rate was at the almighty sum of 99%, he should have been refined by now, Floating Kill thought. To play it safe, he did not bring back his sky Floating Kill just yet. He let it remain in the area, readying himself for its retrieval when the displacement of time had gone by. Only then would he bring back the sky Floating Kill. Suddenly, a golden light was coming from the sky Floating Kill. It was shaking. In the next second, the whole of the sky Floating Kill exploded. It became small bits of sand that scattered about everywhere. Han Sen's body fell out from within it. It seemed that it had not done him any harm. It had not reduced him to blood water. Not even his clothes had been harmed by the time he had spent inside it. Blurg. When the sky Floating Kill shattered, Floating Kill coughed up a bevy of blood to coincide with it. His eyes opened wide. He looked at Han Sen's unharmed figure in complete disbelief. Han Sen looked at his fists and froze in place. It had been a random punch. It was not some extreme power that he had mustered, but the miraculously solid sky Floating Kill had still been rendered little more than dust in the wind. When Floating Kill reacted, he instantly turned around and wanted to run away. A chill was running down his spine. His heart was even colder. The sky Floating Kill, boosted by the wretched advance of time, had been unable to damage Han Sen. Therefore, how scary could such a man's body be? Aside from Qin Shu, Floating Kill had never witnessed someone so scary. He knew he would be unable to fight Han Sen. Floating Kill did not dare hang around and fight Han Sen. He wished he could run faster. Floating Kill had not seen someone this scary ever before. Since he knew he would not be able to beat Han Sen, Floating Kill did not dare stay there and fight the man. The stone clock was still spinning, so he could not escape. Floating Kill kept traveling between the stone clock areas. In a desperate bid to escape. Unfortunately, the The speed of every clock area was different. Floating Kill was heavily affected by each of them. It was fine to be in a time area where time ran fast. When it came to a time area that ran really slow, Floating Kill's motions were much slower. Han Sen chased after Floating Kill at a pace that was not too fast. No matter which stone clock's area he entered, he was not affected. This body is not affected by the passage of time. Han Sen was more than pleased with this result. He hurried up, wanting to catch up with Floating Kill. When Han Sen wanted to use his powers, his body did not adhere to the desires of his mind. He lacked the speed necessary to catch up. What is wrong with this body? Han Sen felt a little bit depressed. He still kept up his pursuit. Floating Kill kept on escaping, but he suddenly stopped. Up ahead, there were two areas he could go for. One area's stone clock was spinning at the speed of light. The other one stone clock's needle barely even moved. Floating Kill's lifespan was very high, but he did not dare go into a fast area like that. That speed might have cost him 10 million years in a single second. Even he would not have been able to hold strong against a force of time like that. As for the other area, time was almost still. If he went inside, he might have stopped moving and become frozen in time. He watched Han Sen approach him. Han Sen was not very fast and not very slow because he could not be as fast as normal. In Floating Kill's eyes, Han Sen was still a very scary man. He felt like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Goddamn asshole. Floating Kill was very angry. As Han Sen kept playing with him, it made his fear of Han Sen even deeper. He did not even have the courage to fight or threaten Han Sen anymore. If he knew Han Sen could not catch up, which was why he was not fast and not slow, he would have likely felt much different. Floating Kill gnashed his teeth. He was headed for the stone clock area that was extremely slow in its advance. He also took something out. Han Sen saw Floating Kill flash with a blue light. It was like blue seawater was wrapping up his body. He then entered the nearly still time area. In the area where time was stopped, he should not have been able to move. When Floating Kill went inside, he was not stalled by time. He was able to go forward. He was, however, very slow. He was not much faster than a turtle crawling. Floating Kill kept rushing forward. He felt relieved. He looked at the blue crystal orb and felt much better. Luckily, when I went to Time Sky, Mr. Leader gave me this space crack orb. Had I not received this gift, I would have been killed by Han Sen's hands today. With the protection offered by this orb, I can travel through the time area. Even an absolutely still time area will not be able to stop me. That Han Senator will never be able to catch up. Floating Kill looked back, having all those smarmy thoughts to himself. When he looked back, Floating Kill's face changed. He saw Han Sen enter the still time area without his speed slowing down the smallest mote. He was still coming for him at an ordinary pace. It was then that his face turned pale. Han Sen saw Floating Kill rush to the silent area. He thought, Floating Kill must have a death wish. If he ran elsewhere, I might not have been able to chase him. Now, he is a very dead man. While he was thinking about this, Han Sen walked in. Just like before, this place was an area where the time power did nothing to inhibit his body. Han Sen was behind Floating Kill in no time at all. I am going to fight you. Floating Kill was angry. His face was twisted as he felt forced to gather power. He generated the Sky Floating Kill, moving to suppress Han Sen. The time in that nearly still area made his motions awfully slow. Even the Sky Floating Kill was becoming slower and slower in its advance. Han Sen did not back off. He raised his fist and moved toward the Sky Floating Kill. Pang! The Sky Floating Kill exploded with a single punch. It was quickly turned into a sky full of yellow dust. After the punch, Han Sen's fist was not stalled. It was still going further, punching toward Floating Kill's chest. Floating Kill did not have a chance of dodging the strike. He gnashed his teeth and put all his power into the space crack orb. The blue water images were clearer. He wanted to use the space crack orb's power to block Han Sen's punch. When Han Sen's punch landed on the blue watermark shattered. It was unable to withstand Han Sen's fist for a single second. It just instantly broke. Even Floating Kill's space crack orb was shattered. Seeing Han Sen's fist come thrusting into his chest, Floating Kill's eyes opened wide. He looked very shocked. In the end, he thought, perhaps Han Sen is scarier than Mr. Leader. Pang! Before his thoughts ended, Floating Kill's body was punched open by Han Sen's manic fist. He was reduced to a bloody mist. Floating Kill's break world rate was almost maxed out, but he had not been able to resist one of Han Sen's punches. Chapter 3390 Sky Clock. Han Sen looked at Floating Kill, who had become a bloody mist. He mocked the man while talking to himself. If opponents are stupid like Floating Kill and trying to fight me with power, my body is pretty effective. Han Sen wondered what Floating Kill would have thought if he knew the real situation. If he had not resisted, Han Sen would not have killed him. Because Floating Kill used the Sky Floating Kill to try and restrict Han Sen, and he used the Space Crack Orb's power, it triggered Han Sen's body's natural reaction. If Floating Kill had tried to escape like a normal person and not fight back, it would have been hard for Han Sen to kill him. It was a shame that an escape was exactly what resulted in his death. Who would have thought that would happen? Floating Kill was not a break world beast. Killing him did not yield a break world gene. He looked around. An hour had yet to go by. The stone clocks were still spinning. To Han Sen, this was all pointless. His body was not afraid of time power. Time Sky was a big place, but there was nowhere now he was no longer able to reach. It is a shame that I am unable to find out which stone clock is the sky clock. I still have to wait until the spinning has stopped before testing them too. After Han Sen thought about it, he did not plan on going anywhere. He was just going to wait where he was for time to end. Not long later, 1 hour of the time cycle came to an end. Over the course of the next hour, Time Sky did not exhibit any weird changes. Han Sen walked to the nearest needle and checked it out. The clocks in the Alliance had 3 different needles. There was a needle for the hours, minutes, and seconds. The clocks in Time Sky only had 1 needle. It did not represent the seconds or the minutes, but it did not represent the hour needle either. In theory, it should have represented the hour needle since every section it went through meant 1 hour. In this place, it actually represented 2 hours. All of the stone clocks were like this. Now, all of the stone clock needles had stopped and been no longer moving. The stone needles did not look like delicate things. Their shape and design had many natural flaws. They looked rather smooth. They did not match up with the clocks of greater technology, but there was a vintage feeling when it came to them. Han Sen reached out his hand to touch the giant stone needle. He felt as if a chilly feeling was going to prickle him. The frosty feeling was a consequence of the needle's natural temperature. If this was before, Han Sen would not have had this heightened sense of feeling. He would have had to use Dongshuan aura to sense such a thing. Now, the stronger his body was, the lower his sensitivity was. It was like people who practiced fist fighting. Their fists were hard and would mature. If their fists hit things that had altered temperatures or a lack of resistance, they would be less sensitive to it. Han Sen had such a powerful body, but his feelings were still very sensitive. They were perhaps even more sensitive than before. To the powers outside, they were still very powerful as well. The only thing he could not feel was the power within himself. That depressed Han Sen a great deal. He put his hands on the needle. Han Sen exerted all the power he could and pushed the stone needle clockwise. Han Sen had his share of doubts regarding truthfulness when it came to what Ancient Devil had told him, but the explanation Ancient Devil had given him was something fairly decent. It made sense, so Han Sen decided to believe him. According to Ancient Devil, the stone clocks were usually connected to Time Sky. One movement was able to affect the entire body. Moving one needle was like affecting the entire rule powers of Time Sky. Even if Qin Shu was there, he might not have been able to do any pushing. The sky clock was Time Sky's essence. It was the only thing that could change the rule powers of Time Sky, so only it could be pushed alone. Of course, that all depended on whether or not the sky clock was willing to be pushed. If it did not want him to push it, it would not move. No matter what, it all depends on luck. Han Sen felt a bit angry. He did not like the concept of luck because his luck had always been vile. Han Sen used his power to push the needle. He soon heard a "kacha" sound. The giant stone needle moved. Han Sen had been pushing it for a while. Eventually, time moved. Am I really that lucky? Did I actually find the sky clock? Han Sen was very happy. He tried pushing some more. He did not push hard, but he was able to push the needle a little. Ha, ha, my luck is back. Ancient Devil, Ancient Devi, you were so not willing to come with me, and now I found the sky clock first. You are going to regret this so much. Han Sen was so excited that he wanted to laugh at the sky. He had existed for a very long time, and he had finally struck a jackpot. After feeling that happy, Han Sen swiftly felt terrible. Even though he had found the sky clock, he did not know how to convince the sky clock to move. The sky clock is the key to time sky. It is just like Sky King and the other life forces. They have high intelligence. Han Sen looked at the stone needle. He then spoke to the stone needle. Sky clock, if you are willing to obey me, I promise you will have a fine laugh. Otherwise, don't take it out on me for being mean to you. I will break your needle or your soul. Han Sen tried to threaten it for a while. He did that for so long that he felt his mouth was going to break. After all that time, the stone clock still did not react. It looks like you won't know what regret is unless I use my strength. When Han Sen was ready to push the needle further, his heart jumped. He thought, hang on. Was Ancient Devil lying to me? What if all the stone clocks can be pushed? Although he thought the possibility of that being the case was low, due to Ancient Devil being right about the stone clock and needles being connected to time sky, in theory, he should not have been able to push one at all. Han Sen still harbored doubts. He looked around. He walked up to another stone clock, wanting to see if the other stone clock could be moved. He moved to a stone clock that was the size of a football field. Han Sen did not hesitate to put his hand on the stone needle. He pushed it a little. With that small push, the pillar-like needle was pushed really far. The whole area of time around sped up. It was like things fast-forwarded for a while. Han Sen thought, holy sh*t, Ancient Devil, that asshole, lied to me. But that doesn't make sense. How am I able to push it? He thought the stone needle should not have been able to be pushed, but the facts were in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Han Sen readied himself to go out and look for Ancient Devil. He suddenly heard an exciting sound not too far away. Sky clock, I finally found sky clock. Han Sen was surprised. He went to take a look. He saw a man with bright eyes pushing a stone needle. That person thought Han Sen had found the sky clock. Chapter 3391. Doing the opposite. Han Sen did not recognize that person. He looked like a human from the universe of kingdoms. That person did not know who Han Sen was either. His eyes were straight and fixed on Han Sen's clock. The man pulled out his knife and immediately started slashing toward Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to fight back, but he thought about it some more. He ended up retreating. He pretended to be angry and shouted, I found the sky clock first. What makes you think you can steal my stuff? Treasure in this world belongs to those who are strong enough to grasp it. If you found something but are too weak to own it, that means you are not the type of person who should have it, the person shamelessly declared. He did not even blush as he boldly spoke. He slashed madly toward Han Sen. The knife lights were like 9 skies of galaxies coming down, unable to be stopped. Han Sen kept retreating, dodging the knife as he went. He kept falling back while madly shouting, you are stealing my sky clock. You can go to hell. That person was not dumb. He knew Han Sen was deliberately trying to attract all the other elites to that zone. He immediately used all of his strength to throw a knife light across the land to kill Han Sen as swiftly as possible. Han Sen did not appear to be someone special, but his movements were very strange. He kept managing to travel in between and around the dangerous knife lights. The man kept using all the moves he had and exerting all of his strength, but he was unable to harm Han Sen. Lu Zhanyu was shocked. He was not one of the 7 Kingdoms royals or a student of Wu Wei Dao Palace, but he had managed to break the world through his own strength. He had crisscrossed across the universe of kingdoms for a few hundred years. He had never lost once. He was not like the break world beasts that had used life souls to break the world. He thought by using his own power to get the leadership of the Geno Tablet's top position. He did not think it would be difficult. When he teleported to Time Sky, he had risked death many times without ever finding the sky clock he needed. It had not figured out that pushing a needle meant the discovery of the sky clock. He had been looking for a long time, but he had yet to find anything. Time Sky had too many stone clocks. It was unknown how many years or months it might take to try them all. Lu Zhanyu thought his chances were slim. Suddenly, he had seen another person manage to push a stone needle. Naturally, he wanted to kill them and take the person's supposed sky clock. The person he discovered, who did not look very strong, was able to evade each and every one of his attacks. It greatly surprised him. Roar, where is the sky clock? Before Lu Zhanyu tried to kill him again. Both men heard a roar. A giant bear that looked like a blue and giant beast was on its way. Far away, a few more scary presences were breaking space to arrive in the zone. They had obviously come there because of Han Sen's screaming. Lu Zhanyu thought the big bear he saw was quite scary. He did not think he could win in combat against it. He gnashed his teeth and decided to ignore Han Sen. He was going to the stone needle Han Sen had just pushed. He wanted to take the sky clock before the big bear reached it and stole the goods. The big bear was a bit slow. It looked at Lu Zhanyu, who was heading for the stone clock, but it could guess what it was. It was, however, too late for the bear to stop him. The bear made another roaring sound. Its claws lashed out to bat Lu Zhanyu. An ice-blue scary light beam struck Lu Zhanyu. It was too late. Lu Zhanyu was going to take the stone needle. Suddenly, a silver typhoon came in from space. It went in front of Lu Zhanyu. He had no choice but to give up on the stone clock and try striking the silver typhoon to break it. There was a booming noise, which resulted in silver light exploding alongside a knife light. In the shattered, silver light, a big silver bird flew forward. It looked angry as it went straight to fight Lu Zhanyu. That kind of interruption made many more break world beasts want to join in. It resulted in the whole place devolving into a mess. Many scary creatures were fighting. They all wanted that stone clock for themselves. Han Sen had already retreated a good distance away a long time ago. He watched Lu Zhanyu battle the break world beasts and said to himself, "Fight. Fight. The more that die here, the fewer enemies I have to deal with. None of them will be getting the sky clock anytime soon." After that, he walked away. He was certain that the needles of the two stone clocks he had pushed were not the sky clock they were after. Han Sen thought, if everyone knows the sky clock needle can be moved and the needles of other stone clocks can be moved, that means Ancient Devil did not lie to me. The problem has something to do with me. There is a 90% chance it is a problem that has something to do with my body. That is how I was able to push the stone needles of two clocks. He then went to a place where no one was around. He tried pushing the needle of another stone clock. Just like before, he was able to push the stone needles with ease. It did not cost him much strength. Of course, it is my body's problem. If it wasn't, the stone clock would not have been able to be tampered with. It is going to be very troublesome if I can move every clock. It means I won't be able to find the sky clock. Han Sen was quite troubled by this development. He tried doing this a few more times, but he had the same results each time. If he wanted to, he could push the stone clock needles exactly where he wanted them to be. Han Sen said to himself, "It is useless to keep pushing these needles. I do not know how I am supposed to find the sky clock." Still, he persevered and tried every stone clock he came across. He still hoped he would find something. Clearly, his luck had not gotten any better. He kept walking. He pushed many stone needles, but he was unable to find anything. After an hour, the bell rang. The time wheel storm kicked up into a frenzy again. This time, Han Sen was no longer worried about being restricted by the storm of the time wheel. He stood in front of a stone clock, waiting for the needles to spin. Bzzzt. After 12 chimes, Han Sen's stone clock spun around like a fan. It was going counterclockwise. If an ordinary creature was standing there, they would have turned into an egg. Han Sen's heart jumped. He jumped next to a stone clock and reached his hand out to press the stone needle. The stone needle he touched stopped operating. Han Sen used one hand to suppress the needle. As a consequence, the needle stopped moving. Han Sen felt that the needle had a reverse power. If he let go, the needle was likely going to madly spin. "I will hold the needle. If anyone comes close, I will let it go. I do not need to fight. The counterclockwise power can kill all my foes. To be able to control the needles of all these stone clocks is very helpful." Han Sen was thinking his powers were not completely useless after all. After thinking about that, Han Sen's heart jumped. If I cannot try it when time stops, why do I not do the opposite? Maybe I should try to stop the needles. If it was a sky clock, it might fight against me instead of just coming to a standstill. Han Sen did as he thought. He held the attack of the time power and continued exploring. When he found a stone clock, he stopped its needle from spinning. Chapter 3392. Fighting. After walking all that way, Han Sen had found nothing. Suddenly, a stone clock appeared ahead of him. The needle was madly spinning. It was moving so fast that the needle couldn't be seen anymore. Han Sen observed it for a while. The needle was continuing to spin counterclockwise. Based on the speed it was going, any creature to enter its zone would have been instantly turned into an egg. Han Sen stepped into the area. His eyes looked surprised. His body did react. His stone-looking body felt power from the outside. Time was like a wave of water outside of him. Han Sen felt the flow and float of the river of time on his skin. Although his body was not moved by the reversal of time, it still shocked Han Sen. He looked at the crazy, spinning needle and thought, is the reversal of this spinning time too fast? Is that why my body has actually prompted some sort of reaction? Is it just this clock itself that is weird? Discovering the answer to that questions was not going to be difficult for Han Sen. He stepped toward the spinning needle. As he moved, something surprised Han Sen. It thrilled him with sheer delight. When he walked to the needle, the speed of the needle increased. It was going faster than it was before. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with this stone clock. The needle's speed on an ordinary stone clock is connected to time sky. The speed cannot be changed through ordinary means. If the speed was changed, the whole of the time sky would be affected. The stone clocks would be changed too unless my luck really did come. Han Sen's eyes looked as if they were on fire as he stared at the needle. He stopped all hesitation and went to the needle. The closer Han Sen got to the needle, the faster the stone clock spun. The impact of the river of time was stronger. The reverse time power almost turned something he could actually see. When Han Sen went to the needle, it was like he was a boat sailing out across a stormy sea. It was like he was trying to drive it up a waterfall. Every step he took, his body felt an absurd amount of pressure fall on him. Since his super god spirit mode had evolved, this was the first time Han Sen's body had been able to feel pressure of some kind. This body does not deny the ability to feel power. It is just because all opposing powers thus far have been too weak for me to feel. Han Sen stepped forward. The time power was able to give him quite a bit of pressure, but that was all that it was. The power was not enough to move Han Sen's body. Most importantly, it didn't come anywhere near the realm that would see his body devolve. Han Sen walked in front of the needle. He reached his hand out to grab the stone needle that was madly spinning. The moment his hand stopped the needle had a surge of power that made it spin even crazier. It made Han Sen's body spin half a cycle with it. Ultimately, the needle's movement was brought to a standstill by Han Sen. It shook, but it could no longer spin. Bzzzt. The stone needle was not like any other needle. Han Sen did not stop it. Instead, it exploded with power. Han Sen's power was uncontrollably pushed away. His feet touched the stone ground, creating a deep trench in it. Han Sen's body used power. His hands pushed the stone edge of the incomplete needle. The stone needle's force was made still. The needle continued to quiver as if it was still trying to fight back. When Han Sen held the needle and tried to suppress it, no matter how much the needle tried to move, he could not do anything. Gotcha. Suddenly, Han Sen heard a cracking noise. The stone needle cracked. It made a butterfly-like crack. It spun so fast that it seemed to be too powerful. It was like the needle was going to break. Quickly, the 90-foot-long stone needle had developed cracks along its entire structure. The needle continued to apply more power until it shattered to bits. Amidst the cracked stone was a crystal light. It was like sword light slashing toward Han Sen. Han Sen reached out for the crystal light and stopped it. His body was pushed back the crystal light. His legs formed two deep trenches in the ground. He was unable to stop its force, so he drew a circle in the ground. Han Sen was now able to see that this was not a sword light. It was a needle made of crystal. It looked rather pretty, and its crystal shape was shining. It looked like an extraordinary lance built from the finest, most gracious materials. Either that, or it looked like a weird, crystal-like sword that was very big. The crystal needle had been in the stone needle all that time. It only revealed itself when the stone shell around it broke. That must be correct. This must be the sky clock. Han Sen was very happy. His body kept using power, and the crystal needle's power kept fighting against him. The crystal needle's spinning speed finally started to slow and cease. Gotcha, gotcha. More cracking sounds were coming from beneath Han Sen's feet. Many giant cracks were spreading across the face of the stone clock. A crystal light was atop that clock. On the stone clock that was cracking and flaking away, Han Sen immediately saw the presence of what appeared to be a crystal clock. Because the needle power kept fighting Han Sen, the powerful power cracked the stone clock shell on the outside to reveal its true self. Quickly, the stone clock was cracked. It revealed the presence of a big, crystal clock. Han Sen was standing atop the crystal clock, holding the needle. The needle kept shaking, but it could not move. Not too long ago, Han Sen had triggered a big fight. Now, Most of the creatures in the realm had been drawn there. He suspected his discovery of the sky clock would have started a big fight and brought creatures his way. By keeping them occupied elsewhere, it meant he was free for now. How do I claim the sky clock? Han Sen held the needle as he fought against the sky clock. Although he could keep it under control, the sky clock had no intention of submitting and obeying him. It still tried to fight and go against Han Sen's will for it to submit and adhere. While Han Sen was thinking about how he might gain control of the sky clock, he felt as if someone had just arrived. He turned around and saw Ancient Devil approaching. His heart jumped. Why did Ancient Devil not show up any other time? Why is he only showing up now? Has this guy been following me the entire time? Han Sen's mind flashed with many different ideas about Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil walked close to the sky clock and smiled at the big, crystal clock as he said, "Your luck really isn't all that bad. It looks like you have managed to find the sky clock." Han Sen stared at Ancient Devil and asked, "Ancient Devil, have you been following me?" Ancient Devil laughed. "You used to follow me. I thought it would be okay if we switched for once. That being said, I did not expect you would end up lucky enough to find the sky clock in a relatively short amount of time. You surpassed my expectations. Yeah, I found it, and that which belongs to me cannot be stolen by others," Han Sen said with a squint of his eyes. "You have not managed to conquer it yet, so it is not yours." Ancient Devil's face did not change. He walked over to the sky clock. Chapter 3393 Fighting Ancient Devil. Han Sen knew that trying to convince Ancient Devil with his mouth was pretty much a futile endeavor. He looked at Ancient Devil and noticed he was holding something he had never seen before. In the Destiny tablet, the remnant of Chaos's soul that was left behind gifted Ancient Devil an item. She did the same for Berry Path God and Big Sky Demon. Now, Ancient Devil was holding one of the gifts. It was an Imperial Jade Seal. It was white at the bottom and red on the top. Its four corners were like white jade. The beast on top was red. It crouched on the seal. It was like a monkey with a sharp mouth. It had wings on its back. It looked very beautiful. Ancient Devil put the Imperial Jade Seal in his hands. The location of his fingers was on the spine of the blood beast. The stamp was facing down, so Han Sen could not see the print that was left behind. Time was still in motion. For Ancient Devil to have been able to follow him for so long without detection meant he had likely done something special to achieve that. He was getting close to the sky clock while holding the Imperial Jade Seal. He must have set this up. He must have had a way to conquer the sky clock. Han Sen did not know of a way in which he could guarantee ownership of the sky clock. His heart jumped. He suddenly let the crystal needle go and retreated 2 steps back. He left the crystal needle's spinning area. The crystal needle still tried its best to move. When Han Sen let go, the needle spun like mad. In no time at all, its spin had conducted many full cycles. Han Sen's body could withstand the power. In the silent time stream reversal, it was like Han Sen's body did not move. He was like a mountain. He stared at Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was still around 2,100 feet away from the sky clock. He was in the reverse time stream too. The reverse time stream hit him. As Ancient Devil's hands clutched the Imperial Jade Seal, some strange noises were produced. The blood beast atop the seal was glowing with a red light. The blood beast spread its wings as if it was alive. It made some weird noises. Its eyes were red. Han Sen noticed Ancient Devil was in a time reversal area, but his body was not devolving. It had to be because of the blood beast atop the Imperial Jade Seal. It was weirdly changing and looked as if it was getting younger. What is that Imperial Jade Seal? Can it help Ancient Devil accept the reversal of time? Han Sen frowned and looked at the Imperial Jade Seal. He was shocked. Ancient Devil was holding the Imperial Jade Seal. His body was in the red light. When time went by, he kept stepping toward the sky clock. He kept walking whilst saying, "This item is called the Chaos God Imperial Jade Seal. It is a relic belonging to the God Chaos Party. It represents the authority of the God Chaos Party. It can suppress a sky full of everything. It can endure the time reversal power in my stead. It looks like you have found a way to earn the sky clock." Han Sen looked at Ancient Devil, who was stepping across the big crystal clock. He walked in front of him. "I really do not want to become your enemy, but the sky clock is very important to me. I must claim it." Ancient Devil stopped in front of Han Sen and sighed. "I must get the sky clock. Let's see which one of us holds what it takes. That being said, we have never properly fought together. At least today, for this one time, We will be engaging in combat with one another. Han Sen walked to Ancient Devil. He looked very serious. Some people, regardless of if they were weak or strong, were not to be underestimated. Ancient Devil was one such person. It looks like this really has to be it. Ancient Devil held the Chaos God Imperial Jade Seal, but he did not reveal any power. It looked as if he was a normal human. It looks like your power has recovered by quite a bit. Han Sen stopped 15 feet away from Ancient Devil. The two of them were atop the crystal clock. He let the time keep releasing its reversal powers on them. It will be better than before, Ancient Devil coldly said. Very good, I wanted to see your powers, so let's go. Han Sen raised his left hand and used his left hand like a knife. Han Sen was unable to feel weak powers, but his will was still there. When he raised his hand, he made other people feel as if the sky and the ground existed between his fingers. If Han Sen moved his left hand, it was as if the sky and the ground would snap in two. Ancient Devil did not move. He raised his fist. His fist looked ordinary, but it also looked like a mountain. It felt very stable and indestructible. Han Sen did not fall back. Instead, he pushed forward. He used his hand like a knife. He slashed toward Ancient Devil. He did not look at Ancient Devil's fist. He used his life to bet on his life. He was keen to see which of the pair would win this gambit. If this was between ordinary people, the fight would have already started. Han Sen would have had to fight for his life if he sought to survive. If he did not fight, he would have to fall back. Then, he would lose the power and be in passive mode. Ancient Devil did not fall back. He did not fight Han Sen either. The fist that looked like a mountain changed. He suddenly became a mountain with lots of water flowing around. He went from being extremely strong yang to extremely soft yin. Even so, it still looked very natural. It was like the punch was supposed to be that way. Like when pulling out a knife to cut water, the water flowed more. Han Sen slashed down. Ancient Devil's body was like a water flow that flashed. His fist was like water as it silently punched Han Sen's chest. Han Sen's body slashed down and forward. It seemed as if he could not dodge that punch, but his body twisted. It blocked Ancient Devil's fist and made his body spin. His hand slashed Ancient Devil's head. Han Sen had seen many elites, but he had never encountered someone remotely comparable to the likes of Ancient Devil. Han Sen used to meet strong elites all the time, such as Six Paths Emperor or Lone Bamboo. Everyone had their own manner of style and technique. If people did not look at them and only observed their skills, they were sure to recognize who they were. Ancient Devil was different. He was like a different person altogether. He was now like a combination of many different things. When he was strong, he was very overbearing. When he was soft, he was unpredictable. He never regretted his punch. He was so soft that he could spin 100 times without reprieve. No matter what skill it was, when used by Ancient Devil, it was like he was adopting entire personas. He would become a completely different person. Every example of his skill was the best it could be. Han Sen felt really weird doing battle with Ancient Devil. It gave Han Sen the feeling that there was something wrong. It was like he was doing battle with someone completely different every time Ancient Devi switched technique. Ancient Devil was very good when it came to doing the right thing at the right time, but he was different from ordinary people. He did everything perfectly without a single flaw. He was like a sports player that could do everything. It did not matter which subject or sport he was competing in, he would earn the gold medal and perform difficult moves onlookers could never expect to see. Han Sen was the kind of person that maxed out every technique, but every one of his skills had its own style. No matter what skill he had, it was branded in his hand. It was his style. He was not like Ancient Devil, who could keep changing. Chapter 3394 Reverse. No matter how much Ancient Devil changed, Han Sen was still able to deal with him. No matter how much his skills or will change, Han Sen was still able to break and fend him off. It wasn't too difficult for him to do that either. Ancient Devil flashed with shock. Han Sen made things that seemed heavy be operated as if they were light. Bit by bit, he weakened the attacks of his opposition. He seemed like a very capable person for doing something like that. He had a powerful aura. It was the type of aura only the old leader had shown before. With what Ancient Devil knew about Han Sen, the man had only been born about 40 years ago. How had he been able to practice and accomplish so much in such a short amount of time? He was like the greatest person to ever arise across the entire breadth of history. Han Sen really admired Ancient Devil too. There were many times he believed he had the advantage and could damage Ancient Devil, but Ancient Devil would always save himself through the surprise reveal of another dazzling technique. Han Sen was unable to gain a clear, distinct advantage. It is a shame I do not have the freedom to control this body's power. Otherwise, it would be easy for me to defeat Ancient Devil, Han Sen thought. He wondered how he might defeat Ancient Devil and make him afraid of him. Before Han Sen found a way, Ancient Devil's body moved. He exited the battleground. He stood far from Han Sen and just looked in his direction. What, are you going to give up? After saying that, Han Sen felt his heart jump. He just made sure not to let it show. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen. He suddenly squinted with his eyes and smiled. I said it was weird, and this is why. Your body has a problem for sure. What problem could I possibly have? Han Sen knew Ancient Devil had discovered he had a problem with his body, but his face did not change to show concern. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen and said, I am using different powers to attack you, but the power you use to fight back is different. It may be a very small difference, but it does mean something. Your power's feedback has a major difference. As I release more power, you return more power to resist. If I put out a weaker amount of power, you combat it with a weaker power as well. I keep thinking that there can only be one possibility for why that is, which is that your body has a problem. Your power is difficult to use. Ancient Devil spoke this all out very clearly. Han Sen said, even if my body does have a problem, you cannot fight me and obtain the Sky Clock. Ancient Devil laughed. If your body needs other powers to be activated, the more power you receive, the stronger the reaction you will have. If you are a recipient of a weaker attack, the reaction you respond with is weaker. If that is how things currently are, then I will just ignore your attacks. Won't that mean your attacks will be so weak that they will not be able to affect my body? In that case, I will just have to go ahead and ignore you. I will just go and claim the Sky Clock. You can try. Han Sen knew that no matter what he said now, he could not sway Ancient Devil's heart and the determination he had spawned. Of course, Ancient Devil lowered his hands and went to the Sky Clock's crystal needle. He ignored Han Sen's attacks. Han Sen's face remained unchanged. He used his palm like a knife, slashing toward Ancient Devil's neck. Ancient Devil was very stable. He did not dodge. He let Han Sen slash his neck. His eyelids did not even flicker with a slight flinch. Han Sen's hand was going to slash Ancient Devil across the neck when there was a sudden change. His hand changed direction. It was like lightning going to come crashing against Ancient Devil's Imperial Jade Seal. Ancient Devil seemed to expect this. He held the Imperial Jade Seal and pulled away. His body leaned, resulting in Han Sen's hand knife missing. Your body has a big problem for sure, Ancient Devil said to Han Sen. So, what? Han Sen coldly asked. Ancient Devil was not in much of a rush. He laughed and said, right now, I need the Imperial Jade Seal to endure the time reversal powers. That is why I am still afraid of you. In 1 hour, time will stop. Then, I will no longer need the Imperial Jade Seal's power. Once that happens, how do you think you will be able to stop me? Han Sen licked his lips. Don't forget that this is the Sky Clock. It is not an ordinary stone clock. An hour later, it might not even stop. It will stop. Ancient Devil seemed very confident about that. I would really like to see if it will stop, but I am afraid that by the time all the stone clocks stop, other elites will be passing through, Han Sen said. When that happens, you won't be able to take the Sky Clock. Ancient Devil calmly said, no one will come to this area in any short amount of time. You triggered that big battle in the other place. After you did that, I did something else. I attracted even more elites to go and participate in that battle. Around 80% to 90% of all the creatures stuck in Time Sky were likely lured to that big fight. No one else will come here in any short amount of time. I can wait it out. If you really are that confident, then you can just sit your bum down and wait. Han Sen sat down on the crystal clock. Ancient Devil did not get close. He waited from afar. Time went by. 1 hour was not long. Han Sen had wasted a lot of time on the road in addition to the time he had spent fighting the Sky Clock. He had also spent some time fighting Ancient Devil. He knew he was strapped for time. Not long later, the hour went by. The stone clocks around stopped spinning. As that happened, the Sky Clock itself started to slow down. Like the rest, it stopped moving. It really did stop. Han Sen was shocked. He thought the Sky Clock would not stop and would still remember him. Ancient Devil put the Chaos God Imperial Jade Seal away and walked up to the Sky Clock needle. He said, the Sky Clock is Time Sky Spirit. It will have to follow the rules established by Time Sky. When Han Sen heard Ancient Devil speak, what he said seemed to make sense. He still thought something was wrong. While the thoughts in his head whirled to make sense of things, he jumped. He went right next to the crystal needle. Stop wasting more of our time. Even if your power was greater than the old leader, the sky clock would not be willing to listen to you. Furthermore, your body has a problem. You are damaged goods, man. Ancient Devil thought Han Sen was going to try and pull the rug from under him by taking the sky clock, so he coldly said what he did. I was not planning to claim it. Han Sen put his hand on the crystal needle and smiled at him. In that case, do you care to enlighten me as to what it is you are trying to do? Ancient Devil's face changed. He seemed to realize something dodgy was going on, so he tried to hurry along with the proceedings for elucidation. He wanted to go next to the crystal needle too. Of course, I want it to spin again. Han Sen pushed the crystal needle. A strong power pushed the crystal needle. Like a grand windmill, it spun around counterclockwise. How is that possible? Ancient Devil's face changed. He could not believe his eyes. It was an extraordinary effort to be able to push the silent sky clock, but Han Sen had casually pushed it around like he was spinning the propeller of a plane. Not many people were able to do such a thing. The now absent time reversal powers came back. It immediately blew a gust of power to beat back Ancient Devil, prompting the man to use the Chaos God Imperial Jade Seal to protect himself. Chapter 3395 Becoming a Leader. Again the two of them returned to their frozen modes. If Ancient Devil did not come at him, there was nothing Han Sen could do to him. Ancient Devil frowned and said, Han Sen, if you and I keep doing this, we will attract the attention of other people. It is only a matter of time before others come. When that happens, it will be bad for both of us. I am fine with that, Han Sen said with a smile. Other people are easier to deal with than you. Ancient Devil developed a wry smile as he shook his head. There is no need for you to actually say that. Even if you could defeat every enemy here, you would not be able to take the sky clock. It is pointless for you to cling to it. I have a way in which this impasse can be resolved with both of us walking away benefiting. Tell me more, and we will see. Han Sen did not actually want to attract the attention of other elites. He had not been able to understand his new body yet. He was unable to control the power he had. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen and asked, do you want the sky clock to become the leader of Time Sky? Yes. Han Sen nodded. That is a good thing. I already have the position of a leader. I do not need to be the leader of Time Sky. I can help get you the sky clock so you can become the leader of Time Sky. In return for this kindness, you need to bring the sky clock along with you to help me out as a favor. What favor might that be? Han Sen asked. I cannot tell you what it is right now, but you will know it when the time comes, Ancient Devil said. His words dripped with mystery. How can such an exchange work? If your secret favor is to kill me, do you really expect me to just kill myself? Han Sen curled his lips. Ancient Devil laughed. Can you promise me that much? Han Sen's face turned red. He quickly looked like a normal man again and asked, if you do not believe me, are you not worried about me betraying my promise when the time comes? It is a very real threat, isn't it? We are not best buddies. You might not be the most trustworthy person to have ever lived, but I am always willing to give people the benefit of the doubt. On top of that, even you have boundaries. You are not the type to completely break promises. That is something I am willing to fully trust. If I did not think that about you, I would not even entertain the mere thought of working with you. Ancient Devil smiled. What you have just said is not too bad, Han Sen said. I suppose we can work together for a bit, but I am the one that takes the lead on this. Just in case you say I don't keep my promises, there is the chance I won't follow through on helping you. If what you eventually ask something that goes against my principles, the deal is off. Sure, that is fine by me. That is the deal. I will help you take the sky clock and become the Time Sky leader. In return, you help me do this thing. After that, Ancient Devil walked up to the crystal needle. Hang on, you are still standing there. Tell me what to do. Han Sen did not dare underestimate Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil stopped in his tracks and smiled. You are being too careful. If you want to take the sky clock, it is not actually all that difficult. The primary point is that you need to use the right method. What method? Han Sen asked. You make the needle stop first, then you follow what I tell you to do. Ancient Devil did not explain much. Han Sen nodded. He reached out his hands and stopped the sky clock's crystal needle. He made it come to a halt and asked Ancient Devil, "What do I do next?" Ancient Devil raised his head and looked at Time Sky's stone clock. After a while, he said to Han Sen, "Push the needle to the 12 o'clock position." Han Sen did not hesitate. His hands worked to push the crystal needle. He pushed it to the 12 o'clock position. Ancient Devil looked at it for a while and then said, "Now, push it to 9 o'clock." Han Sen put the crystal needle to where Ancient Devil was. He did this about 7 or 8 times. All the while, Ancient Devil stood where he was, calculating something unknown to Han Sen. Does this really work? Han Sen wondered if this really worked or not. You will find out whether or not it works in time. Ancient Devil did not explain. He had Han Sen move the crystal needle again. The 12th time Han Sen pushed the crystal needle to where Ancient Devil wanted it, there was a weird noise. It was much like the sound of a lock being popped open. The crystal clock slowly started to run. The clock had cogwheels moving inside it. The crystal needle started to spin by its own volition. The crystal plate started to open. Another 2 crystal needles were revealed. It adopted the shape of a clock with which Han Sen was more familiar. It became a clock with 3 needles. When the 3 needles moved, the crystal clock's machine and cogwheels started spinning. The clock had major changes. The giant clock started to look smaller, but it was just for a moment. The giant clock became a small alarm clock that kept releasing a weird light that landed in Han Sen's hand. When the crystal clock's bottom touched Han Sen's hand, it was like a stamp branding it. It left a spell on him that looked like it spelled out the title of Time Sky Leader. All the bells of Time Sky started to ring in tandem. All of the stone clocks made some bell sounds. They were very loud. Throughout all of the 33 skies, it sounded like the stone clocks were celebrating the coming of a new leader. There were only 2 more free leader seats on the Geno tablet. Now, one was lighting up. 29th Sky Leader. Han Sen. The universe of kingdoms and the Geno universe were both given a shock. In the past, Han Sen had already asserted leadership of a sky that was eventually taken down and replaced by another. Now, he had become Time Sky Leader. In the 33 skies, he was the only person to become a leader twice. I knew Han Sen would become a leader. Qin Bai was very happy. Most of the Qin Kingdom's royals were not as happy about this turn of events as he. Han Sen's name was very shocking. It was a tarnished name, and one they held much contempt for. He was the person they all wished would die. For a time, they thought he might have died. The return of his name made them feel unsafe. On the flip side, most people were happy in the Geno universe. I say, Mr. Dollar always had what it takes to become a leader. It is likely Mr. Dollar never quite fancied being the leader of Burning Red Sky, so he gave it away. Mr. Dollar is so overbearing. It is much harder to get the leader's position of Time Sky than it is to become the leader of Burning Red Sky. Many elites in the universe were trying to take Time Sky, but none of them could. Yet, Mr. Dollar nabbed it with ease. Han Sen did not have the time to think about how others might view him. A beam of light came from the Geno tablet. It went through the sky to shine on Han Sen. It took him to the Geno tablet. Han Sen was no stranger to this scene. The last time it happened, in the soldier weapon sky, he had experienced this once. This time, he was not a sword combined with a soldier spirit. He had been halfway thrown away the last time this went on. This was the first time he had become Time Sky Leader, and nothing troubled his ascension. He simply flew up to arrive at the Geno tablet. "I will be waiting for you here," Ancient Devil said as he watched Han Sen fly away. Han Sen nodded. He did not say anything as he was drawn into the Geno tablet. Every leader had experienced this. The shadow of light shone. Han Sen's vision became very clear. He eventually noticed that he was standing before the Geno tablet in the 33rd sky. As he looked at it, he saw that the Geno tablet was not much different. The names of 30 leaders were on it. Aside from Ning Yu, that sky did not have a leader. The 33rd sky did not have a leader either. "We meet again," an old voice sounded in Han Sen's brain. "Do you remember me?" Han Sen looked at the Geno tablet with shock. Chapter 3396 Geno tablet changes. Your genes are already in my gene base. Of course, I remember you. The Geno tablet went on to say, you also made me return to my origin. Even without your genes, I am not going to forget what you did. Han Sen was shocked. Now that it had returned to its origin, it seemed as if the intelligence of the Geno tablet was higher than before. Why have you brought me here? Once upon a time, Han Sen had been the leader of Burning Red Sky. That was because he stole the seat of another. He was not taken to the Geno tablet last time. He was instead chased off by enemy forces. He did not have the chance to go the way he did now. He did not really know what leaders of the skies were even supposed to do. I am not supposed to tell you, who are just a candidate. Since you did help me return to my origin, I suppose I am willing to tell you. The competition for the establishment of 33 skies leaders is basically a selection process for me to find a host. When a leader shows up, they are brought here to have their genes tested to see if they reach my requirements. The Geno tablet paused before saying, but you do not need to try. I tested you before, your requirements did not reach the standards I want either. Even if I am not capable, must you be so euphemistic? There is no need for you to go so far as to hurt my feelings. Han Sen sounded sad. What does euphemistic mean? The Geno tablet asked. Never mind, just pretend I did not say anything. Han Sen nervously asked, did you find a master you are happy with yet? A host is not a master, the Geno tablet seriously said. Thus far, no leader has reached the requirements I seek. Not even the 17th sky's leader. Han Sen remembered Qin Shu was the leader of the 17th sky. He should have come to this place to be tested. The 17th sky's leader is close, but he lacks something, the Geno tablet coldly said. He still hasn't reached what I am looking for. I will not choose him. Your standards are pretty high, Han Sen said. He then thought, it looks like Qin Shu must use his body to become reboot class and then use the Geno prototype armor. After that step, only then can he control the Geno tablet. If that does not work, it means it has not happened yet. After thinking about this, Han Sen asked, if you never find a host, what do you plan on doing? Are you going to close the 33 skies and go out of business? If there aren't any good hosts, we will need a Geno tablet fight to find a leader that can become my host temporarily. That will have to do. The Geno tablet spoke like a human. Han Sen displayed a wry smile. I did not know. That is what the Geno tablet fights were for. Aren't you just trying to pick the biggest man out of a bunch of small men? What do you think this is? If there aren't any accidents, that human from the 17th sky will become my host. The Geno tablet's words were clear. Maybe not. I know a person whose genes are better than the 17th sky's human leader. After saying that, Han Sen thought, I wish Bauer could come here to test. Maybe she would become the master of the Geno tablet. If Qin Shu makes that final step, rebooting the universe still won't be easy. Out of the current leaders of the 33 skies, there has yet to be another that is greater than him. I am including you in that too. At the very least, the Geno tablet was being honest. Han Sen rubbed his nose. You do not need to say that. I am not talking about the leaders of the 33 skies. I am talking about my daughter. Your genes are bad, your daughter has your genes, so how good can she be? The Geno tablet was very mean. It was so mean that Han Sen was speechless. Can't my daughter make better genes than I? Plus, my genes are fine, okay. Han Sen sounded a bit depressed. You are still worse than the leader of the 17th sky, the Geno tablet quietly said. It was still enough to make Han Sen feel much worse. I promise you that my daughter's genes will be greater than the genes of the 17th sky's leader. She is, however, still evolving. She did not get permission to be a leader in the 33 skies either. For our sake, can we just let her come up here for a test first? Han Sen noticed that the Geno tablet had very human-like emotions. Perhaps it was possible to convince the tablet into letting them do a backdoor check on Bauer. Bauer had yet to combine with the gourd vine. Seeing the seats of all the leaders going to be taken if she did not come, the Geno tablet fights were going to begin. Even if she was able to combine completely, she would not have a chance to assert control of the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet did not answer. It did not answer, which meant it did not reject the suggestion either. Han Sen sensed that the Geno tablet was considering the proposal. He was happy about that. If the Geno tablet was still as cold as before, he would not be able to bring Bauer here. Now, he had one hope of ensuring it. The last sky leader is going to be decided, and there is no creature that has yet to satisfy my requirements, the Geno tablet said. I will let you try this with me. When Han Sen heard that, he was happy. He suddenly realized something. He looked at the Geno tablet and asked, what do you mean you can let me try this with you? Am I not supposed to bring my daughter here? No, you cannot break the rules, the Geno tablet said. Your daughter is not a leader. She has no permission to come. I will just go with you to see her. Han Sen examined the giant Geno tablet as he asked, "How are you going to follow me?" The main and reverse Geno universes could see the Geno tablet. If the Geno tablet lifted itself out of the 33 skies and left alongside Han Sen, it was going to produce a very silly scene. "That is easy," the Geno tablet said. "You just need to lift the sky clock." Han Sen lifted the crystal clock he had procured and placed it down in front of the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet created some light. It suddenly shot into the crystal clock, which made the crystal clock undergo amazing changes. The crystal clock looked very beautiful and elegant, but it did not look like anything special. Now, it was slowly changing into the shape of a gravestone. It was still very beautiful and elegant, but it did look a bit twisted. It was like holding a mini crystal gravestone in one's hands. "Let's go. Although I know your daughter will fail, for your sake, I am willing to go. And have a look at her." The Geno tablet's voice came from the crystal clock. There were 3 curves on the crystal clock's plate. 2 of the curves were rising and bending down. They looked like 2 smirking eyes. One of the lines was at the bottom. It rose like a half circle to present a smile. By the looks of it, it looked like the gravestone had a smile. It looked very weird. If he did not want to see Bauer, Han Sen would have just thrown this thing away. Having a clock for a gift was very bad luck. Now, he had a clock and a gravestone. It made Han Sen feel terrible. Han Sen held the crystal clock and asked, "By the way, I recently evolved. My genes should have improved. Should I test things with you again?" Chapter 3397 Tays, there is no need to. Your genes have awful flaws, and they are not stable. Whatever the case may be, it won't reach the standards I require. The Geno tablet rejected Han Sen. Han Sen just shrugged his shoulders in response. "It's fine if you do not want to test me. Once I have reached a standard you deem to be suitable, it will be your loss." "That will be impossible," the Geno tablet answered with certainty. Han Sen felt bad. He rubbed his nose as he said, "In that case, let's just get a move on. I will take you to see my daughter. If she is at the standards you seek, it should save you some time from searching for another host." "Where is your daughter?" the Geno tablet asked. "I can take you there. She is currently in the sanctuaries," Han Sen replied. "In the sanctuaries?" the Geno tablet replied with a tone that suggested some kind of wonder. "Is there a problem with that?" Han Sen was very sensitive. He could tell the Geno tablet was afraid of the sanctuaries in some capacity. "That is not what I look after. It would not be polite for me to go there. I will send you to the gates of the sanctuaries. Then, you can go fetch your daughter and let me have a look at her." The Geno tablet had been silent for a bit before saying that. "What, are you afraid of entering the sanctuaries?" Han Sen tried making the tablet mad. He thought it might give him a chance to glean some mysteries and answers out of it. The Geno tablet was clearly not a being with complex emotions. It simply replied, "I have told you that is simply not a place I am in control of. According to the rules, I cannot enter the sanctuaries." "Who is in charge of the sanctuaries?" Han Sen really wanted to know. Han Sen once thought that Qin Shu created the sanctuaries. He later proved that Qin Shu was just a man who discovered the sanctuaries and used them for his own ends. Han Sen then thought the god Chaos Party was responsible for the creation of the sanctuaries, but Chaos told him the sanctuaries were the same as the Geno Hall. She did not make them. She merely found them and used them. "I do not know." The Geno tablet's answer disappointed Han Sen a great deal. Han Sen wanted to ask something more, but the crystal clock suddenly moved in his hands. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen was standing before the gates of the sanctuaries. It was where the big barren systems were. The gates to the sanctuaries were closed. Han Sen remembered the first time he went there was to get his child back from the Sky Palace leader. Now that he thought about it, it was like it had only just happened. He easily remembered the details of what happened. The Geno tablet said, "I will help you open the gates to the sanctuaries. All you need to do is bring your daughter here." The needle on the crystal clock started to spin again. It made a weird time and space power brush against the gates that led to the sanctuaries. It pushed the gates that led into the sanctuaries. "Are you really not going to come with me? Right now, you are not a Geno tablet. You are just a crystal clock. You should be fine." Han Sen did not want to convince the Geno tablet. He just wanted another chance to learn about the sanctuaries. "You are right. Right now, I am in the sky clock. I do not need to worry about much. Let's just go inside." After considering things a little more, the Geno tablet decided to concede and enter. Before Han Sen said anything, the crystal clock twisted space. It took Han Sen to rush into the sanctuaries. Han Sen brought the Geno tablet to the home of the Alliance. Quite surprisingly, Chaos was not home. Bauer was alone, still practicing in the garden. Han Sen did not go to the garden. He stood outside and watched. He kept seeing Bauer try to combine with the gourd vine, but she failed every time. Although Bauer's body was strong, this kind of combination made her body feel very burdened. Whenever she failed, she had to rest on the floor. Her big pretty eyes appeared bloodshot. Her entire body was soaked with sweat. Despite this happening over and over, Bauer did not give up. She was still trying her best to combine with the gourd vine. Han Sen knew Bauer was afraid of enduring something that was a hard time. She always looked fearless, but she was just a little girl. If she suffered, she would go to Han Sen and cry. She would not try again. This time, she kept trying. Again and again, she pushed on. She had never been this determined before. Han Sen thought it was weird. He did not know what Chaos might have told Bauer to prompt such behavior and have her keep practicing without stopping. Even if Chaos was not there to watch her, Bauer did not become lazy. She kept working and practicing without ever being lazy. Han Sen saw that Bauer's face was all red. If it continued, she would not just be sweating anymore. He walked into the garden and said, "Bauer, you should take a break." Bauer had grown up with Han Sen. He was closer to her than he was with his real daughter. Seeing her suffer in this way, Han Sen felt awful. There is no time to rest. Chaos said, "I must succeed. Otherwise, I cannot join the Geno tablet fights. If Qin Shu becomes the leader of the Geno tablet, you, mother, brother, and sister will cease to exist." Bauer looked very bold. She picked up the gourd and tried combining with it again. Han Sen suddenly understood why Bauer was so determined. Things were now different from how they were before. It was because of him and his family. Han Sen softly looked at Bauer. When Bauer failed again, he touched her on the head and rubbed her. He said, "There is no need to rush this. You should take a break because there is something I wish to talk to you about." Bauer stopped and asked Han Sen, "What is it?" Han Sen took out a towel and wiped the sweat from Bauer's brow. "I will conduct a test for you. If you could pass this test, you will not have to join the Geno tablet fights. You will be the master of the Geno tablet and the leader of the 33 skies." "Really? But Chaos said I must beat Qin Shu and all the other enemies to become the leader of the Geno tablet," Bauer replied. "There are exceptions." Han Sen took out the sky clock. The Geno tablet was in Han Sen's brain. It seemed upset. "I told you that it is a host and not a master." "Fine, it is a host. You should now take a look at my daughter's genes. Did they pass your standards?" Han Sen looked at Bauer as he spoke. "Your daughter's chance of hitting the gene requirements is low, but if you are begging me now, I will help you have a look." After pausing, the Geno tablet said, "Put a drop of your daughter's blood on the wheel." Bauer. Han Sen looked at Bauer. Bauer curiously looked at the sky clock. "Dad, what is this?" "You do not have to worry. Bite your finger and put a drop of blood on it." Han Sen knew it would be too hard to explain, so he did not bother explaining. Bauer listened to him. She did as she was told and bit her finger without asking anything more. She let a drop of blood fall on the crystal clock's wheel. Chapter 3398 Bauer's weakness. Bauer's blood dropped on the wheel. It was like a drop on a sponge. It was immediately absorbed by the surface. The drop of blood spread across the transparent crystal clock. It eventually got sucked into the machine and the cogwheels inside. It was then the cogwheels started to spin. The 3 needles started to spin. They spun so fast that the whole crystal clock's light grew brighter and brighter. This situation lasted an hour. Han Sen asked a couple of times, but he did not get an answer from the Geno tablet. After a while more, the crystal clock stopped and reverted to how it used to look. The Geno tablet finally spoke. "Weird. Is she really your daughter?" "She is my daughter," Han Sen said. "Do you have a problem with that?" "No, it is not a problem," the Geno tablet quietly said. "More than anything, I am curious. You see, a big chunk of her genes turned out to be very similar to yours. If she is your daughter, all of her genes should belong and be connected with yours, right? There are other genes in her body, and they are disturbingly close to the genes of the 17th Skies leader." Han Sen thought, of course, they are close. Qin Shu was made from the same genes as Bauer's parents. It is normal for Bauer to have a part of Qin Shu's genes. It would be weird if there wasn't. "Let's not pay any attention to that right now," Han Sen said. "Just tell me what my daughter's genes are like." Do they satisfy your requirements? She is the same as Qin Shu. She lacks a little something. I must confess, I am surprised you have developed such a good daughter. The Geno tablet really doubted that Bauer was actually Han Sen's daughter. It then thought that was impossible. If she was not Han Sen's real daughter, the genes would not be so similar to his. Plus, you have no greater choice. Why don't you just let my daughter become your host? Han Sen tried to convince the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet did not even give the suggestion some thought. It immediately rejected Han Sen. The rules are rules. That cannot be changed. If you want her to be my host, she must win the Geno tablet fights. You are a living thing, Han Sen said. He was not going to give up. He kept on talking. You are not a machine. You should have free will and the ability to make your own decisions. Stop talking. This will never change. If you are willing, I am also willing to give her a chance so she would not have to be the leader of a sky and take part in the Geno tablet fights. But I would do that only because you helped me return to my origin. For what you did, you deserve special treatment. Otherwise, you would not be receiving any of these benefits I am giving you. The Geno tablet stopped Han Sen from speaking. Fine, let us not talk about this anymore. Han Sen looked at the crystal clock and asked, if there was no need for a winner and you had to pick between my daughter and Qin Shu, which of the two would you choose? If I had to choose, I would opt for Qin Shu. The Geno tablet did not hesitate to answer. Straight away, it answered Han Sen's question as direct as an arrow. Han Sen frowned and asked, why? Are you saying Bauer's genes are not as good as Qin Shu? The Geno tablet said, regarding genes, I will confess that your daughter might be better. But that aside, to reach the chance requirements, she has one nasty Achilles heel. Do you mean to say there is a disastrous flaw in Bauer's genes? Han Sen was shocked. If Bauer's genes had flaws, and she fought against Qin Shu, she would wind up dead. With Qin Shu's power, he would know Bauer's flaws. Han Sen still did not believe Bauer had a flaw in her genes. He had been with Bauer for many years. He had never noticed a flaw in her genes before. No, it is not the genes that are flawed. It is you. The Geno tablet's answer surprised Han Sen. Me. Han Sen was shocked. He did not know what the Geno tablet meant. The Geno tablet coldly said, no matter how great and powerful her genes are, she relies on you too much. After all, she is your child. Han Sen's body tremored. He now realized what he had been worrying about. Chaos always believed that if Bauer were to make the first step, she would have greater genes and power to defeat Qin Shu. Yes, Bauer was smart. She was intelligent, and she was mature enough. She was able to push her power to the max, but Chaos had forgotten one thing. Bauer had grown up with Han Sen. Their relationship was much than a daughter and a father. She had an incredible urge to rely on Han Sen. Although Han Sen's power was inferior to Bauer's, she always put herself below Han Sen and was adamant about relying on him. Whatever happened, Han Sen was there to cover it all up. But that was not too bad. If Bauer wanted to fight Qin Shu would not let Bauer's weak spot go. He would do something to Han Sen. If something happened to Han Sen, Bauer's mind and resolve would be heavily damaged. Her mind would be messed up, and she would lose. The sort of battle they would have was going to be huge. The slightest mistake could cost them their lives. If Bauer was distracted, death was the only thing waiting for her. That means I am Bauer's weakness, Han Sen said with bitterness. Yes, you are her weakness, the Geno tablet answered with certainty. Han Sen did not say anything. The bitterness in his heart started to spread. Han Sen never thought that he might be responsible for what killed Bauer one day. Dad, are you okay? Bauer could not hear Han Sen and the Geno tablet's conversation, which was going on in his mind. She still saw that Han Sen's emotions were not right. She pulled out her little hands to touch his cheek. I am fine. You should keep practicing. I have something to do. I will be right back. Han Sen rubbed Bauer's head and quietly said, Bauer, for as long as Dad is here, no one can hurt you. There is no need to adopt too much pressure, okay? If you are tired, take a rest. You will be fine. Dad, you are the best. Bauer grabbed Han Sen's neck and kissed him on the cheek. She then seriously said, do not worry, Dad. None of this is going to stop me. I will succeed. I will protect Dad, Mom, brother, and sister. Han Sen was touched by her words. But the more she spoke about such things, the more worried he became. Qin Shu was the type of felon willing to do anything to achieve whatever goal he wanted. If he found out Bauer's weakness, he would not let it go unabused to achieve his goal. After leaving the sanctuaries, Han Sen wished to say something. Before he could, the Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's head. The last sky now has its leader. The Geno tablet fights are going to start. We should go home. Han Sen raised his head. He saw the Geno tablet shining brightly. The final sky now had its leader, and it was someone Han Sen knew. It was Ning Yu from another sky. Han Sen said to himself, so, excluding Bauer, there are 3 of us joining the Geno tablet fight. This is a chance. Chapter 3399 Keeping a Promise. The 33rd skies, which looked like a gravestone, lit up. It lit up the 2 universes. The Geno tablet shone across the whole world and all the names scrawled upon it with an unbelievable sense of magic and volume of light. The Geno tablet fights are finally going to begin. If Qin Shu wins, this is going to be bad. God Hall leader was in the clouds getting ready to watch what happened with the Geno tablet. He looked very serious. Han Sen went back to Time Sky. The sky clock had yet to return to its ordinary shape. It still looked like a gravestone. Han Sen looked at the sky clock and said, the Geno tablet fights are going to start. Shouldn't you go back to the Geno tablet and be a host now? The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's brain. It said, you underestimate me. This is just one of my clones. My real spirit will remain in the Geno tablet to host these events. Are you going to keep possessing the sky clock? Han Sen asked with shock. If the 32nd sky has a leader, and you want your daughter to join these fights by becoming a leader, it is only natural for a trick to be performed, the Geno tablet said with a look of disdain. If I was not here, do you really think she could access the Geno tablet? To be honest with you, I would prefer it if Bauer did not fight, Han Sen said with a frown. What, are you afraid of Qin Shu beating Bauer and doing harm to you? The Geno tablet asked. Han Sen shook his head and said, I just do not want to put my daughter's life at risk. If it is okay, I would like for these matters to be resolved another way. You can't sort it out another way, the Geno tablet said. The evolution of your genes is not good enough. Nothing will work, even if I let you try. Han Sen wished to say something, but the Geno tablet quickly said, other creatures are coming now. I do not want other creatures to learn about my existence. You can do that yourself. After that, the Geno tablet, which was in its sky clock shape, docked in Han Sen's hand. Han Sen dropped it into one of his robe pockets. Ancient Devil approached Han Sen and said, now, it is your time to make good on your promise. Han Sen pointed at the shining 33 skies and said, the Geno tablet fight is about to start. Can I sort out your problem after the fight? Do not worry, Ancient Devil said. The 32nd sky has a leader. The Geno tablet fight won't start for another 10 days. Over the course of the next 10 days, any creature that comes to the 33 skies can challenge the old leaders. If they win, they can become the new leader. They will be permitted to join the Geno tablet's true bout. Really, Han Sen thought he might be talking crap, but he was actually saying this to the Geno tablet. He wanted to know if the Geno tablet was telling him the truth or not. He is right, the Geno tablet answered. 10 days. That will give us enough time to do this. If things go smoothly, we will only require a single day. Ancient Devil could not hear or see the Geno tablet speak. He spoke directly to Han Sen. Han Sen looked at Ancient Devil and asked, yeah, but can you tell me what you want the sky clock for? I can only tell you that I need the sky clock for the power it has to reverse time, Ancient Devil said. I want to make an old thing young again. If things are truly that way, you can bring that thing to Time Sky. When the time wheel spins, just pick a time area that has reverse spinning needles. Han Sen could not believe this. Ancient Devil shook his head. If things were that easy, I would not come to Time Sky. That thing is old and unique, so ordinary powers cannot shift it. Only the reverse time powers of the sky clock can make this thing younger, and that is only a possibility. If it does not work, I will have no choice but to find another way. In that case, I will have to go with you. Han Sen did not reject him. He wanted to know what item Ancient Devil was going on about. Ancient Devil did not object to the company. He left Time Sky with Han Sen. They went back to the Geno universe. Are you going to Outer Sky? Han Sen was shocked. Ancient Devil took him to a place where the Very High lived. That place was Outer Sky. Outer Sky had been claimed by many break-world beasts. Ordinary creatures were unable to live there anymore. The whole of Outer Sky had been mutated. It was a vastly different place from what it used to be before. Even Han Sen would not dare go into outer sky to hunt break world beasts. Ancient Devil nodded and said, yes. This very old and unique item resides in outer sky. If you can help me bring it back to life, our grudge will be over. I said that as long as it does not clash with my principles, I will be willing to help you. Han Sen paused for a bit, but he resumed speaking by saying, outer sky is a big place, and there are break world beasts absolutely everywhere. Even if I am not afraid, this will be troublesome. I do not want to waste too much time here. Don't worry, the only reason I am bringing you here is that I know where it is. I know a way that will take us to it. It will be on that does not pose trouble. Ancient Devil looked very confident. Han Sen had to follow Ancient Devil to outer sky. Ancient Devil already knew how to get around. He traveled through the forest, going around and around. The two of them walked for over half a day without encountering a single beast. We are almost there. The thing I am talking about is there. Ancient Devil pointed to a spot as he spoke. Han Sen had a look. He was shocked by what he saw, so he asked, isn't that Mirror Lake? Is the thing you are talking about in Mirror Lake? Yeah, Ancient Devil quickly confirmed this to be the case. Since we are already here, it is about time you tell me all about what it is you are looking to do, Han Sen said with a frown. You will learn soon enough. Why are you always in such a rush? Ancient Devil still had not told Han Sen what it was about. He walked over to Mirror Lake, but he was unsure of what he was looking for. Han Sen thought Mirror Lake connected to the anti-material world, which was practically the universe of kingdoms. He knew outer sky and the universe of kingdoms had a large wedge between them. That wedge was the 33 skies. It did not seem as if it would be possible to fetch an item from the universe of kingdoms from there. Even if they were able to fish something up, the stuff in the universe of kingdoms would be repelled by the Geno universe. They would prove themselves to be useless. Han Sen was able to use items from the Geno universe in Mirror Lake. He had been able to effectively use the 4-sheep cube. He was able to use that quite a lot in the Geno universe, and it could also send people to the universe of kingdoms. That was a bit scary. If Mirror Lake does not connect to the universe of kingdoms, where does it truly connect to? What is this item Ancient Devil keeps referring to? Han Sen was guessing. Ancient Devil intently peered into the lake's mist. After a while, he suddenly jumped in and went straight into the clouds of Mirror Lake. He told Han Sen, follow behind me. Do not lose me. Chapter 3400 The History of Ancient Devil Beneath Mirror Lake. The space was very chaotic. The anti-material powers surged through the mist. Not just a body would have been melted by those powers. Even Geno armaments would have been. Ancient Devil brought Han Sen in with me to take a sneaky route. Han Sen did not feel anything on his way down. The powers of the Mirror Lake did not do anything to harm his body. Han Sen thought, this body should be able to see me through to the other side of Mirror Lake, but I do not know what resides on the other side of Mirror Lake. Is Ancient Devil really going to go right through Mirror Lake? Han Sen soon received his answer. Ancient Devil was not planning to go through Mirror Lake completely. He did not dive too deep. He had merely been searching through Mirror Lake. Not long later, he led Han Sen to the edge of Mirror Lake. Han Sen looked at the cliffside-looking banks of Mirror Lake. A platform protruding from them. The platform was not very big. There was a space about 30 square feet there. It was close to the walls of Mirror Lake. There was also a statue. The statue was sitting next to the stone wall. Both hands made a weird handprint. The eyelids were lowered. It looked as if it was someone asleep. Because it had been there so long, the stone statue was covered moss. One could not tell the original color of the stone statue. That is it. Use your sky clock's time reversal powers now and let the stone statue's status go back through time. Ancient Devil looked at the stone platform. He pointed at it and spoke in its direction. How long must I take it back for? Han Sen's eyes peered at the stone statue. He could not use the Dongshuan aura or scan the stone statue. Judging from the way it looked, the stone statue did not look all that special. If it weren't for the fact that it was sitting in Mirror Lake and was just in an average place, Han Sen would not have spared it a second glance. After thinking for a moment, Ancient Devil replied, I think it needs to go back a long, long time. I cannot be sure for how long it needs to go back though. Just keep it going back until it looks like a proper statue again. Han Sen looked at the stone statue. He then looked at Ancient Devil and said, this stone statue kind of looks like you. Please don't tell me it was shaped in your image. So, what, even if it was, who cares? Ancient Devil neither confessed the truth nor denied the allegation. You should tell me the history of this stone statue before we go any further, Han Sen said. Otherwise, how am I supposed to know if this goes against my principles or not? How am I supposed to know if I should really be helping you? Ancient Devil stared at the stone statue with a conflicted look. A while later, he said, "You are right. This statue bears the face of me in my past life. I look different now, but there is still some kind of presence in it." "Your eyes are good since you were able to tell that." Han Sen asked Ancient Devil, "A presence of old you? Anything similar to you in a 1 in a million find? It is not hard for me to perceive anything to do with you. But why would you keep a statue of yourself in your past life here in Mirror Lake? Why do you need it returned to how it used to be?" "I did not put the statue here. It was here already." Ancient Devil paused. He looked back to the statue and asked Han Sen, "Do you know what resides below Mirror Lake?" "I thought the Mirror Lake is a tunnel between the Geno universe and the universe of kingdoms," Han Sen said. "I am starting to think that is not the case anymore." "I suppose you are halfway correct." Ancient Devil started to explain Mirror Lake to him. Mirror Lake does connect to universes, but the way it connects is very special. It doesn't really go through 2 worlds. Outer Sky was above the 33 skies. It was a part of space that was independent of the 33 skies. In the very beginning, there was no Outer Sky or 33 skies. The 2 universes were complete, separate areas, and the Geno tablet was outside them. Then, the God Chaos Party's old leader Chaos broke open a space tunnel to enter another area. It was there she discovered the Geno tablet. She used the Geno tablet to modify what later came to be known as the 33 skies. She planned to use the 33 skies and Geno tablet to replace the Geno Hall and the god spirits that ruled. That way, she could become the sole leader of the universe. In the end, her plans were foiled. The 33 skies were not properly built. When the battle began, the universe was rebooted and broken in the process. Within Outer Sky, there was a place Chaos did not modify. That was why there was a place sticking out when the 33 skies broke. Even though the Geno tablet had rebuilt the 33 skies, that area had not returned to how it was supposed to be. Because Outer Sky was still in its most primitive mode, it became the buffer zone for both universes. There was no need to go through the 33 skies to reach the other universe. It was able to connect the 33 skies to any sky. Outer Sky was like a place that could go through anywhere. It led to any corner of the world. If a life force wished to travel through it, doing so was very difficult. Even when Chaos found the Geno tablet in the chaotic area, she had to become the master of the Geno tablet to do what she was able to do. Han Sen did not understand, so he asked, "I understand what you are trying to tell me, but what does that have to do with your statue?" Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen and slowly replied, "In the beginning, it was not just the Geno tablet that was being born. That cannot be you." Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at Ancient Devil with shock. Ancient Devil nodded. He then shook his head. "You have guessed things half correct again. In the chaos, a demon stone was born, but was not me, Ancient Devil. Mr. Leader then carved the demon stone into a stone statue. That is how my past life came to be." "Does that mean this statue has your past life's real body?" Han Sen looked at the statue in disbelief. He quickly asked, "If your body is still here, how did you end up being reincarnated? If this was not the body's real power, how would I be able to carry my memories over during my reincarnation while the universe was thrown into the turmoil of its rebooting process?" Ancient Devil asked. "After the reincarnation, I was disconnected from it. I was unable to use its powers anymore. Do you want it to be returned to its original shape so you can control it again?" Han Sen asked. Ancient Devil ended up shaking his head. "If I wanted to control it, I would have to give up my body now and combine with it. In that case, why do you want it returned to its original shape?" Han Sen asked. "I don't like the way it looks. I don't want me to keep looking like that forever." Ancient Devil's answer surprised Han Sen. Han Sen did not understand, and so he asked Ancient Devil again, "Why?" "Because Mr. Leader used another person's face in the carving," Ancient Devil weirdly said. "I do not want to bear the shadow of someone else." Han Sen now understood. Chaos would not randomly carve the statue of a man. The statue must have been taken from the reference of something else. Now that he thought about it, even if he did not ask Ancient Devil, Han Sen could have guessed who it was depicting. There was an 80% to 90% that it was Bauer's real father. It was the prior leader of the Geno Hall. Chapter 3401 Being challenged. Han Sen's heart pounded as he thought, if Ancient Devil's body in the past life had Bauer's father's face, that means Ancient Devil did not like his past life's face because he had a crush on the God Chaos Party leader. It was because of jealousy that he did not want to look like his love rival. Can you get it over with yet? Ancient Devil did not explain. He just pointed at the stone statue. It should be fine, I suppose. Han Sen was not completely certain. If this was just his idea, he would have used the sky clock to turn the statue back into its former shape. Now, the Geno tablet was living inside the sky clock. In its current state, the sky clock could not do things just because Han Sen willed it. The power of the sky clock can turn it into the original shape. I know that for sure. You do not need to worry about that. Ancient Devil misunderstood. He thought Han Sen was hesitating because he did not think the sky clock's power could work on the statue. Okay, I will give it a go. Han Sen did not explain the truth. He took out the sky clock and carefully activated its power. The Geno tablet did not attempt to disturb the sky clock. The 3 needles on the crystal clock, which looked like a gravestone, started madly spinning. The bottom of the crystal clock statue had a time reverse effect. It started to exhibit weird changes. The moss started to fade, revealing its original color. It was a black rock that looked like an inky stone. It was so dark that the light did not even reflect off it. Any light that landed on it looked like it was absorbed by a black swirl. When Han Sen looked at it, all he saw was a black statue. He could not even see its face. Time was going backward. After a while, the statue had no changes. The statue looked like it was going back through billions of years. There was way too much time being reversed. Han Sen used all the power he could to run the sky clock for this, but the statue's changes were still very slow. There were not many changes over that course of time. You are too slow. I should give it a go. The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's brain. Han Sen saw the sky clock's needle speed up. It was much faster now than it was when he was using the sky clock. It spun incredibly fast. Quickly, the statue started to exhibit changes. The lines on the body started to fill. It went from delicate to thick. It went from thick to thicker. It then became a black stone that had the shape of a nut. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen with shock. The sky clock was Time Sky's treasure, but there should have been no way it was that strong. A moment later, it was hard to tell how many billions of years went by. Even if Moment God, who was one of the 12 main god spirits, was there, she would not have been able to do what it had just been done. Yet, the sky clock achieved this with ease. It made Ancient Devil a very confused man. Han Sen saw the sky clock stop by itself. He then asked Ancient Devil, "Is that okay now?" "That is good, thank you kindly." Ancient Devil bowed. "It is just a simple trade. You do not have to be so polite." After pausing, Han Sen looked at Ancient Devil and asked, "Are you going to join the Geno tablet fights?" "I will go." Ancient Devil sounded calm in his response, but Han Sen sensed that he was very determined when it came to his participation. "I wonder if the Geno tablet fights are 1 versus 1 or group fights," Han Sen said. "If they are group fights, why don't you and I deal with Qin Shu together? After all, you do not want to see Qin Shu get the Geno tablet, do you?" Ancient Devil did not answer. The Geno tablet sounded in Han Sen's ear. "Do not even think about it. Let's not say I would not give you a chance. Even if I did give you a chance, it would only end up with you being bullied by Qin Shu. In the 33 skies, most people have a connection to the Geno tablet." When Han Sen heard it speak, he felt a little disappointed. If it was just a one-on-one fight, if Bauer encountered Qin Shu before he did, he would be unable to protect her. Han Sen thought, "No, I cannot let Bauer join the Geno tablet fights. At the very least, I must fight Qin Shu before she does. Even if I cannot defeat him, I want to at least be able to damage Qin Shu. Then, Bauer can swoop in to finish him off." Ancient Devil said, "The Geno tablet fights are just one-on-one fights. Even if I wanted to fight Qin Shu with you, there would be no chance. I just hope we don't fight each other too soon. If we do, one of us will walk away a winner. That will only benefit Qin Shu. I hope so too. I have to go, now." Han Sen waved his hands and readied himself to escape Mirror Lake. Ancient Devil stopped him and said, "There is one more thing. After thinking it over, I believe I should tell you. If you meet Berry Path God, you should be very careful. I am not afraid of Qin Shu. Do you think I'd be afraid of someone like Berry Path God?" Han Sen did not care. Ancient Devil was not mad about his line of thinking. He just went on to say, Berry Path God was given most of the old leader's items. On top of that, he is the strongest spirit in the 33 skies. Perhaps his power might not be as great as Qin Shu's, but he will certainly pose a threat. I understand. Han Sen looked a bit serious as he thought, why did Chaos put all of her treasures in the same spot? That only benefited Berry Path God and Big Sky Demon. They should belong to Bao, and what Bao has belongs to me. That means Berry Path God, that asshole, stole all of my treasure. I cannot forgive him for that. After leaving Outer Sky, Han Sen readied himself to return to Space Garden. Before he returned to Space Garden, the sky clock suddenly started to spin. It twisted space and took Han Sen back to Time Sky. Geno Tablet, what are you doing? Han Sen thought the Geno Tablet was controlling the sky clock to play tricks on him. I did not do anything. It seems some creature started a leader fight. It looks like he wants your seat. The Geno Tablet's voice was playing in Han Sen's head. Who is doing this? How dare he challenge Time Sky? Is Qin Shu coming? Han Sen raised his head. The whole of Time Sky was lit up. On the Geno Tablet in the 33rd sky, the name of the leader of the 29th sky was lit up. Quickly, the Geno Tablet displayed an image of Time Sky. Everyone, from every corner of both universes, was able to see Time Sky clearly. Aside from Qin Shu, Han Sen could not think of anyone who would dare challenge him now. Time Sky's power was weird, and Han Sen was a leader of Time Sky. He at least had the home advantage. Even if they wanted to fight Han Sen, ordinary Break World elites would not go to Time Sky to challenge him. There were not any other creatures around wanting to challenge him. Han Sen looked at the Geno Tablet's displayed image. He then saw the person who had challenged him. It is her. Han Sen was shocked. The person who challenged him was Moment God. Chapter 3402 Fighting Moment God again. When the creatures of both universes saw Moment God challenge Han Sen again, they were outright dumbstruck. The creatures of the Geno universe and the universe of kingdoms knew Han Sen had once fought Moment God, and he had managed to kill Moment God once. Back then, Moment God hadn't totally recovered. The current Moment God was different. When the humans of the universe of kingdoms saw Moment God challenge Han Sen, they were outright dumbstruck. She was one of the 12 primary annihilation god spirits. Now, she was looking to challenge the infamous Han Sen. In their eyes, Moment God was much stronger. Han Sen was surprised. When Time Sky did not have a leader, Moment God did not go to Time Sky to wage combat for the position. Now, she wants to challenge me. What does that mean? Although Han Sen and Moment God had a conflict once before, Qin Shu was an enemy of the Geno Hall. They both shared a common nemesis. According to the theory, the Geno Hall should have sent people after Qin Shu to see if they could displace his position as leader of a sky. There was no rhyme or reason for why she would challenge Han Sen. As Moment God approached, she traveled through the stone clock areas that were already spinning. She was not affected by them. Not long later, she walked in front of Han Sen. She was really tall. She looked very proud and cold. She looked really powerful, like an actual god coming. Han Sen looked at Moment God and asked, Moment God, why are you challenging me? Moment God looked at Han Sen coldly. She did not change the expression on her face while replying, you and I fight today. If I win, you will give me the sub-god from the God of Wealth Temple. If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. What is Moment God talking about? Does she want Han Sen's God of Wealth Temple sub-god? Should she not go looking for the God of Wealth? Why go and look for Han Sen? In the universe of kingdoms, many nobles currently unable to understand what was going on. Ah, no way. Is Han Sen the God of Wealth? Was he that mysterious, 13th Annihilation class God spirit? Someone reacted quickly, thinking that might be the answer to the mystery. How would this be possible? How could Han Sen be the God of Wealth? In the Qin Kingdom, many nobles had their eyes open wide. Their mouths could not be closed. I see. That explains everything. In King Qin's white face, one could see the fashioned shape of excitement. Han Sen was the 13th Annihilation class main god, and he was a friend of Qin Bai. If there were no accidents, the Qin Kingdom would have another Annihilation class main god to guide them. Qin Bai would definitely become a king. Even though the Qin Kingdom already had many Annihilation class main god spirits, there weren't any Annihilation class main god spirits in close association with Qin Bai. None operated as Han Sen did. It seems my son did have some luck. King Qin sighed. He was not sure if he was happy for Qin Bai or not, or if it was just dumb luck that Qin Bai was so blessed. How is that possible? A Qin Kingdom officer had just woken up from his daze. He was unable to accept how Han Sen could be the 13th Annihilation class main god. If this came from the mouths of other people, the nobles that thought Han Sen was the biggest evil officer in the Qin Kingdom could not believe it. But this was from Moment God. No one could doubt her words. I cannot answer you. Han Sen smiled at Moment God. He knew Moment God was there for the god spirit of Moment God. Are you afraid you will lose? Moment God stared at Han Sen coldly. Winning or losing does not matter, Han Sen said. She is my sub-god. She is not my slave. She has a will and free will. She can leave, and she can stay where she is. She is the one to determine that. It is up to her, so I will not use her life for a gambit even if I know I am going to win. You are just afraid to lose, Moment God coldly said. You do not have to go a long way around for saying that. If you want to trade something else, I don't mind fighting you. Han Sen did not decline to participate in combat with her. He just smiled and looked at her. It does not matter if you agree or not. I am fighting you today. I will avenge the humiliation I suffered over you killing me once before. Moment God's eyes were so cold they were like icy blades. They could pierce through Han Sen's lungs. After hearing that, the universe of kingdoms was shocked. Han Sen was the god of wealth. They could not believe it. The scariest thing about it was the fact that Moment God had confessed to Han Sen having killed her. The humans of the universe of kingdoms believed the 12 annihilation main gods were as good as they got. They thought they ruled absolute supreme. They could not imagine something like this happening. That was especially true of the Qin Kingdom's nobles. Their mouths were wide in agape. They were big enough to allow a fist to fit in. They were all frozen, unable to believe what their ears were hearing. Han Sen, that big and evil man, he is an annihilation class main god. He killed Moment God. They all felt as if their brains were failing. God, what did we do wrong? Many nobles of the Qin Kingdom were crying. It was like they had just woken up from a dream. If they could establish a good relationship with Qin Bai, it meant they could meet an annihilation class main god. Then, their kids and grandchildren would be on the God of Wealth's doorstep. God of Wealth had many powerful members. After the last god fight, God of Wealth became very famous. It was not just Han Sen either. Even Ingot had shocked many people. But they were unable to be friends with Han Sen, and they treated a big god like the biggest evil person in the history of the Qin Kingdom. They felt very bad. It was as if they could not breathe. God, what have we done? Han Sen, you are an annihilation class god spirit. Is it really so fun to become a commoner and walk amongst us? UFC King did this deliberately. Many nobles of the Qin Kingdom were sad. They envied Qin Bai. Although Qin Bai was not exactly king material, if Han Sen was not going to die and supported Qin Bai, he would be the king. This was an annihilation class main god that killed Moment God. Aside from Qin Bai, all the Qin Kingdom nobles had missed a good chance. They had no idea that when Han Sen and the others tried to kill Moment God, her powers had yet to recover. She was no longer the way she was then. In the past, you helped me escape. I owe you one. Why are you doing this to me? Han Sen did not want to fight Moment God for nothing. Even if he beat Moment God, it was a pointless victory. It only gave Qin Shu one less enemy. Did I not say I was not there to save you? I was saving Miss Bauer. You do not owe me anything. Today, we must fight. Moment God stepped forward and approached Han Sen. Han Sen now understood why Han Jinji tricked Bauer into going to the 33 skies. He wanted to use the Geno Hall's power to save him. The cause power was complicated, so he went to the 33 skies for Bauer. If Bauer had not gone to the 3 skies, Han Sen would not have gone inside either. He could not tell if Han Jinji had done this as a mistake or not. Chapter 3403 Time Phi Moment God stepped forward. It was like time was floating behind her. It became a river of time light, and it roared at Han Sen. Moment God, do you not remember that this is time sky? I am afraid your time powers will not be as effective here. Han Sen used the sky clock. The sky clock's needles moved. Time sky's many stone clocks were moved because of the sky clock's power. Moment God's time river was affected by many different time areas. She immediately lost her advantage. Before she reached Han Sen, the time river scattered. It did not pose a threat to Han Sen. It was all thanks to the sky clock he was wielding against her. Time powers are not as simple as you might think. Moment God's face did not change. She pulled a hairpin out of her hair. The hairpin was like a needle. Moment God clutched it as if she was gripping the hilt of a dagger. Moment God followed the needle. Wherever the needle went, it made the sky clock spin differently. There was a great variety to the speeds. It went wild until it came to a complete stop. It was like time had just frozen. Moment God is very powerful. She is clearly different from how she was before. Han Sen saw Moment God approach. All of the stone clocks ceased their spinning. Not even the sky clock could make the stone clocks move again. Moment God walked to the sky clock's proximity and stopped. The needle in her hand was on the edge of the sky clock. If Moment God stepped forward, the sky clock's time would touch it. They are both time powers. Which is stronger, Moment God or the sky clock? In the 17th sky, Qin Shu looked at the Geno tablet with profound interest. The sky clock should be stronger, said Sky King, who was right next to him. After all, that is Time Sky. The sky clock has the support of Time Sky's laws. No matter how strong Moment God is, she cannot break the rules that govern Time Sky. He was a spirit in the 33rd sky. He should have been the leader of the 33rd sky, but the Geno tablet's existence took the 33rd sky. Sky King did not become the leader of any other sky. He just followed Qin Shu around like a handmaiden. Time Sky's power is a dead power, Qin Shu coldly said. Moment God commands a power that is alive. Therein lies the pickle, you see. A dead rule might not be able to stop a living God. Are you saying that Moment God might have a way to break the suppression of the rules that govern Time Sky? Sky King asked with visible shock. That isn't what I said, but you seem to get the gist of it, Qin Shu said. Yes, they are both using time elements. Ichi's break world rate had almost reached 100. In their fight before, Ichi lost to Moment God. This Moment God is not a simple enemy to tackle. If she is able to reach the legendary 100% break world rate, destroying the restrictions of the rules that govern Time Sky should not be too difficult to do, but God spirits don't exactly use break world powers. What can she do to break Time Sky's rule suppression? Sky King still did not believe Moment God could break the rules that governed the suppression of Time Sky. Well, I wholeheartedly suggest you shut your mouth and keep watching, Qin Shu coldly said. I am sure we will find out in due time, so stop hassling me with long speeches and nonsensical questions. It was not just Qin Shu feeling this way either. The god spirits in the Geno Hall were watching this fight too. They were eager to find out whose time powers would prove stronger. If the Geno tablet could control the universe, Time Sky's leader would be the future god of time. Moment God was currently the god of time. This fight was between the future and present gods of time. It was like two factions were having a showdown. Of course, while Han Sen was the leader of Time Sky, he did not possess any actual time elements in his body. He was not a genuine god of time. Moment God did not hesitate. The needle went to the sky clock's time area. BZZT. The needle entered the area. Two powers collided. It resulted in the creation of a scary time storm. The whole area of time was twisted. Sometimes things went forward, and sometimes things went in reverse. Han Sen was just a part of the audience watching this unfold. He did not join the combat between Sky Clock and Moment God. First, it was because his body had a problem. He could not fight unless he was provoked by the outside. Second, he wanted to see which of the two was stronger. Was it going to be the Sky Clock or Moment God? The Geno tablet remained in the Sky Clock, but it did not do anything. It was unknown whether or not it thought it was worth fighting Moment God or not. It just watched and did not participate. The Sky Clock's needle reversed. The needle in Moment God's hand followed her fingers. It spun clockwise. Two powers were going in forward and reverse. Nothing could stop what was going on. The whole area was stopped in time. There was an absolute balance of stillness. Moment God, I still have not been struck. Are your powers really this lame? Han Sen squinted his eyes as he looked at Moment God. Moment God did not move. She maintained the position of her needle, continuing to fight against the Sky Clock and its power. Everyone thought this fight was going to last forever. Suddenly, Moment God's needle started to spin in reverse. The main and reverse powers of time cancelled each other out. Now, Moment God was able to reverse time too. The whole area became a scary counterclockwise place. In just a moment, all of time went back 10 million years. Han Sen was in the reversed time. He said to Moment God, that is putting in a good effort, but it is a shame your effort is wasted. I am the leader of Time Sky. Time here cannot take away my youth or alter my lifespan. That is impossible, Moment God said with a frown. Even if you were the leader of Time Sky, it does not mean you should not be hurt by time power. The truth is right in front of you. You can refuse to believe it, but you cannot deny cold, hard facts. Han Sen laughed. He did not plan on leaving the reversal of time zone. That scary reverse power could not do anything to him. If this was another creature, even a top-class time element break world beast that had become the leader of Time Sky, it would not feel absolutely nothing in the reversal of time. Han Sen was only like this because his body was weird. He was not affected by time power, so he might as well beat down Moment God's confidence. It was a shame Moment God's confidence was not easily subdued. She did not stop there. She spun the needle even faster to make the reversal of time go even faster and scarier. You are not affected because the reversal of time is not fast enough, Moment God said while coldly looking at Han Sen. If that is what you choose to believe, then fine. Allow me to help you. Han Sen's will moved. He hurried the sky clock to make the sky clock go in full reverse. The sky clocks and Moment God's time powers went in reverse. The whole area of time was unbelievably reversed. One moment became a billion years. Chapter 3404 Power of a Main God. Moment God and Han Sen stood in the reverse of time. A scary river of time went through her body, but it did not touch her god body once. Moment God looked at Han Sen coldly as she said, "You are the leader of Time Sky, but you do not wield time element powers. My body can resist damage from the powers of time. In a fight like this, you have no choice but to submit to defeat." "Perhaps not." Han Sen coldly dropped his two words and did not elaborate. Moment God's needle and the needle of the sky clock were madly spinning in reverse. The reversal of time was becoming scarier and scarier. If an ordinary break world beast were there, beyond being turned back into an egg, they would probably be taken back to a time before their mother was even born and disappear into space. "This is a pure time power fight," an elite watching the fight said. "It is a real god fight. I wonder which one of them has the supreme command of time. I suppose we will receive the answer when the fight is over." At the same time, Human King, who had become the leader of the 25th Sky, watched the fight. All of the Blood Legion members were taken to the 25th Sky. A Blood Legion member saw the two of them standing in the flow of reversed time. It was unclear which one of them had an advantage, so he said, "Leader, look at Han Sen and Moment God. Which would you say has the superior command of time power?" Human King's eyes were like water, but they looked really shiny as he said, "It is too early to tell which of the two is winning or losing. They have not truly tried to show off the full breadth of their powers yet. They are already such scary time powers. Is that not all of their power? Are they still hiding some of their powers?" The members looked at Han Sen and Moment God in disbelief. "I do not know what kind of power Han Sen is hiding, but Moment God has yet to use her sub-god power," Human King said. "She has not tried her best yet. The two of them are scary. Is this going to trouble our plan?" An old member looked worried. "Powerful power might not be our resistance. Perhaps it will end up being our help." Human King was not worried. In fact, he actually smiled. The group of Blood Legion members and students were all looking at one another. They knew Human King was confident about being able to control the Geno tablet, but their opponents were very strong. They thought they would suffer great trouble. They could not think how something like this would end up helping them. If Human King was not speaking, the members could not ask anything. Therefore, all they could do was watch. The speed of time's reversal was becoming faster and faster. The sky clock's 3 needles were almost gone. Moment God's needle was spinning too. In the reversal of time, neither of them was moving. They just looked at each other from afar, weathering the corrosion of time. Moment God's time god body is not as strong as Han Sen's body and its reversal power, Berry Path God said with shock. He was currently in Dust Sky. "What makes you say that?" An elder of the God Chaos Party asked with some moderate confusion. From what he saw, the powers of Moment God and Han Sen should have been even. Neither of the two had displayed any flaws in their performances. "Look at Moment God's god clothing," Berry Path God said. After Berry Path God said that, all the members of the God Chaos Party looked at Moment God and her god clothing. The god clothes were dreamy. It was like they were perfect. The god clothing looked very holy. It released a shiny god light. Most elders were not able to discern any problems with it. Berry Path God, is there a problem with the god clothing? A God Chaos Party member asked. "Forgive me for being so dumb, but I do not see an issue with the god clothing." The other God Chaos Party members did not ask anything, but they still looked at Berry Path God with confusion. Clearly, they did not see the problem with the clothes either. Do you not see it? Berry Path God coldly asked. The God clothes are newer than before. Newer. The people went for a closer look, but they did not see any difference. Seeing that they did not spot the issue, Berry Path God said, if you guys have a proper look at Moment God's God clothes, you should see her God clothes are cleaner. That proves there is a problem. The time reversal is working on her clothes. Look at Han Sen. His clothes have not had any changes. If Moment God does not have any other powers, this is a fight Han Sen is sure to win. The other God Chaos Party members did not think there was an issue with newer or older clothes, but if Berry Path God had said there was, they did not think he was incorrect. Then, according to the Vice President's opinion, is Han Sen going to be the victor in this fight? Someone asked. Perhaps not. They still haven't used their true powers yet. It is too soon to determine which of the two will be a victor. Berry Path God squinted his eyes and said to himself, there should be time. Berry Path God had only just said this when Moment God's eyes looked frozen. Her God light blew up and exploded into the sky like a light shadow rising up from her body. It was a giant shadow that looked like a dragon. It was just a shadow. It was not solid. Even so, it made people feel very afraid of it. One of its eyes was like a sun, whereas the other was eerily reminiscent of a moon. The sun and the moon looked like wheels as they spun. Time was flying. When the sun and moon dragon revealed itself, Moment God's time power became even scarier. The needle, which had already reached a maximum speed, moved even faster. This is an Annihilation class Wild Sun Moon God Dragon. It is the same as Moment God in that it wields a time element. With the buffing of the Sun Moon God Dragon, Moment God's time power will be stronger. That is the benefit of being a main god. King Qin was very worried. He did not know if Han Sen, who ruled the God of Wealth Temple, could fight Moment God, who was a main god. Han Sen did not bother summoning a sub-god for a boon. Moment God's body wielded an even scarier shadow. Another sub-god buffing power landed. It was a jade cicada. It screamed. One of its wings displayed an old word that read, spring, and the other wing had a word that meant, autumn. It is a spring-autumn cicada. It is another time element wild god. Many of the elites watching the fight were in shock, but this was not the end. Moment God kept flashing with scary lights. Many light shadows appeared. They were all powerful time wild gods. There were 10 of them. Each of the god shadows was as strong as the Sun Moon God Dragon. As the 10 sub-gods' powerful powers buffed Moment God, it made her power stronger. It made the time power scarier. The needle was spinning fast. It was moving faster than the sky clock. It became a main reverse power. Buzz. The reversal of time suddenly went forward. Everything in the reverse time went back to normal, including the stone clocks. Time Sky stone clocks were shaking because of the reverse power. All of the stone clock powers were being reversed. Chapter 3405 Women That Don't Listen. Moment God is very powerful, Berry Path God said with visible shock. She used her own power to shake all of Time Sky. If she joined the Time Sky leader fight in the beginning, perhaps Han Sen would have never become the Time Sky leader in the first place. That is not her power alone, a God Chaos Party elder said. She borrowed the powers of her sub-god. The sub-gods still belong to her, making their power a part of hers, Berry Path God said. He briefly paused and said, such time power, Han Sen is not a time element. Time Sky will not do much to affect him, but I do not think he can block this reversal of time. It was not just Berry Path God that thought of things this way. Upon seeing all of this, Big Sky Demon frowned and said, Moment God is stronger than before. She is stronger than when she was rebooted. Against the rules of Time Sky, she alone is supreme. She is taking control of the rules of Time Sky for herself. It is no wonder why she is the main god of time powers. Can this little guy, Han Sen, handle her? Even the Geno Hall's God Hall leader nodded. He said, Moment God has already surpassed herself. She has achieved a new zenith. She has never been this strong before. Now, in this universe, no one else has a time power that is greater than hers. In Time Sky, many stone clocks were reversing together. It became a powerful vat of reversing time that pushed Han Sen's location and time to reverse at an even quicker speed. It was like one moment was forever. Moment God looked at Han Sen and coldly said, in a pool of reversed time like that, a moment means nothing. If you do not want to be reduced into nothing, you can concede now. Han Sen was not planning on stepping down. He smiled at Moment God and said, "Time and I are like clouds. Although there is an endless past, I am still me. No other power can change that." Moment God stopped speaking. The needle in her hand started to spin. The whole of time sky was like it had been affected by the needle. The needles on all of the stone clocks were madly spinning. The whole of time sky was working together to create a giant reversal of time force. Time sky started to tremble because of time being reversed so much. Many stone clocks were starting to disappear in the zone of time reversal. Even the stone clocks that had time power could not withstand that scary reversing time power. In Space Garden, many humans, spirits, and creatures were watching Han Sen with profuse worry. Ling was buried in Ji Yanren's bosom. She looked worried as she asked, "Is Dad going to be okay up there?" "Yes. No one can defeat your father," Ji Yanren told Ling with certainty. Even though things seemed dangerous for Han Sen, she was not worried. She felt much safer about how things were going to turn out. Although she told Ling that, Ji Yanren was feeling a bit confused. She found herself intensely staring at Han Sen. Moment God looked at Han Sen coldly. She wanted to see Han Sen turn into an egg with that time reversal power, but her eyes were starting to turn from beads of certainty to marbles of confusion. Her gaze was turning from confusion to one filled with shock. As time went by, Han Sen continued to stand where he was. It was like nothing was affecting him. By now, 7 minutes had gone by. Still, nothing was changing Han Sen's body. Not even his armor was dissolving. Moment God was not the same. Her clothes were becoming brighter. It seemed very powerful in the eyes of other people, but Moment God knew it was because her power was not sufficient enough to withstand the reversal of time. Her god clothes were affected by the reversal of time. They were going back in time ever so slowly. How is that possible? How can his body withstand so much time reversal power without being affected in the least? Nothing is happening to him. Does this mean he is like the God Hall leader? Has he reached that step? Moment God was shocked. She looked at Han Sen weirdly. It was as if she wished to learn something more from Han Sen's face. Impossible. How can that step be so easily obtained? Plus, his soul genes are not as strong as Qin Shu's. In just one life, can he make this step? This should be impossible. Moment God had to try and deny her thoughts. She gnashed her teeth. Moment God started to look sharp. It looked as if she had come to a decision. Her other hand touched the needle. Her hands folded together to put the needle in the center between them. Old reverse, turn back to 0. As Moment God coldly shouted, her hands started to spin in a different direction. The time needle exploded with a scary time god light that shone across the whole of time sky and made it all brighter. Boom! Moment God's long hair went straight. It was like it was going from black to white. It was like she was growing old in one sole moment. In that scary time power, the time clock was affected as well. The 3 needles stopped spinning. It was like they were frozen. They all stopped at the peak of their spins. They all came to a stop at 12 o'clock. Its time power's strongest power returned to 0. I cannot believe Moment God is that strong. If she becomes my 33 skies, time god, I firmly believe she will be worthy. Qin Shu looked at Moment God with nothing but sheer shock. Clearly, Moment God's performance had surprised the man. Even Qin Shu was surprised by what he was witnessing. Moment God's face started to look older. Her long hair turned gray. It was even turning white. She kept staring at Han Sen. Her eyes looked more and more shocked. She tried her best to cast her god skills that had her strongest time power return to 0. Despite her effort, she was still unable to affect Han Sen's body. Now, it was not only Moment God who was in shock. All the elites in the universe were in total shock. From the beginning to the end, Han Sen had not cast a single skill or power. All he ever used was the sky clock to block whatever powerful power Moment God sought to smite him with. It was extremely hard to believe. Is the power of the sky clock truly that powerful? Sky King could not believe his eyes as he peered at the sky clock. Qin Shu coldly said, "It is not the sky clock that is strong. It is that person who is too strong." Clearly, he knew what he was witnessing was not the sky clock and its power. Han Sen, who had not been doing anything the whole time, finally moved. When the time started reversing, Han Sen approached Moment God. The reversal of time was like a mad wave. To him, it was like the soft spray of gentle spring. It could do nothing to halt his advance. Moment God felt as if she had been wronged. She had tried her best to use her god-base power and explode with the time skill returned to zero. One could see the impact of time coming out. When it touched down on Han Sen's body, it was like a wave of water coming to an end. Han Sen stepped closer. He went all the way over to Moment God's position. What a woman that doesn't listen. Typical. After Han Sen said that, he reached out his hand. He grabbed Moment God's hand, which was clutching the needle. He used a little bit of strength and completely pulled Moment God away from the needle. Chapter 3406 Dead Cycle That Cannot Be Broken. Moment God was pulled away by Han Sen. Her body lost tension and fell toward him. Han Sen stood to the side. He used his hands to take Moment God's time needle away from her. Moment God's body flew away. She hit a stone clock. The stone clock broke. A scary amount of time had been reversed, but that came to an end now that Moment God had been tossed away. The whole of the time sky was calm again. The two universes went silent. All of the creatures were shocked. Moment God was the base of time sky and able to reverse time, yet Han Sen had easily been able to steal her weapon. Through doing that, she was sent soaring through the air. It was like a child being destroyed. It was hard to imagine. Everyone's mouths stayed open. The Geno tablets and Time Sky's lights had already faded. The videos of the Geno tablet were gone. The leader fights were over. Many elites were very shocked. They did not calm down after the video stream ended. The powers they had witnessed were too shocking. The images were seared into their minds. No one was able to forget them. Sky King's face still looked shocked. He asked Qin Shu, Mr. Leader, did Han Sen really ascend to that step? Qin Shu remained silent. After a while, he shook his head. He does not have that feature just yet. I believe that his body is a little bit weird. It seems what? Sky King quickly asked. Qin Shu quietly said, I wanted to use a self-gene to reach the last step in my past life, so I made this Geno evolution skill. It was called the Story of Genes. It was for using your own genes to escape the boundaries of this universe, but one man's genes are very limited in their ultimate scope. They cannot evolve the universe, so the story of genes was just something fake. It was nothing real that could amount to anything tangible and great. It did not achieve anything. I could not even learn it myself in my past life. Mister, have you practiced the story of genes in this life? Sky King asked Qin Shu. Qin Shu shook his head. I have spent this life researching the story of genes. This skill could make people's genes have a breakthrough, but the story of genes itself, at the end of the day, was just a hypothesis. It was never more than that. It never worked. The skill required far too much body power. If I had a body that could achieve that, I would have already reached the final step. I would not need the story of genes. If I did not have a body like that, I could not practice the story of genes and would not be able to make the last step. Therefore, this is a dead cycle that cannot be solved. That is why I said the story of genes is a hypothesis that does not bear fruit. Sky King looked weird as he asked, now that you are talking about the story of genes, can you determine whether or not Han Sen practiced the story of genes? Maybe he hasn't, Qin Shu said. If I have guessed it right, he might have actually practiced with the story of genes. He used the gene prototype armor to get himself a basic the story of genes that was at a beginner level. Are you saying that he practiced with the story of genes to make that step? Sky King was in shock. Qin Shu laughed coldly. He is only at a beginner level. To be at the beginning does not suggest he practiced with it. Did I not say that to achieve it, you must take that step? Without that step, it cannot work. It would be a dead cycle. Now, Han Sen is just like me in my past life. He has reached a dead end with no way back. He has no chance of breaking away. The step he has reached cannot be abandoned. He will be forever forced to remain at the precise point he has reached. Is there a way for him to take that step? Sky King looked worried. Qin Shu coldly said, if there was a way to make that step, I would not be forced to reincarnate after my past life. I could not do it in my past life, and he is just a normal, mixed human. You are correct, Mr. Sky King thought of who Qin Shu was before. He felt safe and thought, if that person cannot walk out of that dead cycle, I do not think anyone can. In Time Sky, Moment God got up from the rubble that was strewn about. She had white hair. Her god body was extremely frail. She no longer shine with a god light. She was like a woman with white hair who had fallen ill. She looked very pale and drained of life. Blood was leaking from the corner of her lips. Why don't you kill me? Moment God bit her lips. She ignored the blood on her lips and stared at Han Sen. Why would I want to kill you? Han Sen asked. You are not my enemy. In some way, we share a common enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, and I do not kill friends. The truth was that he could not actually kill Moment God. We are not friends. We will never be friends. If you do not kill me today, I will come back for you. You took my God spirit, and I am going to take it back. After Moment God said that, she turned around. She dragged her weak body with her in an attempt to break space. I will return it to you. Han Sen threw the time needle to Moment God. Moment God accepted the time needle and gnashed her teeth. She threw it back and coldly said, I will take back what I lost. I do not need your pity and charity. After that, Moment God broke space and abandoned time sky. Han Sen took the time needle. He looked where Moment God had departed and shook his head. I wonder if this will work on the God of Wealth Temple. If it works, I can let her use it. Han Sen put the needle away. The sky clock started to fly. The Geno tablet on the wheel smiled. It surrounded Han Sen, checking him out. What are you doing? Han Sen asked with a frown. The Geno tablet's voice was heard in Han Sen's brain. Moment God's time power reached the max of what is possible in this universe. It only needed one more step to go beyond this universe. With that power, your body should be affected by your level, but you are fine. That is so weird. People thought Han Sen used the sky clock power to block Moment God's time power, but the Geno tablet knew Han Sen did not use the sky clock power. Han Sen's heart jumped. He pretended to remain chill and asked, does that mean I made that step? If you had made that step, the entire universe would repel you. You would not be sitting here. The Geno tablet paused and said, your body truly is weird. Give me a drop of your blood, and I will test your genes again. I thought you said there was no point in doing that, Han Sen said with a smile. The Geno tablet felt embarrassed. It sounded angry as it said, just do as you are told and stop talking crap. Chapter 3407 cannot explain. Han Sen wanted to know more about what was going on with his body. He bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the sky clock's circular shape. Han Sen thought he would see the same scene he saw when watching Bauer conduct the same test, but he quickly realized things were not right. The droplet of blood he allowed to fall onto the circular shape of the clock was like a little red tadpole. It floated across the surface of the wheel. It was not absorbed by the wheel like it should have been. The Geno tablet did not say anything in response to that. The sky clock did, however, brightly shine. The needle started to wildly spin. It looked like it was trying to force the absorption of Han Sen's blood. The blood was very stubborn. It was still crystallized and very much alive. It kept jumping across the wheel. No matter what the sky clock attempted, it did not seem to work. Han Sen saw that the blood was not being absorbed by the stone clock, so he could not help but ask, Geno tablet, care to tell me what is going on here? The sky clock suddenly stopped. The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's head. Your genes are weird. With the sky clock's power, it cannot be absorbed. It looks like you will have to go back to the Geno tablet for a proper test. After that, the sky clock started to run again. It twisted space and opened another path to the Geno tablet. After watching the sky clock fly through, Han Sen quickly gave chase. He traveled through the time door. Han Sen found himself before the Geno tablet again. The sky clock was in front of the Geno tablet. He let a drop of blood fall upon the wheel. It landed at the bottom of the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet started to shine. It looked like countless symbols and spells were floating. That was especially true for where the drop of blood was. It was wrapped up by the light spell. It took on the guise of a small, bright sun. Han Sen watched this quietly from the side. He did not do anything. He just patiently awaited the results of this test. The Geno tablet just kept spinning. It went on and on without an actual result being yielded. This was completely different from the first time he had gone there to test his genes. It made Han Sen wonder, no way. Is the Geno tablet unable to test and discover the condition of my genes? Han Sen waited in front of the Geno tablet for 30 minutes. The Geno tablet was still spinning madly where it was. The entire thing was glowing and spinning, lighting up the realm in vibrant luminosity. It was like a machine that was in operation with overclocked speeds. Weird. This really is so weird. The sky clock's Geno tablet made some strange sounds. What is going on now? Han Sen quickly asked. The Geno tablet said, this is so weird. If I had not watched that droplet of blood come out of you, I would not even believe this was a droplet of blood bled from a creature. Han Sen did not understand, so he asked, what is that supposed to mean? The Geno tablet weirdly said, to say this is a drop of blood is mostly wrong. It would be more like a drop of water or a piece of stone. No, even water and stone have a structure to visualize. Your blood is like the most primitive of substances. It is like the most basic and primitive existence in all of creation. It cannot be analyzed, broken down, or dissolved. How is that even possible? Han Sen was frozen. I know that this should be impossible, but the Geno tablet's analysis of your blood really does yield these non-results. Give me another drop of blood. I would like to test this once more. The Geno tablet sounded as if it was in a rush. Han Sen was not going to hesitate. This situation was starting to become far more than he ever thought it might. It was such a conundrum. He was absolutely dying to find out more. He wanted results. Han Sen gnashed his finger and let more blood drop onto the Geno tablet. In fear that one droplet was not enough, he let many more drops of blood fall upon the target. You should fall back a little, the Geno tablet said. I am going to analyze your genes. Han Sen retreated a little. He saw the Geno tablet was rising. All of the symbols and signs were lighting up across the Geno tablet. It was like a machine that was operating at full power and firing on all cylinders. The few drops of blood he had given were yielding results similar to the very first drop of blood Han Sen had given the Geno tablet. They quietly stuck to the surface of the Geno tablet. They were not going to blend into the Geno tablet and be absorbed. It did not matter how bright the Geno tablet became. It could not corrode the blood and consume it. The blood forever remained fresh and was untainted by other things. It was like his blood droplets were individual stones. The Geno tablet's light symbols were quickly spinning. The whole of the Geno tablet became extraordinarily bright. It gave people the feeling it might explode at any second. Han Sen fell back a little. He was worried that the Geno tablet was going to blow up in his face. Time went by. The Geno tablet still could not refine Han Sen's blood. Geno tablet, you are going to have to tell me something about this eventually. Han Sen knew there would not be any solid results, but he still wanted to know something. I am still trying to conduct these tests, the Geno tablet replied. From what I can tell, these results are no different from things earlier. Your blood is like the most basic structure, and that denies me being able to analyze it. That is impossible. Han Sen frowned. Of course, do you think I do not know that this should be impossible? If this kind of analysis does not work, there is only one other thing this means. It would mean you are a creature that is dumber than an amoeba. Let's not talk about you being able to comprehend the actual concept of thinking, but it means you do not even know how to eat sh*t. The Geno tablet's description made Han Sen speechless. From what you can tell, what is my situation now? Han Sen carefully asked. The Geno tablet was silent a moment before saying, I have not experienced a situation like this before. If I was to take a guess, I would say there are two possibilities. What are these two possibilities? Han Sen hastily asked. One is that your body's structure is far advanced, the Geno tablet said. It is too much for what I am able to analyze. Therefore, I cannot analyze it for you. If things are like that, that means my body must have evolved to a very high level, Han Sen thought. According to the theory, even if you did make that step, my gene data would not have a reference point for you to be compared to, the Geno tablet said. I can still keep trying to analyze it though. What is my situation now? Han Sen was confused. After being silent for a while, the Geno tablet's voice sounded again. Unless your evolution speed goes over what I know and is in my power, then this situation can happen. The chances of something like that happening are very small though. So, what is the second possibility? Han Sen did not think his evolution level was so high that it could surpass what the Geno tablet was capable of analyzing. If his body was like that, it would not be as weak as it was. He would be indestructible and able to destroy the whole universe in one strike if he truly was that great. The Geno tablet remained silent for even longer this time. A while later, it said, there is one more possibility, which is that you are on a new path of evolution. The direction you are on is different from every other one anyone has ever had before. It is a new model of evolution. That is why I cannot analyze the structure of your genes. Han Sen was shocked, so he asked, do you really think that is possible? I do not know, the Geno tablet seriously said. From what I can tell, that is the most likely reason why. That is my guess. Chapter 3408. Back to Space Garden. Han Sen did not expect that even the Geno tablet would be unable to test his gene mode. This was fairly hard to imagine. Even Qin Shu's genes were able to be analyzed by the Geno tablet. This was something that had never happened before. If it was just as the Geno tablet told him, he might have embarked on a path that was different from all other beings in creation. If that was true, Han Sen could not determine if that was a good thing or a bad thing. A new type of evolution meant there was no predetermined direction for him to follow. There was no prior experience he could use for references. Han Sen would not even know how to walk along the paths that now lay before him. It was like one person traversing a foggy land alone. The next step might have him stumble upon holy fruit, god grass, gold mountains, or silver mountain. Stepping in another direction might have him plummet from a 10,000-foot-high cliff, encounter toxic snakes, and terrifying beasts. One step could lead to heaven, whereas another step could lead straight to hell. The paths no person had walked before were mysteries. If there was a success to be found, the rewards and achievements were grand. Unfortunately, paths like this were often occupied by lots of blood and bones. It meant one's general success was based on 10,000 bones. Han Sen did not know if he was the person that could reach the altar or become a pile of bones scattered across the ground. With things the way they are now, I can't go back. I have no choice but to keep on going. I hope that I can sort this disaster out before I die. Han Sen was not worried about himself. He was just not sure if his body was enough to stop Qin Shu. Han Sen looked at the sky clock and said, "Geno tablet, look at my body. What is it like when compared to Qin Shu?" The Geno tablet went silent for a while and said, "I do not know. According to the theory, if Qin Shu levels up to reach reboot class and combines with the Geno prototype armor, he will be the strongest life in this universe. Aside from your daughter, no other creature can fight against him." After saying that, the Geno tablet paused for a brief while. It then said, "As for your genes, right now, they are hard to determine. Maybe something accidental and unforeseen might happen. What you have just said does not mean anything." Han Sen was speechless. "To know something is to know something," the Geno tablet calmly said. "To not know something is to not know something. No one can tell or be certain of something if they do not understand things. Wait until you fight Qin Shu. Only then can things be determined. You will know the results then." Han Sen looked at it with disdain. After he and Qin Shu fought, the Geno tablet could no longer be used for analysis. "It doesn't matter, anyway. I am going back. You can come on out of this now." Han Sen no longer wanted to waste his time with the Geno tablet. He lifted the sky clock while speaking. "You do what you need to do," the Geno tablet said. "I will keep my spirit inside the sky clock. Are you not leaving?" Han Sen frowned. The Geno tablet looked upset and asked, "What do you mean not leaving?" "I am staying inside the sky clock because I think you are great. My presence will only benefit you. What good can you possibly bring me? When I participate in the Geno tablet fights, will you help me?" Han Sen curled his lips as he spoke. "Of course not," the Geno tablet said. "I created the Geno tablet fights. I will not break my own rules. If you are not going to help me, what is the point of you staying in the sky clock?" Han Sen harshly asked. The Geno tablet did not speak. It did not say anything, but it also did not lift itself from the sky clock. It was like it was trying to play cheap and not emerge from the sky clock. "Hey, what are you doing? You are the Geno tablet. You can't just do this." Han Sen shouted at the Geno tablet, but he received no response. It was like the Geno tablet was asleep. There was nothing he could do about it. He put the sky clock away and abandoned the 33 skies. He returned to Space Garden. The atmosphere in Space Garden was very tense. Wang Fujing and the others were doing their best to battle the Break World beasts. They were hoping to reach 100 Break World points themselves, so they did not stay at the base. When Han Sen returned to the base, only Wang Yuhang was there. Zero and Little Angel had yet to return. "Little uncle, did you max out your Break World genes?" Han Sen sat in front of Wang Yuhang. He poured himself out a cup of water. Wang Yuhang nodded. "They are maxed out. My Super God Spirit body evolved to ultimate mode, but my Super God Spirit body does not work in solo fights. It is only best when there are more enemies around. When it boils down to a one-on-one, it all depends on luck. I do not think I will be able to help you much." "Maybe not. Maybe you will have to use a lot of strength." Han Sen smiled. Wang Yuhang tossed a piece of fruit to Han Sen and smiled. Do you expect me to defend Space Garden? You are smart, little uncle. Han Sen gave him a thumbs up. He was not afraid of the Geno Tablet fights. He was just afraid Qin Shu might do something to Space Garden during the Geno Tablet fights. Wang Yuhang squinted his eyes and said, do not worry. If the God Chaos Party attacks Space Garden, they will be sent home in body bags. Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang. He felt safe and comforted. It was good to have someone to rely on. Wang Yuhang patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said, you can go. I have got things handled here. Han Sen returned to his yard. Ji Yanran was teaching Ling how to write. Upon seeing Han Sen come back, Ji Yanran stood up. Ling body flashed and vanished. When she appeared again, she was in Han Sen's arms. She held Han Sen's neck and loudly proclaimed, Dad, isn't that my teleportation skill? When did you learn that, Ling Han Sen was shocked. His teleportation skill came from the very highest God Wander. It was more complicated than the average example of space teleportation. Ordinary people could not practice this teleportation skill. Ling was his daughter, but Han Sen never had the time to teach her how to teleport. Even if he did have time, to teleport cost a lot of energy. Han Sen did not believe she had what it took to use it. Now, Ling had somehow learned his teleportation skills. In the past, you took me to play. When you used to teleport to hurry things up, I learned it. Ling tilted her head as she explained. I only used it a few times. Did you really learn it from that? Han Sen was shocked. Yes, it is very easy, Ling said with a nod. Han Sen was happy to hear this. He felt quite touched. Maybe only you will think it is easy. Other people would be unable to learn it. Even if I went to teach them, they would not understand. It is that hard, huh? Ling looked unsure. Ji Yanran, who was nearby, smiled. Why don't you look at who the mother is? It should not be a surprise how she can learn such things. You are right, master wife. Han Sen smiled and nodded. As they chatted, Han Yufei was conducting a very special test in the Space Garden's lab. Little baby, be good, your mother will make you the strongest creature in the universe. As Han Yufei stared at the machine, she looked crazy. Chapter 3409. Convincing Han Sen was back in the sanctuaries. Bauer was practicing. She and the gourd vine were combining well. She would soon be able to control the gourd vine with finesse. Han Sen watched Bauer from afar, but he made no plan on seeing her. The Geno tablet's voice sounded in Han Sen's brain. Your daughter's genes are very good. Just wait until her genes have officially combined with the Geno seed. She will most certainly be able to walk that step. Her genes' completion is better than Qin Shu's. If she joined the Geno tablet fights, she would be able to defeat Qin Shu. Han Sen did not speak. He did not look happy. After a while, he spoke to the Geno tablet. I take back my request. Please, no matter what, do not permit Bauer to join the Geno tablet fight. Why not? The Geno tablet asked. Her genes are the most perfect in this entire universe. I would like her for a host. There is a big chance she would be able to control the whole universe. She would become the master of the entire universe. None of that matters to me, Han Sen said. Her becoming master of the universe means nothing to me. I just want her to be safe, happy, and able to live a fulfilling life. After thinking for a moment, the Geno tablet said, from what I know, you and Qin Shu are like water and fire. If Bauer does not join, Qin Shu will be the Geno tablet's master. He will then control the entire universe. The situation will become much worse, even for you. Bauer will have to fight him, but her chances of winning will be low. I thought you said I have a chance of beating Qin Shu, Han Sen coldly said. That was just an expectation of mine, the Geno tablet said. I have no genuine idea what the actual chances of you winning are. The evolution of your genes is too weird and erratic, so it is difficult to accurately predict your chances. Maybe you will win, but maybe you will lose. In that case, let's resume our conversation after I lose. First, you must help me. No matter what the circumstances are, do not allow Bauer to join the Geno tablet fights. Han Sen made his mind up. The rules cannot be changed. If Bauer challenges a leader before the Geno tablet fights start, aside from Qin Shu, other leaders will not be able to stop her from becoming a leader. The Geno tablet looked glum as it spoke. If this is easily sorted, why would I beg you? Just help me out, would you? I believe you have a way around this. Han Sen smiled. Fine, the Geno tablet said. I can think of a way that will allow me to do this without breaking the rules. After I help you, I need to stay in Sky Clock, and you need to stop talking nonsense. You, sir, have a deal. Han Sen looked at Bauer trying to connect with the gourd seed. Chaos, who was wearing black crystal armor, was watching over her. She taught Bauer what to do. Chaos was not as strong as she was before, but her knowledge was still top class. Even Han Sen did not know as much as she did. Oh, wow, Dad, I cannot believe you are here. When did you get here? Bauer saw Han Sen and happily went over to see him. She held on to Han Sen. Chaos looked at Bauer with jealousy. She felt rather upset about Bauer's connection to Han Sen. She and Bauer recognized each other, but Bauer was not as close to Chaos as she was to Han Sen. She was the biological mother, but she was not as close to her as Han Sen, who was only her stepfather. That made Chaos sad, but Chaos was not a jealous person. Plus, Han Sen was the one who raised Bauer. He had treated her like a real daughter, so she could not hold contempt for Han Sen. Upon seeing Han Sen approach, Chaos said, "You are not doing too bad for yourself. You got the leadership position of Time Sky. You might be able to help Bauer erase some unnecessary troubles." After pausing, Chaos checked out Han Sen's body and said, "Your power has surprised me. You were able to block a lot of time power. Does your body wield time element gene powers?" "As a matter of fact, I did do some practicing with time element geno arts in the past," Han Sen replied. Chaos nodded. "You are not too bad. It is a shame your soul genes are too weak. If you were able to reincarnate a few more times, perhaps you would be able to take the final step. After spirits are reborn, won't their past life memories be erased?" Han Sen asked. Chaos laughed. "Ordinary spirits will not take their memories over to the next life, but some powerful life forces can adopt soul gene changes like Qinshu and me. We reincarnated, but we are special. We are stronger. Every life you have will be better than the last, but it does take a lot of requirements. Your life force would need a lot, so ordinary life forces cannot achieve this. When you had the Geno prototype stone, I tested your soul genes. It is a shame your soul genes are so average. You do not have any past life memories. That means your soul in whatever you were in a past life is no more. Just one lifetime of experience will not allow you to complete the last step." Han Sen did not say anything, which was probably because he knew he wouldn't be able to walk that step. The Geno tablet had already told him he might be treading a new path of evolution. Perhaps it was not even a path. Bauer looked upset and said, "You cannot say that to my father. If my dad does not walk that step, that is only because he does not want to. If he wants to take it, he absolutely will. My cat is the strongest." Chaos frowned. She could tell Bauer had relied on Han Sen far too much. That sort of dependence was too much. It was beyond the realms of sense now. For Bauer's growth, that was not a good thing. As her daughter and the heir to that man, Bauer was the most perfect life form in the universe. She should have been very proud of herself. She should not have been constantly relying on Han Sen the way she was. Chaos moved her lips, but she did not say anything. She understood why she was mad when Bauer spoke that way to Han Sen but did not call her mom. If she said something more negative about Han Sen, Bauer would only become more upset. Compared to the relationship Bauer had with Han Sen, Bauer would only hate her more. It was a shame considering she was her biological mother. Han Sen stroked Bauer's head and smiled. "Bauer is right. If I want to, I will be able to. Don't you worry about a thing. I will not allow anything to harm my baby daughter. Not Qinshu or even the gods themselves will harm her. You really love Bauer, don't you?" Bauer was very happy. She gave Han Sen a kiss. Chaos felt terrible about this. She thought, maybe Han Sen is being honest. I do not doubt that, but having such absolute faith does not always guarantee success. Aside from Bauer, no one else can defeat Qinshu. If Han Sen fights Qinshu before Bauer, he will fight Qinshu hard. That will be bad. If he dies, Bauer will be heartbroken and no longer be able to fight Qinshu with a still heart. No, I must convince Han Sen to not do anything I would deem dumb. Chaos said, "Bauer, you should go and practice. Me and Han Sen have something we need to do." She then performed a gesture to Han Sen. Han Sen knew Chaos had something she wished to say to him. He stroked Bauer's hair and said, "Go on, Bauer. You go and practice. I will take you home later. Let's have dinner with Mom, Little Flower, and Ling Er. Cool. I miss my mother, sister, and brother, Bauer merrily agreed. She jumped off of Han Sen and went to practice. Chaos, what is it you want to tell me? Han Sen and Chaos walked far away from Bauer before the question was asked. Chaos looked at Han Sen with a serious expression and said, I know you love Bauer, and I know you treat her like a biological daughter. If you really want what is best for her, you should promise me something. In the Geno tablet fights, if you encounter Qin Shu before Bauer does, you must quit. You cannot allow Qin Shu to kill you. That will distract Bauer. Perhaps winning would mean losing. You do not want bad things to happen to Bauer, right? Chapter 3410 with Light and Deuce, you are right. I do not want something to happen to Bauer. Don't you worry, I know what to do. Han Sen paused and said, giving Bauer too much pressure is flat out not good for her. Let her rest for the night. Let her come home with me to have dinner. Let her relax, unwind, and get some energy back. Sure. Chaos nodded in agreement. Han Sen took Bauer back with him to Space Garden. He called for his family to convene. Together with Bauer, they all had dinner. Aside from Little Flower and Ling Tang Ming Zero, Little Angel, Little Silver, and the others were all there. The whole family was complete. Bauer did not enjoy practicing. She had been trying hard for so long that she had grown bored of it. Now, she was like a happy girl again. This was a night that gave her a chance to have fun. Bauer and her siblings, the three of them, were playing games. Han Sen and Ji Yanran sat on the couch watching them. Little Silver lay across Han Sen's lap. Its eyes were closed. It allowed Han Sen to stroke its silver hair. Han Sen wished time could freeze then and there. Han Sen's phone rang. It was displaying Mr. White's number, so he answered the call. Han Sen could not help but ask, Mr. White, have you learned anything on the matter we discussed? It is difficult for me to describe with mere words, Mr. White said. If you are free, I suggest you come visit my place. Sure, I will head over there now. Han Sen put the phone down. He had no choice but to send Bauer back to the sanctuaries. He then went to the place in Space Garden where Mr. White lived. When Han Sen saw Mr. White, he quickly asked, Mr. White, have you found anything? Mr. White looked at Han Sen and said, I have some predictions, but I am not too sure how accurate they are. I will have to conduct more tests. Can you use the Dongshuan Sutra now? Han Sen thought, this is hard for me to say. I cannot use the Dongshuan Sutra like I used to. When I am in danger and need to use it, I can use the Dongshuan aura and feel everything that poses a threat to me. It not quite like the Dongshuan aura I used to know. It is difficult for me to describe. Mr. White nodded. He suddenly reached his hand out and patted Han Sen on the chest. Mr. White stood in front of Han Sen, who was not aware of Mr. White's movement. His hand had suddenly moved. It was like a phantom ghost hand. Even if Qin Shu was there, he might not have been able to avoid it. Just as Mr. White's hand was going to touch Han Sen, his body reacted on instinct and moved to avoid Mr. White's incoming hand. Han Sen did not fight back. He did not look alert. He did, however, give Mr. White a questioning look. He did not believe Mr. White wanted to hurt him. He must have had his reasons to do that. Mr. White looked at Han Sen's body and said, I see. Your body has reached with light and dust level. Han Sen was confused, which he shared with Mr. White via a look. He asked, with light and dust level? What is that supposed to mean? I thought you were a student of Zon Men. Are these simple Zon Men words already beyond your understanding? Did you not read the Zon Men dictionary I gave you? Mr. White looked like he was smiling at Han Sen, but he was not smiling. Han Sen felt embarrassed. You know I cannot find time to relax and read. Plus, I have very bad luck. Bad things follow me like a bad smell. I can never have the time to study literature. Mr. White laughed and said, that is certainly nonsense. You just don't want to read books. Otherwise, with your evolving speed, remembering these Zon Men dictionaries would not be difficult. Han Sen blushed. He felt rather sad by the insinuation and said, I am afraid this is useless. The Zon Men is not really like mathematics. If I cannot understand the text, remembering it would be pointless. Mr. White nodded and said, you really are not suitable at learning Zon Men. If you do not practice Zon Men but can practice the Dongshuan Sutra to such a level, it is something I can only describe as odd. If you have the time, you should explain the Dongshuan Sutra to Ji Yanran. She is very good with Zon Men. She will achieve a lot with the Dongshuan Sutra. If things are indeed that way, then that is great. I will go and teach her tonight. Han Sen felt a bit excited. When he started speaking, His smile started to become bitter. You miss the Dongshuan Sutra. Mr. White looked at Han Sen with a soft smile. Han Sen shook his head. Ji Yanran is a wife who has gone through life and death situations with me. It is not just the Dongshuan Sutra. I am willing to teach her anything and everything I know. But like you said, Ji Yanran is very good with this stuff. When she learns the Dongshuan Sutra, she will see through everything and be more sensitive. That will be very hard for me to live with. What you are saying makes sense. If the water is too clear, there can be no fish. If people get too close, there will be a fissure growing. It is always good to have some space and distance. After saying that, Mr. White said smiled. Don't you worry, I already told you that your body has already reached the with light and dust level. Even if Ji Yanran practiced the Dongshuan Sutra to your level, she will still be unable to see through you. Mr. White, what does this with light and dust level mean? Han Sen quickly asked. With means flat, Mr. White explained. It means to cover, and means equal, so there are no differences. Mirrors capture dust and forbid shining. Whoever has the light will one day burn out and go dark someday. It means to cover yourself with the light. It is to be like dust. If you do not have light, you will not be dark. After thinking about Mr. White's short speech, Han Sen asked, are you saying to wait for the chance to come and do not reveal yourself? What does any of that have to do with my body? Mr. White nodded. People are aware that swords are sharp, and they know cannons can be destructive. There are things in this world that cannot be sorted out by swords and cannons. It is like when you are thirsty, you require water. When you are hungry, you require food. Even if you have an indestructible, ultimate sword or a cannon that can obliterate planets, they are pointless to have in such situations. Han Sen retreated into thought. It looked like he was understanding something, but he didn't understand a thing. Mr. White went on to say, ordinary creatures evolve along a path. There is a path of progress that leads them into obtaining more power. That sort of guided evolution is very limiting. It can be overbearing in the universe. In another area, such powers can be useless. Are you saying that my body can do anything in this area? Han Sen understood what Mr. White meant. Yes, you are not so stupid after all. Although your understanding is not very accurate, that's what it means. Mr. White smiled. Why did I not have any feelings like that? Let's not just say I can do anything in any area and at the same time. Why can't I do something that my power is capable of achieving? Han Sen looked at Mr. White with confusion, trying to figure out what had happened to him. That is because you have yet to understand your body, Mr. White seriously said. The hardest thing to understand in this world is yourself. Try to understand yourself, and you will make progress someday. Chapter 3411 Having Problems, How am I supposed to completely understand and control my body? After Mr. White left, Han Sen got to thinking about all the things Mr. White told him. Dragon Lady saw Han Sen walking and talking to himself all alone, so she said, it is so late. What are you doing here alone? Han Sen looked at Dragon Lady and replied, I came back from Mr. White. It is already late, so why are you not asleep? I have invented a new dish. Everyone is resting, so no one can try it. It is perfect that I have found you here. I suppose you can be the first to try out my new dish. Dragon Lady dragged Han Sen over to her kitchen. I really do not have much of an appetite. Han Sen was not in much of a mood to try anything. There was a fight coming soon, and he was concerned more about the safety of his friends and family. Eating new foods was low on his list of priorities. That is excellent. My food can certainly boost someone's appetite. I heartily recommend you have a bite. Dragon Lady did not say much. She pulled Han Sen to the kitchen and put a dish down in front of him. Since he was already there, Han Sen decided he would at least eat a bit. After all, he did not want to hurt her feelings. Dragon Lady was very skillful. There was every chance that across the whole universe, there was not a chef greater than her. Unfortunately, Han Sen really was not in the mood to eat. He did not think about the food on the table in front of him, so he just had a bite. The texture was good, he said, it tastes great. After hearing what Han Sen had to say, Dragon Lady asked him for more. If you think this dish is great, then please tell me what you think is good about it in further detail. Han Sen felt a bit embarrassed. He had only casually said what he did. He did not expect Dragon Lady to ask him a question in pursuit of more critique. He was just being polite on a whim. He did not really take the time to properly taste the food and understand how it tasted. You must understand that I am not a professional food taster, he said. I just thought it tasted great. There is not much more I can say. If you ask me what part of the food tastes the best and why, I cannot really tell you. He put more meat into his mouth. This time, Han Sen tried his best to taste the food. He did not expect he would be able to tell what was so good about the dish. More than anything, he just wanted this to be over and done with it. When Han Sen tried it this time, he was more than surprised. That is fine, Dragon Lady said. Just tell me what your heart is telling you. The way it was cooked was not for the food taster to taste. My purpose was to create something long-lasting. This was the first time Han Sen had heard a theory like this. Now that he was curious, he asked for more detail. Long-lasting, what do you mean? There are lots of nice foods in this world. In this universe, new dishes are being invented every moment. Many dishes can be very popular. Those that are draw in lots of people who want to eat them. Many people will queue for a long amount of time just to get a taste, but food like this might find itself ignored and forgotten after a short amount of time. Even if it remained on the menu, not many people would order this. People would only order this now and again, but a very simple dish can prove itself reliable. Because of that, it can last millions of years. It can be a solid dish that, even if you ate it every day, you would not grow tired of it. I am looking for that. Something long-lasting. I want a dish that many people will want to keep eating for a long period of time and not for a one-off. Ideally, by coming up with this sort of dish, I can invoke a change in people's diets. I understand where you're coming from, Han Sen said. To make food that can last a long time is not an easy task. Before humans started exploring other planets, their food options were very lacking. They just ate whatever they were able to. They then developed particular foods that were considered traditional. Now, in the universe, you have all sorts of ingredients to make food with. You might say there are too many foods, so traditional, long-lasting meals don't really exist. That is why this means so much to me. It is a challenge, and that is what I am after. If it was not difficult for me to do, I would not be bothered doing this. Dragon Lady smiled. She looked at Han Sen and said, to be able to say all you did, it means you really understand food. Why don't you tell me what this dish really tastes like? Just so you know, I call it spring autumn meat. Do you think this has what it takes to be a long-lasting food? Han Sen lowered his head and stared at the meat. He started to look at it strangely. Dragon Lady thought Han Sen would have said something by now, so she said, you can tell me anything. Is there something you can hide from? I thought we were close enough to share everything. Han Sen was silent a moment before proceeding to say, I do not know if this dish has what it takes to be long-lasting, but from what I see, this dish has a problem. What problem? Dragon Lady asked. Han Sen did not answer her immediately. Instead, he made a request. How about this? You make this food again. Perhaps then I can better identify what the problem is. Han Sen was not a professional food critic, but Dragon Lady admired him all the same. She did not disregard his opinion just because he was not a professional, so she went ahead to do what Han Sen had told her. She produced more of that spring autumn meat. Dragon Lady summoned a wok, spoon, knife, and spatula. She brought out a few ingredients and went ahead to cook the spring autumn meat right in front of Han Sen. Dragon Lady's skills were very good. No matter the food choice, the process, or even the whole controlling of the fire aspect, everything she did was perfect. Even the top-class chefs and food critics from all across the universe would have been unable to identify a single fault. In Han Sen's eyes, all of this made him start to look weird. Han Sen was able to cook meat, but his cooking ability was simple. Even some grilled meat was considered very special. Before Dragon Lady, his cooking meat skill paled in comparison. As Han Sen watched Dragon Lady make food, he had a weird feeling. Dragon Lady's every movement was something that resonated familiarity with him. It was like as Dragon Lady made food, every step and every movement were something Han Sen had seen before. Most of Dragon Lady's movements were something Han Sen was familiar with, but there were also times Han Sen thought her movements were different. The places and moves Han Sen could not feel familiar with were the times Han Sen thought Dragon Lady was making a mistake. It made Han Sen feel pretty weird. When it came to fighting powers, Han Sen could defeat Dragon Lady. When it came to cooking talents, Han Sen would never catch up with Dragon Lady. Their levels were nowhere near the same. Now, Han Sen believed that Dragon Lady was not doing things right, and that feeling was very strong. It was a little unbelievable. What is going on? Why do I have this feeling? Is that the with light and dust Mr. White was talking about? Han Sen was as much shocked as he was confused. He suddenly did not know what to do. Dragon Lady had already cooked the spring autumn meat. She put it down in front of Han Sen and asked him with seriousness, "Now, do you mind telling me what is wrong with the dish? It is really hard for me to explain." Han Sen thought for a moment and said, "There is this feeling I have, and it prohibits me from speaking. How about I make one myself, and you get to rate how well I do it?" He did not believe his feelings were right. He did not know what to think, so he did not confess what he was feeling to her. "Are you going to make spring autumn meat for me?" Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen with shock. With Han Sen's cooking skills, she could already predict how awful this was going to turn out. While the spring autumn meat looked simple, there were two different vegetables and meats that required different timings and temperatures. Han Sen would have to watch the temperature. Chefs that weren't professionals would not be able to juggle like that. With Han Sen's lack of ability, she did not think he would be able to produce the dish. Chapter 3412 Spring Autumn Maya, let me try it. Han Sen did not have power like Dragon Lady. He could only enter the kitchen and use ordinary kitchen utensils and instruments to cook with. The spring autumn meat contained 3 ingredients. The first was a heap of spring spices. The second ingredient was autumn mushrooms, and the third was a prime cut of thunder beast meat. The skin of a thunder beast was tough. Although it was not a high-class xenogenic, ordinary weapons were unable to damage its skin. The meat, however, was very fresh. That was especially true of the meat on its back. It was very thin and small. It made for excellent food to fry. The spring spices were crispy. The autumn mushrooms were smooth. When combined, the two of them could effectively get rid of the gamey taste. The three of them worked to present a wonderful dish. The meat accentuated the smells of the spring spices and autumn mushrooms. The meat was able to make the vegetables oily but not too greasy. It provided a refreshing taste. That dish seemed easy to make. All one had to do was put the 3 ingredients in, and then get to work frying. Regarding the seasoning, all one had to add was some salt and sugar. The 3 ingredients were enough to make an award-winning taste. However, a dish like that was hard to improve upon. The spring spices were the freshest they could be. To cook at a high temperature meant perfect timing was needed. After a long amount of time, the spring spices tended to lose their crispiness. If they were not done well enough, their spicy tastes would not come out to complement the dish, rendering it all difficult to swallow. Without the spices to erase the gamey taste of the thunder beast's meat, it would taste poorly. The thunder beast meat was fresh, so it could not be cooked for too long. The autumn mushrooms, however, could be cooked for a long time. One could not cook it for long though. Otherwise, the natural mushroom taste disappeared. These 3 ingredients required 3 different fires. The timing for each was very strict. One had to control the fire accurately and sort out the ingredients. It was a complicated process. The spring spices and autumn mushrooms had to be cooked in slices. The heat needed to be equal, so the autumn mushrooms had to be thin while the spring spices had to be thick. That was how they were able to be cooked at the same time. The thunder beast meat needed to be clean. Dragon Lady had already done that on Han Sen's behalf, so he did not need to worry about that. That simple meat actually had many rules for cooking. Dragon Lady did not think someone like Han Sen could prepare a decent spring autumn meat dish. Then again, Han Sen was known for constantly surprising people. Therefore, Dragon Lady was wise enough not to underestimate him. Han Sen always cooked meat, but he never fried his food. After watching Dragon Lady fry the spring autumn meat, he somehow seemed to understand something. He had a confidence that could not be described. Although he did not have Dragon Lady's magical tools, he was able to use ordinary cooking and make great use of them. He looked like a pro while using them. He was not a rookie. That was for sure. The cleaver in Han Sen's hand had a rhythm to the way it sliced. It did not go fast, but it did not go slow. Its usage produced a melody that could not be described. Even Dragon Lady thought Han Sen's way of cutting up food was an art form. Dragon Lady stared at Han Sen as she thought, his skills and cooking skills go hand in hand. Han Sen's knife skills are so good. Even his cutting is so good. Just because his cutting is good, it does not mean he can cook good food. How will he be able to fry this spring autumn meat? Han Sen did not think much. He cut the ingredients up and put them in the wok. Everything was so smooth that it was as if he had done this 1,000 times. Han Sen had only seen Dragon Lady prepare and cook the spring autumn meat, so the feelings were amazing. Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen. The more she watched, the wider her eyes became. Han Sen conducted every step with amazing precision and accuracy. It was truly brilliant. Rather than just focusing on the accuracy, one could also say his rhythm was perfection. Even Dragon Lady did not think she could do better than Han Sen when it came to that. Since when did he learn how to cook? Dragon Lady was shocked. This level of cooking finesse did not happen in one day. As she watched Han Sen prepare the ingredients for cooking, she knew he must have been really familiar with the textures of the food. He could do whatever he wanted with them. Shortly after, Dragon Lady's surprise morphed into confusion. Han Sen's process was the same as hers. In the end, there was a slight difference. The spring spices should have been dropped into the pan after the autumn mushrooms, but Han Sen reversed this process. This time, he cooked the spring spices first. From Dragon Lady's point of view, this was wrong. When the autumn mushrooms were cooked, the spring spices would be overcooked. They would not be crispy, and the taste would not be so fresh. If he cooks like this, the spring-autumn meat will be ruined. Dragon Lady shook her head. Dragon Lady was most surprised by the fact that Han Sen did not actually fry the autumn mushrooms. He only fried the spring spices a little. Then, he picked them up. He picked up the meat and the spring spices. You haven't cooked the autumn mushrooms, Dragon Lady reminded him. You can put them in now, Han Sen said. He put the thin slices of autumn mushrooms on top. They covered the spring spices and thunder beast meat. Dragon Lady was shocked. She did not know what Han Sen was doing. Han Sen poured some oil into the wok and watched the oil. When the oil was heated, Han Sen lifted the wok and put the oil onto the plate. The golden oil was on the white mushrooms. The mushrooms became yellow. It was like a layer of gold, and it produced a delicious smell. The smell of the mushrooms, oil, meat, and spring spices all swirled together in an intoxicating haze. The chemical reaction was unbelievable. It created a vegetable smell that drew saliva out of people's mouths. Even Dragon Lady had to gulp down a lot of saliva when she saw it. It is done. Please, try it. Han Sen put the spring-autumn meat in front of Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady was shocked. She grabbed the chopsticks and picked up spring spices. After placing them in her mouth, her eyes opened wide. She looked as if she could not believe what she was tasting. The spring spices had absorbed the tastes of the autumn mushrooms in the meat. The spices themselves were so crispy that they made a large impact on the tongue the moment they touched down on it. Dragon Lady's mouth was overwhelmed by the orgy of flavors. With the right amount of salt and sugar in her mouth, it kept going and going to tease her tongue's most sensitive taste buds. It made Dragon Lady keep producing saliva. Before she could taste it all, she could not help but gobble it all up. Dragon Lady could not wait to try out the autumn mushrooms and the thunder beast meat. She hastily stuffed them into her mouth. The tastes were strong. The meat and mushrooms were all around her teeth as she gnashed, drenching her mouth in flavor. It conquered her tongue. The tasty presence exploded in her mouth. How did you do that? Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen with a look of disbelief. It was as if she did not know who he was. Chapter 3413 Understanding Dragon Lady was shocked. That kind of cooking skill was not rare, but to think of someone being able to cook like that, they must have had a great understanding of cooking and food. He would have to be well versed and perhaps even be better than her. Han Sen did not look like the sort of man who spent a lot of time cooking, yet he could modify the spring-autumn meat. On top of that, he discovered the best way to cook all three ingredients. It made Dragon Lady shocked, to say the least. Dragon Lady grabbed Han Sen by the wrist and asked, "Tell me, when did you learn how to cook so well?" "You don't know who I am if you ask that," Han Sen said with a laugh. "I have never had the time to learn how to cook. I only saw you cook it up once, and that is how I understood how to do the recipe." Dragon Lady rolled her eyes. If just one look could give someone so many cooking skills, chefs would no longer need to exist in this world. "I don't know. You know me the most. You are always cooking the food. How often do I get to cook?" After Han Sen said that, he thought, does this have something to do with the light and dust level that Mr. White spoke about? I do not believe it. There is no way you can just randomly watch someone and become that good at cooking yourself. Dragon Lady knew Han Sen was speaking the truth though. She knew he did not have the time to cook. At best, he could only grill some meat. There was little to no skill involved in that. If Han Sen had randomly watched and learned that much skill, it was still something Dragon Lady could not wrap her head around and believe. Dragon Lady cooked a few more dishes for Han Sen. It turned out that he was able to cook those as well. He actually cooked the meals better than she did. He gave Dragon Lady more than a few surprises. His changes always made the food taste better than Dragon Lady's recipes. Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen in disbelief. She could not believe a genius man like him could possibly exist. He was better than her, who was a true professional. And he did all that just by having one look. How did you do this? Dragon Lady was a little bit sad. She started to wonder why she had studied so hard to become a good chef. Maybe that is why I am a genius. Han Sen pretended to think, stroking his chin as he did so. When Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen, she seemed angry. She was about to grab the frying pan and smack Han Sen across the face, but he seriously said, I think I really do understand. What do you understand? Dragon Lady asked him with shock. I cannot explain it. It is like no matter what I do, I can just find out the right way to do stuff. Han Sen tried to explain this as clearly as he could. When Dragon Lady heard him, she looked at Han Sen weirdly. The big path is a simple one to follow. Everything will return to its origin. Did you already reach the highest level, where humans and the path combine? I do not know. I do not know what has happened to me. Mr. White called this with light and dust. You are saying it is humans and the path getting together. I do not know what it is. Han Sen shook his head. He thought of another matter. He then said to Dragon Lady, there are many things I need to go and prove. How about we talk again at a later time? Han Sen waved his hands, left, and returned to his home. Why are you so late? Ji Yanran was sitting in front of a table, sorting out many documents. Seeing Han Sen come back, she poured out some tea for him. Han Sen grabbed Ji Yanran and quickly said, Yanran, give me the hardest book of Zhen Men. Why, I thought you hated those books. Are you going to study it in a rush? Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with shock. Han Sen had given her all the Zhen Men books long ago since he never wanted to read them himself. At best, he only flipped through a few of the pages. He never put his mind to the study of it. Of course not, I just want to see if I have what it takes to learn it. Han Sen could not really explain things to his wife. After thinking a moment, Ji Yanran said, when you looked at the hidden reel last time, you only read through half of it. Why don't you carry on from where you left off? I do not want the hidden reel or other silly beginner books, Han Sen said after a brief think. I want you to give me the one that is hardest to understand. I think there is one article called Zhen Men Hidden Reel Explanation. Mr. White said that aided his understanding the most over the past few years. Do you really want to read the Zhen Men Hidden Reel Explanation? Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with shock. The Zhen Men Hidden Reel Explanation was written by Mr. White with the knowledge he had on Zhen Men. It was not the hardest book about Zhen Men, but it covered a lot of aspects of it. If a person did not understand Zhen Men, or if they were not scholars of the basic Zhen Men, they would be unable to read the Zhen Men Hidden Reel Explanation. Ji Yanran's Zhen Men knowledge required a lot of information for studying Zhen Men Hidden Reel Explanation. There was a lot she had yet to understand, so she was always having to ask Mr. White for clarification. Han Sen did not know anything about Zhen Men, yet he wanted to jump straight into reading the Zhen Men Hidden Reel Explanation. Ji Yanran did not know what point there was to him reading it. But if Han Sen wanted to have a look, Ji Yanran was not going to deny him. She gave to him a copy of the Zhen Men Hidden Reel Explanation. The one Mr. White had penned was in the Han family's house back in the Alliance. It was not revealed to any random nobody. Han Sen did not understand anything. It was so hard for him. It was not like having a good memory would work for this. Although Han Sen tried to learn a lot of it, there was no progress. There was a lot of information about Zhen Men. Han Sen looked like he understood it despite not actually understanding. Even his Dongshuan Sutra was at a high level. In the Zhen Men stuff, Han Sen did not understand very much. He was far inferior to Ji Yanran. Han Sen picked up the Zhen Men Hidden Reel Explanation and read it. After he read it, he felt happy. Before, it was so hard for him to understand. Now, Han Sen was somehow able to understand it all. Much to his surprise, it was not even that difficult. He could sense that the content of the pages was rather simple. This feeling could only be felt. It was like a person who had never studied mathematics before. They would get a headache when they saw it but would suddenly have a light bulb turn on in their head. The mathematics then no longer looked difficult. Previously, Han Sen did not have the time to learn. So, when he read it, it meant nothing to him. He now fully understood. He thought the Zhen Men stuff was interesting. He kept reading it all, page by page, thinking it was quite fascinating. Ji Yanran watched Han Sen ravenously flick through the pages. It did not look as if he was reading it all seriously, so she said, "You are flicking through the pages very quickly. Do you really understand what you're reading?" Chapter 3414 Special Genius. As Han Sen read, he spoke in a very excited manner. "I should be able to understand a little." It did not matter if he was to make food or study books, they were the sort of tasks Han Sen had never been good at. Now, Han Sen was performing really well with all the stuff he was supposed to be bad at. If that was the with light and dust level Mr. White talked about, to Han Sen, it was an unimaginable boon. Mr. White said, "My body can be used in any field. Does that mean my body will become a genius that is talented in everything? No matter what I do or what I learn, will I be better than others?" Han Sen read the Zhen Men hidden real explanation and came to understand Zhen Men a whole of a lot more. He had tried learning it for many years, but now he was understanding it a lot more. Although reading that book did not mean he had learned Zhen Men, it was not like before when he only knew a small amount. He closed the book and looked at Ji Yanran's face. He looked at Ji Yanran and felt bad. "What are you looking at?" Ji Yanran reached out her hands and pushed Han Sen. She felt bad. "I am looking at your face." Han Sen did not look away. He reached out his hands and touched Ji Yanran's jaw. He smiled. "You know how to look at people's faces, don't you?" Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with shock. In the Zhen Men, faces were not an aspect of superstition. There was a skill that allowed them to be observed, however. It was called be born from the heart. It was not like if one thought of evil things they looked ugly or thought of good deeds and looked dashing. Be born from the heart meant a person's temper and personality could affect one's face. For example, people who worked hard did not usually have much in the way of emotion. They loved frowning, so their foreheads tended to have more wrinkles. People who laughed a lot had more wrinkles around their eyes and mouth. To go deeper, if a person had a bad temper, their livers would be on fire. If they stayed up late, they developed a bad throat and bad nose. They got dark circles around their eyes and would lose their hair. All of life's experiences left traces on a person's face. They were traces others could see on a face, so one could use that as a foundation for judging a person. Knowing a face required a lot of knowledge like one would need to study medicine and biology. They were the most basic fundamentals. Han Sen used to learn some of this stuff. Because he thought it was too much trouble and a big waste of time, he didn't bother learning it. Han Sen, who was half a Zhen Men student looking from the outside in, was not as accurate as the average fortune teller one might find on the street. As Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran's face, he saw her in a completely different light. In the past, he could not identify and register the traces. Now, they were illuminated in front of him. It was reminiscent of the phrase, "When you are inside a circle, you are looking inside. When you are outside, you are always just looking for the heat." Now, Han Sen could see something that was technically inside him. "Sure. Now, tell me what you see in my face." Ji Yanran removed Han Sen's hand. She put her face in front of Han Sen and looked at him with interest. 4 days ago, Little Flower went to the Alliance, right? Han Sen asked with a smile. Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen's face and asked, "Did you get all of that just from looking at my face?" Han Sen reached out his finger and touched Ji Yanran's lips. There was a lighter color on Han Sen's finger. Han Sen said with a smile, "This is the lipstick you always use. This brand can only be found in the Alliance, and at the latest. It has only been out for 4 days. I bet the manager will deliver the newest thing to our house. Only Little Flower can fetch the lipstick from the Alliance for you." After thinking a moment, Ji Yanran asked, "How do you know for sure that it was Little Flower who went back to the Alliance? Maybe it was yesterday, or perhaps it was 2 days ago." "No." Han Sen shook his head with certainty. "You really like to focus on your appearance, but you don't do makeup. Usually, you focus on skincare to moisture your face and give it a subtle sheen. This lipstick is the product you always use. There is nothing more than that. Every time there is a new product, you always make sure to try it out first." Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen and smiled. She did not speak. It made Han Sen feel a bit worried. "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I right or not?" "I did not expect this," Ji Yanran said, with a roll of her eyes. "You even know what sort of lipstick I use. How did I not know you cared about me that much? What does that mean? You are my wife. How could I not care about you?" I just never told you I do. Han Sen held Ji Yanran by the waist as he spoke. Ji Yanran squeezed his waist and said, "Stop talking crap. Tell me, did you really learn how to read people's faces? What else did you see? I could see my father-in-law has not been doing so well. He must have gotten bullied by my mother-in-law." Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran's face as he spoke. Ji Yanran opened her eyes wide and asked, "How can you know that?" "That is not something difficult to know. The necklace around your neck belongs to your mother-in-law," Han Sen explained the story. It shocked Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran then asked Han Sen something. He was able to answer her smoothly. From what he saw of her body, he could predict a lot of stuff, even what she did daily could be seen. It gave Ji Yanran quite the shock. She had learned how to read people too. After a long, arduous time of learning it, she had only grasped a bit. She was better than Han Sen before, but Han Sen was far better than her now. "Did you really read all of the Zhen men hidden real explanation?" Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen with a doubting look. "I would not say I read it all," Han Sen said. "I read about half of it. You would not be researching it secretly without me knowing, would you? After you understood it, you came here and put on a show just to one-up me." Ji Yanran found it hard to believe that Han Sen had only read it once and understood it so well. It takes 10 years of hard work off the stage to go up on stage for 1 minute, and that is how it is for a commoner. Your husband is a unique genius. I do not need to practice for 10 years. I only need a moment to be up on stage. Han Sen looked cocky. "I do not believe you." Ji Yanran did not believe it. She pulled out another Zhen men document and presented it to Han Sen. "This is a smaller book. You should go and read it. If you can understand what is in this, I will believe you are a genius." "Dear, it is bad to not trust your husband," Han Sen said. "I only trust my own judgment," Ji Yanran said while curling her lips. "Men cannot be trusted. They are liars and cannot be trusted." Han Sen said, "What you are saying is wrong. I am not like any other man." "Yes, you are right," Ji Yanran seriously said. "You are more untrustworthy than the average man." Han Sen's mouth opened wide. He had suddenly been rendered speechless. He rolled his eyes and laughed. "Fine, I will read this smaller book. If I understand everything, you will have to pay me back with something." "What do you want?" Ji Yanran asked with a blink. Han Sen grinned. He whispered something to Ji Yanran. It made Ji Yanran's face turned red. She madly pinched Han Sen's waist and replied, "You go to hell." "What, are you afraid? Do you not want to bet? Do you not trust yourself now? You know your husband is a genius, therefore, you are afraid." Han Sen lifted his lips. Ji Yanran gnashed her teeth and said, "I am not afraid. We can make the gamble. I do not believe you can just read this book once and learn it all." Chapter 3415 Challenging Qin Shu. The next morning, Han Sen woke up from his dreams. Ji Yanran's body was soft. She looked boneless on his body. She had slept well. It looked as if she was very tired after what they had done the night before. Han Sen kissed Ji Yanran's cheek and felt very proud. The previous night, he read the smaller book about Zhen men once. It made Ji Yanran keep her promise to spend a good night with him. For Han Sen, it was not just that it was amazing. His body was very strange. Even during sex, it was very special. It was like he understood more than before. A gentle touch was enough to drive Ji Yanran crazy. Does that mean my body has reached that level? Han Sen was very happy. He felt as if nothing in the world could stop him. He got out of bed, put some clothes on, and left the house. He wanted to try out something he was not very good at to see if his body would adjust well to it. After opening the door of the house, he saw a light in the sky. The Geno tablet was lighting up again. Someone has challenged a leader's seat. Han Sen raised his head and looked shocked. The light in the sky that was shining was of the 17th sky, where Qin Shu was. Who wants to challenge Qin Shu? Han Sen looked at the Geno tablet. He wanted to see who had the audacity to challenge Qin Shu. He could not think of anyone in the universe who would be willing to do such a thing. Han Sen was not the only one who was confused by this. Many elites in the Geno Hall and the God Chaos Party were in shock too. They could not imagine who might have wanted to challenge Qin Shu now. Quickly, the Geno tablet displayed an image of the 17th sky. Qin Shu and another shadow appeared on the screen. It is her. When Han Sen saw the shadow, he recognized who it was. It was a beautiful woman. She was so pretty that she did not seem like a human. It was hard to make people think of her in a wrong way. It is Moon God of the Witch. Why would she challenge Qin Shu? Han Sen was very confused, but no one could provide him with an answer to the riddle. It is her. It is her. Wang Yuhang's voice was heard from afar. He was shouting as he approached. Han Sen walked up to him and asked, "What do you mean it is her? Do you know who she is?" Wang Yuhang quickly said, "When I was trapped in the 33 skies, she was the woman who saved me. But she wrecked me pretty good. I vowed to exact my revenge on her. I think you should stay away from her," Han Sen said with a wry smile. Wang Yuhang looked as if he had been slighted. "I was unable to beat her, but my super god spirit body has evolved into ultimate mode now. I should have what it takes to defeat her. Do you have any idea who she is?" Han Sen asked with a smile. "I do not care who she is. If I see gods, I kill gods. If I see a Buddha, I kill a Buddha." Wang Yuhang was screaming. "Her name is Moon God," Han Sen said. "Just like Han Yufei, they are witches from many years ago. But Han Yufei is weaker among all other witches. Moon God is one of the strongest witches." Wang Yuhang stopped talking. In Space Garden, not many people put fear into Wang Yuhang's heart. Bauer was one such person though. Ling was another. It was Han Yufei he was afraid of the most, however. Han Yufei frequently tested Wang Yuhang. He was scared just hearing her name spoken. Cough, cough. "We are both victims. You should have mentioned that sooner." Wang Yuhang immediately agreed with Han Sen. He looked around, scanning their surroundings. He was now afraid Han Yufei was in the immediate area. He did not want her to hear what he had just said. "Who are you with?" A voice was heard outside the door. It made Wang Yuhang's legs go soft. He had to grab a hold of Han Sen's arm as not to fall over. Han Yufei then came out from the nearest door. She looked at Wang Yuhang as if she was smiling, but she was not actually smiling. Wang Yuhang quickly said, "Sister Yufei, I was just joking. Sister Moon God is the same race as you, so that would make her my sister as well. Not to just trick me, but even if she wanted my heart on a platter, I would willingly end my life and give it to her." Wang Yuhang was really afraid of Han Yufei. He was afraid Han Yufei was going to conduct even more tests on him. Although Han Yufei was not in the mood to deal with him now, he looked at Han Sen and asked, "Why would Moon God challenge Qin Shu?" "I should be the one asking you that," Han Sen said. "Why has she gone to challenge Qin Shu? You guys are from the same race, so you should be able to understand more than me." Han Yufei shook her head and said, "Qin Shu broke the barriers of the universe to reach the Geno universe. His body was repelled by the universe, and he was suppressed by the Geno Hall. My race is the one that saved him and allowed him to continue living. Although we only did this on behalf of Wanner back then, Moon God fought the god spirits because of it. She did so to keep him alive. She saved his life. Even if Qin Shu became the new universe leader, he would not do anything to Moon God. I do not know why Moon God has moved to challenge him. Do you think Moon God has what it takes to challenge Qin Shu in combat?" Han Sen thought Moon God might stand a chance. Qin Shu was powerful, but the witches were not bad either. Back then, the leaders of the God Chaos Party in Geno Hall made a life form. One of them was Human Alpha. That was the first Qin Shu. The other life form was the Alpha of the witch race. Han Sen did not know what the witch Alpha was called. He did not know if they were even alive anymore. Judging from all this, the blood of a witch was enough to fight Qin Shu. Moon God was the best out of all the witch race, so perhaps she did have enough power to battle Qin Shu. Otherwise, with her personality, why else would she challenge Qin Shu? I don't know. Han Yufei shook her head. In the 17th sky, Moon God stepped forward. She was like a god walking in the pale moonlight. She did not wield any fire. If a sky full of creatures did not know what this fight meant, they would think she was merely playing around. Qin Shu looked at Moon God. He did not look as full of himself as usual. He bowed and said, "Sister Moon, it has been many years. How are you?" A sky full of creatures was shocked. They did not think there was another person who could make Qin Shu behave like this. Moon God coldly said, "But now, I am not doing so good. Who dared to make you upset?" Qin Shu smiled at her. "It was you," Moon God coldly said. Qin Shu knew she was going to say that. He did not bite back. He merely said, "If I made you upset, you can just beat me. I will not fight back. Do you think I will feel guilty for you saying that?" Moon God coldly asked. "That is not what I meant," Qin Shu seriously said. "Sister Moon, you were always so good to me and my sister. If you want to kill me, I will not fight back. Chapter 3416 Three Palms Moon God coldly said, you do not need to talk so much crap. We don't owe each other favors anymore. If Wanner had not begged for your life, I would not have cared if you had died right in front of me. In that case, I will return the favor for Wanner, Qin Shu said. How dare you speak her name, Moon God coldly said. If I knew you would turn out to be such a heartless person, I would have rather upset her than save your life. Han Sen now understood why Moon God wanted to fight Qin Shu. Qin Shu wanted to revive his real sister, Qin Wanner. The witch Wanner was Qin Wanner reincarnated, but she was not Qin Wanner. The reborn Qin Wanner, who had the soul of the witch Wanner, was sacrificed. That was something the witch and Moon God could not accept. Qin Shu's personality was, at the very least, one with a lot of determination. The witch Wanner was super nice to him, but he was still really stubborn about wanting to revive Qin Wanner. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the witch version of Wanner. Han Sen could not tell if Qin Shu was right or wrong in this, but to witch Wanner, Qin Shu was a sinful man. If Moon God wants to punish Qin Shu, please do it, Qin Shu coldly said. I will not fight back. Good, I want to see what you have spent the past many years learning. I want to see how you can dare say what you are saying directly in front of me. Moon God looked very cold. She waved her hand and looked as if she was going to palm Qin Shu. Moon God and Qin Shu were a few thousand feet apart. Moon God was not fast. She pushed her palm out slowly. It did not seem scary, and there did not seem to be a powerful light carrying it. This palm is called ice. Her palm was like jade or crystal. It was like it had been made from an ice jade statue. It was so pretty that it was heavenly. It was like the best product of the earth. People would have thought that palm was like light. It seemed powerless. It did not touch Qin Shu. It was a few thousand feet away from him. It did not look like a threatening move. They thought Moon God was not going to be able to hurt Qin Shu. Han Sen's eyes suddenly turned bright. He saw the real behavior of the Cold Sutra. His Jideskin came from Moon God's Cold Sutra. People could not see the amazing thing they should have witnessed, but he could. With Moon God's powerless palm in the air, Qin Shu's body formed frost. He was frozen in ice and jade. He became an ice jade statue. Han Sen thought the sheep fairy's hollow structure was amazing. Compared to Moon God, the sheep fairy's hollow structure was far inferior. Moon God's ice jade structure was mysterious. It was like it was forever crystal. Even the world's strongest power would not be able to break her ice jade seal. The ice jade crystal was also using a special way to minimize itself. The freezing power became deeper, and the ice jade became more concentrated. If this continued, Qin Shu's body would become dust because of the ice jade. In the next second, Han Sen heard a "kacha" noise. The so-called forever ice jade crystal had a crack. The crack was spreading. It spread through the whole ice jade crystal. Pang! A sky full of crystal jade slices went everywhere. The crystallized Qin Shu body shattered. Qin Shu's face appeared. Qin Shu was standing where he was. He did not move, but Moon God used her Cold Sutra's sealing power at max. It was unable to hurt him. Qin Shu is very powerful. When Han Sen was able to use a Geno art, and when he was the best at using Jideskin, he was still inferior to Moon God. Even Moon God's attacks did not work on Qin Shu. Han Sen's Jideskin would likely fail if he used it. Of course, you are strong. It is no wonder you look down on everything now. Moon God was still very cold. The coldness in her eyes became colder. Thank you, Sister Moon, Qin Shu said. If you want to do this again, just do it. There is no point in you trying to provoke me this way, Moon God coldly said. I will return the 3 palm for Wanner. Earlier was just the first one. There are another 2 to come. If Sister Moon thinks this is fun, then not just 3 palm strikes will do. You can do 300 or even 3,000, and I will be happy to oblige. Qin Shu sounded oddly sincere. HMPH. Moon God coldly grunted. She seemed to hate the things Qin Shu was saying. Her hands, which looked like beautiful jade, were palming into Qin Shu's chest. This time, Moon God used her left hand. This hand was completely different from the other hand. The palm from earlier was so cold and heartless that it froze everything. The main power was a cold sealing power. Moon God's second palm was not cold. The hand was like crystal or jade. It looked like it was carved out of the most beautiful jade stone statue. The jade-looking palm cut through space. It destroyed the space it traversed. Wherever the hand touched, it was destroyed. The destructive powers were very strong. They were stronger than Han Sen's reverse the story of Gene's. This palm is called Jade Shatter, Moon God coldly said. When the palm went forward, its presence was felt across the universe. The jade hand was on Qin Shu's black crystal armor. The black crystal armor was delivered a crack. Moon God's jade palm went into the armor. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a crack develop on the black crystal armor, but that palm was unable to break the black crystal armor. It only left a mark on it that was the shape of a hand. Qin Shu lowered his head and looked at the palm on his chest. He sighed. Sister Moon, you are much stronger after being reincarnated. This jade shatter is something not even a sky full of god spirits could repel. A god base would be instantly destroyed by this. I must say, I am looking forward to your third palm strike. While he spoke, the palm marking on the black crystal armor recovered. Moon God ignored what he had said and coldly said, there is no need for you to look forward to it because you will see it now. After that, Moon God reached out her hands. She did not unleash another palm at Qin Shu. She put her hands together with her fingertips facing each other. She made a circular gesture in the air. Moon God raised her hands. The hollow circular part was aimed at Qin Shu. She coldly said, this palm is called Moon Break. After Moon God said that, Qin Shu's face changed. Qin Shu had been standing there the whole time, not moving an inch. Now, he was actively retreating. He was too late. A buzzing noise sounded. A whole portion of space vanished where Qin Shu was. It was like the time and space there had been dug away and deleted. Qin Shu had been a step too close. The black crystal armor on his arm had been eaten by the force of that power. Most of the arm armoring and the muscles of his arm had been torn off. They vanished with the collapsed part of space. It was like a big, scary, invisible mouth had ripped his arm off. Chapter 3417 Reboot Class, Sister Moon, you have already maxed out and broken the world. I must congratulate you. Qin Shu's face did not change. He did not seem to care about the wounds on his arm. He looked sincere in his bow and congratulations to her. As he bowed, the wounds on his arm and the broken black crystal armor had already recovered. No trace of the wounds he had just incurred was found. Han Sen frowned and thought, the Geno prototype armor has a real body inside it. What does this mean? Did Qin Shu give up his body and use a pure spirit body to enter the Geno prototype armor? If this was true, there should not be any actual body inside it. I must congratulate you as well, Moon God coldly said. It looks like you did it. You reached reboot level. You made your body. This is as I expected all along. There is nothing particular joyous or special about this. But tell me, Sister Moon, do you still want to fight me? Qin Shu was neither happy nor sad. He looked like this was what was always supposed to happen. I said that I would deliver 3 palms, and now I have delivered my 3 palms, Moon God said. You do not need to try me. She then walked away. She broke space and departed the 17th sky. The 33 skies, Bai Sima was unable to stop her exit. When Moon God left, the shadow of the Geno tablet faded away. The 17th sky returned to how it used to be. No weird lights continued to shock the sky and all that jazz. Han Sen felt a little strange after bearing witness to that encounter. He did not know why Moon God did not attack him more. She was very high profile and had gone all the way up there to fight him, yet she had only wanted to attack the man 3 times. It did not seem as if that was something Moon God would do. While Han Sen was lost in thought, he saw the space in front of him ripple like water. A beautiful body like a mirror flower water moon was spreading through space ahead like a shockwave. It was Moon God arriving, the one who had just struck Qin Shu 3 times. Han Yufei looked at Moon God. She looked a bit shy. She stood straight and called out her name politely. Sister Moon, little Yufei, you are still so lazy. With your potential, if you were not glued to your research all the time, your accomplishments and strength would be no inferior to mine. Moon God sounded as if she was trying to lecture her and as if she had raised her all her life but had failed. Our paths were always meant to diverge, Han Yufei said while lifting the frame of her black glasses. She stared at Moon God. It does not mean the path you walked was right and mine was wrong. Whatever. It is good enough to learn that you are happy. Since you were young, I was never able to control or steer you in any particular direction that wasn't your own. After saying that, Moon God proceeded to ignore Han Yufei. She looked at Han Sen and said, have you learned my 3 palms? Han Sen was shocked and asked, the 3 times you hit Qin Shu, was that something you actually wanted to show me? So, have you learned them? Moon God asked again. I understand a bit of what you showcased, but even if I did understand them fully, it would be pointless. My body has a problem. Thus, I will be unable to use them. Han Sen had to answer her this way. He was just trying to be polite, but he actually understood what he had seen completely. The 3 palms were 3 different levels of the Cold Sutra. The first 2 levels were called Ice and Jade Shatter. Han Sen was able to do those. The last one he saw was Moon Break. It should have been something Moon God had created after she reached a break world rate of 100. Han Sen was able to understand it just fine, but his body would not allow him to use it whenever he pleased. Moon God asked, have you been able to understand Qin Shu's power yet? I understand some, but not all of it, Han Sen said. His body was only created when he reached reboot class, isn't that right? Moon God nodded and said, yes, that is correct. Upon reaching reboot class, it means he has achieved an undying body. Even without a god temple or a base, he can infinitely reboot. He can reset his body to a certain time and space. No matter what kind of damage he takes, his body will be rebooted to that time. So, no matter how strong your powers are, you are unable to kill him. You can make his body turn into nothing, but he can still return to the time he was first able to revive. After briefly thinking, Han Sen asked, is there no other way to kill him? Like, can we use time power and prohibit him from going back to that time? Rebooting is not a simple time power, Moon God said. Even if you achieved mastery over time and space powers, you cannot affect his reboot powers. Otherwise, why else do you think only reboot class people can assert control over the Geno Hall? Why would they be the ones labeled the masters of the universe? Reboot class means you have an immortal body. In this entire world, there are only 5 people who are reboot class. There are 5. Han Sen looked at Moon God. He could not imagine how there could be 5 such people. Moon God said, in the past, the Geno Hall leader was the only reboot god spirit. He was the first, and he was the beginning of the reboot class. Without him, there could not be another 4 reboot class people. After a pause, Moon God said, the second reboot class person is someone you seem to know rather well. That person is Bauer, who happens to have that leader's blood. She will become reboot class. It is only a matter of time before she does. The third person is the current God Hall leader. Before the old leader rebooted the universe, he put his power into the Geno Hall. He controlled the Geno Hall, and that is why the universe has been able to maintain peace for so long. So, are you saying the fourth is Qin Shu? If that is so, who might the 5th person be? Han Sen asked. If you knew Qin Shu was reboot class, then you should also know who that person is, Moon God said to Han Sen with a smile. Can you not guess the other reboot class person? Which alpha? Han Sen's heart jumped as he said it out. Back in the day, whoever earned the leader's blood was not just a human alpha. There was the alpha of the witch, but Han Sen did not know what happened to the witch alpha. Han Sen peered at Moon God's face. He knew he was correct, so he asked, is the witch alpha still alive? Is she still here in the current incarnation? Moon God smiled. Do you think Qin Shu only let me hit him because he owes me a favor? Are you saying he is afraid of the witch alpha? Han Sen's heart was shaking. That is only half correct. He needed to return a favor to me, but he was also scared. However, the witch alpha is dead. Now, there is only Tai Yi of the witch. When Moon God mentioned those 2 words, Tai Yi, she looked a bit cocky. Tai Yi is the witch alpha in a reincarnated form. Han Sen's mouth opened wide. He remained frozen for quite a while. Moon God sighed. Not exactly. The witch alpha died and was reincarnated. When she was reincarnated, there was a problem. Her soul split into 2. Tai Yi is one of those halves. Was it really split in 2? In that case, the other one, Han Sen wanted to ask who it was, but then he thought about someone. He screamed and asked, is the other one Sky God King Qun? You seem to know a lot, but King Qun is of the witch. Moon God looked at Han Sen. She was surprised he knew about the existence of Sky God King Qun. Han Sen knew who King Qun was, but he was shocked all the same. He did not believe the allegation, so he said, that can't be right. King Qun and Tai Yi are different. How could he be another half of the soul of the witch alpha? Moon God sighed. Sometimes an identity does not mean anything. Even though he is half of the witch alpha incarnate, he might not be able to reach the end. But that is fine. King Qun does not matter as it is the business of the witch. You do not need to be involved. Tai Yi will handle it. After pausing, Moon God said to Han Sen, you saw my 3 palms. You saw Qin Shu's body. This is good. Use my 3 palms to practice with Bauer. If she can evade Moon Break, she can battle Qin Shu. Otherwise, do not bother joining the Geno tablet fights. Chapter 3418 Special Occasion. I would like to practice with Bauer, but I am afraid my body will not allow it, Han Sen said with a wry smile. I watched your fight with Moment God. Your body has evolved sufficiently to make use of the Cold Sutra. As Moon God spoke, she checked Han Sen out. It is a rather difficult situation to explain. My body does have a problem though. I can only use the strength I need to use when I am provoked by adversarial powers. Usually, I am quite harmless. Han Sen explained the situation to her. When Moon God heard what he had to say, she frowned sternly and continued checking Han Sen out. Eventually, she said, what you are saying is that you are stronger when you fight something stronger. As in, if the enemy is stronger, you will become stronger. I guess that is what I meant. Han Sen confirmed with a nod. I must confess, that is rather interesting. That means if I put power onto you, you will become as strong as me. Moon God squinted her eyes. It was hard to determine what she was thinking about. I am not too sure about that because I do not know how strong I can become when I encounter strong opponents, Han Sen said. In that case, let's test your limits to the fullest. I can try to hit you 3 times. Moon God tried this the moment she spoke. She had only just said that, and she had already used her palms to attack Han Sen. That palm was the ice attack she used before. Moon God's palm quickly came near Han Sen, his body immediately became tense. His skin and bones became ice jade crystals. He threw a palm out toward Moon God. The skill he used was like the ice one Moon God had just used. 2 hands looked like icy jades, and they were quietly going to collide with each other. The temperature in the area was falling fast. Wang Yuhang and Han Yufei retreated for a moment. If they weren't fast enough, their bodies would be frozen by the sudden clash of frosty powers. Han Sen's and Moon God's palms collided. An icy air arose from their hands. Han Yufei and Wang Yuhang, in much shock, noticed Moon God's hands were coated in frost that was spreading all across her body. Han Sen, on the other hand, was totally fine. No frost or icy air was harming him. He looked the same as he always did. Han Sen's ice is better than Sister Moon's ice. Han Yufei was shocked by what she was witnessing, but she was also happy. If my child has these sort of genes, I wonder how strong it will be ere the end. Moon God was shocked by this too. She was the one who created the Cold Sutra. Now, she was at the 100% ceiling of breaking the world. In that universe, many people were close to breaking the world but very few could maximize their break world rate. Han Sen's ice was stronger than her break world ice. Even Moon God could hardly believe this to be true. Let me try my jade shatter. Moon God pulled back her hand. The palm of her other hand came rushing to strike Han Sen. She reduced her power output to the smallest so one could not feel the jade hand possess any power. Moon God's jade shatter was unleashed, so Han Sen's body adjusted. He used the same skill she did. The same jade shatter was returned upon Moon God's hand. The 2 white, jade-like hands palmed together. The power was small, so not much movement was created. Between the 2 hands, a fragment of space collapsed. Kacha. Moon God's jade hand was delivered a crack. It was going to crack, yet Han Sen's hands were totally fine. Even his jade shatter power is greater than Sister Moon. Han Yufei was well and truly surprised by this. Moon God was shocked too. She fell back and looked at her hands. She saw a few small lines. If she kept going, her hand would undoubtedly be shattered by Han Sen's countering force. Your body is strong. Now, try and endure my moon break. Moon God frowned. She did not believe Han Sen was able to use her best power to beat her. The 2 hands collided to create a circular shape. The center had a focal point that was aimed at Han Sen. A scary power gathered up inside the hand-formed ring. Almost at the same time, Han Sen did the same thing. He put his hands together in a circular shape and aimed at Moon God. There was a weird power inside his hands now. A scary power exploded between Han Sen and Moon God. The space between them was like it was being consumed by an invisible and quiet monster. They were 30 feet apart. After that moment, the 2 of them were standing next to each other. Their ringed hands combined. Pang! Moon God's hands were bounced away by some force of power. She took a few stumbled steps back to try and stabilize her body. She looked at Han Sen with a look of sheer disbelief. Her mouth could not utter a single word. Han Yufei's pretty eyes were whelmed by surprise. The more powerful Han Sen's body was showcased how much stronger her own child would be. After a while, Moon God could not help but ask, "What is up with your body?" She could not believe Han Sen was able to beat her with what she was best at. She had never dreamed something like this could be possible. "I want to know what happened to my body too." Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. He looked as if he had been wronged or something. Moon God looked as if she was thinking about something by the way she now peered at Han Sen. She addressed Han Yufei and said, "Yufei, you must have done some research on his body. Did you find anything out? What are the results?" "I did research his body," Han Yufei confessed. "The results? You have to let me see them." Moon God reached her hands out. "Therein is a problem," Han Yufei said while shaking her head. "There are no conclusive results." "What do you mean there weren't any conclusive results?" Moon God asked with a frown. After thinking a moment, Han Yufei said, "Do not look at me like that. There really was nothing to be discovered. His genes cannot be analyzed. I used the most advanced technology and power at my disposal, but nothing I tried seemed to work. His genes are like stones that cannot be broken by the mightiest tool. I do not have the answers we are all looking for. From what I am best able to tell, the evolution of San Emu's genes has exceeded even Qin Shu." "No way," Moon God said with a frown. "Why not?" Han Yufei asked. "You cooperated with Qin Shu. You should know his history. He has a reboot God spirit gene. His genes are atop a pyramid. Aside from Bauer, not even Tai Yi can compete against him." Moon God did not think Han Sen's genes were as good as Qin Shu's. "I do not think so. With evolution comes an innumerable number of possibilities. Qin Shu's genes are great, but you cannot deny the possibility that there exists another creature that is greater than he. Han Sen could seriously be the one." Han Yufei doubled down on her own opinion. Moon God looked at Han Sen weirdly. "There are special occasions where such a thing can come to pass, but these special occasions are all based on something. Han Sen does not have the genes of a past life. All of his evolution came from this life. To become better than Qin Shu in such a short amount of time is too much." Chapter 3419 The Geno Tablet Fights Begin, Maybe. Han Yufei did not argue, but everyone was able to tell Moon God had been unable to convince her. Moon God did not carry on with this subject. She addressed Han Sen and said, "You are good. Your body is strong. I cannot say for certain that you are greater than Qin Shu, but in this universe, you certainly rank amongst the best. Few could ever hope to rival you. With the way your body is, fighting alongside Bauer would be beneficial. You could aid her a lot." After Han Sen thought about it, he thought what she said made sense. With Bauer's power, she would be able to activate the power inside Han Sen's body. Perhaps he could see where the limitations of his body resided. "We are only 4 days away from the Geno Tablet fights," Moon God said. "You should make the most of the time you have to practice. I will be leaving. I hope I will see you guys live." She then walked away. She did not try to stay. After a few steps, she vanished into thin air without a trace. Han Sen wanted to go back to the sanctuaries to find Bauer. Han Yufei stopped him and asked, "Han Sen, what are you planning on doing?" "I do not know what I can even do. I think I will go back to the sanctuaries. It is as Moon God said. I should use my body to fight Bauer. Perhaps I will be able to help her." Han Sen was half lying and half speaking the truth. Han Yufei's eyes were like a pair of sharp blades. It was like her vision was slicing up Han Sen's heart. She smiled coldly and proceeded to ask, "Is this about you helping Bauer, or will Bauer be helping you? Is there a difference between the two?" Han Sen was shocked, but he pretended to remain calm. Han Yufei looked at him with disdain. "With your personality being what it is, I do not think you will permit Bauer to take the risk. I don't think you ever planned on allowing Bauer to participate in the Geno Tablet fights. You will get Bauer to fight you for your sake. She will help you. It is not you helping her." Wang Yuhang, who was on the sidelines, laughed loudly. He did not say anything, but he obviously agreed with the assessment. "Can I be seen through that easily?" Han Sen asked with a wry smile. Wang Yuhang smiled. "Do I have to explain it to you? We have known each other for a very long time, and I know exactly what kind of person you are. Things like this should not be guessed." "Fine. You guys do whatever you want. I am going back to the sanctuaries for the time being." Han Sen felt bad as he bid them goodbye. Han Yufei patted him on the shoulder and said, "Do not worry, you can go. Even if you die, all will be fine. Your genes and blood pulse will live on." Han Sen thought Han Yufei meant what she said purely because of the fact he already had kids, so he did not think too much about what she said to him. "I do not want to die yet. Stop cursing me, okay? I am leaving. Do not mention anything about this to the others." After Han Sen gave them a warning, he waved goodbye and returned to the sanctuaries. Han Sen wanted to fight Bauer and obtain a better understanding of himself, but chaos denied Han Sen's desire. She said Bauer and the Gene Seed were in a critical time, and that combination was very much nigh. She had to focus on her combination with the Gene Seed. There was no time for Han Sen to meddle and get involved. Han Sen felt pretty glum about that, so he gave up on his proposed idea. He tried doing something else to understand his body more. If Han Sen had counted on luck and effort in the past, his genes now made him into some sort of super genius. No matter what he did, he could just learn things. He released Holy Pirate and played a game of chess with him. He beat him 19 times in a row. Even though Han Sen was not very good with music, learning an instrument sounded much simpler. He was quickly able to learn all sorts of songs and melodies. It was like he had swiftly become a musical maestro. Even Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin thought Han Sen's musical talents were beyond incredible. They thought the Han Sen they were seeing was someone else in disguise. Being too smart is actually troublesome. Han Sen soon found out that everything was fast becoming a bore. In the past, everything he did was new, so losing was fine by him. Now, no matter what Han Sen did, he could not lose. Everything was boring to him now. Many of the things Han Sen once found interesting were now dreary and dull. He was no longer in the mood to do them. 4 days went sluggishly by. Han Sen did not make much progress in the realm of understanding himself. He only knew his body was able to be the best at whatever he sought to do, but he still did not know where his limitations, if there were any, lay. He still did not know. Never mind. When I fight Qin Shu, I will know where the limitations of my body reside. Han Sen looked at the clock. The Geno fights were on the cusp of starting. Bauer had yet to combine with the Gene Seed. Han Sen felt relieved by that. That is good. Bauer has not combined yet. She will not be able to take part in the Geno tablet fights. That has saved me a lot of trouble. Han Sen looked at Bauer and left the sanctuaries. Many of the elites in Space Garden were waiting for Han Sen. He picked up Ling Er. With Ji Yanran standing next to Little Flower, they waited for the Geno tablet fights to begin. Ji Yanran held Han Sen's hands. She lowered her head and said, "No matter what, you must make it back. You must remember that there are people waiting for you to come back. Do not worry. If I am unable to fight, I have a skill that enables a quick escape. In this world, not a single person can break that skill of mine." Ji Yanran rolled her eyes. She took out a pen and grabbed Han Sen's hand. She wrote down 3 names: Ji Yanran, Han Fei, and Han Ling Er. Who is Han Fei? Han Sen was shocked. It was then that he remembered it was Little Flower's real name. If Ji Yanran had not written it down, Han Sen would have forgotten all about it. Ji Yanran lowered her head and said, "If you cannot hold on, just look at these 3 names." Han Sen would not have to look at Ji Yanran's eyes to know they were red. Tears were holding on and trying their best not to fall. "Do not worry. With you guys backing me up, there is not a single person that can kill me." Han Sen's heart was wanting a fight. Boom. Space suddenly lit up. The 33 skies unleashed a god light. It was like a weird, bright, flickering light was coming out of a headstone. Atop the big gravestone-like structure was a Geno tablet. It glowed with a god light. It could not be explained how weird it looked. Han Sen, Ning Yu, and Wang Yuhang's bodies had some sort of power of attraction. They were pulled back into their skies in rainbow light. The names of 32 leaders flickered across the Geno tablet. The 32 names shone a sky full of worlds. The main and reverse universe creatures remembered this. Han Sen was brought back to Time Sky. The stone clocks of Time Sky were fixed to the hour of 12. The bell sounds shocked the sky and the ground. "This scene is so bad luck," Han Sen sadly said. "It is like it has sent me to my funeral." A beam of light came from the 33 skies. It shone on Han Sen and took his body to the Geno tablet's 33rd sky. Chapter 3420. Controlling the sky and the ground. All the names of all the 32 skies, leaders lit up on the Geno tablet's face. When the names were lit up, the leader's shadow arose from the Geno tablet. It was like a demon god was floating in the 33 skies. It made a sky full of worlds see the leader's name and face. There were people there Han Sen knew. Besides Qin Shu, there was also Human King, Big Sky, Demon, Ancient Devil, Berry Path God, Wang Yuhang, Ning Yu, Demon Alpha, and others who were all figures with whom Han Sen was well acquainted. The Geno tablet fights were a simple affair. The 32 leaders would be split up into teams and forced to kill each other. There would be 16 winners. Then, the 16 would become 8, the 8 would become 4, and the 4 would become 2. The last 2 would square off to determine the final winner. Han Sen was hoping he could engage Qin Shu in his first fight and show his true trump card. He did not want to have to engage friends and be forced to kill them. That would not be a favorable result to things. Things did not go how Han Sen wanted them to. The Geno tablet took Han Sen to the 33 skies. Before long, he noticed he was standing before Demon Alpha. When Demon Alpha saw Han Sen, she was given a fright. She did not expect her first fight would pit her against Han Sen. The other leaders had their own enemies to contest with. Although they were in the 33 skies, the Geno tablet's powers had split them up into 16 separate arenas. No one was able to enter the arenas of others. The creatures of the 2 universes watched. The creatures of the universe of kingdoms were watching Qin Shu's fight. Although most people did not know Qin Shu was Wu Wei Dao Alpha reincarnated, the Qin kingdom's name was still something that shocked the universe. It was held in very high regard far and wide. The creatures of the Geno universe were more interested in watching Han Sen and seeing what he would do. The name Dollar was something embedded in the soul of every single living creature of the Geno universe. They wanted Han Sen to win no matter what. Berry Path God did not have much luck. When he saw his enemy, his face immediately became dim. His opponent was Qin Shu. My favorite vice president. Qin Shu looked at Berry Path God and coldly said, "Ah, so, are you going to fight me? I am here. It does not matter who I am forced to fight. I am not going to fall back and cower like a fool." While Berry Path God was talking, he waved his hand. A lot of stuff came flying out of his body. Many bronze objects, such as stoves, tripods, pots and pans, bowls, and other types of stuff, came flying out. They suppressed all 8 directions around him. They combined with the power of the 33 skies to glow with a god light and cover the whole arena. If Han Sen had seen these items, he would recognize them as the stuff chaos had left behind. Berry Path God was the one to receive them all. Now, those items were glowing with a god light. They became a rainbow halo that suppressed the sky and the ground. They covered Qin Shu too. Berry Path God, do you really think all of this stuff can be used to fight me? Qin Shu put his hands in the air. He let the items release a god light to shoot and fall upon him. They were brushed off with ease. They did nothing damaging. Berry Path God coldly said, "This stuff alone cannot fight you, but with this, things might be a little bit different." After that, Berry Path God waved his sleeves. A scroll came out of it. It displayed a picture. When the picture left Berry Path God's sleeves, it combined the sky and the ground. The battleground combined with the drawing. The battleground was inside the painting, and the painting was the battleground. Qin Shu looked around and emotionlessly said, "You have the sky path painting." "Mr. Leader created this sky path painting because it would benefit me," Berry Path God said. "With the help of these other relics, the sky path painting can combine with the sky and the ground for me. The sky and the ground are now in my hands. Even if you have the power of a god, without the help of the universe, to use just your own power to fight me will not be enough." The whole of the sky and the whole of the ground listened and adhered to his command. The substance chains became a real dragon. They arose from the ground. It was like 10,000 dragons were stealing an orb. It was roaring at Qin Shu. "Berry Path God is so powerful," a God Chaos Party elder remarked as he watched what Berry Path God was doing. He was in a lot of shock. He has used the sky and the ground for himself. Now, the picture disconnects the powers and the rules from the outside. Qin Shu looks like he is now fighting in Berry Path God's world. He will be restricted by the rules of that world and unable to draw on power from the outside. It is hard to say who will win. People who did not think Berry Path God would win were now in shock. Berry Path God has achieved combining the sky and the path into one. Although he uses power from the outside, it is enough to shock the universe. Qin Shu is in real trouble here. I thought this would be a boring fight, but Berry Path God seems to be doing better than anticipated. It is no wonder why he was considered a vice president of the God Chaos Party. Everyone thought they would witness a big fight, but Qin Shu just raised his hand. When the hand spread its fingers, many substance chains became real dragons. They went to his hands. Then, all the power in the sky and the ground went into his hands. It was like that place was not actually a hand. It was a bottomless black hole. All of the power from the sky and the ground was absorbed into Qin Shu's hand. Berry Path God looked shocked. He madly exploded his power. He wanted to control the sky path painting and the power of all the items to stop Qin Shu. It was pointless to resist. The old items were flying to Qin Shu's hands as if he had an invisible big hand. They all went into his hands. Even the sky path painting was torn apart by the force of suction. It was like the sky and the ground was ripped to pieces by Qin Shu's hands. The scariest thing about all of this was that Berry Path God's body was also drawn closer to Qin Shu. His Berry Path power was leaking out of him like water. It was all going into Qin Shu's hands. No, impossible. Berry Path God tried his best, but he was unable to get away from the scary force of suction. His Berry Path power became weaker and weaker as his body was shriveled to become fragile. Berry Path God could not escape. He and the sky path painting went into Qin Shu's hands as silence fell all around the arena. The elites of the two universes were all frozen. That was the vice president of the God Chaos Party. He had the power to shock the sky. He was one of the strongest beings in the universe, but he was unable to block Qin Shu's hands. So scary. It is no wonder Qin Shu almost ruled the universe of kingdoms. He is so strong. Berry Path God has been destroyed by Qin Shu. In this Geno tablet fight, no one else will be able to take the number 1 position. What about that guy from the Geno Hall? Can he stop Qin Shu? I am only afraid that guy can stop Qin Shu and no other. Suddenly, everybody thought Qin Shu was really hard to beat. They thought he was as mighty as a god. Chapter 3421, Fighting Demon Alpha. Han Sen and Demon Alpha looked at each other. Nobody struck first. I cannot believe my first opponent turns out to be you. Demon Alpha had a black lace veil covering her face as she coldly sighed. Back in the day, Ancient Devil had 8 generals. Were you one of them? Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha as he spoke. Yes, my name was Asura. I was one of the 8 generals operating under Ancient Devil's command. Demon Alpha swiftly confessed to this. She was not planning on hiding anything. If you were Asura, there is something I would like to ask you. Back in the day, the 8 generals and Ancient Devil killed an injured god. Can you clarify which sort of creature that being was? Would you be willing to tell me? Han Sen had always been thinking about this. He really wanted an answer, but Ancient Devil, who summoned the god, did not know what sort of god he ended up summoning either. The summoning was supposedly an accident in that Ancient Devil ended up summoning a creature he was not supposed to. He accidentally ended up summoning an injured god. You said it was an injured god, yet you still ask me what sort of creature it was, Demon Alpha coldly said. Why are you still asking me? Han Sen was shocked. Does that mean you guys killed a god spirit? Aside from the god spirits, what sort of race would have the audacity to also call themselves gods? Demon Alpha looked at him with disdain. Han Sen went silent. He then asked, what was the level of the god spirit? What was his title? If you manage to defeat me in combat, I will be willing to tell you. Demon Alpha's eyes looked extremely frosty. She raised her hand. It became a knife. It came slashing toward Han Sen. Her slash did not seem to have any power. It looked like a random slash. Han Sen's body reacted. His eyes looked weird. He saw the universe's most basic structures and the cause power cogwheel spin. When his body evolved, he was unable to use the Dongshuan Sutra anymore. Han Sen could not see the universe's cogwheels. Now, he was able to see them as clearly as crystal. Yet how he saw them was different from before. In the past, the Dongshuan Aura's area enabled him to see things clearly. Now, it was like whatever he saw enabled him to see the connections between the universal cogwheels. All of that was in his eyes. Han Sen reached out his hands. The cause universal cogwheels on him came to a stop. Without the cause power connection, Demon Alpha's Asura Sutra power did not work. Demon Alpha's random wave became a real wave. It did not have any power. It did not create any movement. The people watching could not understand what they were seeing. They thought Asura waved her hand, and nothing was happening. It was like she was just fooling around. I did not expect you would have any cause powers, Demon Alpha said. She looked at Han Sen with shock, but she was only a little bit shocked. Her powers were not just simply cause powers. She was taking this step, but it did not just depend on the Asura Sutra. I know a little. Han Sen was a bit confused when it came to Asura. He did not strike. Seeing her not attack, he asked, the Shira race are your heirs, yes? Kind of, Demon Alpha said. What does, kind of, mean? Are you saying they are not? Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha with shock. He did not expect this was the kind of answer he was going to receive. The Shira were created from my genes. They were used as a blueprint. Demon Alpha stared at Han Sen. She then went on to say, I hope you will quit. You are strong, but you are not Qin Shu's rival. Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha and asked, am I not Qin Shu's opponent? What, do you think you can be the one to defeat him? At least I have a chance of taking him down, Demon Alpha said. But you don't have any hope. Han Sen was not mad. He looked rather calm as he asked her, tell me, where did this chance of yours come from? That is none of your business, Demon Alpha said. You just need to know that by helping me, you are helping yourself. Stop wasting my power, quit, and fall back for now. The more of my power I keep, the greater the chance I have of beating Qin Shu. Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha with surprise. He did not know where her confidence in this regard had come from. Are you going to quit or not? Demon Alpha coldly asked. I can quit, but you need to show me your strength. Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha, wanting to know where her confidence came from. That means we must fight, Demon Alpha said with a frown. Of course, we have to fight. Otherwise, how am I supposed to know you are bluffing me? After pausing, Han Sen said, I do have a question I would like to ask. Are you willing to answer my question? That entirely depends on what it is you are going to ask, Demon Alpha coldly replied. I know a mixed Shira that looks exactly like you. Do you know her? Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha with eyes that were on fire. Did I not tell you that the Shira are a race based on my genes? Demon Alpha asked, what is so special for there to be one that looks like me? But this one looks exactly like you, and she is a human and Shira mix. That kind of Shira is certainly rare, is it not? Han Sen patiently explained things to her. A human and Shira mix. Demon Alpha frowned and said, you are right. That is rare, but it is nothing special. Maybe a human or a Shira just wanted to conduct some tests. When Han Sen saw that Demon Alpha did not seem to be lying, he thought, weird. Demon Alpha really does not know who Zero is. In that case, where did Zero come from? If you are not going to quit, we are going to have to fight. Stop wasting more of my time. When Demon Alpha spoke, she waved her hand at Han Sen and tried slashing in his direction. Demon Alpha's jade hands kept slashing. Many Asura powers came slashing toward Han Sen. If this was another creature bearing the brunt of such forces, even if it was a top-class break-world creature, they would be unable to dodge that cause power that never missed. But Han Sen just held onto the cause universal cogwheel tight. The cause power would not land on him. Demon Alpha's attacks would all be made in vain. The scary Asura powers were useless in front of Han Sen. The elites watching this fight all looked at it weirdly. That was because they did not understand what was actually happening. Han Sen and Demon Alpha stood 1,000 feet apart. Demon Alpha was waving her hands, but no visible power materialized. Han Sen was not damaged either. It was like they were just rehearsing an act. What are these two doing? Are they faking a fight? The people in the universe of kingdoms could not watch this anymore. They did not seem to be fighting seriously. Demon Alpha knew her Asura powers were not working on Han Sen, so she stopped attacking. Her black eyes peered at Han Sen as she said, I do not want to kill you, but you just had to get in the way. If I do this next attack, you will be dead. You will not even reincarnate. I suggest you quit now. Chapter 3422, Cause God Spirit, I am going to learn it. Han Sen did not move. If you insist on becoming my enemy, then you cannot take it out on me for being cruel, Demon Alpha said while looking at him coldly. She looked at him as if he was already a dead man. Han Sen did not speak. He also did it look as if he was going to move out of the way. It was not as if he did not want to. His body had not been triggered by his opponent's power yet. He did not have the power to kill Demon Alpha. Demon Alpha looked at Han Sen. She did not raise her hand. In Han Sen's eyes, Demon Alpha looked different. A scary power arose from Demon Alpha's might. The power was weird around her body. It was a pure spirit power. It was not a break-world power she was wielding. Han Sen was no stranger to this sort of power. The god spirits in the Geno Hall frequently used such powers. Demon Alpha is not a god spirit, so how does she command a god spirit's power? Did she consume the power a god spirit gave her? Han Sen frowned. He looked at Demon Alpha. A powerful god spirit power generated the shadow of a man by her. That shadow was so bright and holy that it commanded spirit power. It was like a god was protecting and shielding Demon Alpha's body. That shadow was too bright. All Han Sen could see was the face of a man. He could not see what he looked like though. Judging from his face, he looked different from the god spirits Han Sen knew. That's a very powerful cause power. Demon Alpha consumed a god spirit, so was it a god spirit with a command of cause elements? I wonder if she is the one that created the Asura Sutra since it is based on cause power. Han Sen's in the shadow of light's cause power were becoming stronger. He was pleasantly surprised. Han Sen thought Demon Alpha was strong enough already, but he had clearly underestimated what the Shira Alpha was capable of. Her spirit power clearly dwarfed Moment God. She was on a whole new playing field. Her god spirit powers are greater than Moment God's. What is the level of that god spirit? Han Sen kept thinking to himself. Moment God was a main god of the 12 annihilation god spirits. While she was not the strongest, she was certainly not the weakest. She was one of the few annihilation main gods that could fight. Now, Demon Alpha's god spirit power was way above what Moment God was capable of doing. Han Sen could not imagine what sort of god spirit had a god spirit power like that. As far as Han Sen knew, there was only one god spirit that was stronger than Moment God, but that person was not very easy to kill. It was a reboot class god spirit. It was like it was nearly immortal. Ignoring the fact that the Asura and Ancient Devil were from the sanctuaries, even in the Geno universe and the universe of kingdoms, no creatures should have been able to consume him. Han Sen frowned and thought, if it is not that guy from the Geno Hall, and he has a powerful god spirit power, does such a powerful god spirit even exist? Even if it does exist, how can such a powerful god spirit find itself consumed by Asura, who is so weak? He could not think of a solution to this little riddle. Asura's body was covered by a god spirit light. The god spirit light was created by a cause power. Even if the Geno Hall's god spirits or the 33 skies leaders did not know how to handle cause powers, they would not even see the light, let alone ordinary creatures. Cause powers were the most unique powers in the universe. Not many creatures had powers like that. Even the leader in the Geno Hall was unable to control cause powers. Only amidst the 12 annihilation main gods could one annihilation class main god control cause powers. It saw Demon Alpha's god spirit light, and its face turned white. How is this possible? How can someone in this world command such powerful cause powers with a pure god spirit power? Who is this Demon Alpha? How can she wield such cause spirit powers? That god spirit's eyes were glowing. He used his cause powers to the max, but he still could not see what that god spirit light was. The cause spirit power was too strong. His power only enabled him to see a spirit light. He was worse than Han Sen. He could not even see the shape of a man. Demon Alpha was like thunder. She looked at Han Sen from above and spoke to him. You have one more chance. Quit now, or you will be killed. You will not even be able to reincarnate. That Demon Alpha is way too cocky for her own good. She is the leader of the demons, but how can she hope to compare with Mr. Dollar? It is so pathetic to be that ignorant. How dare she talk to Mr. Dollar in such a way? Many of the high races in the Geno universe believed Demon Alpha was ignorant. They could not see Demon Alpha's god spirit light. They thought Demon Alpha was merely bluffing the entire time. They thought she was too cocky for wanting Han Sen to concede. Dollar's name was more certainly famous than Demon Alpha in the Geno universe. Many of the higher races in the Geno universe did not think Demon Alpha could defeat Han Sen. Only that annihilation class main god was shaking his body. The power of Demon Alpha's cause spirit power was causing an annihilation class main god, who could wield the cause power element, to shake and quake. How is that possible? How is it possible that she has a cause spirit power that is stronger than mine? The god spirit stared at Demon Alpha, trying to figure something out, but he didn't have the courage to face a power like that. Han Sen kept looking at Demon Alpha's god spirit shadow. He thought the shadow was rather familiar in some way or another. He just could not put a finger on where that sense of familiarity came from. If I win, are you going to tell me which god spirit you consumed? Han Sen was curious and really wanted to know the answer. Of course, Demon Alpha said. Whatever I have said is something I will not betray, but no longer will you find yourself capable of learning the truth. Her body's god spirit light shadow raised its arm and slashed toward Han Sen. Demon Alpha's Asura powers were already very scary. Compared to the god spirit light shadow's slash, it was like a firefly being compared to the moon. The god spirit light shadow's slash made all of space's cause universal cogwheels to spin like mad. This was not the universal cogwheel's power being buffed in aid of Demon Alpha. This was Demon Alpha's power being forced to boost the whole universe's cause universal cogwheels. All the cause universal cogwheels, no matter if they were spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, all had to follow the god spirit light's power in spinning. That slash could reverse cause power. Gotcha. Han Sen's hands touched the cause universal cogwheel. It could not hold two people's powerful power. While they were fighting, it cracked. Although the cause universal cogwheel shattered, the powerful cause power was still like a sky punishment knife coming down. It was like it was slashing 1,000 lifetimes, worth of infinite cause. It ended thousands of millions of fates right there and then. Chapter 3423. 3 possibilities in the God Temple of the Annihilation God Spirit. The cause element main god's body was trembling. The other creatures could not see the slash performed, but he knew that if he was hit by it, not only ordinary spirits but also Annihilation class God Temple main gods would be wiped from the history of the universe. They would be cleaned from the history books with no chance of ever recovering. Even the reviving power of a God Temple could not save a life that did not exist. Demon Alpha's slash was so powerful that it could erase cause powers. If the cause did not exist, how could there be such a result? Putting aside reincarnation, all traces and prior existences of the creature struck by this hit would be wiped from the records. He would cease to exist, forever and always. Even the memory of that being in the minds of creatures that knew him would vanish. It would be like that spirit never existed in the sky or on the ground. How scary would that cause power be? This is the level 1 have been looking for all my life, yet it is with someone who does not have a god spirit. Who is this Demon Alpha? The Annihilation main god looked terrible. Han Sen could see the scary slash too. His body was currently not useful, but he could see everything clearly in the face of that powerful adversity. It was like he had everything under control. His body was able to deal with it naturally. Han Sen did not fight back because he still wanted to know the answer from Demon Alpha. Even if he killed Demon Alpha, that would still be useless for Han Sen. He needed Demon Alpha to live to be given the answer he needed. Han Sen could not run Geno arts. When he needed power, his body made lots of different reactions and created the powers he would need. They were just like his body. Han Sen did not move, but the invisible and powerful power still continued to spread. The universal cogwheels around Han Sen's body stopped spinning. They put Han Sen in an absolutely still space. It did not matter if the wind, fire, thunder, lightning, time, or space powers were being used. They were all useless in trying to bring down Han Sen and his power. They were all cut off via his body. This was like Han Sen's Dongshuan aura, but it was different. The power of the Dongshuan aura was stronger and more absolute. It was not an independent type of aura either. It assimilated with Han Sen and became a part of his natural instincts. It hit the scary cause power and destroyed it. When it landed on Han Sen, it simply vanished. It was like the wind was suddenly blowing in another direction. Everything came to a standstill. There were no signs to suggest it would be stopped, nor did it struggle. It almost looked as if it was supposed to stop where it was. The eyes of Demon Alpha and the cause element Annihilation God Spirit almost popped out of their sockets. They could not believe what they were seeing. Such a powerful force of cause power had not even been able to ruffle a single strand of Han Sen's hair. It was just gone. What did you do? Demon Alpha could not believe it and looked at Han Sen. She could not fathom this result. Demon Alpha knew what that power meant. She did not believe someone in the world could ignore the extent of the power she had just unleashed. She did not think Qin Shu could repel what she wielded either. Now, Han Sen easily blocked her full power attack. He had not even asserted a defensive position. Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha and asked, "Should I continue?" Han Sen had been worried that he would not be able to block that utterly crazy attack power. Now, he knew for sure that cause power was not able to affect him. The Dongshuan aura became the base of his body's power. He could easily control all of the universe's cogwheels and rules. Even a powerful cause power was unable to break his sense of perception. The voice of the Geno tablet played in Han Sen's head. Your body does have a problem. Even a reboot god spirit's cause power cannot affect your body. What, are you saying Demon Alpha was using reboot class cause powers to fight me? Han Sen almost screamed aloud. If it was not a reboot class being, how could it wipe cause from existence? The Geno tablet replied, the god spirits can reverse cause powers, but they can only use one or two tricks. They never really use it. They can never really control it or change it. Aside from a reboot class god spirit, no god spirit can do what you've just repelled. Of course, when my host becomes the world's new god spirit, they will have that power. Are you sure that is the power of something reboot class? Han Sen asked. I don't think I'd be wrong about something like this, but her reboot class power is not complete, the Geno tablet answered. If it was a complete reboot class cause power, with that strike, the whole of the 33 skies would be wiped from the map. Han Sen's eyes looked sunny and dark. Night God No Moon had told him there were 5 spirits who had reboot class blood, and they all came from the last Geno Hall leader. Asura could not have consumed the current God Hall leader. It was not Bauer, so only 3 possibilities remained. It had to be Tai Yi and King Jun's last life, 2 of Qin Shu's previous lives, or the last God Hall leader. No matter which of them it was, Han Sen thought the suggested concepts were rather difficult to believe. Back in the day, Asura would have been too weak. Either of those 3 could have killed Asura several times over with but a whiff of their breath. And back then, Asura must have consumed one of them. Again, that did not seem likely nor possible. It should not have been the last God Hall leader. When the last God Hall leader died, Asura and the others were not born at that time. How did the Alpha of the Witch die? I forgot to ask Chaos. The most likely possibility was a remnant of Qin Shu's life since he was the one who reincarnated the most. He is the most likely candidate. No, Han Sen was thinking to himself. Because he was so shocked, he continued to revel in his thoughts. Asura said she consumed a god spirit. The Alpha of the Witch was one of the witch. After reincarnating, he would not become a god spirit. Qin Shu would not reincarnate as a god spirit either. Does that mean Asura consumed the last God Hall leader? That cannot be right. The timing is not right. The last God Hall leader died because of the need to reboot the universe. When he died, Ancient Devil and Asura reincarnated. After being reincarnated for many years, they grew strong enough to kill a god. It could not have been the last God Hall leader. Did Asura make a mistake? Does she believe the reincarnation of Alpha Witch and the reincarnation of Human Alpha, who had a god spirit blood pulse, were actually god spirits? Han Sen's brain was flashing with countless different ideas. He could not think of a final solution. He looked at Demon Alpha, Asura, with conflicted emotions. It all depends on whether or not you are that strong. Demon Alpha was not willing to stop. The god spirit light was frightening. She put her hands together and exploded with a powerful cause power that was sent straight toward Han Sen. The creatures of the world could not see the cause spirit power. They could only see 2 people exchanging dialogue, with neither of the 2 making a move. They were all yelling, "You 2 hurry up and fight. Stop talking. These are the Geno tablet fights. This is not a street fight. Stop chatting." Chapter 3424. Demon Alpha's secret. The shadow of the god spirit light kept slashing the scary cause power, but it was unable to bring harm to Han Sen. Many cause powers came before Han Sen, but they immediately vanished. They could not cover his body. Demon Alpha, do you want this to continue? Han Sen kept getting the cause power attack as he spoke to Demon Alpha. Demon Alpha's eyes were consistently full of shock. She could not believe her cause powers were unable to work on Han Sen. There is no need. Demon Alpha looked very calm. The god spirit powers on her were weaker. She looked at Han Sen with a complex look. Can you tell me who that god spirit was now? Han Sen whispered to Demon Alpha. Demon Alpha hesitated. She used a weird skill so that her words were only able to be heard by Han Sen. What if I told you that I do not know who this god spirit was? Would you believe me? Han Sen frowned and looked at Demon Alpha. He did not speak. He did not believe Demon Alpha, but people like Demon Alpha must have had a reason to say something like that. Demon Alpha said, back in the day, Ancient Devil took 8 of us, the generals, with him to summon a god spirit. We summoned a dying god spirit. Even Ancient Devil does not know who that god spirit was. If he did not know, how could we possibly know? Ancient Devil and the rest of us used all sorts of methods, but we were unable to do anything to the dying god spirit. Han Sen nodded. The explanation of events given to him by Demon Alpha, Asura, was the same as the explanation given to him by Ancient Devil. Demon Alpha bore a wry smile and went on to say, "You must be curious. If we could not hurt the dying god, spirit, how was I able to consume it? Well, that is very simple. That is because it was not that I ate the god spirit. It was more like he chose me." Han Sen looked at Demon Alpha with surprise as he asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" "It means what you just heard me tell you. Ancient Devil and the other generals believed that I ate the god spirit, but they did not know he chose to combine with me above the rest." Demon Alpha saw Han Sen's face, knowing what he was thinking. She shook her head and said, "I know what you are thinking. I am still me. The god spirit did not overtake me. The god spirit was very strong. If he wanted to take over my will, I would have been unable to stop him. But he never did. Instead, he gave his powers to me. The power was so strong that I was only ever to use some of it. As I became stronger, I became more and more able to use the power. Recently, I was able to use it perfectly. Aside from this power, do you have anything else?" Han Sen found all of this hard to believe. Demon Alpha was stretching the limits of his believability. Even if the god spirit was that nice, he didn't believe a good god spirit was that perfect and unselfish to never plan on bringing harm to Demon Alpha. He gave his power to Demon Alpha to prolong his life. It was obvious he just did not want to die, so he must have left behind some final words. Han Sen would not believe there was nothing more to it all. Demon Alpha said, "He left me a message, but his message did not concern anything to do with himself. It was a secret that had something to do with Human Alpha." Demon Alpha hesitated for a moment but proceeded to say, "You should know that Qin Shu was Human Alpha reincarnated. I lost. I cannot fight him before Qin Shu controls the Geno tablet. I can tell you this secret. If you can defeat Qin Shu, it will only be a good thing for me too." Han Sen was happy. He did not expect Demon Alpha was connected to all of this. It certainly came as a surprise to him. It made him really curious too. He did not know what kind of secret this was. Demon Alpha was silent a moment before saying to Han Sen, "According to my message, Human Alpha does not die." Before he walked that step, there was a small flaw in him. If you can catch that flaw, it might be possible for you to defeat him. Han Sen could not help but ask, "What flaw might that be?" Demon Alpha's voice was in Han Sen's brain. Human Alpha's genes come from a reboot god spirit and the last god chaos party leader. The two of their genes did not combine perfectly. If Human Alpha was forced to combine the Geno prototype armor and a reboot blood pulse, it will have a flaw. If you can catch the flaw, Qin Shu can be delivered deadly damage. But catching that flaw will be difficult. You will need my cause power for that since this flaw can only be felt. It cannot be spoken. Without my cause power, you will not be able to see the flaw. So, this secret is pointless for you to learn." Upon hearing all of this, Han Sen was more and more shocked. It was not because of the flaws Demon Alpha mentioned. It was because by knowing this and wanting to deal with Human Alpha, this could not be Human Alpha reincarnated. Knowing so much about Human Alpha's secrets, the god spirit that combined with Demon Alpha sounded like the last god hall leader. If it was that big god, how was he able to be summoned to a low-level sanctuary by Ancient Devil? Han Sen really did not understand this part. Demon Alpha said, "I still have a feeling the god spirit I combined with was just a shell or fragment of its former self. It is not the god spirit in its entirety." "What do you mean by that?" Han Sen asked. "It is just a feeling. The god spirit is a spirit body. If he really combined with me, I should be able to get some memory from his soul, but I can't." Demon Alpha smiled. She went on to speak, but this time, her voice was not directly in Han Sen's brain. Everyone was able to hear what she said next. "Our discussion ends here. I lost. This is where we say goodbye. I hope I will meet you again one day alive." After that, Demon Alpha left the 33 skies. Holy sh*t. What was that? They did not fight. This was so fake. I object. This was a fake fight. Hey, you guys should at least pretend to fight. You did not even fight. All you did was wave your hands, and then one of you concedes. That is so unprofessional. Fake. This is so fake. This acting is noob level. There were so many boos after this. People thought it was not a glorious win for Han Sen. Even the races of the Geno universe that adored Han Sen looked weird. They were so perplexed that they could not speak. Han Sen did not care though. The secrets Demon Alpha told him gave him a lot to think about, but there was no way to confirm anything. It was like his heart had been scratched by a cat, and it was incredibly itchy as a result. When Demon Alpha quit, Han Sen progressed to the top 16. He could not, however, leave the 33 skies. He had no choice but to wait until the next fight. He had to win that next fight. He had to keep on fighting. There was no other choice. Chapter 3425. Sacrificing everything for me. Wang Yuhang's situation was not going to last. His super god spirit body did not do direct damage. All it did was affect the mood of an opponent. He was unable to kill an opponent. The worst thing about it was that in his battleground, there was only him and one other creature. That made his super god spirit body's usefulness rather low and next to useless. The worst thing about it was that his opponent was a metallic creature, which was very cold. It was rather like a robot, and his super hormone did not work on the metal creature. His bike was very loud. Wang Yuhang was riding his bike fast along a road. The robot-looking metallic creature fired laser beams out of its metal eye sockets. The force of those lasers was so grand that they annihilated the fabric of space. Wang Yuhang kept dodging, left to right. When the laser touched his bike, the steel instantly melted away. There were already a few cuts on the bike by now. The hull of the bike was cut through by this point, exposing the machinery inside. Some parts of the bike were even starting to spark. Damn it! Wang Yuhang lowered his head and dodged a laser that was aiming for his head. He felt coldness come down on his head. He touched it, which resulted in his hair being lasered away. He started to get angry. Before he said anything properly, more of the lasers were coming for him. They tore through the fabric of space. FCK, I do not believe this. You are a creature. You have emotions. If there are emotions, they should be affected by my super hormone. Wang Yuhang was very angry. He had the urge to fight. His super god spirit body started gunning at its max. The heavy bike lit up with a purple light. The engine started running with purple energy. The whole bike looked like a purple crystal. The exhaust let out a purple mist instead of smoke. Wherever the heavy bike went, a purple mist followed it like a wave and dyed all of space a beautiful purple color. It was like smog when there was too much heavy metal in the air. The giant metal life force was inside that mist. It was like a metallic monster in the mist. It looked like it was there, but it was not actually there. Its eyes flickered, continuously firing out scary lights and lasers. The purple mist did not seem to affect the creature. After meeting the light, it vaporized. It does not matter how you struggle. Just die already. When you become an enemy of the God Chaos Party, your fate is already sealed. How can you not understand that? The metal life force spoke with a cold voice. What it said meant it was a member of the God Chaos Party and one of Qin Shu's men. You are such a complete idiot. Wang Yuhang scolded it. He pushed down harder on the accelerator pedal, putting more power into the bike. The bike's engine went faster and faster. The purple mist became darker and darker. The bike went faster and faster. Even so, it was still unable to block the pursuit of the metal lifeform. In a light that crossed each other, Wang Yuhang carelessly let the back of his bike get hit. Half of the back tire and body were cut off. The rest of the bike and Wang Yuhang fell away. Oh, no, look at what's going on all the way up there. It would appear that little uncle is in danger. Lin Feng and the others were in shock. It is about time for you to die. Therefore, I will send you into the fiery pits of hell. The metal creature's eyes started to fire more lasers. The lasers were like suns, and their luminosity went to strike Wang Yuhang, who had taken a tumble. Wang Yuhang was going to be in the light. His body was veiled by a beautiful purple light. His head had the crown of a queen. He had butterfly wings. His long hair that had been cut off started to grow again. It was a pretty purple. It kept having weird purple light movement like mad. Now, Wang Yuhang's whole body was becoming extremely pretty. Yes, only the word pretty could be used to describe him. When Han Sen combined with the Ice Jade Evil Lady, he was still a little young. Wang Yuhang no longer had any young air about him. He was like a seductive queen whose whole body was irresistible. The butterfly wings on his back moved. Wang Yuhang's body stumbled back like a shadow. It dodged the lasers that were like one-hit kill weapons. The seductive body pranced through the air with the whole body unleashing a purple aura. Wang Yuhang looked at the meal lifeform and asked, are you willing to sacrifice everything for me? The creatures of the two universes thought Wang Yuhang was mad. Although Wang Yuhang looked very attractive right now, where even all the males were super tempted, it was a strong creature that was a leader. Why would that being give up winning for him? The metal creature coldly said, You are going to die, and you still have the gall to joke around. I confess that this joke is not funny, thus, you can go die. After that, the metal lifeform's eyes looked really bright. Their glare suggested it wanted to fire more lasers out. The metal lifeform's eyes, which had just turned bright, did not release any such lights. What is happening? The metal lifeform shockingly noticed that it was no longer able to control its own body. It could not attack Wang Yuhang. It was like its body was betraying its mind. The metal lifeform was even more shocked about the fact that its body was slowly approaching Wang Yuhang. The metal lifeform wished to reclaim control of its metal body, but its body conflicted with its mind. It made it so weird. It tried its best to leave Wang Yuhang, but it could not help itself. It was more than compelled to remain with Wang Yuhang. It was like it had completely come under a spell that it could not resist. What is going on? What have you done? The metal lifeform felt as if its body was no longer controllable. It walked over to Wang Yuhang. A sky full of countless creatures from both worlds was now in shock. The metal lifeform kneeled before Wang Yuhang. Its eyes no longer looked cold like before. It was still glowing, but it was not murderous, and it was now utterly powerless. It looks like you are ready to sacrifice everything before me. What are you waiting for? Wang Yuhang was like a queen. He looked at the metal creature with disdain. It was like he was looking at a worthless slave. Everyone else looked on in disbelief. The metal lifeform's hands were quivering in fear. It grabbed its head and twisted its own metallic skull. It went, "Kacha," as it was torn away from the neck. Boom, boom. The metal lifeform, clutching its own head, fell to the ground. It died like that. The creatures of the two universes watching the fight were all petrified. They were no longer able to say a word. Wang Yuhang's name was taken forward to the top 16. Wang Yuhang's face and presence returned to normal. He descended on the crumpled corpse of the metallic lifeform. He did not look happy or proud. If he had been able to choose, he would have preferred never using that power again. It made him feel as if he was no longer a person but a monster. Chapter 3426, Good Relationship with People. Boom. Boom. The 16 battlegrounds had invisible barriers blocking fighters and keeping them contained in their own arenas. After the fight ended, the invisible barriers of the two arenas crumbled away. The winners of the two arenas would then have to keep on fighting to which would reach the top 8. The whole of the Geno Tablets fight was like that. No one was given time for a break. When the fights in the two battlegrounds ended, there was a new fight. This process would keep going until one person was left standing. Han Sen had to wait around for a while before his invisible barrier came falling down. The place he could not see was no longer blocked though. Who is my second opponent? I hope it is Qin Shu, Han Sen thought. He then looked in the new direction. What he saw there, however, gave him quite a nasty shock. Han Sen. When Wang Yuhang saw Han Sen, he was shocked and laughed right after. This is terrible. Han Sen went over to Wang Yuhang and gave him a wry smile. The chances of this encounter were not very high, yet they had ended up in competition with each other. Clearly, this was nothing good. This meant one of them would now have to lose. In Space Garden, Lin Feng, Wang Fujing, and the others watched Han Sen encounter Wang Yuhang. After they saw this, they were very sad to see it. Since this had happened, there was nothing they could do to change it. Two humans are competing against each other. This is going to be a lot of fun. Which of the pair do you think is stronger? Of course, it is Wang Yuhang. That metal leader he brought down only needed 1/2 of a step to max out its break world rate, yet before Wang Yuhang, it was willing to kneel and kill himself. How scary is that power, huh? That Han Sen played tricks in his first fight. The first fight was nothing but a phony. Now that he really has to fight, I bet it is Wang Yuhang who takes him out with the trash. I do not know if Han Sen faked his fight, but that Wang Yuhang is very strong. There is no doubt about that. The tin can he took out was one of the 4 primary kings of the God Chaos Party. He made it twist its own head off and die. Who in the world can have that effect on anyone? Can anyone else in the universe do such a thing? Most humans in the universe of kingdoms believed Wang Yuhang was stronger than Han Sen. They thought Wang Yuhang would win. The people of the Geno universe did not think of things the same way though. They understood the connection between Han Sen and Wang Yuhang a whole lot more. Wang Yuhang has encountered Han Sen. Maybe this is a good thing. This can allow Han Sen to have a decent break, refresh himself, and get ready for competing in the top 8 fights while he is in the best shape possible. It is a crying shame. Wang Yuhang and Dollar are both so strong. They should not have encountered each other so soon. It is a shame. Wang Yuhang encountered him. His powers are so scary and weird, but Mr. Dollar is there now. Out of simple respect, he should let Mr. Dollar win. I think only Mr. Dollar can defeat Qin Shu. The two universes had a reverse opinion regarding this, and they were all watching the Geno tablet fights. Not many people turned their attention to Qin Shu's battles. It was not as if they did not want to see Qin Shu fight. It was just pointless for them to watch Qin Shu do battle. No one was ever able to block Qin Shu's palm. In the fight, Wang Yuhang rubbed his face and said, "Okay, I can help you advance to the next stage. I have fulfilled the obligations of my mission, so I leave the rest for you to handle." After Wang Yuhang said that, the universe of kingdoms fell into a state of shock. The Wang Yuhang they all supported was going to concede and throw in the towel. Why is this happening? Wang Yuhang is stronger. Why is he giving Han Sen the chance of victory? They are both humans. Do they not believe in survival of the fittest? The stronger one should be the one to advance. It seems Han Sen has some good friends. He has been able to encounter people he knows in both of his matches, but without real power, he won't get much further. I do not believe he will encounter another friend out of the top 8. In the 7 kingdoms, many people felt bad for Wang Yuhang. They felt sorry for him. After all, when Wang Yuhang defeated the metal leader, it was such a shocking victory for them to witness. On the flip side, all of the creatures in the Geno universe thought this was meant to be. Dollar was the stronger of the two, and he should have been the one to continue. Wang Yuhang's decision was not surprising in this regard. "Don't go." Han Sen tugged at Wang Yuhang and said, "There is no rush. Perhaps we should chat for a bit." Chat. The creatures that watched this fight were shocked. They knew something, and they looked weird. In the universe of kingdoms, the nobles who did not like Han Sen were shouting. This Han Sen is the god of wealth, yet he is so obscene. It is okay for him to let his friend concede, but he wants him to wait around just so he can have a break. He is utterly shameless. He is not just shameless. He is obscene. The last fight was a phony. He did not use any powers, so why must he take a break now? This is obscene. What? Wang Yuhang looked at Han Sen with a fair amount of confusion. In fact, when he fought the metal leader, he had used up a whole lot of his energy. He did not want to fight either. It was good for him to meet Han Sen. It was a nice break for both of them. "Watch Space Garden for me," Han Sen whispered into Wang Yuhang's ear. "I am afraid Qin Shu has a few tricks up his sleeve." He was not worried about himself. He was worried about his family. "I will not guarantee you it will remain absolutely safe, but if that Qin Shu does have some tricks left to play, for as long as I live, no harm will come to the people of Space Garden." After some hesitation, Han Sen said, "Okay. I will let you handle all of that. If you cannot do it, tell little Gold I will let him use his power." "I understand. If it is not necessary to, I will not wake up that guy." Wang Yuhang nodded. He knew that little Gold's body was weird. When the disaster with the break world beasts unfolded, little Gold opened his golden door. Wang Yuhang did not know what lay behind that golden door, but he knew it had to be something scary. The golden door had never been opened completely, yet the break world beasts were still completely destroyed by little Gold. Everything within a few thousand miles of the ajar door was completely destroyed. Fortunately, little Gold lived far away from the base. If he didn't, the base and all the people that occupied it would have been wiped out. Ever since Han Sen told little Gold he was not allowed to open the golden door freely. That casual attack of his was far too scary. Little Gold always listened to Han Sen. If he was told not to use it, even if people were going to kill him, he would still not use the golden door. After Han Sen explained, he fell back and said, "Okay. You can leave now. I will let you handle this. Get rid of that asshole Qin Shu, would you? And bring the black-haired Wanner back." Wang Yuhang patted Han Sen on the shoulder. He then conceded and left the battleground. Many people saw Han Sen level up easily and felt bad about it. That was especially true of the people in the 7 kingdoms. People there already hated Han Sen, so they were now sounding extra bitter and cold. Chapter 3427. I can go up, and it is fine. Han Sen could not hear what everyone was saying, but he did not care. After Wang Yuhang conceded, Han Sen thought his fight in the top 8 to reach the top 4 would not start for a while. That was because his first 2 fights had ended blisteringly quickly. The real fights between others probably wouldn't be ending anytime soon. Wang Yuhang had only just left, yet an invisible wall came falling down. Clearly, the fights on the other side already had a victor determined. Is that Qin Shu? Han Sen was shocked. To be able to enter a fight faster than him, the only one he could think of being able to do that was Qin Shu. When Han Sen saw the person enter the arena, he was disappointed. He was more disappointed than when he saw Wang Yuhang. His opponent for deciding the victor moving from the top 8 to the top 4 was Ning Yu, another friend of his from Space Garden. Ning Yu was the sort of person who always maintained a low profile, but he had already beaten 2 powerful sky leaders. He had already reached the top 8, which suggested he was a supremely scary opponent. But not many people knew about him. Not many creatures paid attention to the way he leveled up and advanced. It is another human. Where did that human come from? To be able to reach the top 8 suggests he is quite a scary fellow. Is he going to concede as well? No way. Han Sen's luck cannot be that great. In the universe of kingdoms, people ravenously discussed this new character. They had no clue who Ning Yu was. Without the Geno tablet fights, they would never have known who Ning Yu was. Han Sen looked at Ning Yu and asked, "Ning Yu, are you interested in a spar?" Han Sen was actually curious about how strong Ning Yu was at this point. Ning Yu shook his head. "You and I will fight, but not right now. After you beat Qin Shu, you and I will fight." When they heard Qin Shu say that, the people of the universe of kingdoms felt their hearts turn cold. Clearly, Ning Yu was going to concede too. Some of the human elites were so jealous that they went crazy. Who is this Han Sen? He has won 3 whole fights without fighting. These are the sort of Geno tablet fights even I could take part in. I bet you I would win too. It is all because of the fact he is famous. He is an annihilation class main god. He is the god of wealth. Anyone in their right mind would treat him with respect and cut him some slack. Otherwise, why else would Wang Yuhang and Ning Yu happily concede before him? You are right. Who would not want something better for their heirs? Being friends with the god of wealth can give you the chance of inheriting the god of wealth blood. I would do a favor like that for sure. In the universe of kingdoms, there were lots of jealous people. In the Geno universe, different elites of different races had lots of different opinions. They thought Ning Yu was right to concede. Han Sen knew Ning Yu. Despite seeming like a soft person, he was in fact a very proud man. He did not want to fight Han Sen this time. Ning Yu, who often wore green clothes, left the 33 skies. He conceded, but he still left with a proud look as if he had been a winner. Han Sen successfully reached the top 4. He was one of the top 4. Although many nobles in the universe of kingdoms thought Han Sen had been playing too many tricks, they could only watch Han Sen win, rank up, and be unable to do anything about it. Surprisingly, Qin Shu did not reach the top 4 yet. He had 2 more matches he had to get through. So, Han Sen stayed in his arena and waited for the top 4 fighters to be decided on. On the battleground, many race elites watched Qin Shu keenly. They thought Qin Shu would be the first person to reach the top 4. Now, Qin Shu had not reached the top 4, which made them all feel strange. As they looked in his direction, what they saw gave them all a shock. A break world elite could not help but cry aloud, "Another human." There are so many humans in the Geno tablet fights. In his top 8 to get to the top 4 battle, Qin Shu's opponent was a human too. That person's Geno tablet name was Human King. It was those 2 words. When Qin Shu looked at Human King, he had a strange expression. He did not strike immediately. He stared at Human King and tried to look at something within him. "Qin Shu, we meet again." Human King said hello to Qin Shu as if he was meeting an old friend after a long period of time. World King God. Qin Shu frowned and looked at Human King as he spoke. Human King shook his head. "You should be able to discern that I am not World King God." Qin Shu looked into Human King's eyes and asked, "In that case, do you mind telling me who you are?" Human King remained stoic. He did not seem antagonized by this, so he continued to speak coldly. "I am Human King. I am the alpha of the humans of the sanctuaries." "I see. World King God used my body to create many interesting things." Qin Shu squinted his eyes as he peered at Human King. "It is interesting, but I am human," Human King said with a smile. "Not really," Qin Shu said. "You being human or not does not depend on the genes you have, but whether or not you are here." Human King pointed at his own heart. Qin Shu looked at Human King coldly. "Do you not know where it comes from?" "Yes, but you gave it up, so now it is mine, Human King said. I let it belong to you, Qin Shu said. That is why it is yours. What if you were to not allow that? Human King looked at Qin Shu with interest. Taking it back will not be difficult, Qin Shu said. You can certainly try. What Human King said declared Qin Shu as a definitive enemy. He did not fall back. I was going to let you live because of World King God, but it is a shame, Qin Shu said. He then raised his hands. He tried to grab Human King. That hand was like Berry Path God's hand. It sucked everything in the world. The whole world was in his hands. Human King's body could not block the scary force of suction. He was drawn into Qin Shu's hands. Qin Shu was going to do to Human King what he had done to Berry Path God. Just as Human King was going to get sucked into Qin Shu's hand, his body, which had been minimized, suddenly expanded. It went back to looking like normal. His hand went against Qin Shu's hand. The 10 fingers on his hands completely stuck to the opposing hand. Next, an even more shocking thing happened. No one thought Human King possessed the power necessary to fight Qin Shu. When their two hands touched each other, the one who shouted was actually Qin Shu. Qin Shu's black crystal armor had some white light coming out of it. It was like a lot of silk was coming out of Human King. What is going on? In the Geno Hall, God Hall leader stood up with shock. He looked at Human King with confusion. Anyone could tell that Qin Shu's power was being absorbed by Human King. Normal people could not tell the power contained spirit power. God Hall leader knew that to be sucked by Human King like this, Qin Shu's body and soul were going to be consumed. Qin Shu tried to escape Human King's hand. He was strong, but the more power he cast, the more his power was absorbed. It was like Qin Shu's power now belonged to his opponent. Human King took Qin Shu's power and became even stronger. I see now. God Hall leader watched this for a while. He then noticed something that surprised him. Chapter 3428. Scary possibility. God Hall leader, who is this Human King? Light Goddess asked with shock. He can absorb Qin Shu's soul and body. It was not only Light Goddess feeling this way. Many of the other Annihilation class main gods were in shock as well. When Qin Shu faced Human King, he looked defenseless. God Hall leader looked at Human King complicatedly. He eventually said, there is no need to be so surprised. Human King is basically another Qin Shu. What makes you say that? Light Goddess was shocked by this. She did not understand what God Hall leader was trying to say. God Hall leader went on to say, back in the day, when Qin Shu entered the Geno universe, he had the protection of the witch. That is what allowed him to live, persevere, and thrive. He grew up and went on to create Sacred and become its leader. At that time, his power still never reached the heights of what it needed to be. Despite that, he went as far as he was able to. So, he gave up his body. He gave his body to the Self-Gene Race World King God, and he put his soul into the God Chaos Party leader's Geno prototype armor. He wanted to control the Geno prototype armor. He wanted to use his power to help his spirit body reboot and later go on to recover his body. After retreating into thought for a moment, Light Goddess proceeded to ask, are you saying that Human King has Qin Shu's World King God? In the Geno Universe battle, World King God, who had Qin Shu's body, was slain. Before World King God died, he sent Han Sen and Wanner to the Universe of Kingdoms. The 33 skies had not opened at that time, but he ripped open a space barrier. Even World King God died for it. Yes, World King God is dead, God Hall leader said. Qin Shu killed him, but don't forget that the humans in the sanctuaries have World King Gods and Qin Shu's blood. We know that already, Light Goddess said. It was after the crystallizers destroyed Sacred that they took the gene prototype from Sacred and combined it with their own crystallizer blood. It led to mixed humans being created in the sanctuaries and later populating it. Humans like that have World King Gods and Qin Shu's blood. Because of the crystallizers testing, it was not the sole result of World King God's work. So, it was all considered an accident. Like Han Sen and the others, having World King Gods and Qin Shu's blood was weak and unneeded. That sort of blood would not be in Qin Shu's actual children. I will have to admit that if they were bred naturally, it may not seem as if it is something that you could deem to be possible, God Hall leader said. From what I know about all of this riff-raff, the sanctuaries were the original birthplace of what we came to know as Blood Legion. They practiced blood pulse skills to refine their blood pulses through the generations. You saw those Geno arts. In Han Sen's and World King God's fight, that Geno art was what they used. Really, If God Hall leader knows all of this, why did you not put an end to it? Light Goddess looked confused. God Hall leader shook his head. We are God spirits, but we are not gods that know all. I knew about the existence of the Blood Pulse Sutra, but the Blood Pulse Sutra I saw was only able to refine World King God's blood. After many generations, Qin Shu's genes have become thin. I never thought this human king was still around. That was way too hard for my imagination to handle. He refined World King God's blood to the max. I do not know what he used to accomplish that, but he reversed Qin Shu's genes. In that case, this human king is a combination of World King God and Qin Shu, Light Goddess said with a frown. Even so, he should not be able to defeat Qin Shu. After all, Qin Shu has the Geno prototype armor and reached reboot class. That is not something Qin Shu and World King God can do. God Hall leader looked at Human King strangely. That is what is so scary about Human King. He made his body possess the genes of World King God and Qin Shu. He also did something scary to his body. After pausing, God Hall leader went on to say, if ordinary people had Human King's body now, they would just produce another Qin Shu. But this person used the flaws in Qin Shu's genes. He identified what the wretched things were and exploited them all for his own gain. It is because of this that he was able to take advantage of the flaws and use them to consume Qin Shu's soul and body. How has he done something like that? Light Goddess did not understand. It is very simple, God Hall leader said. His body is Qin Shu's body. In this world, no other person has a body that is similar to Human King and Qin Shu. Qin Shu gave up his body. He adopted a spirit body and entered the Geno prototype armor. Although he has reached reboot class, he has not been able to use his reboot powers to get his body back. But that is just a product of the rebooting powers. It is not like his original body. Are you saying that the soul meter of Qin Shu's current body is not as good as the one in Human King's body? Light Goddess asked. So, Human King just needs to touch Qin Shu's body, and Qin Shu's soul will feel his body. The soul will then be attracted to Human King's body. Yes, that is precisely right, God Hall leader said with a sigh. Only Human King can do something like this. His body is closer to the real Qin Shu, so the prototype armor will think he is the proper Qin Shu. It will not help the real Qin Shu attack him. Thus, Qin Shu cannot do anything against Human King. He is only allowing his soul to be taken by Human King. This Human King is smart. His Blood Pulse Sutra can consume the blood of someone. If this is to continue, it will not only be the soul but also the body he has just gotten will be consumed by Human King. Isn't that a good thing, though? Light Goddess asked. If Qin Shu is absorbed by Human King, Qin Shu will be dead. If he is dead, we do not have to worry about Qin Shu rebooting the whole universe. Maybe. God Hall leader did not agree with Light Goddess. Moment God, who was on the side, said, maybe not. This Human King has always had scary powers, but he never outright shows them. He never truly has. After all these years, he has finally been able to come face to face with Qin Shu. In an instant, he has been able to take everything. He has waited an awfully long amount of time for this reward. He has been very patient. That virtue has now bestowed upon him a great reward. I reckon this Human King is scarier than Qin Shu. We don't even know what his ultimate goal is. What if his aim is crazier than Qin Shu's? When Light Goddess heard all this, she looked at God Hall leader. She asked, Mr. Leader, is that what you are worried about? God Hall leader said, this is not what I am worried about. I am merely worried. Light Goddess spoke faster than her heart and asked, what are you worrying about? God Hall leader said, Mr. God rebooted the Blood Pulse and God Chaos Party leader's Geno prototype armor. These two items are things with an extreme amount of power. Qin Shu was used by Mr. God and the God Chaos Party leader. That was how he combined them, but it was never perfect. There was always still a flaw. I am worried that if Human King absorbs Qin Shu's body and soul, God Hall leader stopped speaking, but all the God spirits knew what he meant. When they thought about the consequences, they felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 3429, New Opponent. If Human King succeeded, it would be fine. If Qin Shu took over Human King's body and combined with him, he would be able to repair the flaws in his genes. The consequences of that happening would be so frightening that even the God spirits would be quaking in their boots. If Qin Shu comes back from the brink to eat Human King, even if Bauer successfully combines with the gene seed, the chance of her being able to beat Qin Shu would shrink to a mere 50, God Hall leader said. That means it is all down to the luck that governs the flip of a coin. But it does not matter what her fighting experience is. There is absolutely no chance her fighting experience can match Qin Shu. Her chance of winning will be considerably lower. If I knew Human King was someone like this, I would have made the effort to kill him sooner, Moment God madly said. Light Goddess displayed a wry smile. Human King has been in hiding for many years. We were unable to see anything. With the intelligence he has, it would have been hard for us to kill him even if we wanted to. It is pointless to keep thinking about it now, God Hall leader said. Let's just wait for the results, shall we? No matter which one of them wins, we are going to have to ready ourselves to fight. Even if Human King wins, it will not be a good thing for us. The god spirits knew what he meant. If Qin Shu won, the ending would be glum. But no one knew what Human King ultimately wanted either. Human King winning might result in things faring even worse for everyone. Yes, Master. All of the god spirits agreed. In the 33 skies, Qin Shu's and Human King's fingers were touching each other. Qin Shu's body had a spirit light spilling out of him. A lot of white mist was going for Human King. There was some red in between it all though. It was like blood. Human King's body absorbed Qin Shu's soul. It had some weird changes. Human King's body was blue. He absorbed a red and white light. His blood turned from blue to red. His skin had a white light. The members of Blood Legion had blue blood and could not refine or practice Geno arts. All they could use was their blue blood power. That was what they used to fight. The blue blood power came from World King God. In the Geno universe, it was restricted by the rules of the universe. Now, the blue blood was turning red. It looked like it was showing Human King's blood going into Qin Shu. Not long later, the blood that turned red did not actually turn red. It became purple. It was a mysterious sort of purple color. More and more power became absorbed by Human King. Human King's power became more crystallized as time went by until he looked almost completely like a purple crystal. His black hair and black pupils started to turn purple. That purple was similar to Asura's sort of purple, but it was different. It made people feel more scared. When they saw the purple light, even the many god spirits of the Geno Hall became incredibly scared. Perhaps Human King winning will not be a good thing. Some god spirits were starting to worry. The two universes were in shock. It did not matter if the spectators were in the Geno universe or universe of kingdoms. None of them could believe their eyes. They could not believe Qin Shu was falling under the control of a nameless person. It really did look as if he was losing. God, this is sacred leader. Will he really lose to a nameless soldier? A scary creature from the Geno universe spoke. Qin Shu will not lose, will he? Many human elites of the universe of kingdoms were confused. They still had hope. They could not accept the concept of Qin Shu actually losing. That was because this was Qin Shu. He was the greatest existence out of all the 7 kingdoms. Out of the countless years the universe of kingdoms had existed, only the Wu Wei Dao Palace could bring about someone so great. The people of the universe of kingdoms could not believe he would lose. No matter how much Qin Shu exploded with power, he could not get rid of Human King. His power was absorbed by Human King. Over time, his resistance became weaker and weaker. Kacha. The black crystal armor helmet fell. It looked as if it had lost all of its support. The black crystal armor was no longer straight and stoic looking. It looked like an empty shell. The two lights, a red light and a white light, were looking exceedingly dim. They were floating into Human King. Now, Human King's body was surrounded by a purple light. He was like a demon god that had descended on the earth. His eyes seemed calm, but it looked as if he disdained everything. It looked as if he expected the whole world to bow before him. He looked at him with contempt. Eventually, the black crystal armor no longer had any of that red or white coming out of it. Human King did not let go of the black crystal armor's gauntlet. He pulled it, and the black crystal armor headed his way. The whole set of armor disintegrated. Every part of it opened up by itself to wrap up Human King. Suddenly, Human King became a shape that wrapped up the black crystal armor. But it was different to Qin Shu. His face was no longer covered. He still had a purple mist light of long hair that led all the way outside. Is this person Qin Shu or Human King? Light Goddess felt as if she could no longer take the manic pounding of her heart anymore. She had been a god spirit for so long that she had almost forgotten what nervous and confused feelings were supposed to feel like. Countless spirits in the main and reverse universes were just staring at the Geno tablet. They wanted to know what would happen next. The Geno tablet was displaying Qin Shu's and Human King's names. Suddenly, one of the names went out. It was Qin Shu's name that went out. Only Human King's name remained, and it did so while shining. How is that possible? The God Chaos Party was shocked. It did not matter if it was the new members or the old members, and it did not matter if they betrayed Qin Shu or not, they were still all shocked. When Qin Shu became the leader of the God Chaos Party, his incredible power was enough to tell them who was the strongest amidst their ranks. Now, that invincible existence had lost a battle. He had lost to a person they had never heard of before. There is only Human King's world, Human King coldly said. Many of the world's countless creatures did not understand the words he had just spoken. Still, everyone caught the gist of them. It meant a new era was coming. Blood Legion was delighted by the result. Many members of Blood Legion were crying their eyes out in glee. They had endured for many generations, with every generation giving their blood to Human King. Countless generations of people had paid with their blood. On this day, there was finally a response. Human King had just shocked the entire world. He had obtained Qin Shu's body and soul. From now on, he was to be considered the most invincible being in the universe, and Blood Legion was going to be regarded as the greatest organization in the universe too. They were the foundation of a new Genesis. They would be a cornerstone of the entire universe. Han Sen was in the arena. He did not watch Qin Shu and Human King fight. He did not know the person he needed to fight had been beaten by Human King. Boom, boom. Han Sen had been waiting there for a long time before the invisible barrier finally fell. That meant his new opponent had arrived. Chapter 3430. Crepe Myrtle, there are only 4 people who can walk this path and take this step. Even if I am not encountering Qin Shu in this round, I am bound to meet him eventually. The next round I will probably encounter Qin Shu. Han Sen did not care which opponent he was going to encounter. Seeing the area open up ahead of him, he watched a person emerge from the clouds. Han Sen was shocked by who it was. The person's body glowed with a god light. He was like a sun in the sky. He was a god spirit, but Han Sen could not recall this god spirit. He was more than a little surprised. Weird, I have met the 12 Annihilation main gods and God Hall leader, so why have I never seen this person before? Han Sen checked out the god spirit. His brain quickly jumped to think, even if the 12 Annihilation class god spirits wanted to take part in the Geno tablet fights and were able to reach the top 4, this nameless god spirit is the one that made the effort to do so. This is so weird. The god spirits were different from ordinary creatures. They relied on their god temples and god bases. The levels and strength of a god spirit correlated with the god temple and god base they possessed. Their powers would be higher. It was hard to believe such a nameless god spirit had been able to walk this far. This god spirit was a man. He looked pretty, but his body was very big. He was so perfect that one could not nitpick the smallest of flaws. Not even men could find anything bad to say about him. Are you a god spirit from the Geno Hall? Han Sen wondered if that god spirit was a wild god. Otherwise, it would not make sense that he had been able to make this step. The god spirit nodded and said, yes. This answer surprised Han Sen. Han Sen asked, what is your god title? I am just an unknown, small god spirit, the god spirit said with a smile. I am of the lowest tier, just a small destroyed class god spirit. If I tell you my title, I am afraid you will never have heard of it before. If you do not tell me, how am I supposed to know if I have never heard it before or have? Han Sen was smiling too, but he thought, just a destroyed class god spirit. If so, how has he been able to reach the top 4? The god spirit stopped resisting and provided his name. My name is Crepe Myrtle. Have you heard about me before, Mr. Dollar? Han Sen ransacked his memory, but he could not remember ever hearing this name before. He had never heard of a god spirit parading around with this sort of title. From now on, I will remember this name, Han Sen answered. Crepe Myrtle smiled. His smile was like a warm spring sun that could make people drown in an intoxicating haze. You are welcome, Mr. Dollar. To be able to fight you is going to be a great pleasure for me. Please, teach me a thing or two in our engagement. After Crepe Myrtle said, the creatures of the 2 universes sighed. After watching Han Sen's last 3 supposed fights, and with Crepe Myrtle calling him a mister, they no longer worried about Crepe Myrtle giving up like Wang Yuhang and the others. I say, Han Sen's luck is not always so good then, is it? It is about time he did something for real. Is Crepe Myrtle really a destroyed class god spirit? Surely a destroyed class god. Spirit cannot be strong enough to reach the top 4. Has he merely been as lucky as Han Sen with all of his rivals giving up? People weren't only just interested in Han Sen now. They were interested in the crepe myrtle, who was a god spirit they had never heard of before. I do not think I will be able to teach you much, but I will do my best. Han Sen performed an appreciative gesture and allowed crepe myrtle to attack first. In that case, you better watch out, Mr. Dollar, crepe myrtle said as a godly power arose around him. A sky full of stars was born, and it covered the whole arena. In the 33 skies, there was no sun, no stars, and no moon. Now, it was flickering. When Han Sen had a closer look, he was given a shock. The star was not something thick that was made from god powers. It was a real planet. The planet was so lively that it looked like there were lots of lifeforms living there. Using god powers to make space is impressive. This guy cannot simply be a destroyed class god spirit, Han Sen shockingly thought. Crepe myrtle still had not attacked, so Han Sen's powers had not been triggered. He could not check out the planet properly, but it was just that his foe was exuding a presence that was greater than a destroyed class god spirit. Crepe myrtle said, Mr. Dollar, watch this. My skill is called Star Chess Cloth. A sky full of stars changed to become something alive. A sky full of starlight crossed each other and went for Han Sen. Thousands of stars combined, and Han Sen's powers were activated. Han Sen was most surprised about his eyes when his powers were triggered. He could not see where the flaws of the stars were. Every star had a different element and type of starlight. Out of the tens of thousands of planets, there were no 2 planets that had a starlight element that was the same. It was like all of space was starlight, and it was combining all the elements of the universe. Starlight substances of tens of thousands of different elements combined. It was like the complete rules of the universe. There weren't any flaws, and there was not anything missing. If there are no flaws, then power can break it. Han Sen's eyes froze. His hands gathered up power. He lifted a star and planned on hitting the starlight. Amidst the endless starlight, it touched Han Sen's hands and made him suffer a shock. The starlight that seemed so scary did not have any power. It touched down on his hand like a normal light shining on his hand. It made his hands look purple and red, but they were not destructive. Han Sen was shocked because he had just found out that the scary, powerful starlight did not have power. It was immune to his body. The starlight had no power. It was like a shadow. It did not matter if Han Sen could not tell, but this time, his body had been tricked by the light shadow. His powers were activated. This was the first time this had happened to Han Sen. Even Demon Alpha, Asura, and other elites like that could not trick Han Sen's body, but Crepe Myrtle was able to do it. This was scary. Who are you? Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle. He did not believe Crepe Myrtle was just a destroyed class god spirit. The universe could not have a powerful destroyed class god spirit like that. Even if there was, it would be an annihilation class 1 already. Mr. Dollar is so forgetful, Crepe Myrtle said. My name is Crepe Myrtle. He then flashed with a god light and said, pay attention, Mr. Dollar. My skill is called Star Change. When the god light of Crepe Myrtle's body changed, a sky full of stars started to change too. It rained down starlight that had been created by 1,000 stars. Han Sen did not end up rushing just because of his misjudgment. He did not want to be reckless. He raised his hand and reached for the star. He discovered that the star did not have any power. It was still just an empty shadow. Crepe Myrtle kept using many different skills. He used 7. None of them seemed to contain power. He used 7 shadow skills that did not do anything, and they tricked Han Sen's body 7 times. Chapter 3431, Flaws Exposed. Han Sen looked dim. Ever since his body evolved, this was the first he had witnessed something like this. He could not tell what was authentic when it came to Crepe Myrtle, whose entire body was veiled by fog. Han Sen could even see through Demon Alpha, who had the power of Baoer's father, but he was unable to do what he did against her to Crepe Myrtle. These illusion skills are very powerful, but for me, that can only be a good thing. It may trick my body, but I can attack. After being tricked by the illusion skills 7 times, Han Sen decided now would be the time to strike. When Crepe Myrtle made the star shine, Han Sen's body power exploded. He teleported in front of Crepe Myrtle and threw a punch toward Crepe Myrtle's chest. Han Sen's punch had a lot of power amassed in it. It traveled with the power of the Dongshuan Sutra. The powerful Dongshuan power made the universal cogwheels all around stop spinning. Han Sen proved it on Demon Alpha's body. Even the powerful cause God Spirit power was able to be locked by the Dongshuan Sutra's power. Beneath the power of the Dongshuan Sutra, it did not matter if there were wind, fire, lightning, thunder, time, or space powers coming against him. It could all be forced to stop spinning. That also included Crepe Myrtle's power. Just as Han Sen's fist was going to collide with Crepe Myrtle's form, Crepe Myrtle's lips developed a weird smile. The body which once stopped had started to move. It was extremely fast. The moment it went past Han Sen's fist, his fingers went toward Han Sen's waist. Han Sen's reaction speed was very fast but not enough to dodge those fingers. Crepe Myrtle came into contact with Han Sen's waist. The fingering power was not like starlight or anything at all. Han Sen felt as if a needle was thrust right into his waist. He felt a numbness claim his entire body. Crepe Myrtle's 10 fingers were like swords. They covered Han Sen's body. When Han Sen felt sore, he planned to attack like mad. He hoped to defeat Han Sen. Han Sen was shocked. Now, the only person who had been able to hurt his body thus far was this new nemesis. Crepe Myrtle's power was so strong, but it was not enough to make him lose control of his body. He held the sore feelings in and moved his body. He used all his fingers like swords and went after Crepe Myrtle's fingers. Crepe Myrtle was surprised by the fact that Han Sen was able to fight back. His body was like the wind, not wanting to directly engage with Han Sen. Han Sen was not going to permit Crepe Myrtle the opportunity to fall back and retreat. When he wanted to give chase, he realized his power was all gone and could no longer combat Crepe Myrtle. Han Sen frowned and thought, what is going on? Why does my body believe this man is harmless to me? Crepe Myrtle was not too far away, but he looked back at Han Sen and laughed while saying, I see. Your body requires the power of an enemy's power before being activated so that you can use the same amount of power to repel them. If I don't use power, then your body is practically useless. After that sentence was spoken, the two universes were put into shock. No way, Han Sen is an annihilation class god spirit. What Crepe Myrtle just said does not seem possible. Does he need an opponent's power to activate his own body's power? What kind of element is that? Really, everyone was talking about it. Han Sen calmly looked at Crepe Myrtle. He was surprised that Crepe Myrtle was able to so easily see through his body's condition, but he had not detected any powers analyzing him in such a way. Han Sen never thought the condition of his body could be hidden from everyone. Even if Crepe Myrtle did not see it, when he fought Qin Shu, he was convinced Qin Shu would be able to learn that about him anyway. Mr. Dollar, am I not correct? Crepe Myrtle asked with a smile. You are right. Han Sen did not deny this. He just nodded. What, really, is it true? If Han Sen's opponent does not use any power, he will be unable to fight. A person like that can reach the top 4 is a bit of a joke, don't you think? I told you so. Han Sen's success only comes from the people he knows. Otherwise, with his power, how was he ever able to reach the top 4? That Wang Yuhang was much stronger than him. It is a shame Wang Yuhang was such a genius and decided to quit the top 16 for Han Sen. That is impossible. Mr. Dollar is so powerful. There is no way things are like this. Something must have gone wrong. In the universe, everyone was shocked. This news was far too shocking. Oh, no, San Mu's power has been seen through. In Space Garden, Tang Junliu was worried. Ji Yanran was looking nervous as well. Han Sen's body condition was better off being hidden. Now that his flaws had been exposed, he had lost the chance of winning. In that case, it looks like you are not going to be winning today, Crepe Myrtle quietly said. No, I am going to win, Han Sen said with a shake of his head. Mr. Dollar is so confident. Please explain to me how it is you think you will turn out to be the victor. Crepe Myrtle was not mocking him. He was seriously asking. It is like you said, my body needs your power to be activated, Han Sen said. If you don't use power, then I cannot use my power. But if you don't use power, you are not going to win either. If you use power in a bid to destroy me, I assure you I will be the victor. That might not be true entirely. Crepe Myrtle was looking very self-assured. Is that so? Huh. I am very keen to see how you plan on beating me. Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle. He already knew what his foe was planning on doing. Mr. Dollar, did you forget about my starlight shadows? Crepe Myrtle asked. Allow me to show you once more. They are not simply shadows. His body conjured up a god light. A sky full of stars glowed with starlight. A lot of lights came raining down. crossing each other like chess pieces as they went for Han Sen's body. This time, the starlight was different. The starlight did not activate Han Sen's power. His body thought the starlight was harmless. Han Sen's heart jumped. He felt a chill in his spine. In the next second, the starlight struck him. Han Sen did not have any power activated. He was unable to evade the falling starlight. Arg! Han Sen screamed. The starlight was like a knife-light sword blade. It went around Han Sen. He was unable to control his body, so he flew away. Han Sen felt his body burn wherever the starlight touched him. It was like he was being lashed with a cruel whip. 10 million lights fell. It was like 10 million lashes delivered by a heinous whip. The pain was so agonizing that Han Sen thought he was going to break his teeth. Although Han Sen was getting defeated, his power had yet to activate. His body did not think it was in any form of danger. Han Sen was able to confirm his guess. Crepe Myrtle's power was able to trick his body. Chapter 3432. Crepe Myrtle's backstory. Figuring out that Han Sen's body had a few issues was not difficult. Being able to trick his body and also injure him to a desperate point without the power in his body activating was something, by all accounts, scary. Fortunately, without exploding power, Han Sen had a scary body strength. 10 million starlights came down on him but only left a small red mark on his skin. This type of injury was not too serious. Han Sen was able to endure the pain. Not seeing a way out of this predicament was the scariest thing. If he was able to use Geno arts, Han Sen would have had 10,000 different ways to break Crepe Myrtle's starlights. Now, there was nothing he could do. In Space Garden, Tang Junliu was a bit worried as he asked, "Is Han Sen going to be fine up there?" Wang Fujing did not talk any crap. She looked at Han Yufei and asked, "Sister Han, do you know anything about Crepe Myrtle's backstory?" Anyone was able to tell that Crepe Myrtle was not just a mere destroyed class god spirit like he had described himself earlier. With the power he wielded, even an annihilation class god spirit could do the same as him. Han Yufei was silent a moment before saying, "I have never heard of this god spirit before. From what I best know, he is not one of the 12 annihilation class god spirit. But judging from what his body can do, he has a god spirit body. He is certainly a god spirit. If he is not an annihilation class god spirit, is he a reboot class god spirit?" Tang Junliu asked. "I thought Han Sen said there were only 5 reboot class god spirit. This Crepe Myrtle is not included amongst them, right?" Han Yufei frowned and did not speak. Clearly, she did not know Crepe Myrtle either. Far away, on a blue planet, a metal and gold god temple sat on an island in the middle of the sea. A man and a woman were lying on the beach, sunbathing while watching Han Sen and Crepe Myrtle conduct their combat. The woman was so pretty that one could not stare at her directly. She looked very cold. It was hard to think about something sensual when it came to her. Even sexual offenders would have felt ashamed of themselves seeing her as they could not think of anything lewd about her. The man nearby had bronze skin. His chest was wide. He looked like a terrifically masculine and strong bloke. If Han Sen was able to see them, he would know who they were. The man and the woman were Tai Yi and Moon God. Moon God watched Han Sen get whipped by starlight. She lifted her lips and said, "Han Sen, that little man, is useless. He cannot even defeat a destroyed class, small god spirit like that." Tai Yi laughed heartily and said, "You know who that Crepe Myrtle is, yet you are willing to say something like that. Do you disdain Han Sen, or do you disdain Crepe Myrtle?" "Neither of them is good stuff anyway," Moon God said. She could not help but laugh. Tai Yi smiled. "No matter what, Han Sen is your heir. If he is defeated too badly, you will only be embarrassed. But it might be Crepe Myrtle that beats him. Even so, he has only sustained minor injuries. And that, I must say, is rather surprising. Are you speaking well on Han Sen's behalf, or speaking well of Crepe Myrtle?" Moon God looked displeased. "Crepe Myrtle is bullying someone lesser. Does he really think I can be bullied? When you beat up a dog, you better watch out for who the master is. He is my heir." Tai Yi laughed. "Do not worry, Crepe Myrtle will not do much to Han Sen. He just wants to let Han Sen know his weakness. If Han Sen can find out what that is, it will help Han Sen out. That is the only way Han Sen will be able to defeat Xin Shu. I suppose it is more like Human King right now." Moon God was shocked. "Are you saying that Crepe Myrtle thinks Han Sen can fight Human King and defeat him?" "Yes, that seems like a fair assessment," Tai Yi said. "Otherwise, Crepe Myrtle would not be dealing with things himself and forcing Han Sen to confront his own flaws. Moon God displayed a face that made it look as if she was thinking of something, but then she laughed and said, "This is interesting. The leader selected her own daughter. The Geno Hall selected Han Sen. I thought this situation would have the two share the same opinion. I thought they would cooperate. I did not think there would still be conflict. I suppose the God Chaos Party and the Geno Hall were always supposed to be enemies. They are not really enemies." Tai Yi looked at Moon God and said, "Crepe Myrtle has always taken care of Han Sen. In the past, I thought it was all because of Bauer, and that is why he took care of Han Sen. Now, I think he had already picked Han Sen long before." "Do you think he selected Han Sen? That does not seem possible. Han Sen's body is strange now, but we still do not know if he can yet walk the step. Even if he can walk the step, Crepe Myrtle would not have had the foresight to see all of Han Sen's achievements up until this point unless the old leader is revived. But the old leader wasn't Crepe Myrtle either. He could not see this power." Moon God looked as if she did not believe him. Maybe Crepe Myrtle could not see Han Sen's future achievements, but at least he knew Han Sen was Han Jinji's heir, which was why he was willing to engage in the gamble, Tai Yi said. "Han Jinji, that old con man, how is he related to the Geno Hall?" Moon God frowned upon hearing Han Jinji's name spoken. "I only know as much as you do," Tai Yi seriously said. "To be able to make a wish in front of Crepe Myrtle and survive is a very rare accomplishment, but Han Jinji is one such person. I heard he was able to beat Crepe Myrtle. HMPH, I do not think he is that powerful. All he does is play tricks." Moon licked her lips as she spoke. If one were to look at her face, it would seem as if she did not like the person known as Han Jinji. Even if he is just a scammer, to be able to beat the master of the universe is something rather scary, Tai Yi seriously said. "If you ever see him again, do not forget that little tidbit." "I do not believe this. He is a liar. What can he possibly do to someone like me? Plus, he only beat the master of the universe. If a new Geno Tablet master is born, the leader will change. To beat the Geno Hall leader will be nothing to be so proud about. If he is so good, why does not fight for his heir and get that Qin Shu, that human king?" Moon God grunted. Tai Yi felt depressed. He shook his head and said, "That person is mysterious. I do not know his motives either. I thought he might be able to beat the reincarnation of the old leader, but the old leader selected Asura for his spirit body. He combined with Asura. Now, he cannot reincarnate again. If someone ever comes to know who that Han Jinji is, it is likely only Crepe Myrtle would be the one." "They are both just con men," Moon God said. "They are merely liars. They only have the same interests." While they discussed, Han Sen was trapped in starlight. He gathered up power, wanting to break free of the starlight, but his body could not be woken up by the power keeping him down. No matter how he tried, the starlight stopped him. "If my power cannot be used, then I will just have to use Crepe Myrtle's power," Han Sen thought as he closed his eyes. He focused on the starlight that rained down on him. Chapter 3433, Using Power to Strike Power. Self-power could not be used. Han Sen planned on using power to defeat opposing power. It was the most primitive and complicated technique he could perform. Many people knew it, but beating power by using power was not often used in a real fight. Normally, it was the stronger person who would beat the weaker person. They used power to whittle down the confidence of an opponent. In a real fight between two people who were of the same level, or when the weak fought against the strong, using powers to beat power skills was hard to use in an actual fight. Using power to beat power was something Han Sen was very good at. When Bai Yishan taught him how to use Yin-Yang Blast, Han Sen had spent time researching how to beat power by using power. Now, he was unable to activate his body's power. Because his body had enough strength, it was not too hard for him to use power to beat power. He felt the starlight land on him. Han Sen's muscles and bones started to adjust their angles lightly. When the starlight hit, there were weird changes. I say, people like Han Sen should not be able to reach the top 4. Although he might be an annihilation class god spirit, he is not one of the top 12 main gods. Wild gods will forever be wild gods. They cannot be compared to main gods. His body is strong. I will give him that. He has been pummeled by starlight for so long now, and he has not yet passed out. To be humiliated like this, why not reverse the tide and concede? I am afraid he might not even be able to concede. Why, with no power, why bother to climb so high? Everyone knows the higher you climb, the farther you fall. In the universe of kingdoms, many nobles were brutally mocking Han Sen. At this time, suddenly, some weird changes were going on with Han Sen's body. The starlight that landed on him was like light falling on a mirror. It was reflected from Han Sen's body. Boom, boom, boom. The beams of light that were bounced away from Han Sen's body struck other starlight. When they collided, there was a scary shockwave and light. The whole battleground was shining. It was like fireworks. More and more starlight was reflected out by Han Sen's body. It did not just stop the starlight coming down on Han Sen. A lot of starlights were going for Crepe Myrtle. He is using power to beat power. That is quite impressive, but it will not be enough. Crepe Myrtle's eyes flashed. A sky full of stars changed along with his will. The starlight that came for Han Sen was now different from what it was before. Han Sen's body felt the changes in the starlight. When the starlight came down, it was violently rushing everywhere. Now, the starlight was changing in accordance with its elements. Victory did not seem to be in reach. The fire was nothing normal. Water would be soft. Gold would be strong. Earth was heavy. Every power carried different features to create different powers. Millions of starlight were falling. Not a single starlight was a repeat of the last. There were screw powers, breaking powers, explosive powers, shooting powers, yin soft powers, and all kinds of powers. They all landed on Han Sen to make it harder for Han Sen to borrow that power. Do you think you can stop me from taking your powers? You are too naive if that is what you think. Han Sen lifted his lips. His body was still shaking a little. A different power landed on him. It triggered some changes in his body that one could not see. It blasted him with starlight. Now, Han Sen was not being stopped by starlight. All of the starlights landed on him, and then it all went to Crepe Myrtle. The races of the universe were all in shock. Han Sen was now rather like a mirror, reflecting all of the powers back at Crepe Myrtle. The 10,000 races of the universe were all in shock. Han Sen had become like a mirror and was sending everything back at Crepe Myrtle. The universe of kingdoms was dead silent while the Geno universe erupted with laughter and cheer. Master Dollar really is Master Dollar. That Crepe Myrtle can definitely not take down Master Dollar. Master Dollar is so scary. Even though there are 10,000 starlights with each starlight possessing a different power, he can forego the individual differences and bounce them all away. He can control them freely. He really can't use his power. That kid is borrowing power to use power. I am afraid he has the level of a proper god. The Geno universe was deep in discussion. Even elites like Sky Palace leader complimented Han Sen by saying, to be able to use borrowing power skills this well, he has to be the #1 at it. Very high leader, who was by his side, said, that is because of his body. If his body was not that strong, it would not matter how great his borrowing powers were. They would not work. A famous theorist in this universe once said that if you give someone a support point and a stick that was long enough, he could lift the universe. But where can one find a stick that long that can carry the weight of the universe and not break? I really am curious about how Han Sen's body became this strong. Sky Palace leader shook his head with a wry smile. The people in Space Garden are all special. They are all unique, and Han Sen is the best amongst them. I do not understand his body right now though. Tai Yi saw Han Sen move. He laughed. That kid has evolved in such a scary way. It looks like he can accept everything that has been thrown at him. Even so, he does not quite fit into the rules of this universe. Moon God looked at Han Sen and asked, is he going to take that step? Tai Yi shook his head. No, not even I have managed to take that step, but I have walked half of the step. I can feel some of that step's power. Now, Han Sen's power is different, so I cannot be entirely sure of his current situation. Moon God knew there was no answer to be had, but she still asked, in that case, what is his situation? Can he walk that step before he ends up fighting Human King? I do not know. Tai Yi shook his head. He went silent for a bit before saying, I do think this is why Crepe Myrtle came. He wants to know how far Han Sen's body has developed and see if he really can make that step. Crepe Myrtle chose Han Sen, Moon God said with a frown. He must have known how Han Sen would turn out. Tai Yi laughed. Do you really think he is a god that knows everything? If he was able to control everything, there would be no xenogeneics growing up. At least, he wouldn't be able to control Han Sen. In that case, why did he choose Han Sen? Moon God did not understand a god spirit like Crepe Myrtle selecting a person he would be unable to control. That is because the unknown always harbors possibilities. He does not want another crepe myrtle. He wants Han Sen, who can beat Qin Shu or Human King. Tai Yi looked at Han Sen with his eyes on fire. I just don't know if crepe myrtle is correct. Crepe myrtle was looking funny. Seeing the sky full of starlight come, he was neither happy nor sad. The starlight landed on him like raindrops in the sea. They all disappeared. No matter how much starlight descended on crepe myrtle, they did not do anything to his clothes. Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine. He knew crepe myrtle was strong, but to see a strength of that magnitude still shocked him. This crepe myrtle cannot be that guy in the Geno Hall. Han Sen started to wonder. Aside from that guy in the Geno Hall, he could not think of a god spirit this strong. You are not bad, but we are only just getting started. Crepe myrtle had been still, but now he moved. Chapter 3434. I will show you how it breaks. Han Sen had encountered many elites in his time traveling across the world. There had always been a few that he considered extremely powerful. None were like this crepe myrtle, who made him feel as if he was being put under a microscope. The man made him feel as if his body was being watched. His whole body, the whole conspiracy, and the deepest secrets he held in his heart were all seen by the eyes of that man. There were no longer any secrets. Crepe myrtle's fingers pointed directly at him. It did not seem to be done in any special kind of way. It was just a random finger aimed to touch Han Sen's forehead. There was no lightning speed. There were no shadows. There was no sense of this being a combat move. It was a random, ordinary lift of one's finger. There were no skills or anything of the sort involved. A random finger made Han Sen unsure of what to do. No, this does not work. This does not work either. Han Sen suddenly realized that under the eyes watching him, a very normal finger became the strongest skill the universe had ever seen. Han Sen suddenly snapped out of his daze. Crepe myrtle's finger is not all that special. What is special are his eyes, which can peer into one's heart. With those eyes, my thoughts all seem to be exposed. It does not matter how I want to deal with things. Crepe myrtle seems to understand. He can turn that finger into a deadly attack. As long as those eyes that can peer into people's hearts are here, how I react to the finger will be incorrect. Moon God saw how powerful that finger was, and it made her lift her lips. Crepe myrtle is such a bully. He is the master of the Geno Hall. He is the ruler of the universe. He can use the universe's rule powers to look into people's souls. He is using that to deal with Han Sen. That is certainly quite cheap. Tai Yi shook his head. To beat Human King, he must endure through this trial. You know Qin Shu has the old leader's genes in blood. He may not be complete, and the future says he cannot do it, but he can see through an opponent's soul. Moon God nodded. How is Han Sen supposed to win? He cannot use Geno arts. He has to use his body. This is how amazing soul skills are. They are scarier than prophecies. The future can be changed, but the thoughts in people's souls cannot lie. It is like Han Sen is openly admitting his thoughts with honesty, and then fighting for those thoughts. He can't lie, so how is he supposed to win? Tai Yi said, soldiers are weird. People who use soldiers always win weirdly. People are always happy about it. The famous generals that can leave dark ink stains across history always use weird ways to win and become famous. But people always forget weird ways are risky ways. To do something once, there is no guarantee it can be repeated for a second time. The real generals that never lose have no big achievements, but they can still keep on fighting without dying. Do you know why? Are you talking about King Path? Moon God quietly asked. Tai Yi nodded. Spending $1 to do something that is only worth $1 or spending $10 to do something that is worth $10, you do not earn more than you should or lose more than you should. If 10 people fight 5 people, the 10 are bound to win. If 1,000 people battle 800 people, the 1,000 must win. To tell your opponent about everything, the opponent cannot win. They only watch and lose. Do what you can. Do not take risks. This is the King Path. King Path is a battle of power. If Han Sen's body was normal, he could use King Path to take down Crepe Myrtle, but his body is currently unable to use powers. Therefore, how can he use King Path? Moon God did not realize that. That entirely depends on whether or not Han Sen can take it to the next stage. Tai Yi gave her a useless answer. Han Sen's heart felt like it was fighting the sky and a human. It did not matter if he made a move. It did not matter if he fought. It did not matter if he evaded. He could not escape that menacing finger. Losing seemed like the only way. If he tried to retreat, Crepe Myrtle's attacks would continue, and he would be unable to get away. Han Sen knew King Path, and he knew more than Tai Yi. He thought about King Path, enabling him to break Crepe Myrtle's finger, but it was just as Moon God said. He had no power. How was he supposed to use King Path? A small soldier facing a million big soldiers was not a King Path. Even if a real king was left alone to fight a million soldiers, even if one spoke about King Path, it would be as funny as a clown. What do I have now that is stronger than Crepe Myrtle? Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle's fingers coming. He thought about a million ideas, but his body did not move. Seeing Crepe Myrtle's finger was coming to touch his finger, Han Sen's eyes opened. The god light in his eyes appeared. He leaned his head back and used it to hit Crepe Myrtle's finger. Crepe Myrtle's finger hit Han Sen on the head. Crepe Myrtle was blasted away. Han Sen clutched his head and fell to the ground with his lips and teeth in pain. It is a very bad idea for you to use brute force. Crepe Myrtle used another hand to rub his damaged finger. His fingertip was a little red, but he still smiled at Han Sen. It is not about me being obscene or not. If you have power, you should just kill me. Han Sen smiled. This sounded bad, but Han Sen had been through everything. He did not care about his reputation. Crepe Myrtle squinted with his eyes. He lifted his lips, looked at Han Sen, and smiled. Do you think I am unable to do anything to your body? Yes, that is right, Han Sen answered. Okay, I will show you how I can break it. Crepe Myrtle lifted his finger. He went for Han Sen. He was still using the same finger. In fact, if Crepe Myrtle wanted to kill someone, he would not have to use skills or powers. If he wanted to kill someone, he would just use his thoughts. The universe did not have many creatures that forced Crepe Myrtle to draw his lethal finger. It was even rarer for that finger to ever fail to kill its target. So, Crepe Myrtle did not require skill. The finger was already enough to kill gods and fairies. It could kill the universe. Han Sen's face looked a bit dim. The finger looked the same, but he knew if Crepe Myrtle really was the person he believed him to be. That finger was not just a finger. Han Sen could not think of a way in which he could break it. He held onto his scalp tightly to hit Crepe Myrtle's finger again. Don't you want to touch me? Now you can touch it. Han Sen gathered up power on his head. He was going to hit Crepe Myrtle's finger. Crepe Myrtle's finger did not change. It was just like last time when it hit Han Sen's head hard. This time, things were different. Han Sen's head felt as if there was a nail inside it. It was so painful that it felt as if it would blow up. Chapter 3435 Universe Class. Everything in this world has a uniqueness to its totality. The universe is a whole creation. A small creature's body can be viewed as something complete. From their substances, a universe and the creatures that occupy it are whole in this world. That means the bodies themselves can be unique universes. When Crepe Myrtle spoke, his fingers moved. All of his fingers struck every part of Han Sen's body. Every finger that touched Han Sen was like a steel nail being hammered into his body. Han Sen felt the pain too unbearable to endure. He felt terrible. The strangest thing about it all was the fact Han Sen's clothes did not tear. His body wasn't physically harmed either. Even so, Han Sen felt the sharp power of a nail perforating his body in midair. Even with the strength of his body, he could not get rid of the power's restrictions. I practiced all my life, evolving and understanding the miracle that is this universe. Although I do not understand the miracle this is this universe, I did get a peek behind the veil. The power of this universe is indestructible. Even a sky full of God spirits cannot keep it at bay. It does not matter how strong your body is because you cannot fight against it. While Crepe Myrtle was talking, he touched Han Sen 28 times with his fingers. Where the 28 fingers pointed, a point of light flickered. It was like 28 stars were pinned to Han Sen's body. They trapped Han Sen in space. That was especially true of the starlight on his forehead. The starlight on his forehead was so bright that he looked like an aurora borealis. How is it? Do you think I have what it takes to break your body? After Crepe Myrtle pulled his hand back, he looked at Han Sen, who was pinned in the air. He smiled at him. In the beginning, Han Sen was able to move. Now, after 28 lights pinned his body, he was unable to. His power had been exhausted. It was like 28 nails had hammered him to a cross. Han Sen was even more depressed about the fact that his body had not yet been activated. It was like the power that hurt his body did not exist. Upon seeing Han Sen not answering, Crepe Myrtle laughed. What, Are you still not willing to concede? Do you really want me to kick you out of the 33 skies? Han Sen's eyes looked at Crepe Myrtle as if his eyes were on fire. He seriously said, I just want to know if this is all the power you wield. So, what? Even if it is all my power, so what? Crepe Myrtle looked at Han Sen with interest. Nothing. I just wanted to thank you for telling me the theory of the universe, Han Sen said. Crepe Myrtle laughed. There is no need to thank me. I did not become the universe itself, and what I said may not even hold true. Even if I believe my words to be the truth, I have not yet been able to take that step. Perhaps what I think is right may turn out to be wrong. If you listen to my words and follow them, and they are revealed to be wrong, you might end up even more astray. Perhaps you will want to scold me later. Han Sen behaved as if he did not hear what Crepe Myrtle said. He asked, is this the last step? If I can feel the universe inside my body, does that mean I have walked that step? Maybe, Crepe Myrtle said. Judging from your body, it is a shame that you may never be able to take that step. That is because other people's bodies have rules and orders whereas yours is just a mess. I am afraid you will not become a universe. Han Sen had to admit that what Crepe Myrtle said made sense. In the past, he leveled up. His power was very similar to the rules of the universe. Now, his body had no rules or order. How could he continue with a body like the one he had? Han Sen thought, if Crepe Myrtle is the guy from the Geno Hall, then he is one of the very few guys that are so close to that step. The way he talks about becoming a universe must be that step Qin Shu has been looking for. But he is right, with the current condition of my body, I do not think I will be able to walk that step. Crepe Myrtle looked like he was smiling at Han Sen, but he was not smiling. Are you disappointed in the prospect you will never be able to walk that step? There is nothing to be disappointed about, Han Sen said. Life is just like that. No one will ever know what they will become. I have walked down many different paths and enjoyed many great vistas to see what others see. To me, they are the most precious forms of wealth I hold. Crepe Myrtle looked at him with disdain. He laughed and said, what you have just told me sounds like a loser giving an interview and saying they have walked all they needed to and are happy with their current condition. It is like friendship comes first and competition comes second. It is like as long as your heart has me, you can marry anyone you like. They are the words of the meek wanting nothing more than to comfort their wailing hearts. When Han Sen heard him say all that, he laughed. And said, you are right. Those are the words of comfort spoken to themselves by losers. Crepe Myrtle looked at Han Sen and asked, aren't you doing the exact same? You are saying you are happy by merely seeing what there is to see and reaching the end does not truly matter. You are just comforting yourself. Han Sen seriously said, all I said was the views I admire are my rewards. I did not say the end goal does not matter. To me, the end and the view are just as important. I want it to be exciting, and I want to reach the end I want. It is a shame you have no chance of reaching the end, Crepe Myrtle coldly said. Han Sen shook his head. No, I just cannot go to the end that is established by someone else like you. It does not mean I cannot reach an ending established by myself. Oh, then tell me, how do you seek to reach your end? Crepe Myrtle looked at Han Sen with interest. He did not proceed to do anything else. Han Sen did not answer him. Instead, he said, to become the universe is a very strong finish, but that is just the end you set up for yourself. How do you know there is still no higher finish even beyond that? When the body becomes a universe, that means you burn yourself and commit yourself to the universe, Crepe Myrtle said. You will be at the same level as the universe. That is the universe. That is all. You cannot become greater than that. If the universe is the end, then what resides outside the universe? Han Sen asked. That is whatever philosophy claims it to be, Crepe Myrtle said. There are no definitive answers. Let's say there is another end outside of the universe. That means the end of the universe is just a stop. If you choose to walk to that stop, then I will choose a different path. Just because I do not go to that stop does not mean I will not reach the end. It is a shame that all of this is just a theory. You are facing some actual difficulties. If you cannot fix your current technical limitations, you do not have what it takes to continue and go further. Crepe Myrtle looked at Han Sen as if his eyes were on fire. Maybe not. Han Sen's eyes started to look bright. A power inside his body was coming to a boil. The 28 lights on Han Sen grew brighter and brighter. The force that pinned his body in the air was like nails keeping a prisoner upright. Chapter 3436 Take my punch, that is very good. Yes, just like that. Let me see the true potential of your body. Crepe Myrtle watched the changes manifesting across Han Sen's body. His eyes flickered with a weird light. One could only hear his voice come through as mumbles. Han Sen's muscles were tightening, and so was his skin. He wanted to escape the pinning restrictions of the 28 lights with his strength. You were right in saying that my body is unable to feel the rules and order. It is like a stone that is so hard it is also useless. Han Sen kept saying things like this while struggling because he had exhausted so much strength. The places the light pinned him were not producing grooves in his body. It was like invisible pins were going to pierce through his skin at any given moment. What does that have to do with anything? Han Sen asked while he continued to struggle. Even if you cannot feel the rules and order, my body still exists. Earlier, you said everything is complete and separate from everything else. One ant, one lion, one stone, each thing is a complete, small universe unto itself. Yeah, but so what? Just spit it out, man. What on earth are you trying to say? Crepe Myrtle looked at Han Sen with great interest. Even so, my body will still have a universe of its own on the inside, Han Sen said. Because this universe is in chaos mode, we cannot understand it. At least, I myself cannot understand it. His right arm, which had been exerting force, moved a little. Blood started to seep from the limb. He was using too much strength. The skin of the arm that had been pinned by the light had been torn. Blood came out from it. Do you mean that your body is like the chaos mode from before the universe exploded? Crepe Myrtle asked after taking more than a moment to think about it. Yes, that is precisely what I mean. You are correct. When Han Sen spoke, the skin broke where the 28 lights had him pinned. He was bleeding. Han Sen did not care about the wounds he had incurred. He still used strength and tried to escape the light, but this movement only made his wounds bigger. Blood came out like drops of water. You are a very daring person to think this way. You treat your body like the universe before it exploded. This makes it seem like you might have infinite possibilities. Crepe Myrtle slightly pursed his lips, smiled, and said, but there is one thing you have wrong. I said every creature can use their body as a little universe, but this little universe, compared to the real universe, is very small and very simple. It is more like a prototype. The body still needs to keep evolving to make the beginning of this universe more complete. Do that, and it can be strong like the universe. If, in accordance with what you said is true, your body is a chaotic universe before it exploded, it means you are the lowest tier creature of the pyramid. You are more behind than any other creature. You are right if that is how you want to view it. My body's evolution is worse than any other creature in the universe. Han Sen only spoke half of what he meant to when his right hand clenched into a fist. The light that pinned his hand went through his flesh and bones. It left a bloody hole inside him. So, what? No one understands my body more than I do. Although it is very slow, I know I can feel it. It is not powerless. I can even say it is incredibly strong. I just don't have the ability to break its binding and unleash its power. If I can take that step, I believe this body will become the strongest in the universe. When Han Sen spoke, more blood oozed out as the light was ripped away. It went through his flesh and bones. Han Sen's body leaned forward. The light was still where it was. It went through his body and skull. His eyebrows and his brain had bloody holes in them. His body was absolutely drenched in blood from top to bottom. Just the mere sight of him was revolting. All the people who were paying attention to the battle felt their skin crawl and itch, but it was a visual that was worth enduring. Han Sen managed to get rid of the restrictions that were nailing him down. He managed to shed the 28 cruel lights that had been doing their best to keep him immobile. The muscles in Han Sen's body were extremely tense at this point. He looked like a burning fire that was raging brightly. He looked at Crepe Myrtle and approached him. With each step, the blood holes in his body healed. Suddenly, he was back to normal. Not even a scar remained to indicate where he had been damaged. If his clothes were not stained in blood, no one would have believed what experience he had just been through. Crepe Myrtle frowned. When Han Sen walked closer step by step, he thought, is his body really that tough? Not even the universe power that I enlightened can make his body break through. Han Sen said, Crepe Myrtle, I really appreciate the assistance. As a reward, please take my punch. At the same time, he lifted his fist and threw a punch into Crepe Myrtle's belly. Han Sen was now certain that Crepe Myrtle was Mr. God from the Geno Hall. Aside from him, no one understood the universe that much. At this level, even Qin Shu and Tai Yi were not as good as God Hall. Leader. Han Sen knew Crepe Myrtle wasn't really there to fight him. Crepe Myrtle had many chances to kick him out of the battleground, but he always seemed to elect to staying there and chatting. Even the universe theory was something Crepe Myrtle very obviously wanted to explain to Han Sen. He clearly wanted Han Sen to understand his current body type. Crepe Myrtle had also told Han Sen his universe theory might not be correct. Han Sen still needed to determine what was up with his body through his own understanding. Your body is still in a chaos mode. A guy such as you cannot get hurt now. Crepe Myrtle was not planning on dodging. His body was composed of bright spirit lights. It gave people the impression that he looked extremely unreal. In fact, in that universe, not many powers were able to hurt Crepe Myrtle. It was more like there weren't any. Unless he walked the last step, even a guy like Qin Shu would be unable to harm Crepe Myrtle. Crepe Myrtle was only half a step away from achieving the universe class. That was one reason. The most important one was the fact he was the leader of the Geno Hall, and the Geno Hall was like a machine that controlled the universe. Crepe Myrtle himself was the greatest master in the universe. In the universe, unless you had a universe-class power, one could not hurt him. When Han Sen's fist struck Crepe Myrtle's belly, Crepe Myrtle stopped talking. His eyes opened wide, the size of his pupils shrank. Pang! With Han Sen's fist at its center, one could see the wave go across Crepe Myrtle's body. It was like Crepe Myrtle's body was a giant blob of jelly. Chapter 3437 Crepe Myrtle's decision. Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle and asked, "How was that punch?" Crepe Myrtle's body calmed down. He then answered, "Not bad." He said it very simply as if nothing had happened. In his heart, he was more than shocked. Han Sen's punch had been one of pure body power. It shook his body. He could not imagine how that could have happened. Crepe Myrtle was like a different kind of god spirit. After all, he was known as Geno Hall leader. To be direct, the Geno Hall was a super god spirit temple, and Crepe Myrtle was the main god of it. The other 12 annihilation class god spirit and other lower class god spirit were its sub-gods. All of the god temple powers gave Crepe Myrtle a god spirit buff. The more powerful the god spirit was, the more buffs Crepe Myrtle could get. Plus, Crepe Myrtle had half of his foot in the universe class. His god body's strength was above Qin Shu. Unless there was a universe class power, no one should have been able to move his god body. But Han Sen's power made his god body shake. It made Crepe Myrtle's body want to explode. His brain was still buzzing after that mighty punch. Although this was because Crepe Myrtle was a very proud person, it was already enough to make Crepe Myrtle very shocked. Crepe Myrtle thought, his body is so scary. His pure body power is already so strong. If he can truly grasp and control his body one day, even if Qin Shu takes that step, he might not be an adequate rival to him. "Are you okay?" Han Sen saw Crepe Myrtle was not speaking or doing anything in return. He thought the punch might have hurt him pretty badly. Under the suppression of Crepe Myrtle's 28 starlights, Han Sen had still managed to activate his body power. This time, the power was not coming from the outside. It was coming from somewhere within. It came from his will. He had finally been able to trigger his body power. Han Sen felt that power he had activated was just a small part of it. If he wanted to activate the whole power in his body and use it, he could not imagine the sort of trick that would be necessary to achieve such a feat. "How could I have a problem? Your power is far from being sufficient enough to damage me." Crepe Myrtle raised his head and behaved as if nothing happened. "Really? In that case, that is great. Try and withstand a few more of my punches." Han Sen wanted to try his method a few more times and see if he could dredge up even more power from deep within his body. Crepe Myrtle's heart was now in shock, but his face did not change to display it. He thought, "If I take a few more of your punches, my god body will start to suffer." Crepe Myrtle went there because he wanted to suppress Han Sen so he could learn to control his body. He quickly realized that his power was not even enough to suppress Han Sen. He was unable to activate his power. Although Han Sen had been able to trigger some amount of power, the power he used was pure body power. He knew that it was the most basic power there was. He was far from being able to trigger the real, meaty stuff. Human Alpha created the story of genes, but Human Alpha did not practice it. Han Sen, however, did. If Human Alpha knew his story of genes could lend a hand in creating such a scary body, I wonder if he would regret treading the path he ultimately settled on. Crepe Myrtle thought about this to himself, as he came to a decision. Crepe Myrtle raised his head, looked at Han Sen, and said, "Han Sen, Although your body is very strong, if this was back then and you could really control your body, I do not think I would be able to defeat you. Today, you will be given no chance of improving. What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen was shocked by the remarks. He thought Crepe Myrtle was not there for fighting. Upon hearing Crepe Myrtle's tone of voice, it sounded as if he wanted to stop him from leveling up to reach the last fight. Was I mistaken? Is this not Geno Hall leader? Han Sen wondered to himself. Han Sen did not know Crepe Myrtle did not plan on winning. After seeing Han Sen's body, he decided to kick Han Sen out. He did not want him to fight Human King. If Han Sen encountered Human King now, Han Sen was sure to lose. Han Sen needed more time. Even if Human King was finally able to walk the final step, Han Sen would then have a chance of winning for sure. Crepe Myrtle had to decide. He wanted to now kick Han Sen out of the fights so he could grow up a bit more. Crepe Myrtle looked at Han Sen and spoke coldly to him. What I am saying is that today I will win. In grief and sadness, you will have to abandon the fight. Maybe not. Han Sen had just found a way to use his body. He was no longer defenseless. Crepe Myrtle weirdly laughed. No one can reject something I want to come to pass. Before Han Sen could speak, Crepe Myrtle put his hands together and opened them. When his hands opened, there was a god light. The god light was too strong. It shone across the whole 33 skies, battlegrounds. It was like a giant sun. All the creatures that were watching the fight felt their eyes hurt. They dared not keep their eyes on it. They closed their eyes. Even the elites that could withstand the shiny god lights could only see shiny god lights. They could not see what was transpiring in the arena. Han Sen's eyes could see through the shiny god light, and he could observe Crepe Myrtle's movements inside the light. When Crepe Myrtle opened his hands, there was a space rift between his hands. Within that space rift, an old door appeared. Isn't that the Geno Hall door? Upon seeing the door appear, Han Sen was given a fright. If Crepe Myrtle was able to summon the Geno Hall door, it had to mean he was the guy inside the Geno Hall. When Crepe Myrtle opened his hands completely, the Geno Hall door was revealed in its entirety. Open! Crepe Myrtle shouted. The old and mysterious door opened. Suddenly, a very bright god light started to seep through the door. This was the light of 10,000 race lanterns, but Han Sen still did not understand why the Geno Hall only had the race lanterns of the Geno universe. There were no race lanterns dedicated to the universe of kingdoms. Also, the universe of kingdoms was the home for any god temples. No god temples existed in the Geno universe. Crepe Myrtle looked at Han Sen and said, Han Sen, go. You will find what you need inside here. Han Sen knew for sure that this was Geno Hall's Mr. God. He was confused, so he asked, Big brother, what is that supposed to mean? I am going to fight Qin Shu. If you send me away, you will have to fight Qin Shu by yourself. There is no more Qin Shu, Crepe Myrtle said. What do you mean? Han Sen was shocked. He did not know what had been going on inside the other arenas. He did not know Qin Shu had been consumed by Human King. Chapter 3438 10,000 Race Articles. Qin Shu was consumed by another guy to become something even scarier, Crepe Myrtle said. If Bauer can successfully combine with the Gene Seed, she might be able to defeat Qin Shu. Currently, if she wants to beat that guy, there is likely only a 50% chance she can succeed. And that is my most hopeful estimate. What? Did that actually happen? Who managed to consume Qin Shu? Han Sen could not believe a person like Qin Shu had been consumed by someone else. I do not have time to explain it to you. There is not much more time I can give you. If that guy really manages to take that step, it will be fine if he goes for a way that is different from what Qin Shu had planned. If this new felon goes down the same route, the damage dealt with the universe will be even greater. So, I will need you to control your body as fast as possible. That way, maybe you will be able to beat him. After Crepe Myrtle said that, he put his hands together and shouted, Go! You should experience the miracle of the Geno Hall. The Geno Hall's god light came beaming out. It created a weird vortex that sucked Han Sen's body into it. I say, Big brother, I do not want to visit your Geno Hall. I want to fight that guy now. Han Sen tried his best to resist the suction, but it did not work. The Geno Hall's door covered the sky and the ground. Somehow, his body was sucked into the door. Boom! The open door disappeared. The god light in the battleground vanished. The elites watching finally had their vision return. They noticed that only Crepe Myrtle remained on the battlefield of the 33 skies. Han Sen was gone. San Mu lost. Tang Junliu's face changed. On the Geno tablet, Han Sen's name was erased. Only crepe myrtles remained, so it was fairly obvious that Han Sen had lost the bout. Ji Yanran's face went so white that it looked as if she had no blood in her body. It was fine if he lost and came home, but for him to die would be extremely dire. Han Sen only relied on the sacrifices of others to reach that step. When push comes to shove, his true colors show through. I thought God of Wealth was awesome. Was that all he was able to do? In the universe of kingdoms, many people were happy about the results. The Geno universe, on the other hand, remained dead silent. No one could believe Han Sen had just lost like that. Another fight that went from 4 to 2 pitted Ancient Devil against Human King. Ancient Devil defeated Big Sky Demon to move forward and do combat with Human King. Human King looked at Ancient Devil and said, "Ancient Devil, you are God Chaos Party's vice president." Berry Path God chose to fight Qin Shu, and Qin Shu killed him with one hand. Do you want to replicate Berry Path God's demise? Did you beat Qin Shu? Ancient Devil frowned. He had always thought he would end up fighting Qin Shu. Kind of, Human King said with a smile. Tell me, what are you going to do? If I have already come this far, so there is no reason why I should turn back now. Ancient Devil looked at Human King as he spoke. Do you think you are stronger than Qin Shu? Human King looked at Ancient Devil with interest. I am not stronger than Qin Shu, but I am a bit stubborn, Ancient Devil said. If I don't hit a wall, I don't turn away. I must try it. If you leave now, I can keep you alive. If you fight, I will kill you. What is your final decision? Human King quietly spoke. It was like he was having a chat with an old friend. In fact, he did not have much of a connection with Ancient Devil. Did I not already tell you that I am stubborn? I do not turn away if I do not hit a wall. To me, there is no other choice. Either that or God already decided on my path on my behalf. Ancient Devil said that. He clenched his fists. Han Sen was sucked through the Geno Hall's door by a strong force of suction. In the past, he had always been able to stand outside the door and see the 10,000 race lanterns burning within. He had also managed to light a lantern for the crystallizer race. This, however, was the first time he had ever set foot inside the Geno Hall. After going into the Geno Hall, the first thing he saw was the 10,000 race lanterns. The 10,000 race lanterns were organized on both sides of the hall. It gave people a strange feeling. It was like the lights on either side were guiding one's way through hell. It looked very scary. The higher races think their race lanterns are inside the Geno Hall, but they do not know their race lanterns are like street lamps. They do not receive much respect. It is fortunate they are not just trampled. Han Sen walked past the race lanterns. The Geno Hall was very weird. There was a big hall. When Han Sen stood beyond the door, he could not see the end of the hall. There were just two sides of the race lanterns guiding the path forward. The Geno Hall door was closed. Han Sen was unable to go back. He had to follow the race lanterns and go forward to see exactly what it was that Mr. God wanted him to see. He said there is something I need here, so I wonder what that is. Han Sen did not want to slow down, so he accelerated his pace and went faster. The 10,000 race lanterns were shining at a distance that was not too far away from him. Han Sen did not have to walk for long before seeing the end of the race lanterns. There was a wall at the end of the race lanterns. The wall was made from an old jade carving. It was quite strange. Han Sen looked at it, but he could not see the end of the wall. He also could not see the beginning of the wall. It was like the jade wall extended forever. The weirder thing was that the wall had no end. Even so, Han Sen saw everything that was carved into the jade wall. The feelings were too weird to describe. The jade wall had a lot of text. When Han Sen continued to examine it, he saw the familiar text, such as the words crystallizer, sky, Buddha, and other stuff. Clearly, they were the higher races that had lit up lanterns inside the Geno Hall. Han Sen was most curious about the fact that the jade wall had more than 10,000 words. As Han Sen examined it for a while, he eventually caught sight of a familiar word, feather. Han Sen remembered that the feather race had been kicked out of the higher races by Kong Fei. Why would the feather still be featured on the jade wall? Does this mean that whoever becomes a higher race can forever remain on this jade wall? Han Sen looked around. He saw many familiar and strange texts, but he never once saw the word human. That made him sad. Stop looking. There aren't any humans on the jade wall. A voice sounded in Han Sen's ear. A familiar shadow appeared on the jade wall. It was standing next to Han Sen. It is you. Who was that in the 33 Skies arena? When he saw this person, Han Sen was given a shock. It was the Mr. God he used to know. Chapter 3439 Evolving Wall. Don't be too surprised, God said with a laugh. I am the Geno Hall leader. I cannot allow everyone to know I actually joined the Geno tablet fights. Finding a doppelganger to stand in for me is not too difficult. Han Sen understood that the Geno Hall and Geno tablets relationship was like the ruling party and opposition party. The Geno Hall leader was the real president. Allowing another president to join the election for another party was very inappropriate. Is Crepe Myrtle another one of your names? Han Sen asked. God shook his head. No, Crepe Myrtle is my real name. It's just that no one knows that. I say, Big Brother Crepe Myrtle, what are you supposed to be doing with me? Why did you pull me into the Geno Hall now of all times? Han Sen was not in much of a mood for spending time idle chit-chatting with Crepe Myrtle. Crepe Myrtle said, with your power, it might not be enough to beat that person. So, until you can learn how to control your body, I do not recommend that you fight him. If I do not fight, it is Bauer who will end up fighting him, Han Sen said. Therefore, you do not have much time, Crepe Myrtle said. That is why we must begin now. What do you mean? Han Sen could guess what was going on, but he did not know precisely what Crepe Myrtle was going to do. Crepe Myrtle pointed at the Jade Wall and asked, do you know why the universe of kingdoms doesn't have race lanterns but has god temples, and why the Geno universe has race lanterns but no god temples? I would like to know the answer to that, Han Sen told him. Energy transfer comes from yin and yang. Crepe Myrtle smiled and said, in layman's terms, when you eat a cake, you do not sh*t out a cake. Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle with a frozen expression. He could not believe a person like Crepe Myrtle could speak in such a crude manner. Cough, cough. I once heard this from a very interesting person while I was traveling. It may be very crude, but it does make sense. Crepe Myrtle coughed and went on to say, the reincarnation of two universal lives are the same. The two universal lives have yin and yang. Although yin and yang are reverses of each other, it does not have to mean the world is split between yin and yang. But if you have to separate it, which universe would you believe to be in? After thinking for a moment, Han Sen said, the Geno universe feels a bit more like it is yin. What makes you say that? Crepe Myrtle looked at Han Sen with interest. That is because the Geno universe does not have any pure humans, Han Sen said. What you are saying is correct, Crepe Myrtle said. The Geno universe is more like yin, but that is not because there are no humans. It is because life there is more original. Original. Han Sen did not understand Crepe Myrtle. Crepe Myrtle did not explain. I do not have time to explain why I do not have time to explain. You can treat it like life in the universe of kingdoms is covered in human skin. In the Geno universe, you have removed the human skin. After that, Crepe Myrtle pointed at the Jade Wall and said, this Jade Wall has recorded all of the gene races that have become higher races. Of course, it is not just the names of the higher races here. It has recorded the progress of the gene race while growing up. This Jade Wall is called the Evolution Wall. You did not just bring me here to tell me about this, did you? Han Sen looked at the Evolution Wall as he spoke. Your body has evolved differently to every other creature in this universe. That means you have lost your way and now need to forge your own. No one can guide you. You are lost in the wild by your lonesome. I do believe this Evolution Wall can help you a bit though. It should at least be able to help you understand yourself some more. After Crepe Myrtle said that, he put his hands against the Evolution Wall. A lot of text on the Evolution Wall was lighting up. The text released lots of God music. Every word had been normal. Now, the words had flesh and bones. They had their own presence. If one looked at them once, one would never forget them. It was like it was not even text and was something that was actually alive. When Han Sen looked at the feather, he saw an angel with white wings. When he looked at the word Buddha, he saw a Buddha that looked very serious. Each word represented the God music of each race. It was not that they really existed. It was just like a stereotype of what was best for each race. While Han Sen was watching, he saw the Evolution Wall display some text that was shining like a sun. Han Sen recognized the word meant sky. It meant the sky race. The race of the sky was an offshoot of the very high. They looked fairly human-like, but they had the presence of the sky. In that prettiness, Han Sen saw a man from the sky come out of the Evolution Wall. That man looked like Sky Palace leader. He rather looked like Yu Shangxin and Lone Bamboo. This man had all the benefits of the sky. He was powerful, he was evil, he was stubborn, he was fearless. He carried all of the talents of the sky that Han Sen did not know in the past. The presence he released made Han Sen feel as if he was superior. Crepe Myrtle went on to say, the evolution wall can create the final mode of a race. Although it is just a theory and does not really exist, all creatures will follow this trace with an accuracy of 90% unless there is ever a strange accident. Otherwise, the race's final evolution will resemble this. Han Sen looked at the Sky Man and made an educated guess. He asked, is that what happened to the sky when they became universe class? No, not really. Across all of history, from ancient times until now, at least 10,000 races have managed to become a higher race. No matter how much you calculate, no one from any of these races has become universe class. Although they are different races and have different potentials, the way they can reach the highest point is different. Even if they are the greatest race from ancient times, they can only reach the God Chaos Party leader's level at best. That is still half a step away from reaching universe class. Crepe Myrtle looked at the text depicting the sky and said, the talent of the sky, and their potential, is great. After all of these generations of evolution in the sky, if they can push their potential to the max and ultimately reach that step, even when compared to me, there would not be much of a difference. Of course, right now, the sky are far away from reaching this level, so all of this is just an assumption. Han Sen looked at the evolution wall and asked, do you want the evolution wall to predict the passage of my evolution? Crepe Myrtle shook his head. With a wry smile, he said, as a matter of fact, I have already tried. It does not work. The evolution of your genes has gone down a track no other ordinary creature has ever achieved. The power of the evolution wall does not work for your body. In that case, what are you even trying to say? Han Sen did not understand what Crepe Myrtle wanted. The evolution wall is useless for you, but it can predict the futures of all the other races. Crepe Myrtle smiled at Han Sen and said, therefore, it can be useful for you. You should try it. Do not make me wait too long. Han Sen suddenly felt dizzy. He was sucked into the evolution wall. Chapter 3440 Geno Tablet Fights End. The sky's shadow was becoming bigger in Han Sen's eyes. A scary presence that could not be described with words was landing on Han Sen. The presence was scary but not enough to prompt a shift in Han Sen's will and determination. Still, the presence of the sky still shocked Han Sen. Although it was just a fake character that was little more than a calculation, it was still incredibly powerful. One likely could not tell if the sky was a genuine life force or not. One could not tell it was just a shadow. Han Sen did not think much. He saw another powerful shadow emerge from the god light. It was a weird man with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was a weird person, and it was one of the destroyed. This fellow from the destroyed was stronger than any destroyed elite Han Sen had seen before. It was like a demon god that was standing between the sky and the ground. Its presence was very scary. It was like the sea or even like hell. It exuded a presence that suffocated Han Sen. One after another, elites came out of the evolution wall releasing a strong presence on their way to Han Sen. No matter how strong Han Sen's will was, when there were more and more elites showing up, he started to feel pressure. If they were real elites, no matter how many there were, they could not do anything to Han Sen. These were coming from the evolution wall. It was scary to see the people from those races evolve to the max of their potential. Although they had no real bodies and did not actually exist, the presence they released was nothing fake. It was like they were coming out of real bodies. Many powerful bodies showed up. Han Sen felt a whole heap of pressure, and that was just the shadow of 100 races. Crepe Myrtle wants to use their presence to suppress my will so it can become stronger. Han Sen understood Crepe Myrtle's rationale for setting up all this, but he doubted it might actually work. More and more shadows showed up. Their power was far too grand to imagine. If this was someone else in his shoes, their will would have snapped by now. Even Han Sen could felt his own body was rather tense. In the battlegrounds of the 33 skies, Ancient Devil was like a demon shadow. He got close to Human King. Human King did not move. His body did not move. When the space and the will around changed, the distances separating the two appeared longer. Ancient Devil's body, which looked like a shadow, was elongated. It reached before Human King. What a shame, Human King quietly muttered. No one knew what he meant. He reached out a hand and slapped Ancient Devil as if he was swatting a fly. The hand looked as if it covered the sky and covered the ground. Ancient Devil was unable to escape its area. Before the hand could touch Ancient Devil's body, the pressure alone was enough to explode his body and have it become black dust that scattered everywhere. It happened in one hit. Ancient Devil's body exploded, and the fight came to an end. Ancient Devil's name on the Geno tablet was wiped away, leaving only Human King's name there. Did it just end? Human King is too strong. This is the real sort of invincible elite. Compared to Han Sen, this is so much worse. They are all top 4. The differences between them are still too much. In the universe of kingdoms, people were shocked. They thought Human King was extremely strong. They were surprised about his appearance. Human King had only used one hand to kill Ancient Devil. Afterward, he frowned and secretly said to himself, that Ancient Devil looked as if he had a death wish. What was he doing? Boom, boom, boom. After Ancient Devil died, the final barrier of the 33 skies came down. Now, all of the 33 skies could be seen. The Geno tablet that was no longer there was now seen in the arena. It was glowing with a god light. On the Geno tablet, 2 names were shining like a pair of suns. No one would have believed that those 2 would have been the final names to be displayed on the Geno tablet. There was Human King and Crepe Myrtle. They were the last 2 names. They were deep in every creature's brain. They were names that were now hard to forget. Human King looked at Crepe Myrtle. He also looked surprised. Clearly, he never thought the last opponent would end up being a god spirit. Crepe Myrtle knew about Human King. He was not surprised to see him. Human King looked at Crepe Myrtle. After a while, he said, I did not expect to see you here. Clearly, he recognized who Crepe Myrtle was. Crepe Myrtle looked at Human King and said, it looks like you did not only absorb Qin Shu, but you also have Qin Shu's memories. Human King said, I have been planning this for years. If I could not take everything, it would have been a colossal waste of all my time and energy. And you are the Geno Hall leader, yet you joined the Geno tablet fights. That must damage your reputation quite a bit. The universe was shocked. None believed Crepe Myrtle was the Geno Hall leader. No way. God Hall leader joined the Geno tablet fights. People like Human King would not talk nonsense. Is that true? Is Crepe Myrtle the leader of the Geno Hall? Crepe Myrtle did not move. He looked at Human King and said, it looks like you have access to everything about Qin Shu, but you did not earn his confidence. Human King did not move. He coldly said, I will fight when I must. When I do not need to fight, why should I waste my breath? Human King brought attention to Crepe Myrtle's identity because he did not want to fight Crepe Myrtle. Before he really walked the last step, Human King was still going to be rather afraid of Crepe Myrtle. As the master of the Geno Hall, Crepe Myrtle did not have what it took to be the leader of the Geno tablet. Crepe Myrtle looked at Human King and said, I only just came here. I cannot simply leave like this. Han Sen took my 28 starlights, so I suspect you will do the same. Human King coldly laughed. You know you cannot do that, so why would you even bother to try? I like it. Crepe Myrtle curled his lips. His fingers came forward like starlight. Human King was powerful, but he was unable to dodge Crepe Myrtle's finger-borne starlight. Just like Han Sen, his body was pinned in place by the starlight nails. Human King was not in a rush to escape such bindings. He did not even look as if he wanted to struggle. He looked at Crepe Myrtle and said, if you like it, you can give me more starlight. Crepe Myrtle smiled. He turned around and left. He quit the arena of the 33 skies. No one knew the Geno tablet fights were to end in such a way. When Crepe Myrtle departed the battleground, his name was erased from the Geno tablet. All that was left behind was Human King's name. The light of the Geno tablet was very bright. Human King's name was shining brightly. The 33 skies were suddenly so noisy as if it was welcoming a new master. The starlight on Human King's body shattered. He did not go to the Geno tablet. He looked at his body and said to himself, you might be able to stop me now but not forever. This kind of power will only delay my ascension to walking that step by a few days. It will not stop anything. Your empire will fall. Chapter 3441 Space Garden Fight. Human King was sitting in the 33 skies. He had become the owner of the Geno tablet, but the Geno tablet was unable to replace the Geno Hall to become the leader of the universe. He had to wait until the Geno Hall was overthrown. If there was no Geno tablet, even if one beat the Geno Hall, one could not become the universe's controller. Human King had the most basic fundamentals, so all he required was the last step. Congratulations, leader, on becoming the leader of the universe. The members of Blood Legion all bowed before Human King profusely. Countless generations of their people had given up so much in their long wait for this day. They had created Blood Legion for this purpose. Now, Human King only required one final step to become the leader of the universe. Mr. Leader, when are we going to fight the Geno Hall? A Blood Legion member asked with much excitement. There is no rush for that just yet, Human King said. Crepe Myrtle destroyed my body. Although what he tried did not work, his power has made my body combine far slower. It will still take me a while to completely absorb Qin Shu's power for me to complete that last step. What an obscene man he was, a member madly proclaimed. He should have known he could not ultimately stop you from becoming the Geno Tablet's leader. He has been a right thorn in your backside. Wait until you walk that last step. Then, you will be able to kill every last person inside that wretched Geno Hall. He is my enemy, Human King said. Crepe Myrtle did not do anything wrong. After all, we are the ones seeking to overthrow his rule and usher in the dawn of a new age. It is understandable that he only wants to stop us from achieving that. Wait until we defeat the Geno Hall. If he wants to, I can find a position for him to work at in the 33 skies. With his power and knowledge, it would only be a big boon for Blood Legion. Of course, he is a prideful man. I suspect he would sooner choose death than obey me. An old member, with lots of white hair, came forward to bow before Human King. You are right, only doing that can show Blood Legion is actually quite reasonable. When I control under the sky, I am willing to be the spokesperson. I will convince Crepe Myrtle to join our legion. There is no rush, Human King said with a squint of his eyes. One more thing, we must sort all of this out before we assault Geno Hall. Otherwise, there will be trouble. What thing? All the members looked at Human King with curiosity. They did not know that, aside from the Geno Hall, there could be someone else that might challenge their rule of the universe. Han Sen has a daughter called Bauer, isn't that correct? Human King looked at God's Retribution. God's Retribution's heart froze. He bowed and said, yes. Han Sen has a daughter Han Bauer. Out of all of his children, I would think she is his favorite one. She is the one who is always around him. What is it? God's Retribution may have said all of this, but he still felt a profound worry in his heart. The leader is asking about Bauer. Does he want to do something bad to Han Sen? Human King coldly said, that Han Bauer has always been around 5 years old. She has never grown up, isn't that right? Yes, that is right, God's Retribution said with a nod. Even if he wanted to help Han Sen, he could not lie to his superior. The things Human King wanted to know about Bauer were too obvious. In that case, it must be right, Human King said. We have to find Han Bauer. Bring her to me. God's Retribution wondered how he might be able to find out what it was Human King was looking to do. It was fortunate another member was willing to inquire out loud. Mr. Leader, why do you need Han Sen's child? I do not mean to bring Han Sen any harm. That girl is not Han Sen's real daughter anyway. She is the daughter of the last Geno Hall leader and the leader of the God Chaos Party. She is a big threat to Blood Legion's rule. Therefore, we must take steps to remove her. Human King did not hide his intent. He talked about Bauer's history openly next. Is that who Bauer is? Everyone was shocked after hearing this. They all agreed they should capture Bauer. You guys still need to adjust to your new powers, Human King coldly said. You do not need to go. God Chaos Party is currently under my control. Just let them go. He did not think anyone would be able to kill Bauer, but he needed someone to force Bauer out of hiding. Only then could Bauer be erased. You guys should go back now. If there is nothing important you require of me, do not disturb me. I must focus on working on the last step. Human King waved his hand and told everyone to depart. When all the other members were gone, Human King said to himself, if I had not received Qin Shu's memories, I would not have known Han Sen had a daughter like that. That Qin Shu was so arrogant. He did not even realize what kind of dangerous being there was out there. I will not make the mistake he would have. I will have Bauer under control long before I achieve control of the Geno Hall. Human King had access to all of Qin Shu's memories. He knew Bauer was currently in the sanctuaries. Blood Legion came from the sanctuaries, but they could never return to the sanctuaries. If they wanted to capture Bauer, they would have to do it in Space Garden and force Bauer to come out of the sanctuaries. Things in Space Garden were not the best right now, and that was mainly because Han Sen had gone missing following his battle against Crepe Myrtle. Although Mr. White assured everyone that Han Sen was not dead, people were still worrying a lot about his welfare. It seemed calm had returned to the universe. Human King had the Geno tablet. The big fight could be triggered at any second. No one had the mood to do anything. Little uncle, your power is so strong. Why are you still single? If I was you, I would marry many women. I would go for all the pretty ones. I would have the prettiest women from the dragon, and even from the sky. Tang Junliu looked at Wang Yuhang with profound jealousy. He was practicing with Wang Yuhang. He could not fight Wang Yuhang though. It was like fighting Wang Yuhang was a big crime. Wang Yuhang moved his lips, but he did not say anything. He shook his head. To get a woman with that power, to me, would be like getting myself a sex doll. You might like a sex doll, but I do not like that. Tang Junliu wished to say something to counter that, but he suddenly heard a boom. It was like a huge hole had formed in the sky. The whole of Space Garden tremored. FCK, who is so ballsy that they have come to meddle with Space Garden? Tang Junliu was very angry. He looked at the sky and saw the sky was full of space battleships that were breaking down Space Garden's defenses. They were headed for Space Garden. Many scary creatures were flying next to the ships. There were some leaders from the 33 skies too. Tang Junliu had seen many of these people before. He recognized that they once belonged to God Chaos Party. Wang Yuhang's and Tang Junliu's faces changed. God Chaos Party has gone nuts. Why are they attacking Space Garden? In Space Garden, Ning Yu, Wang Fujing, Xie Qing King, Very High Leader, Sky Palace Leader, and the others all emerged. Many of the elites looked up at the sky filled with battleships and frightening creatures. They did not know what was going on. Chapter 3442 Fighting the battleships and scary creatures were covering the sky and the daylight. It was like the whole of Space Garden was now covered in clouds. Where is Han Sen? Amidst the many scary creatures, someone walked forward. It was Ichi. He looked down on Space Garden and boomed his voice like rolling thunder. The whole of Space Garden quaked in response. Han Yufei stood in front of everyone else and spoke up to him. Han Sen is not here in the garden. Just tell us what you wish to say. To him, Ichi Cold replied, my master has commanded me to come here. We are here to reclaim the Geno Hall bloodline. Han Yufei squinted her eyes and responded, if you want the Geno Hall bloodline, go knock on the Geno Hall's door. Why come out here to bother us in Space Garden? Do you not know Han Sen's daughter, Han Bauer, is not actually his daughter? Ichi asked. She has a bloodline connected to the Geno Hall. My master told me that because we are the same kind, if you hand over Han Bauer, we will not do anything to damage the prosperity of Space Garden. You will be free to remain here in Space Garden. And what if we don't? Han Yufei looked like she was smiling, but she wasn't smiling. In this world, having another Space Garden will not be much, Ichi said. Having less of a Space Garden does not constitute less. Even if Space Garden is deleted, another faction will only replace it. We do not truly care for the existence of Space Garden. Tang Junliu was so angry that he wished to say something, but Han Yufei spoke first. That is Han Sen's child. She has nothing to do with us. If you want her, go ahead and take her, but what I utterly despise is seeing someone with the audacity to threaten me. Now that you have spoken your piece, I have decided not to give it to you. I would like to see how you fare in destroying Space Garden. Not bad. If you truly have what it takes to destroy Space Garden, stop talking crap. Tang Junliu followed with a shout. You must have a death wish. Ichi coldly grunted. He no longer wished to speak. He waved his hand and had many ships and scary creatures begin a crazy assault on Space Garden. A battleship opened its doors to release many break world beasts from the holds of the ship. They were like wolves that had been starved for months and were now free to go wild on the sheep pen that was Space Garden. Many break world beasts were in Space Garden. There were 100 of them. Boom. Space Garden had a Bisema that was created from a spell. It stopped the attack of the break world beasts, but the Bisema was then attacked by all kinds of break world beasts. It kept flickering. It looked like it was going to break any time. Get ready to fight. Han Yufei coldly grunted. She looked toward the base. The break world beasts were very shocking to witness. Space Garden had the power to fight, but Space Garden itself could not take on a fight that would be this big. If people started to fight, the place would only fall apart. Aside from the elites, the ordinary people in Space Garden would undoubtedly die. The Space Gardens by Sima had been established by Mr. White. Only Mr. White knew if it would hold. Send for Lin Feng. You guys focus on the fight and do not worry about anything else, Mr. White said to Han Yufei. It made Han Yufei feel much calmer. In that case, let's fight. Han Yufei made a command. Tang Junliu, who wanted to fight so badly, broke space. He pulled out a knife and went straight for the Bai Sima and attacked a break world beast. Before his knife could reach that break world beast, a sky full of green feathers came down like a rain of arrows. Every green feather pierced through the bodies of the break world beasts and killed them. 100 break world beasts were swiftly eliminated. A quiet man wearing green feathers for clothing was sitting in space. It was Ning Yu. 9 real, he is yours. Ichi spoke to a break world beast. The break world beast was like a white tiger. It was not big, but it was bigger than an ordinary tiger. It was resting atop a ship. It heard Ichi's command and woke up from its slumber lazily. It looked at Ning Yu and returned to sleep. Seeing the white tiger not listen to his commands, Ichi was annoyed. There was nothing he could do about it. He spoke to a big black bird and said, "Fish bird, go and kill him." The big black bird looked cold. It flapped its wings and flew from the ship. It was like a black bolt of lightning that could split the sky and the ground. It was going right for Ning Yu. You guys stop chilling. We should let them know the true power of the God Chaos Party. When Ichi made a command, many battleships opened their doors. Many break world beasts came pouring out. There had to have been at least 1,000 of them. Ning Yu's body glowed with a green light. All of the green feathers were like sword lights, and they were flying. They looked as if they were going to kill the break world beasts. Before his light feathers flew out, many inky feathers fell from the sky. They turned his green feathers into shattered pieces. They crumbled and slowly fell. Ning Yu saw the big black fish bird and frowned. He sensed that the fish bird possessed a scary power inside it. Seeing Ning Yu stop and not be able to take out any more break world beasts, Han Yufei and the others emerged from the Bai Sima. They went out there to fight the break world beasts. Suddenly, the sky and the ground became incredibly dark. The shockwaves from the fighting were everywhere. Although the fights were intense, no matter how scary the powers were or how powerful the shockwaves were, the Bai Sima shielding space garden did not break. On the top floor of the base, Lin Feng saw Mr. White standing in front of the chess game. He was confused and asked, "Mr. White, why did you call me here?" "Come, play a game of chess with me," Mr. White said as he pointed at the chessboard. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not know what Mr. White was meaning. After all, why would he favor playing chess at a time like that? But Lin Feng understood Mr. White. He knew he was a man who took things seriously, so there had to be a reason why he was behaving this way. He sat down across from Mr. White. There were already chess pieces laid out across the chessboard. It was set up in a check. Lin Feng had a look around the board. The black chess pieces he had were in bad shape already. "It is your turn." Mr. White laughed after putting down a chess piece. Lin Feng nodded and picked up a chess piece. He followed the chessboard with his eyes. It was at that moment his face changed. The chessboard felt as if it had an incredible amount of power surging through it. Where he wanted to put the chess piece down had a power rise from the space. It made his hand and the chess piece bounced away. Lin Feng almost coughed up blood. It seemed as if Mr. White expected this to happen. He slowly said, "Slow down. Use your super god spirit body to feel the power of the chessboard. What you need to do is use your power to adjust the strength. Borrow the east and fill up the west. Do not fight against it." Lin Feng understood the chessboard was connected to the Bai Sima that was shielding Space Garden. Mr. White wanted him to hold it. Chapter 3443 Fairy. A shocking number of break world beasts had come. They were like dark clouds blanketing the sky, unceasing in their advance. Wang Yuhang was riding his bike out of the Bai Sima. He was already in his ultimate super god spirit mode. His entire body was so pretty to look at. Wherever the bike was, a bloody cascade came falling as the break world beasts started to rip each other to shreds. Tang Junliu was having fun watching. He laughed and said, "Good job, little uncle. Is this all the God Chaos Party can throw at us? What was the point of bringing in all of those break world beasts? With little uncle here, if 1,000 come, 1,000 will die. If 10,000 come, 10,000 will die. Interesting. There is no 1,000 or 10,000. There is only me. How are you guys going to kill me?" An evil and seductive voice rang through space. There was a weird woman with 2 heads on the approach. She stopped Wang Yuhang's advance. The break world beasts that were killing each other under the influence of Wang Yuhang's power had their eyes turn red. Now, they all jumped toward Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang was shocked by the reversal of allegiance. He knew he had encountered a mighty foe. He madly exploded his super hormone, seeking to turn things around quickly. The break world beasts around were affected by Wang Yuhang and the lady with two heads. Their eyes kept turning red, going crazy non-stop. They would jump to Wang Yuhang, and then they would jump to the two-headed woman. The woman with two heads had a face that was very seductive and another face that looked very cold, but they felt as if they had magical powers. They were trying to fight back and gain control of the break world beasts to overthrow the grip Wang Yuhang had on the creatures. Some break world beasts went crazy because of the constant flipping of emotions. They went crazy so that they started ripping up their own bodies. Their bodies became pieces and chunks. They tore themselves up so much that their bones showed, yet they still would not stop. It has been so long since I last encountered an opponent that posed a challenge, the pretty face said. You should remember my name, for my name is Shelley. The body of the woman came for Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang and Shelley started to fight. They did not have the time to notice other things. The break world beasts around them were still affected though. The other break world beasts beyond those, however, were headed for the Bai Sima around Space Garden. Wang Fujing rushed out of the Bai Sima. She teleported in front of a break world beast. She used her long legs like a battle axe to cut the break world beast in half. The white tiger opened its eyes. Before Ichi could speak again, it stood up. It looked at Wang Fujing and moved its legs and vanished. When it appeared again, it was directly in front of Wang Fujing. Pang! Wang Fujing's heart jumped. She lifted her arms. The moment she moved, the white tiger showed up with its claws coming down against Wang Fujing. If she hadn't been a second quicker, the claws would have shredded her eyes. The two powers attacked. Space around started to crack. Even the bodies of the break world beasts around were breaking. The scary attacks had started, and Space Garden's powerful elites were already fighting. There were still many creatures in Space Garden that were simply watching the battle unfold. That included the very high and Sky Palace students. The Sky Palace students in particular were feeling awfully glum. Space Garden had many elites fighting there, but in Sky Palace, only Sky Palace leader could participate in the combat. We of Sky Palace were once the best in the universe, but now we must rely on the protection of others. A Sky Palace elder let out a sigh. In fact, this was what most of the Sky Palace students were thinking. They all felt very sad. While they were feeling sad and complaining, two shadows from the Sky Palace camp, a black and a white one, arose. They departed the safety of the Bai Sima and plunged into the break world beast horde. It is Lone Bamboo and Yu Shangxin. When the Sky Palace students saw those two, they become incredibly happy. Yes, we of Sky Palace have Lone Bamboo and Yu Shangxin in our midst. They are no weaker than the elites of Space Garden. Seeing Lone Bamboo and Yu Shangxin in the middle of all those beasts, they saw that one of them had a very sharp sword light. The other wielded a very light jade finger. They were no worse than the elites in Space Garden. People were very happy about their presence there. Ji Yanran was holding Ling but she looked worried. Space Garden had many elites, but God Chaos Party had many more break world beasts and elites. They watched the break world beasts come without reprieve. Many break world beasts kept coming. They kept trying to bring down the Bai Sima. Little Gold, take care of my mother and my little sister. Little Flower spoke to Golden Growler, who was next to Ji Yanran. He turned to Ji Yanran and said, Mother, the situation is awfully glum. I am going into battle. Be careful, fight what you can but run away if it becomes too much. That is the Han family tradition. Do not bring us any embarrassment. Ji Yanran touched Little Flower on the head. Mother, do not worry. In this world, there are no other people that can take our lives. After saying that, Little Flower broke space and departed. His body glowed with white light. He looked like another person. He did not look young. His white, long hair was floating like a battle god was descending. The moment he rushed out of the Bai Sima, Little Flower moved his hand. Time and space started to change. The break world beasts that were going to Space Garden suddenly turned around. They struck the other break world beasts. I have heard that the holy body's time and space power is invincible. Today, I, Ichi, am going to learn of it. Ichi traveled through time and stopped Little Flower's assault. The space fight was not stopping. It made the universe collapse. Stars were breaking. Aside from the Bai-Sima that was protecting Space Garden, space around was an utter mess. It was like the end of the world. In the evolution wall, Han Sen was suffering under the duress of so much pressure. His body was not breaking, but his soul was not something unbreakable. The spirits of many different races showed up from all inches of the evolution wall. There had to be at least 30,000 of them. Han Sen received pressure from 30,000 different powers. His will was so tense that it was like steel. It looked as if he was going to break at any second. If this was another creature, their will would have been crushed. They would be turned into an idiot. Right now, the whole concept of Han Sen not yet going nuts was something of a miracle. Beneath that pressure, his body had yet to move. He still could not trigger his body's power to combine with his will and soul. Did Crepe Myrtle want to turn me into an idiot? Han Sen knew that it would not be possible, but he still felt as if his will was yearning to snap. He was not a god. He was just a human. Humans had their limits. Han Sen felt as if his will was going to be pushed too far beyond his limit. Suddenly, the evolution wall displayed a new race. It lit up. The name was brighter than the name of any other race. It was like a bright moon amidst a sea of stars. It was so pure. Fairy. When Han Sen saw the word, he was shocked. Han Sen knew what the word meant, but there were two possibilities. First, it was the jade spirit fairies that were made from chaos. The other had a chance of being scarier. That word might have meant the God Chaos Party leader. To be accurate, only the God Chaos Party leader was a fairy. The Jade Holy Fairies were just some products Chaos had created. Chapter 3444 A Way, Chaos was born in the Geno universe. Was she able to light up a lantern in the Geno Hall? If that was the case, that should be something so scary. Han Sen was shocked. His will was going to break soon. If the word fairy meant chaos, then the power must have been unimaginable. She surely would have been the creature closest to that step. From within that god light, a woman who looked like a fairy and a jade started to come. She stepped out of the dust cloud. Holy was not a word that could be used to describe her anymore. It was like she was the most spiritual being in all of the universe. Every inch and every centimeter of her body, and even the garments she wore, were very elegant. The aura she exuded was truly out of this world. Her appearance made Han Sen's very tense will become weaker. He was like a rubber band that was now being pulled to the max. It was going to snap any second. Crepe Myrtle said that on the evolution wall, no creature had ever managed to reach the universe class. If that is true, what could possibly be up with this fairy? Her powers are still so strong. She is better than any other creature I have ever encountered, but can a creature this mighty not have reached universe class yet? Han Sen was shocked by the power he was witnessing. His will was becoming overwhelmed. If the fairy's power came down, Han Sen would be unable to hold it. If his will broke, even if he did not turn into an idiot, he would lose all of the confidence he had in himself and any faith he had in his abilities of combat. For a fighter, that was the worst possible outcome. Power was the foundation of an elite, but courage was the soul of an elite. Without a soul, having a powerful body meant very little. It meant one would just be a weak person with very powerful power. While Han Sen was still mulling all of this over, the fairy woman's power descended. Crepe Myrtle, you just got me killed. If you turn me into an idiot, I will curse your son so he does not have a penis. Han Sen cursed him, but he had to focus if he wanted to fight back against that scary power. Boom. When the power descended, Han Sen's brain felt as if it had exploded. It was very oppressive. It was rather like a river. It kept hitting his mental dam, which seemed as if it was going to break any second now. Space Garden was fighting back against the enemy tide as hard as they could. Their resilience was far greater than the elders of the God Chaos Party could have anticipated. Just a small number of Space Garden's forces were able to repel and break the advance of God Chaos Party's many elites and Break World monsters. Many Break World beasts attacked, but they too were repelled. This is so scary. This is just a small amount of Space Garden's whole power. There are so many Break World elites in their ranks. If they keep developing, God Chaos Party might not be able to rein them in and keep them on a leash. Mr. Leader is so smart. He could already understand the threat of Space Garden, and he has already sought their removal. That might indeed be the case, but we have already sent out God Chaos Party's entire forces. Yet, we still have not been able to capture Space Garden. Should we call upon the leader to help us out? Inside a battleship, a few God Chaos Party elders were discussing matters in a private meeting. An elder said, No. Human King has only just become the Geno Tablet's master. He has become the master. If I cannot do this without his involvement, he will not make use of me anymore. But if you do not ask for help, even if you do get Space Garden, most of God Chaos Party will be dead, another elder said, disagreeing with the last one. There will be very little left of us. With our current power, how are we supposed to secure an important seat in our party? The two of you are right in your own way, said another elder with a bird face. We have to do this, but we cannot give up all of our wealth. Bird Elder, you are the one with the most creative ideas here. What do you propose we do to combine both of these ideas? Every elder looked at the bird-like elder. Bird Elder laughed. Our mission is to get Han Sen's stepdaughter, Han Bauer, out of there. Mr. Leader never told us to destroy Space Garden, so why are we doing things this way? Is there a difference between them? In Space Garden, these guys are going to protect Han Sen's stepdaughter. If we do not defeat Space Garden, how can we force Han Bauer out of there? The elder from earlier did not understand, so he asked for clarification. Bird Elder lifted his lips and said, you guys have been alive for so long. Have you also become dogs in that time? Before you came, did you not spend time investigating the Han Sen family? Bird Elder, why don't you just hurry up and spill the beans? A grumpy elder asked while looking at Bird Elder with displeasure. We are all elders, so there is no need to hide things. Bird Elder took a deep breath and said, from what I know, Han Sen has 2 daughters. He also has a few stepdaughters. Han Bauer is the one who is loved the most. She is treated as well as a biological one. If I had a stepdaughter who was that excellent, I would also treat her as well as a biological daughter, an elder said while lifting his lips. When she grew up, our family would reap all sorts of glories. Bird Elder coughed. This has nothing to do with what I am saying. What I want to say is that Han Sen and Han Bauer have a great relationship. They are like a real father and daughter. And that isn't with just Han Sen either. Even Han Sen's wife treats Han Bauer like a real mother would. Han Sen's children are treated like real siblings by Han Bauer too. We do not actually require Space Garden. All we must do is capture Han Sen's family. Then, Han Bauer will be willing to do everything. Why should we only capture Han Sen's wife and daughter? An elder asked with confusion. Bird Elder pointed at Little Flower, who was in the middle of fighting Itchy, and said, that is Han Sen's biological son. If you think you can capture him, then go and capture him. An elder went to have a look. He squeezed his neck. Someone as terrifying as Itchy was actually getting bullied by Little Flower. If it was not for other God Chaos Party members helping him out, he would have died by now. He did not dare to try to capture that boy. Bird Elder watched him stop talking and said, all of the elites are out now. They have left Space Garden, leaving the place empty and unprotected. We should slip inside now and capture Han Sen's wife and daughter. If we do that, it is our best chance at success. But the Space Garden's Bysema is weird. Many break world beasts have been attacking it for so long, yet they have been unable to break it. How are we supposed to gain access? A bunch of elders looked at Bird Elder weirdly, knowing he would have a way around this. He should have had a suggestion to gain access. That is easy, Bird Elder said. Of course, we cannot get inside, but don't forget that a special break world beast came with us. A Bysema beast can only go through Bysema. They cannot break the Bysema though. What is the point of it going in alone? This Bysema beast has only just managed to break the world. It is not very strong. Any break world elite in Space Garden will be able to kill it. Bird Elder laughed. We can have someone go into the Bysema beast's belly, so they are smuggled into Space Garden. Chapter 3445 Assassinate. There might be a way, but who are we going to send in there? An elder asked. The God Chaos Party elites were attacking Space Garden. It seemed as if sounding the retreat would not be the right course of action. This is the Sky Reward, Bird Elder said. We cannot give it to someone else. I do not think there are any break world elites left in Space Garden. If there were, they would not allow the break world beasts to attack the Bysema. So, the Bysema beast should be able to do this itself. But the reward will go to the Bysema beast. Perhaps we will not receive any of the benefits. We must go there by ourselves, so we can get a reward from Mr. Leader. When people heard what Bird Elder was going to go, they felt rather hesitant. They were all elders of the God Chaos Party and very strong, but they had lived for far too long. Normally, Creatures that lived for such a long period of time cherished their lives. They would let themselves live 1 billion years and cherish their life greatly. So, they were God Chaos Party elders, but they were not the main members. When Human King asserted control of the God Chaos Party, he did not have much in the way of manpower. That was why they were used. Otherwise, no one would have wanted them to attack Space Garden. Of course, there was another reason. Many core members of the God Chaos Party had betrayed the organization. Berry Path God had been absorbed by Qin Shu's hands, and Rocky D was missing. There were not many people to use. If you guys do not want to come along, I will go alone. But you will not be able to quarrel over who the reward belongs to. Bird Elder coldly laughed. Fine, I will go with you, an elder moaned. He gnashed his teeth and decided to shoulder the risk with him. 5 more elders quickly agreed to join. They summoned the Bai-Sima beast. The 5 of them hid themselves inside the Bai-Sima beast. The Bai-Sima snuck into Space Garden while the chaos was happening. Mr. White was still playing chess with Lin Feng. His heart jumped. Something must have happened. His fingers were holding a chess piece. His other hand was holding several other chess pieces. He threw them down on the table. He looked at a few of the chess pieces and frowned. Is it good or bad? If it is bad, it will be unable to be dodged. It is hard to predict if this is good or bad. Mr. White, is something wrong? Lin Feng asked. Nothing. Let's just keep playing chess and defend this place, Mr. White said. He looked at Ji Yanran, the mother and daughter. Ji Yanran was holding Ling She was watching the fight going on up there. She was not very good when it came to combat, so she did not chip in. Little Gold laid down next to Ji Yanran. Ever since something happened in Space Garden, he had not left. It was like it had decided to perpetually sleep where it was. Suddenly, the sleeping Little Gold opened its eyes. It raised its head. It looked in a certain direction outside of the base. Ji Yanran noticed Little Gold's odd behavior, so she asked, Little Gold, what is going on? Little Gold did not answer her. He stood up and continued looking in a certain direction. On the other side, Little Silver, Little Cat, the Little Red Bird, and the other pets of the Han family were all resting. They all stood up and went to stand next to Ji Yanran, the mother and the daughter. Bird Elder is so smart, said a God Chaos Party elder said who was sitting on the Bai-Sima beast's back. He was laughing like a madman. The Space Garden elites are all out. I cannot feel the presence of any Break World elites right now. We are going to get a big reward for doing this. Space Garden's Break World elites, the ones who were able to combat the threat, were already out. Now, all that remained were the students. Not even the strongest student had managed to break the world yet. They saw a beast that looked like a big dragon come, and it gave them all a shock. Their reactions were not slow. They used their powers to repel and slow the beast, but their powers were not sufficient to touch the body of the beast. An elder was sitting atop the back of the Bai-Sima beast. He was going to attack. He was going to kill the Space Garden student, but Bird Elder stopped him. Ignore them, Bird Elder said. Focus on the matter at hand. Killing these guys will be easy, we can come back and mop the floor with them later. He then commanded the big beast to go to the yard Ji Yanran was in. He had learned where Ji Yanran lived a long time ago. He had formed this idea a long time ago. No, they are going to the yard where the leader is. Many of the students of Space Garden were all in shock. They really wanted to stop the big beast now. But their power was too small before the might of the Bai-Sima beast. They would not even be able to touch the body of the Bai-Sima beast. The Bai-Sima beast was able to go through everything and head for Han Sen and Ji Yanran's house. Boom, boom. The whole of the house was broken down by the Bai-Sima beast's body. The house was shattered. Ji Yanran ran out of the house while clutching Ling Are they Han Sen's wife and daughter? An elder caught sight of Ji Yanran and Ling When he did, his eyes turned bright. Yes, that is them. Bird Elder was very excited by the sight too. If he captured them, Han Bauer was sure to emerge. Bai-Sima beast, I command you to swallow them. The elder that controlled the Bai-Sima beast gave out an order. He wanted the Bai-Sima beast to swallow Ji Yanran, the mother and the daughter. After that, they would hastily depart Space Garden. The Bai-Sima beast had only just opened its mouth when a gold light came from everywhere. A giant, big beast appeared from space. It was far bigger than the Bai-Sima beast. It swallowed the Bai-Sima beast. Bird Elder and the other elders were in shock. They all evaded the strike. The Bai-Sima beast was far too slow to move out of the way, so it ended up getting bitten and chewed up by the big gold beast. It swallowed all of its skin and bones. What is going on? Since when did Space Garden harbor such a powerful creature? An elder was in shock as he looked at Bird Elder. Bird Elder looked at Golden Growler angrily and said, Han Sen's wife and daughter have a powerful creature looking over them. Stop talking crap. The Bai Sima beast is gone. We cannot get out now. We have no choice but to take down Han Sen's wife and daughter. The 5 of us must work together. If we do, we can make that big gold beast fall. Just kill it. Bird Elder seemed to expect this would happen, otherwise, he would not have wanted to bring other elders to reap his rewards. The other elders knew it was too late for them to bail, so they gnashed their teeth to fight alongside Bird Elder. Although their guts were small, and they were afraid to die, their power was still with them. The power they wielded was very scary. 5 scary powers went for Golden Growler. Golden Growler came before Ji Yanran and emitted a gold light. It fired a stream of gold light to strike the 5 incoming powers, boom. Golden Growler's body was blasted backward a little. He almost hit Ji Yanran and Ling the mother and the daughter, but his body suddenly stopped. Bird Elder and the others were both shocked and happy. Individually in the God Chaos Party, their 5 powers would have been rated from between medium and high. When used together, their 5 powers were enough to beat back the Gold Big Beast. The Gold Big Beast's power was very scary. They were happy their 5 powers could suppress the big gold beast, so that made them feel much safer. Chapter 3446 Must Save Her, Little Gold. Ling saw Golden Growler's mouth was bleeding blood. Now, Bird Elder and his people were unleashing more scary powers her way. She screamed. Golden Growler ignored the blood that was oozing from his mouth. His eyes were shining gold. He opened up his mouth again. This time, when the mouth opened, it did not release a scary gold light. He was spitting out a golden door. Bird Elder did not care much for the presence of the golden door. They had seen many weird powers over the course of their lifetime, but they had not seen golden doors before. Even creatures that could use their powers to create castles were something they had witnessed in the past. They had seen an awful lot. Without hesitation, they increased the voltage of their outgoing powers. They attacked the golden door Golden Growler was releasing. Boom. The 5 powers that could destroy the sky and the ground crashed into the door. It made the golden door echo with sound, but their powers could not break open the golden door. Bird Elder and the 5 people were all shocked. One elder looked weirded out and asked, how is such a thing possibly possible? With the power used by all 5 of us elders, not even someone like Ichi, if he were to generate a time door, would be unable to resist our might. We could break down his time doors, so how can this golden door not be broken with ease? What kind of power is this creature using? Bird Elder thought something must have been wrong about this too. Before they could do anything, there was a sudden, kacha, noise. The 5 elders were shocked. They looked at the golden door that did not appear to be ajar. A golden light came out from beyond the golden door. It was like the waning light at sunset, and it was seeping out from the gap between the door and the door frame. Before Bird Elder and the others could react, wherever the gold light shone on, that space was turned into nothing. Bird Elder, who was a powerful existence, immediately melted beneath the force of that golden light. He did not even have a chance to scream about his demise. The Break World elites that had a Break World rate of at least 95% vanished completely. There was no trace of them left behind. Little gold, it is fine. You can put the golden door away now. Ji Yanran shouted at Golden Growler. She knew what would happen if the golden door was opened completely. The whole of Space Garden would undoubtedly be destroyed. Fortunately, Golden Growler seemed to be aware of this. He did not really open the golden door. He swallowed the golden door back down. The students going into the house were relieved. Last time, when Little Gold opened the golden door, many students saw the scary scene. When the golden door opened up, Human King, in the 33 skies, opened his eyes. He looked surprised. How is that possible? How can they possess this power? That is impossible. Human King's face looked more and more shocked. His heart jumped, and his eyes started to spin. It was like a view of the whole universe was now inside him. When Human King saw the golden door unleash its gold light, his body quaked. His eyes flashed strangely. Is such a thing even possible? Does this universe truly have a creature like this? Behind the golden door is there. Human King's face kept changing a long time later. Human King looked as if he had come to a decision. He stepped out of the 33 skies. The whole of Space Garden had become a butcher's landscape. Crazy killing and dead life were now everywhere. White bones and bloody chunks were strewn across the land, far and wide. There was the sound of broken bones and gushing blood filling the acoustic soundscape. In a raging, crazy fight, it was not that scary. Instead, it gave people a hot and blood-boiling rush. Little Flower's clothes were white, but his eyes were red. He did not know how many break-world beasts he had killed by this point, but there were more and more break-world beasts coming. It was like their numbers were infinite. It was not just Little Flower in such a state. All of the elites from Space Garden were soaked in blood. It was their own blood but also mixed with even more of the enemy's blood. The eyes of the elites of the God Chaos Party were turning red too. Their wild side covered their senses. Only the enemy's fresh blood could cool down their own boiling blood. Suddenly, there was a shadow above Space Garden. It was like the whole battlefield was frozen. All of the creatures kept fighting. Some of them had their mouths wide open. Some of their faces were twisted. Some of them looked scared. Some of them held their faces and cried aloud. All of the creatures kept their emotions frozen from how they were only a second ago. The broken limbs and blood splatters were frozen in the air. Time seemed to have stopped. Even Ichi and Ning Yu, who were powerful break-world elites, were the same way. They were frozen and could not move. Everyone knew this was not time itself coming to a halt. If time had been stopped, their thoughts would have been stopped as well. Now, they could see things and think. They could just not move their eyes. Human King. Ning Yu saw the frozen body emerge. His eyes went smaller as he did. Human King came from space. It was like he was the only living thing left in the universe. Everything else was completely silent. Even the powerful elites that had a break-world rate of 100% appeared dead in front of him. Tang Junliu saw Human King too. He really wanted to scream, "Let me go. Fight me if you have the balls to." But he could not even move his teeth. He could not provoke the man. Human King did not look at them. He merely walked forward. He ignored the God Chaos Party's people in their assault as if they did not actually exist. He kept walking to Space Garden. Space Garden's Bysema did not work on Human King. It was like there was only air there, and he was simply able to walk inside the floral realm. Inside Space Garden, everything had come to a standstill. Every creature had strangely stopped moving. They watched Human King walk to Han Sen's house. When Human King came, Bauer, who was currently in the sanctuaries, felt her heart jump. She stopped whatever she was doing. "Why have you frozen? Keep practicing. You have not yet succeeded. You must learn how to combine with the gene seed." Chaos saw Bauer stop completely. She frowned and hurried her. "I need to go to the Geno universe," Bauer said while lowering her head. "Baby, you can't go back yet," Chaos said. "Mom promises you that once you have succeeded in combining with this, you can go wherever you want to." Bauer raised her head. She looked certain as she spoke word by word. "I am going back to the universe now, with or without your permission." "Why?" Chaos was shocked. This was the first time she had ever witnessed Bauer talk to her in such a way. "It is because my mother is in danger, and I must save her," Bauer said. She then ran to the door. She did not hesitate. "But I am right here," Chaos said. Her face instantly changed. She understood the mother she was referring to was not her. It was Han Sen's wife, Ji Yanran. Chapter 3447 Human King descends in Space Garden. Human King walked alone and approached the remnants of a collapsed house. Ji Yanran and a bunch of pets were stuck inside that house. Golden Growler did not seem to be completely frozen. He stopped before Ji Yanran and looked at Human King, who was coming. He made some roaring and hostile sounds to stay his approach. It was like he was warning Human King not to enter the small garden. "This really is unique." Human King looked at Golden Growler. He walked to the little yard. Roar. Golden Growler appeared to be a little afraid of this new nemesis, but he still managed to roar threateningly and allow a door to rise up from out of his mouth. Although he was not completely frozen, because of the effect of Human King's power, Golden Growler's motions were very slow. The golden door came out of his mouth very slowly, and it was presented before Human King to block him. "Is that it?" Human King looked at the golden door strangely. He did not plan on doing anything. In fact, if Human King moved first, Golden Growler would not have been able to spit out the golden door in the first place. He would have been instantly killed. The golden door had yet to open. Human King became annoyed. His heart jumped, and Golden Growler returned to normal. He was not affected by the power anymore. Roar. Golden Growler was trying to open the golden door, but his body was returning to normal. The golden door was now slightly ajar. The sunset-like gold light came out from the door and shone on Human King. When Human King saw the gold light, he raised his hand to hide his face. That gold light was like a small laser going across his body. Suddenly, his black crystal armor had a golden burn scorched right into it. That golden burn mark was expanding. It looked like it was going to burn right through the black crystal armor. Feeling the black crystal armor's painful feelings, Human King's eyes flashed wildly. He looked conflicted, as he stared at the open golden door. This power, it feels like the power I felt before. When the door opens, is that the place? The angle of the golden door opened more and more. The beam of light became bigger and bigger. Human King stood before the golden light with his black crystal armor melting away. He was fading away. Wherever the gold light shone, the light turned into nothingness. Nothing could even survive it. Human King's eyes flashed. Behind his hands, he looked at the golden door. The gold light was very shiny. Even with his sense of vision, he could not see what might have been inside. Seeing the black crystal armor about to be destroyed, Human King realized he could no longer watch it. He wanted to get out and away from the golden light. Human King discovered that his body had been bound by that golden light. In a flabbergasting, totally unexpected turn of events, he discovered he was unable to teleport away from this wild force of light. He was shocked. He could not quite believe it. He could not fathom a power was capable of doing this to him. He knew he had to act fast, so he put an end to his hesitation. He moved his body as only he could. Through that movement, he went behind the golden light. Under the pressure of the gold light, not even an elite like Human King could move and break free. Even his black crystal armor had been wholly damaged by the golden light. In those parts across the armor that were receiving the light, there were scorch marks, dents, and holes all burned into the armor. Big chunks of it had been seared away. Roar! Golden Growler roared again. The golden door moved when Human King did. It kept him snared, not permitting Human King to escape the beam of light it shone on him. Human King frowned a little. He moved his will again. Suddenly, the power of the sky and the power of the ground gathered up. Golden Growler's power was affected, and he started to move slowly again. The golden door's speed slowed down. Human King quickly emerged from the area of golden light. Now, the black crystal armor on Human King's body was smoking white. Some places on him were burned. A black mark was left on Human King's body. It seemed as if only a little more time was needed before Human King's body was incinerated. More shockingly than that, the Geno prototype armor, which could usually recover in a jiffy, was not recovering itself quickly at all. When Human King walked away, it was still smoking white. Some spots on it were still burning. It was like the golden light's power was still there and unwilling to fade away. This must be the air of a growler, but the growlers should not have this power. Does this mixed growler have something special about it? Is it in his bloodline? Aside from the genes of a growler, what other genes could it possibly possess? Human King looked at Golden Growler weirdly. He kept thinking about it. With his naked eyes, he could not tell which genes the Golden Growler might have also possessed in its blood. Never mind, let me take it back and research it. Human King teleported in front of Golden Growler. He held Golden Growler's head. Golden Growler wished to scream, but he passed out before he could do anything about it. The small golden door that was previously open was now gone. Although Human King wished to see what lurked beyond the golden door, his body could not withstand the gold light that seeped out of it. Entering it seemed as if it might be impossible. He would have to bring Golden Growler back with him first. He knocked out Golden Growler. Human King then looked at Ling'er and Ji Yanran and said to himself, since I am already here, I might as well take these with me too. God Chaos Party never had a threat that was grand enough to challenge the rule of the Geno Hall. It only makes sense. If we cannot do this small thing, the God Chaos Party will surely not survive. After that, Human King walked up to Ji Yanran. It only took him 2 steps to reach her position. He put out his hand with the intent to capture Ji Yanran. At that moment, Human King was instantly shocked. He saw a white light in Ji Yanran's chest. A transparent hand suddenly landed on her chest. Human King's pupils became smaller. He felt his soul tremble. He stumbled back and spit out some blood. He had absorbed Qin Shu's soul and flesh. He had taken his power for himself. The flesh power was easier to combine with, but the soul power had not been obtained completely just yet. That palm was a pure soul attack. It made Human King's soul shake. The soul that had almost finished combining was nearly shattered. The voice of an angry child sounded. "Don't you dare bully little gold and my mom." Human King saw who had hit him, and it gave him a shock. It was Han Sen and Ji Yanran's daughter. Han Ling'er's body was like a holy light. She was like a holy god spirit. One could not distinguish the presence of any actual flesh. Why would Han Sen have a god spirit daughter? Is this Han Ling'er the same as Han Bauer? Are they from elsewhere? Human King wondered. Chapter 3448. This family with Human King's power, even if the 12 Annihilation class main gods were to come to challenge him, there was a very high possibility that they would not be able to move freely in his presence. Han Ling'er did not seem to be affected by his power in the least. She stood where she was with her eyes wide open. She madly stared at Human King. Han Sen's daughters are indeed all special. Human King looked at Ling'er. The power in her body shifted from flesh power to a god spirit power. It was a pretty strange spectacle. It was the sort of power that typically belonged to a reboot blood pulse god spirit. Although Human King did not combine the two powers into one yet, using both powers was not too difficult. There was a spirit power all over his hand. His hand took on the form of a spirit. He reached out to latch onto Han Ling'er, but she jumped. She avoided Human King's hands. She was in the air. Her feet kicked toward Human King's head. She shouted, "Because you bullied little gold, I will stomp you to death." Human King's movements were faster than Han Ling'er's. His spirit hand moved to grab Han Ling'er's ankle. He grabbed her ankle and pulled her down. He held onto Han Ling'er. Little kids that keep on fighting are not at all cute. Plus, women should be gentle. That is far more likable. Human King used God Spirit powers to trap Han Ling'er in place. Han Ling'er was no longer able to move. "Let me go, you are a bad man." Han Ling'er was scared, and she started to scream. She had not practiced much. She only had Han Sen's genes. She could not really beat Human King. If Human King was not prepared, her spirit power would not have damaged Human King. "If you keep screaming, I will lock you inside a coffin. You will be trapped in there for 1,000,000,000 years. Human King could not do anything to Han Ling'er. His power was sufficient to trap Han Ling'er, but he could not make Han Ling'er stop moving and talking. Seeing Han Ling'er continue to kick and scream, Human King reached out his hand with a desire to shut down Han Ling'er's will. Suddenly, he heard another shout. "Let go of my sister." A man was there. He was wreathed in white flames as he approached. It was like he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders as his legs trembled in his slow walk forward. Upon seeing that person, Human King was given a fright. Han Sen's son, Han Littleflower. What is wrong with this guy's children? Under my rules, they are still able to walk around Space Garden. Are they really Han Sen's real daughter and son? Littleflower gasped as he approached. His eyes looked as if they were on fire. He stared at Human King and shouted, "Let go of my sister." Did you not hear me? Human King did not want to waste any more time than he had to. For watching what was inside the golden door, his Geno prototype armor had been badly damaged. It would take a long time to fix. That made his combination time need to wait even longer. Human King waved his hand. It had the power to unleash and strike Littleflower. Littleflower's body was like a mountain. He was blasted away to break the buildings around. Before Human King went to capture Ji Yanran, Littleflower came out of the ruins. He walked out again. Human King could see Littleflower's clothes had been torn. The power on his chest was broken, but when he came back, his wounds had already healed. Aside from the broken clothes, one could not see the wounds on his chest anymore. "I did not want to kill you. If you really want to die, then do not take it out on me for doing what I have been tasked to do." Human King walked to Littleflower as he spoke. From what Human King could see, Han Littleflower was weaker than Han Ling'er. She was free from his rule power, and Han Littleflower had to walk against his rule power. That was the difference between their levels. "You touched my little sister. Do you know what that makes you? It makes you my enemy. You are now an enemy of me, Han Littleflower. Plus, I have no relations with you." Han Littleflower gnashed his teeth. He walked forward. Beneath the heavy pressure put upon him, his body was still able to remain upright. The white fire on his body was burning harder. "Fine. 2 is enough for me. We do not need another." Human King waved his fist. This time, Human King wanted to kill. Earlier, he just wanted to subdue him and get him to back off. He had not wanted to kill him. Pang! That punch had a power that could destroy the sky and the ground. Little Flower crossed his arms to deflect the punch, but his body looked as if it had just been hit by a scary power. A deep trench was cleaved through the ground, cutting all the buildings in half. He was batted back all the way back into a forest. It was like even the forest had been cut open. Big brother, Han Ling was in a hurry to me. She was furious, so she struggled wildly in Human King's arms. She wanted to bite Human King a little. Human King got fed up and annoyed with her. He used his hand and placed it against Han Ling head. He sealed her 7 senses. She could no longer scream or move. He wanted to go back for Ji Yanran, but his heart suddenly jumped. He looked over in a certain direction. He peered into a forest. A scary white flame appeared. It was like a volcanic eruption that fired up into the air to break the sky. Human King's rule power did not work where the white flame had come from. The substances that were frozen were now starting to move again. Seeing Little Flower manage to emerge from the forest, it seemed as if this time, Little Flower was looking a little different. Little Flower had inherited the Super King Spirit body from Han Sen, but that did not mean he would only have the King Spirit body. Little Flower had learned Sacred Leader's holy body power, and he had also been through the sanctuaries. He had managed to level up his super gene. Because Han Sen's genes were too strong for him, he had never been able to his super spirit god body. But his power and personality were hot forces that swirled inside him. He had been waiting for a chance for his genes to break through. Get your stinking hands off her, you damn dirty man. Let my sister go. Little Flower emerged from the forest. He was not like Han Sen or Han Ling. He had evolved to obtain a spirit body. The white flame on his body became a holy shadow. It was like a holy angel that had provided shelter to his body. The feelings that were so heavy like a mountain were now gone from Little Flower's body. What replaced it was a powerful sword of holiness. What is up with this family? Is Han Sen's family not even a human family that hails from the sanctuaries? Human King looked at Little Flower. It really did make him wonder. Human King believed his evolution path was the correct way forward. He had used the Blood Pulse Sutra to refine and perfect every generation. He had completely erased the crystallizer lineage within him, which was something inside the genes of humans that hailed from the sanctuaries. He had refined World King Gods and Qin Shu's blood to have the body he possessed now. From what he could best tell, the crystallizer's blood was cheap and useless. If Han Sen was a human from the sanctuaries, he would have the blood of a crystallizer. So, how could he have so many powerful children? Chapter 3449 Little Flower's God Body. Human King thought, it does not matter how great Han Sen's genes are. He cannot compete with the most powerful gene in the universe. Only I can take that step. The way he looked at Little Flower was more polite. He smiled and said, actually, to be serious about all of this, you guys and your father Han Sen are actually descendants of mine. You are a part of my bloodline. In some way, you guys are my heirs. We are family, no matter which way you look at it. Bauer is not your father's real daughter. She does not have human genes inside her. She is not related to you guys. Why are you killing each other on behalf of an outsider? Just hand Bauer over, and I will refrain from hurting you guys. After all, I am your ancestor. Little Flower did not move an inch. The holy power around him became stronger and stronger. The area that was covered by his power was completely purified. The glow was able to recover the rules of all the substances. The broken buildings and plants were even recovering. The broken building was like new once more. The snapped trees healed. It was like everything was coming back to life. Human King, I do not care if you are an ancestor mine. Regardless of what you think, Bauer is my big sister. Her having my blood in her veins means diddly squat to me. She is my big sister either way. Little Flower walked toward Human King and proceeded to say, even if she was not my sister, I would not allow her beautiful smile to be taken away by a wretched man like you. By the way, let me say this again, get your dirty hands off her. After that, Little Flower threw a punch toward Human King. A scary, whole power gathered up on the fist and became extremely bright. In that case, I have no choice. You guys have my blood. I was going to give you guys a chance, but it looks like you guys do not cherish my generosity. Human King's hands grabbed Han Ling. Another hand clutched a fist. He punched toward Little Flower's fist. So, I will now show you the meaning of real power. The black crystal armor had been burned by the golden door's gold light, but the power that was released was still incredible. The Geno prototype armor's power had all the miraculous facets of life's genes. Having the Geno prototype armor meant one could use all sorts of life powers. It could make all the life genes evolve, so they could also destroy and break all the genes. Human King's punch had the Geno prototype armor's power. Under the Black Fist, everything was dissolved and broken. Even the soul ended up becoming the most primitive of substances. Two fists were now set to collide in a cosmic display of force and power. One of them was black like demonic coal, whereas the other was sparkling white with a holy incandescence. There were two fists. They were on a crash course with each other, and crash into each other they surely did. But this dizzying display did not create a spellbinding spectacle to respect and admire in all awe. The scene that was created by these two fists going against each other was actually rather weird. Wherever the black light was, it dissolved and broke. Wherever the white light was, the dissolved substances were reborn. Two fists of opposing light struck each other, but there was no explosion. The scene that was created was even scarier than an explosion. Human King's face changed. He had consumed Qin Shu's body and soul. Although he had not finished combining, he was already invincible. Even Crepe Myrtle, the leader of the universe, was not stronger than him. Amidst the two black and white colliding punches, Little Flower's white fist and light were able to suppress the black fist light. Inch by inch, it went toward Human King. The white light area became bigger and bigger while the black light's area became smaller and smaller. Human King's eyes shook. He could not believe Little Flower's power had reached such a level. Impossible. He is just a mixed air of some crystallizer. How could he have possibly managed to walk that step? Upon seeing the suppressing white light inside the white light, it was like a new world. Human King's heart was wrought with confusion. He could not grasp an answer. Pang! Human King's body was shaken back as he was thrown away. Little Flower's advance still went on. Human King was shocked. The black crystal armor on his hand was a spirit. The black fist changed. It became a black and gray light. The black and gray light beam could cut through anything. It cut open Little Flower's white fist of light. It flashed past the zone of white light. Little Flower was burning with white light. The black light cut it open, and the body was cut in half. You are strong, but no matter how strong you are just my heir. When Human King saw the body get cut in half, Little Flower's body was falling in two different ways. Ji Yanran was watching. She could not speak. When she saw it, she almost fainted and collapsed. In the next second, she saw Little Flower's body, which had been cut in half, get pulled back together by some strange power. It was recomposed into one being like he had never been hurt in the first place. Little Flower moved his limbs. He calmly looked at Human King and said, "Let's not say I do not know if you are the real human alpha, but even if you are, according to the universe's evolution rules, the new generations are always stronger than the last. You should have been kicked away by now." Human King frowned. He could not completely combine with the Geno prototype armor and reboot class power, but the damage earlier was the very first combination. Even Crepe Myrtle wouldn't use a god body to attack. If the god body was damaged, it would be hard to recover. Little Flower's body had been cut open by his universe powers, yet he could still heal. That surprised Human King a fair bit. "Your family has never failed to surprise me," Human King said to Little Flower as he looked at him. He still had a bit of a murderous look in his eyes. "If you guys hand over Bauer now, I will pretend none of this ever happened. Then, I can make you a student of Blood Legion. In the future, you might be able to become Blood Legion's leader." He thought Bauer was the one he needed to get rid of, but he now knew that in the Han Sen family, Bauer was not the only one who posed a threat to him. Little Flower's power was good enough to go against half the elites of the universe and make them all tremble. "It does not matter if you are Blood Legion or not. I am not interested. I will tell you one more time, let go of my sister." Little Flower's fist blazed with a white flame once more. "I gave you a chance," Human King said. The black crystal armor around his hand turned into a spirit again. He threw a punch toward Little Flower. Little Flower's chest was punctured by the fist, but he immediately recovered. His steps to go to Human King did not stop. Human King frowned. He punched Little Flower without stopping. No matter how Little Flower was injured, he recovered. Human King's universe powers could not destroy Little Flower's body. What kind of power is this? Human King's eyes looked like blades. He stared at Little Flower, who was now looking like an angel. He clearly saw that the light shadow power could affect Little Flower's body, but the universe's power cut the angel light. It did not hurt the light though. It was like the light did not even exist. It looked incredibly weird. With Human King's power, even if the light shadow was a god spirit, his universe powers should have been able to destroy it. It was like his power could affect the super god spirit mode of Han. But Little Flower's angel light was not affected by him. Human King could not understand what that light shadow was. Seeing Little Flower was already in front of him, the punch was now coming toward his face. Human King moved his eyes. His other hand lifted up Han body to put her before Little Flower's fist. Chapter 3450 Holy Spirit Protect. Human King only wanted to stop Little Flower. He really did not plan on using Han as a meat shield to block Little Flower's fist. Who would have known Little Flower's fist was not going to stop at all? It hit Han belly. Han belly glowed with white light. Little Flower's body had the shadow of an angel. With that punch, it went right through Han body. Pang! Human King grabbed Han hand. He was blasted away by huge power, and it made him stumble back a little. I forgot to tell you that my super god spirit body's name is called Holy Spirit Protect. Just like my faith, it exists to protect others. Little Flower pulled back his fist. He looked at Han. Han spirit body had become a super god spirit body. After combining with the Holy Spirit, she immediately grew up. From a little girl, she became an adult woman. The back of her wings spread gloriously. Her white, long hair was like a waterfall of spirit light that was cascading and imbuing its glow on everything. She looked very holy. How dare you bully my big brother, Little Flower? I will kill you for this. Han body had become bigger, but her thoughts never changed. She was still the Han of the past. Little Flower's Holy Spirit Protect was only for protection. It would not change the behavior of the person who was being protected. It would only bolster the resolve of their faith and their mind. It did not matter if the person being protected had a mind that was good or bad. They would be protected either way. That was because love could exist regardless of whether or not a person was good or evil. Human King looked at the very angry Han. He wished to say something, but a spirit light flashed. Han was already in front of him, and her fist was already put to his jaw. Boom! Human King's body was like a rocket flying away. He coughed up a lot of blood, and his soul was well shaken. He was going to be a very broken man. How is that possible? Human King shot through space. His pupils minimized as much as they could. He could not believe Han was so fast that his own body could not react to her assault. Human King's rule powers covered Space Garden, but Han punch broke it. The people who were previously frozen in space, including those from the God Chaos Party and Space Garden factions, were set free. After they were set free, they merely stared into space with a petrified look. They saw Han who was like a holy spirit, move to madly beat up Human King. Because Han was so young, she had never practiced with Geno arts before. Usually, the best she would do was learn a few leg and fist fighting skills. Now, as Han went crazy, she was mainly using her fists and her legs to pummel her foe. Her skills were basic. They could not be any more basic. She would unleash a straight punch, a hook punch, and a side punch, the most basic of basic. Her leg skills were so basic that a 3-year-old could learn them. But that kind of simple punching and leg skills were beating up Human King in space, strike after strike, all without reprieve. Human King's head and body were being punched by Han fists and leg. Human King was like a Matryoshka doll swinging around in space. His pretty face was beaten and gnarled to the point he looked like a pig. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all oozing blood. Kacha. The black crystal armor, which was already burned, had a big chunk fall off due to the sheer force of Han punch. Everyone was shocked. This was Human King they were witnessing. He was an invincible existence that commanded the 33 skies. It only took one of his punches to destroy the world. He was the type of existence that could make the Geno Hall leader not want to tango with him. No one could believe Human King was being brutally pummeled by Han in such a fashion. This is our new leader. Ichi was looking at Human King being beat like so, but he failed to believe his eyes. Oh my god, is that really little Tang Junliu was so shocked that he screamed. What little That is my goddess, okay. Space Garden was very happy about this development. Human King was very shocked and angry about what was happening. He tried to use many different Geno arts. It did not matter if it was a time and space Geno art because, before Han no type of Geno art seemed to work. The pure and holy power she wielded seemed to erase everything in its path. To say it straight, she was simply violent. Her pure power crushed everything. Even reboot class Geno arts were pointless before someone like Han Ling. Human King had put half a step forward to reach universe class. He had some universal power, but it was still being beaten by Han Ling's fists and legs. It was like it was not the most powerful universe power after all. And all he had been using was just glass. The power unleashed shocked his soul. If it was not for his soul being powerful, the souls of ordinary creatures would break after one measly punch. Impossible, impossible, Human King could not accept the result. He had been brooding for more than a few years. He had put a lot of effort into cultivating a pure blood pulse for every generation so that his body could be purified. He had managed to eliminate every bad crystallizer gene in his body. All he had left was World King God's and Qin Shu's powerful genes. He was supposed to have become the most powerful existence in all the world. Now, he had rudely found out the two mixed kids, whom he believed had bad genes, could cooperate to release a power that well and truly shocked him. He could not accept any of this. That failure was harder to accept than being beaten. The mixed kids he thought had bad genes were frighteningly strong. All of his years of practice had been rendered pointless. It was all for nothing. All of his sacrifices for Blood Legion had been in vain. No, my path is the correct one, my genes are the strongest ones, I just need to take that step. If I walk that step, I will be stronger than her. Human King's eyes looked purple. He was holding his body, which was being beaten by Han Ling. He changed positions. Han Ling's body was very strong, but she was only just a child. Her mind was not like Human King. Human King's chest received a punch. It sounded as if something had broken. A bloody hole manifested inside his chest. His strong body could not withstand Han Ling's fist. The chest and heart inside were exposed. It was all bloody. When Han Ling saw it, she was given a shock. She was just a child, and she had never hurt anyone else before. At that moment, Human King's body vanished. Oh, no, Little Flower reacted first. He raced to Ji Yanran, but his Holy Spirit body had been combined with Han Ling. It was too late for him to go back. He was weak. Before he could even reach Ji Yanran, Human King was behind Ji Yanran. He grabbed Ji Yanran's neck while the other hand punched Little Flower away. Asshole, let go of my mother. Han Ling was furious. She flashed before Human King with a desire to destroy his face. Human King lifted Ji Yanran. He blocked before Han Ling could pull her fist back. Human King swung another hand, making a gray and black universe power blow up Han Ling. It blasted Han Ling's body away. Obscene. You are shameless. Tang Junliu and all the others were shocked and angry. Even the many scary creatures of God Chaos Party looked poorly on this. They had done this before, but he was the God Chaos Party leader. To see him do this in front of everyone else in the world looked ugly. Chapter 3451 Bauer returns. Human King grabbed Ji Yanran's hands. Black and gray light was released. It was like many mysterious spells created a chain that ensnared Ji Yanran's body. Han Ling jumped up off the ground. She wanted to attack Human King again. Before she could do anything, Human King said, "Right now, her life is connected to mine. If I am hurt, she will suffer too. If you are not afraid of her dying alongside me, then I dare you to try and harm her." You, obscene. Han Ling was so mad and angry, but she did not actually do anything. Kid, this is an adult world. It is dirtier than you think. Human King's face did not change. He tightened the grasp of his fingers. It made the trapping spell he had put on Ji Yanran hold her with greater force. Ji Yanran looked as if she was suffocating. Let go of my mother. Han Ling was furious, but she did not dare rush forward. She was so small. Her mind was still not mature enough to fight Human King. Although she had a powerful power, she could not fight someone like Human King. Human King ignored her. He turned to Little Flower and said, "I will count to 3. Take back your Holy Spirit. Otherwise, I will erase her from existence. Soul and body, it will all be gone. 1, 2, 3. Human King did not stop. He counted to 3. His hands were going to close completely. Hang on. Han Little Flower screamed, but Human King did not stop. Han Little Flower was so shocked that he put away his Holy Spirit protect and madly shouted, "Human King, if you dare to hurt her, I will kill you." Human King's body finally stopped. He coldly said, "Young man, talking crap will only make you look like a useless human being. Do not say anything that is out of your power to control." When the Holy Spirit protect was taken away by Little Flower, Han Ling's form, which looked like an angel, receded. She returned to looking like a child again. Her power was reduced. Now, there was no hope of her fighting back against Human King. With the combined powers of the brother and sister, they had managed to suppress Human King. When their powers split up, neither of them could fight against him. Han Littleflower was still able to fight against Human King a little, but his Holy Spirit Protect needed to be used on someone to maximize the power. Using it alone was not very strong. It would not pose a big threat to Human King. Seeing Han Ling'er return to her original self, Human King wanted to kill her. The universe power generated once more and struck Han Ling'er fiercely. He wanted to kill Han Ling'er to erase the threat she posed. His head was very clear. Killing Han Littleflower would prove difficult, and Han Littleflower had the Holy Spirit Protect, which was something that required other people to make it powerful. Holy Spirit Protect's power was undeniably strong. If the person being protected was not strong, the Holy Spirit Protect would not be strong either. Han Ling'er's and Han Littleflower's Holy Spirit Protect was the scariest. Only one of them had to be removed. Now, he had greatly offended Han Sen's family. It did not matter if he killed a daughter of the Han family. Compared to the leader of the universe, killing an heir was practically nothing. Human King practiced with the Blood Pulse Sutra. He had absorbed the blood pulse of Blood Legion members from every single generation. That was how he was able to purify his blood. It was unknown how many members had been sacrificed to make him the man he was now. He was not like some soft man who was incapable of making a decision. Ling'er. Littleflower saw Human King's murderous visage and swapped space to block Ling'er from the power. He exploded his Holy Spirit power to throw a punch at Human King's incoming universe power. Seeing two powers about to collide, Human King lifted Ji Yanran in front. This time, Human King was not going to make the same mistake. He put Ji Yanran in front, but he did not let Littleflower's power be allowed to touch Ji Yanran. His power was going to blow up Ji Yanran's body. If you want her to live, be honest with me, Human King coldly said. Littleflower had to put his power away. Otherwise, his punch would end up blowing up Ji Yanran's body before he could even reach Human King. Littleflower withdrew his power. Human King's universe power struck Littleflower and made him fly away. Although there was the Holy Spirit Protect power going with him, which meant Littleflower would not be killed, when Littleflower left, Ling'er was exposed. Human King did not hesitate. He used that opportunity to generate a finger. He pointed at Han Ling'er's forehead with the desire to break her spirit body. Ling'er. Ji Yanran and Han Littleflower felt bad. They wanted to use their bodies to block the strike that was about to fall on Han Ling'er. Ji Yanran could not move. Han Littleflower wanted to teleport back, but it was too late. Wang Fujing and Tang Junliu were very angry witnessing this, but they were not even as fast as Han Littleflower. They would be unable to carry out a rescue. While everyone was in shock seeing Han Ling'er's body about to be punched by Human King's universe powers, there was suddenly a flash. A small body appeared in front of Han Ling'er. It came with gold light. Human King's universe power went against that brilliant gold light. It was like wine pouring into a bottle. It simply vanished. Bauer, Sister Bauer. When everyone saw this shadow arrive, they were all just as happy as they were shocked. Han Ling'er and Han Littleflower were very happy. They all called her Big Sister. Bauer was clutching a little gold gourd. She stared at Human King. She used her gourd to take away Human King's universe power. Far away in the forest, Chaos stood atop the pinnacle of a tall tree. She looked down at Bauer and seemed conflicted. Bauer had not succeeded in combining with the super god Gene Saga yet, so it was very risky of her to try and battle Human King now. She did not want this to happen. But Bauer went there by her own volition, and she had been powerless to try and stop her. With Human King showing up in Space Garden, of all places, she was a bit confused. She had spent all her time in the sanctuaries, so she had not learned about Qin Shu being consumed by Human King. How dare you hurt my mother? Bauer looked at Human King and spoke very slowly. Human King grabbed Ji Yanran and coldly said, "It is good that you are here. The whole family has been fighting me, so now I will have the chance to erase you all. You should be the one who dies." Bauer rarely got mad, but now, she was blisteringly furious. She lifted the gourd and aimed at Human King. Human King grabbed Ji Yanran and coldly said, "If you want her to die, then do it." Bauer behaved as if she did not hear anything. She held the gold gourd with its bottom facing the sky. The gourd faced Human King. She patted the gourd. It made the little gold gourd shine with gold. A beam of gold came out of it, firing toward Human King like a laser. Sister Bauer, don't do it. Little Flower and Ling were in shock. Human King had already learned his lesson from Han Littleflower. He was not going to allow Littleflower's power to touch Ji Yanran. He put his hand back and pulled Ji Yanran away. The spell that had bound Ji Yanran became tighter. It was digging into her skin and looked ready to break her body. Chapter 3452 Breakthrough. Bauer's eyes looked cold. The little gold gourd in her hands was not going away. She coldly shouted, "Mother! Come back!" Human King felt bad about this. He used rule powers to cloak the skies and then suddenly felt emptiness. Ji Yanran, who had been grabbed by him, had been sucked toward the gold little gourd with the magical spell chain that had kept her in wraps. Human King's face changed. Let's not say this was purely because of Bauer's power, but even Han Littleflower and Han Ling had beaten him up when they cooperated. He turned around, wanting to do nothing more than escape. "Are you attempting to escape now? Isn't that just a bit too late?" Bauer grunted coldly. She used the little gourd to shine on Human King. Space suddenly started to swirl. A gourd was at the center of the swirl. Human King gathered up universe power. He was unable to teleport away. The whole of space, all of its rules and orders, were disturbed by the presence of that gourd. Human King was unable to his own rules powers to move and shift things. He used his universe powers to fight back against the force of suction. No matter what he tried, he could not escape and fly away from the suck. "Bad man, where are you going to go now?" Han Ling shouted. Her body had combined with Han Littleflower's holy spirit. She was going toward Human King, who was currently in space. Bauer's little gourd power was weird. Her force of suction only seemed to work on Human King. It did not affect anyone else. Han Ling was not affected in the slightest, so she ran in front of Human King and gave him a big punch in the face. Human King was not capable of beating Ling who had Holy Spirit protect keeping her safe. His body was trapped by the godly force of suction. Nothing he did granted him escape, so Ling punched him in the face. Human King's face twisted as his body leaned back. Because he had been sucked by the little gourd, he could not fly away. He had to remain precisely where he was. Ling was furious. A fist and a leg were moving. They beat against Human King as if he was a doll. He moved left and right in response. Bit by bit, the Geno prototype armor shattered more and more as time went by. Chaos was watching this unfold. She was frozen in sheer disbelief. What is going on? Why is her power no worse than this guy, who is half a step away from achieving universe class or perhaps even better? Is this as far as a mixed human can go? Chaos thought. Seeing that his god body was going to shatter, Human King was becoming very angry. After he consumed Qin Shu, his power kept fading. Even the Geno god base needed to be avoided. He did not expect his heirs would provide him with so much trouble. His heart jumped. Space around started to rumble. It was like there was a giant space tsunami. The whole of space in Space Garden created big space movements. Every substance and creature became distorted. Their bodies all became weird. The area that had shaking space came out from a giant stone tablet. It was the Geno tablet. Seeing the Geno tablet's light spell spin, it was like a giant calculator was calculating something. All of the light symbols kept flickering across it. Ever since the Geno tablet had appeared, Human King, who had been restricted, had his spirit light glow brighter. Originally, it was just his hand that had a spirit body. With the buffing of the Geno tablet, his body and the black crystal armor started to adopt a spirit-like appearance. Pang! Human King and Han Ling punched each other. The former failed to shake off Han Ling, but it was not like before where he was getting dominated. Bauer's face changed. Human King's body flew up. He escaped the gourd's force of suction. The Geno tablet struck the Space Garden. All of Space Garden and space around looked as if it was under the pressure of the Geno tablet. The creatures that were not yet break world class were pushed down onto the ground by the Geno tablet's rule power. They were unable to move. Han Ling attacked Human King again, but Human King's spirit body was able to fight against Han Ling speed and power. It was becoming easier and easier to block. He was no longer suppressed by the violent Han Ling. Han Ling, come back. Bauer looked glum as she yelled at Han Ling. Han Ling was very young. When she saw Human King was capable of blocking her attacks, she became a little scared. She heard Bauer calling out to her, which was what prompted her to fall back. I am the leader of the Geno tablet. I can suppress the entire universe. You have some power, but you do not have enough to defeat the likes of me. Human King's body was clad in the broken Geno prototype armor. When he was a spirit, it recovered. It wrapped up Human King's body to look like new. Human King is using the Geno tablet's power. It looks like he is going to be able to make that step. Chaos was watching all of this unfold from afar. She was primarily concerned about the safety of Bauer. Human King was going to take that step any second now, but Bauer only needed some fire. She could not really fight him. Human King stood in front of the Geno tablet as a sky full of god light protected his god body. People were able to see there were two bolts of lightning striking each other. Bauer's eyes were filled with gold. She fired two gold lights at him. With Human King's vision hitting her lights, two scary powers exploded between them. Space collapsed. Time and light collapsed. It created a weird hole. It looked like it was there, but it was not there. It looked like a giant, empty hole. It is no wonder why this is God Chaos Party and the Geno Hall leader's heir. If you walk that step, I will have to fight you with my power. Human King's long purple hair went straight. It was flying with the black and gray universe power. The black and gray universe power started to turn purple. The Geno tablet and Human King's power shone on each other. They were covered in purple light. It was like a mysterious tablet from ancient times was landing there. When the power of Human King and the Geno tablet changed, Human King's Geno prototype armor became like melting ice. It simply became juice that was absorbed by Human King's body. Human King's perfect god body was now on display in front of everybody. Every inch of his body was releasing a mysterious and powerful purple light. That light did not seem to fit in with the universe's rules and order. It made the rules of the universe isolate from his body. It put Human King's body in a blur. It did not look real. It was like a layer of matte glass. He walked that step. Chaos's heart jumped. Even though she knew this was going to happen, she was still nervous about it actually happening with the old leaders in her blood. Combined with the aid of the Geno tablet, it would be strange if he had not been able to take that last step. What made Chaos sad was that Human King had great difficulty breaking through that step. Yet, Bauer's and Linger's suppression was the catalyst for making him finally make that step. He made it. His body was now looking weird. Human King was glowing with a mysterious and purple light. Bauer could not help but frown. She looked at Human King and said to Little Flower, let me use your Holy Spirit. Chapter 3453 Universe Class Fight. Little Flower heard the command. He put away his Holy Spirit Protect to disable its presence on Han Linger. He teleported in front of Bauer and reached out his hand, trying to put the Holy Spirit Protect on her body. After thinking for a moment, Chaos said, Han Littleflower's power is certainly weird. That weird spirit body power is similar to the power of a god spirit, but it is different. It looks like it brushes against the edge of a universe-class force. His powers might be what is last required to push past the final barrier and have her combine with the super god Gene Seed. That way, she might be able to take that final step too. Fighting Human King now might be a good idea after all. She was, however, still a bit worried. In the past, Qin Shu gave up his body. There was no third person adjoined. The pure, Geno prototype armor combined with reboot blood produced a flaw. Now, Human King's body was fully composed, and it erased the presence of a flaw. Without error, he had managed to walk that last step perfectly. Bauer's and Human King's power were still similar though. It meant that it was hard to suspect which of the pair might win. Seeing Littleflower's hand touch Bauer, suddenly, a purple blur of a shadow flashed. Human King appeared in front of Littleflower with the image of a blurry fist shadow. Littleflower was shocked by its sudden appearance, but he had developed into a man of much resolve. He was not going to shy away from a battle such as this, and he was not going to bow and be put off by the blurry shadow fist that was coming for him. He stood tall and proud and raised a fist of his own. He raised it to welcome the incoming attack. And welcome it he did. What resulted from the two terrible collisions was a massive explosion of white spirit light. Boom! Littleflower's fist broke alongside the white spirit light. His body was like a cannonball that had been fired. He flew into Space Garden's forest. It rendered the forest half broken. Wang Yuhang and the others were all shocked. Littleflower had learned his super god spirit body, and it was clear to see his power was amongst the greatest in the universe. Even so, he was still unable to block Human King's punch. It was difficult to imagine how scary that punch must have been. Blurg. Under the Holy Spirit Protect, Little Flower was still wounded enough to end up heaving up blood. His fist and bones were broken. The power of the Holy Spirit Protect was not enough to make his broken knuckles recover. His wound, furthermore, was tainted by a purple air. Bauer was holding the gold gourd. She released a gold light. The gold gourd created a resonance that shone at Human King. Human King stood within the gold light, but it did not look like he wanted to dodge anything. Now, the suction was stronger than it was before. When it shone on Human King, it was absolutely nothing, as it was like countless golden threads of silk were surrounding him, tugging at his body. It was like they wanted to snare Human King and drag him into an abyss, but Human King's body was like a mountain that could not be moved. This is the real power. It is something that can fight back against the universe itself. Human King ignored Bauer. He clenched his fist to feel the powerful power he now possessed. Bauer looked gloomy about it all, but the luminosity of the golden light did not falter. It became stronger. When the golden light shone, everything was sucked into the gourd. Only Human King's body did not move. He was unable to be budged. Little Flower had been delivered a terrible strike, and much pain was brought with it. With a muster of strength, he had to hold up his own inert body. He was going to stay on his feet. He climbed out of the ruins and teleported over to Little Flower again. He wanted to give his Holy Spirit to her. Human King did not want Bauer to combine with the Holy Spirit. He moved quickly. The gourd's gold light could not stop him. He came before Little Flower. This time, he punched Little Flower in the chest. The punch perforated Little Flower's entire chest. Little Flower was left bleeding, but he looked happy. The Holy Spirit left his body and flew to Bauer from another direction. He had only lured Human King there so the Holy Spirit could be delivered to Bauer. Seeing the Holy Spirit almost come before Bauer, Human King's body vanished. In the next second, his hand grabbed that holy-looking angel spirit. Suggesting it was a grab was not quite right. It was the purple mist around his hands that wrapped around the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit that could not be damaged had been grabbed by Human King. Your little tricks are useless before real power. I am the universe. That means I am the whole universe. You are just a creature that exists in the universe. No matter how strong or how brave you display your universe powers, can you actually hope to fight against real universe-class powers? Human King grabbed the Holy Spirit. His 5 fingers applied a throttling strength to deploy a powerful power that could destroy the Holy Spirit. Blurg. Little Flower's chest was punctured through. He was already injured, but now his spirit body had been broken. He was bleeding profusely. He was dying on the ground. Little Flower, my big brother. Han Ling'er ran before Little Flower. She held Little Flower and gave her spirit power into his body. She wanted to do her best to save him. When her spirit power touched Little Flower's wounds, a purple mist exploded. It could not enter Little Flower's body. You, damn you, Bauer's eyes looked cold. She put her gourd away. The gourd landed on her forehead. It became a gold glassy liquid that covered Bauer's entire small body. It became a golden armor that wrapped her up. When Chaos saw Bauer combine with her gourd, she looked worried. Bauer's combination level was not 100%. She had not yet taken that last step. She was not an opponent who could rival Human King just yet. But Bauer was not planning on backing down. Her gold body flashed. She went in front of Human King like a golden bolt of lightning that flickered around Human King to make many golden shadows. That was merely because Bauer was now extremely fast. Not even the elites of the universe could follow her body. Human King was in space. He did not move. He moved his arm and blocked all of Bauer's attacks. If she has not walked that step, it will not work. Chaos shook her head. She was thinking of a way in which she might be able to grab Bauer and escape. To fight on this day was a lost cause. She had to think of a way in which she could grab Bauer and escape. Only after Bauer combined completely could she fight. Human King saw the absolute benefit he now had. Bauer's power was not a threat to him, but Human King was not entirely satisfied. He was a very careful person. If he was already in control of the stage, he would not allow any actors to remain if he did not want them. In the next second, Human King's power exploded. The punching power made the universe itself quiver and shake. It seemed to destroy everything. Substance chains and rules were torn apart. Everything was like paper before the might of that fierce power. Facing the scary power, Bauer's face looked different. She put a pair of sunglasses on her face. In the next moment, something weird happened. Bauer's body suddenly looked like Human King. It was like 2 Human Kings were standing across from each other. Boom. Bauer had become Human King. Without waiting around, she unleashed a punch. With Human King's punching power being the same as her foe, an equal situation was established. Human King was shocked. He did not know what Bauer's sunglasses were, but they had made Bauer look just like him. She did not only look like him either. They also shared the same power. Before Human King could think straight, Bauer began her assault. The power she exploded with was identical to Human King's. The universe power and elements she used were exactly the same. Two Human Kings were now fighting each other, and no one could tell who was who. They did not know which Human King they should be worrying about. Chapter 3454 Overdraft. I do not believe you can really copy a universe-class power. Human King did not believe Bauer could really copy a universe-class power. He went closer to her, wanting to see just how well Bauer could copy his talents. The two of their powers did not seem so strong. It seemed to depend on their bodies. The blurry purple was not so sharp after all. Where their powers could hurt was in dealing damage that could guarantee the other would not recover. In space, there was a purple crack. It appeared to be permanent. Even though the universe could fix itself, the crack did not go away. Ordinary elites would not be able to discern their movements. They saw two blurry, purple shadows fighting in the universe. Only a few of them were able to watch the pair conduct their combat. Ling how is Little Flower? Wang Yuahong and the others came. Before Little Flower, who was dying and currently passed out. The bloody hole in his chest did not stop gushing. Everyone tried using their powers to heal Little Flower. When their powers landed on Little Flower, they were always blasted away by the purple mist. They were unable to make Little Flower better. All they could do was make the unconscious Little Flower frown. Damn it, Tang Junliu madly said. Where is San Mu? If he does not come back, his biological son is going to die because of his recent pummeling. He was not blaming Han Sen, of course. He just wanted to release his anger for being completely useless. Step aside. Don't do anything if you do not know how to heal him. Give Little Flower to me. Han Yufei approached the fallen son. Upon seeing her arrival, everyone stepped away. She inspected Little Flower. In the Geno Hall, Crepe Myrtle and the God Spirits were all watching Bauer compete with Human King. God Hall leader, Bauer is not universe class yet, but she is still able to simulate the universe powers, Light Goddess said. She was clearly in shock. What is going on here? Is that really because of the sunglasses she is wearing? Crepe Myrtle looked strange as he said, if I am not mistaken, those sunglasses belong to the old leader. I did not know the sunglasses were able to do such a thing. Did that really happen? Light Goddess and the other God Spirits looked over there. They really did look like the sunglasses the old leader used to wear. Just like Crepe Myrtle didn't know, no one else knew the sunglasses possessed a power like that. Moment God did not really understand the fight that was happening, so she said, with exactly the same body type and power, I believe Bauer can defeat Human King. According to theory, anyone can be a victor. With the same body and the same power, the one with the original form should be better. But Human King's body has combined with the body and soul of Qin Shu. He has only just reached universe class. He is undoubtedly still learning it. It is hard for us to discern which between them might be the winner. While they were talking, Crepe Myrtle watched them fight in space. He lifted a wry smile and said, no matter which of the pair wins this fight, the damage done to the universe can likely not be recovered. Now, the universe will only be given more holes. Chaos looked at the fight strangely. She knew the sunglasses belonged to the old leader. The old leader used to wear them a lot before he suddenly stopped wearing them. It was just a pair of sunglasses, so she did not realize it at first. Now, she was able to notice it was the same pair of sunglasses that were on Bauer. Those sunglasses possessed a frightening sort of power. They were able to simulate universe-class powers. Chaos did not expect this sort of development. Chaos and Crepe Myrtle were able to tell the difference between Bauer and Human King. They were really happy about the way things were turning out. Moon God was watching this fight too. Even though she was really powerful, she was unable to discern the fighters with clarity. She asked Tai Yi, what is going on? Bauer has pulled an advantage, Tai Yi said. It looks like the old leader and the God Chaos Party's old leader's real daughter is stronger, Moon God said. After all, her genes are bound to be better than Human King, who was always just a byproduct. Poor Human King for going through all that. Tai Yi said, Bauer is still going to lose. Why? Moon God asked him with shock. After all, she is not really universe class, Tai Yi said. She uses the glasses to simulate human king. That must cost her a lot of power. She will not last too long in such a state. In that case, what can be done? The Geno Hall has not yet made a move. That guy, Crepe Myrtle, is not going to help Bauer fight human king. Will the Geno Hall merrily go down with her? Does the old man not even understand that? Moon God frowned. He understands the stakes more than anyone, but he also understands who emerges victorious, Tai Yi said. Even people like him and I still require another half a step to walk forward. We cannot fight the real universe-class opponents. To go out there now is not far off committing suicide. So, is he just going to sit on his bum and do nothing at all to help things? Moon God was not very happy about this. Of course, he will need to do something in time, Tai Yi said. What he needs to do is not fight human king directly. He needs to be prepared to open the universe. Reboot the universe? Moon God asked with shock. Yes, reboot the universe in the event Bauer loses, Tai Yi said. That will be his last resort for stopping human king. It is still hard to say whether or not that trick will work though. After all, human king's body does possess reboot blood. The rebooting of the universe might not even work on him. Moon God remained silent. She did not say a word. If Tai Yi said Crepe Myrtle fighting human king was pointless, then it was pointless. Now, they needed to pray Bauer did not lose. Human king could not believe he was being suppressed by Bauer. It was only just Bauer simulating his body and power, but when they fought, he seemed to be losing. Bauer was better at using his powers than he was. It was as if she had been born with the powers. Pang! Human king's universe powers ripped. Bauer's hands were like knives that went through his chest. His chest was delivered a long wound. Winning. Chaos's heart jumped. In the next second, her hopes were sapped by a bottomless abyss. After that slash, Bauer should have been able to catch up. She should have been able to suppress human king and kill him. Who would have thought at this moment Bauer would return from her human king mode and revert into the shape and form of a child? Her face was still wearing the sunglasses, but the sunglasses were no longer shiny. It also looked as if her body had just been brought out of the water. Her face was so pale that it looked as if she was going to fall over any time soon. From her weakened state, one could tell she had exhausted far too much of her strength. Human King was extremely happy about this, and he was not going to sit around hesitating what to do next. He used all the power he could to punch the weakened Bauer. The purple power carried a lonely light that destroyed everything. It came directly in front of Bauer. Bauer was too tired. She was unable to avoid the punch that was to come. Don't do it, Han Ling and Chaos screamed together, but they couldn't do anything about it. Bauer's and Human King's fight had already left the area of Space Garden. Chapter 3455 I have been waiting for you. Seeing Human King's universe power was about to strike Bauer, the worst was feared. Suddenly, the power was frozen in the air. It was like it had been frozen. It stopped 3 feet away from Bauer. Everyone was very happy. They thought Han Sen had returned, but what they saw was not that. It appeared as if nothing or no one had stopped Human King. He was holding his punching stance when he just lowered his head. His body shivered in place. Very embarrassing. A voice came out of Human King's mouth. This voice, however, was completely different from what it was before. Everyone was shocked and unsure about what had just happened. They then heard Human King's voice. That voice sounded shocked. The vocal cords trembled. You, how could you? There was no denying that it was now Human King who was speaking. It was certainly his voice, but the tone and delivery of his words did not exude the confidence they did before. It was now different. It sounded like Human King was afraid. I was going to wait a while until the body and the soul had completely combined before taking back control of the body, but your behavior made me feel great shame far before I wanted to take the body. I am afraid I will just have to take back control of the body now. The proud and cold voice sounded again. Now that everyone could hear it, they knew it was coming from Human King's mouth, but it was not Human King who was actually doing the speaking. Qin Shu, Mr. In God Chaos Party, some creatures recognized whose voice belonged to. Qin Shu, I cannot believe it. This has to be the greatest plot twist in the history of the universe. He is still alive, wow. Chaos and Crepe Myrtle were shocked by this development. Human King's voice said while shaking, this body is mine, you silly fool. You cannot take it from me. You thought you could, but that was your own delusion. I merely let you continue believing. You see, my body and soul are a perfect match. Now, your soggy soul is broken, and it has been absorbed by me. You cannot fight me, no matter how much you might wish to. Does that even matter? After Qin Shu said that, Human King's body and purple hair went straight. It was flying into the sky with a purple light. Human King's head was raised. His eyes had 4 pupils. In one eye, 2 pupils were morphing. One of the purple pupils was becoming bigger than the other while the other pupil became smaller. No, impossible, Human King cried aloud from his mouth. There were only 2 pupils left in his eyes. His body seemed to exhibit great differences. For some reason, he was looking like a completely different person. The presence of that person changed to become one of extreme might. It was the same body, but the presence had changed. It gave people a different impression and feeling of it. Leader, many Blood Legion members had witnessed this scene. Their faces looked gray after what happened. They were not sure what was going on. Human King, who had once absorbed Qin Shu's body, was now being taken over. In reverse, Qin Shu was the one to take over and refine the soul. Chaos and Crepe Myrtle did not look particularly happy about this. Human King was strong, but his power came from other people. He had not gotten used to the powers within him yet, and his mind had a problem too. If Human King had taken over his body when Bauer made that step, she could have beaten him. If that body's master became Qin Shu, Bauer's chance of winning was low. Qin Shu looked at Bauer and walked over to her. Do not hurt my big sister. Han Ling was still rushing over. She was now in front of Bauer. She opened her hands in front of Bauer and madly looked at Qin Shu. Qin Shu smiled. You are Han Ling, right? I am Han Ling, so what? Han Ling looked at Qin Shu, but she felt a bit scared. Not bad, Qin Shu said. With your potential, if you grow up and level up your body to the max, you can definitely take that step. In this universe, it is hard to find people who are stronger than you. It is good you know how powerful I am, Han Ling said. Have you not heard about Big Sister Bauer? You are too young now. I cannot wait for you to grow up. After Qin Shu said that, he reached his hands out. It was like Han Ling body was being pulled away by an invisible sort of suction. She landed in Qin Shu's hands. He rolled her up in his sleeves. Let go of Ling. Although Wang Fujing, Wang Yuhang, and the others knew they were weak, they still raced over. Qin Shu's eyes froze in place. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Everyone's bodies froze. It was like they could not move at all. I am not Human King. Qin Shu said, I have no interest in killing a child. He then threw out his hands. Han Ling body was tossed away. She quickly landed atop Wang Fujing, who could not currently move. Wang Fujing was able to control her body again. She carried Han Ling, who had fallen out of her spirit body mode. Watch her. Right now, this is not her place to fight. Qin Shu stopped looking at Wang Fujing and Han Ling. He walked over to Bauer. Bauer did not move. All she did was look at Qin Shu. Earlier, she fought Human King. He was strong, but Bauer did not feel any pressure fighting him. Now facing Qin Shu, Bauer could not help but feel a big amount of pressure inside her. Bauer, go. Chaos's body broke space and arrived before her. She stood in front of Bauer and palmed her body. She wanted to put Bauer's body in space so she could more easily escape. Before her hands could touch Bauer, she felt as if her body had been restrained by a certain power. She could not move. Qin Shu looked at Chaos and said, Mr. Leader, to be fair, you are like a mother to me. I should thank you for granting me my life. If you think about old times so fondly, why don't you do me a favor and let Bauer go? Chaos noticed her body was unable to move, and she was so shocked because of it. Universe-class powers were far scarier than she thought they could be. In the past, Human King had not been able to use real universe-class powers. Now, Qin Shu had control of the body. He was showing the world the real power of what universe-class individuals could do. Although Chaos has already lost most of her power in her body, trapping her should still not have been an easy feat. Yet, Qin Shu had done it with ease. Qin Shu looked at Chaos and coldly said, I do not have the patience to wait. I am sorry, but I cannot let her leave. While he spoke, Qin Shu pulled out his hands. Everyone thought he was going to do something to Bauer. He used a finger on his right hand to cut his left wrist. It led to purple crystal-like blood dropping out of the wound. It was blood, and those blood drops floated over to Bauer. Drink this blood. It can help speed up your combining with a gene seed. I will be waiting for you. Qin Shu made his wound keep bleeding. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Qin Shu would behave this way. Compared to Human King, Qin Shu was a madman. Chapter 3456 Pressure. Qin Shu brought everyone pressure, and he was much scarier than human king. When Qin Shu brought back his body, there was no killing behavior and or anything soft. That scariness was silent, and it was spreading. It made Wang Fujing, Lin Feng, and the others feel cold without being cold. Their bodies were quaking incessantly. Bauer had not said a word ever since Qin Shu returned. She looked at Chaos, Han Ling and the others. She drank Qin Shu's blood without hesitation. When she drank the blood, it was like Bauer's gold light was gas being ignited. It was burning with fire, and it was burning strong. Bauer's body was in some golden bright light. She kept growing up. Her 5-year-old body was growing up very fast. She went from being a small kid to a teen, and from being a teen to becoming a full-blown young lady. Her pupils and long hair turned gold. She was wrapped up by a gold and crystal set of armor. She rather looked like a Valkyrie, so cold and high level. That gold flame looked like it could destroy all the rules and orders of the world. One could not see through it. One could only see a high-class, gold shadow standing there. Bauer reached out her hand. Chaos, who was currently frozen in space, was pulled by her. She pushed towards Space Garden, sending Chaos back there. Qin Shu did not stop Bauer from doing that. He merely watched her in total silence. I am sorry you had to wait so long, but now we can start fighting. Bauer and her gold eyes looked at Qin Shu. She spoke her words slowly, word by word. Qin Shu did not speak. He casually stood aloft in space. He reached out his hand and raised it as if he was inviting Bauer to strike. Bauer gnashed her teeth. She was not going to play nice. She used her hand like a knife and unleashed a strike at Qin Shu. With that knife, the sky and the ground seemed to be drawn by the knife. That was Han Sen's under the sky knife skill. That is Han Sen's under the sky knife skill. You have learned it quite well. Your proficiency with it is remarkably deep, but you are lacking some of its presence since you are only just a girl. A knife skill like this does not suit you. Qin Shu reached out the hand. It seemed normal. It did not have any power, but it broke Bauer's knife skill. Bauer failed to cast it. She had to swap her skill. Bauer's knife skill changed. It was now like a fang that could crush everything. She was casting another one of Han Sen's skills that was called Teeth Knife. This knife skills is, admittedly, rather interesting. It is awfully evil too. It does not go well with your power element or mine though. When Qin Shu waved his hand, he ended up breaking Bauer's skill. Bauer had only used her attack halfway before it was shattered. She already had to swap skills. Bauer quickly cast another 10 skills in sequence, but Qin Shu managed to break each one of them. No skill she used actually worked against him. Many of them had to be changed out halfway. This skill is not bad, but it is simply not strong enough. You could be a lot crueler than this. This skill should be faster. This skill cannot be done too fast. You have to be slow with it. Qin Shu casually used one hand to break Bauer's skills completely, one by one. He even pointed out every mistake Bauer made in the casting. The fight between Qin Shu and Bauer was more like a senior teaching a junior than a deathmatch. Qin Shu only broke her skills. He did not attack her. He just broke all of her skills. Even though Bauer had reached universe class to be on par with Qin Shu, it still looked as if there was a big difference between the pair. It was like a child competing with an adult. What does Qin Shu want to do? Light Goddess was confused by his behavior. Anyone could tell that Qin Shu was trying to help Bauer boost her power. With Bauer's talents and potential, it was known that if she was to make a mistake, she would never make it again. But Qin Shu did not kill her. He only broke her attacks and went no further, and that was something that could make Bauer stronger. What a crazy and ignorant guy, Moment God coldly said. He could just end the fight, but he has made his opponent stronger to win. Qin Shu's confidence was completely different from human kings, but this kind of fearless confidence made people feel more hopeless and scared than ever. Crepe Myrtle was a bit nervous about it all. He looked in the direction of the evolution wall and quietly said to himself, Bauer is just a kid, and she has always been taken care of by Han Sen. Her mind is still not very strong. I am afraid only Han Sen, a man who can fully control his body, can fight Qin Shu in his current state. Han Sen needs to hurry up. Any longer, and he will be too late. Bauer followed Han Sen all the time. Han Sen never hid anything from Bauer. Aside from a few Geno arts that needed to be started from the very beginning, Bauer knew them all save for a handful. So, Bauer could use almost all of the Geno arts Han Sen had learned. The Geno arts known by Wang Fujing and the others could also be used by Bauer, and she could perform them just as well. Even the Geno arts owned by Moment God and other god spirits could be used by Bauer easily. In front of Qin Shu, it did not matter what the skill was. It could be broken with ease. So far, Bauer could not use a complete skill set. She could not even make Qin Shu move an inch. Wang Fujing, Lin Feng, Tang Junliu, Qin Zan, and the others did not go and join the fight, but they did watch Bauer fight Qin Shu. It made them sweat to watch. When Bauer used their skills to fight Qin Shu, he broke each performance completely. If Qin Shu wanted to murder Bauer, she would have been killed many times over by now. They never thought their skills could possess such horrible flaws that they would be damaged like that. In the past, they thought it might have been their powers that were not strong enough. Now, they realized it was actually their skills possessing flaws that were the issue. After training with them for so many years, it was by mere luck that they were still alive. Although Bauer had millions of skills at her disposal, it was only a matter of time before she ran out. Even though she was really talented, she was feeling quite upset. Everyone had said she was the only one who could battle Qin Shu. Now that she was really fighting Qin Shu, she could really grasp just how terrible of a foe he was. They were both universe-class beings now, but Qin Shu before her was like a god. It did not seem like he was a person who could be defeated. Are you going to give up now? You are everyone's hope, are you not? Your mother, the God Chaos Party leader, is waiting for you to beat me. Your friends and family are waiting for you to kill me. Are you going to disappoint them all? Qin Shu seemed to see through what Bauer was thinking. After saying this, he finally made a move. Qin Shu unleashed his first strike, but his attack was like he was copying what Bauer had just done before. All the skills were used in the precise way Bauer used them. What depressed Bauer the most was that when she was using the same skills before, Qin Shu broke them easily. Now, when Qin Shu used them the same way, she used Qin Shu's ways to break the skills but could not break them. Bauer felt as if her body was suffocating under so much pressure. Being suppressed by Qin Shu, she started to retreat. But there wasn't much space for her to fall back to. Chapter 3457 ended. What is Qin Shu doing? Does he not want to kill Bauer? Moon God was confused as she looked at Tai Yi. Anyone was able to tell that if Qin Shu wanted to kill Bauer, it would not be difficult. Bauer was strong, but her experience and ability to control things was far inferior to Qin Shu. Tai Yi shook his head and said, "No. You do not understand human alpha or Qin Shu. If he behaves like this, it means he wants to kill Bauer." "What sense does that make?" Moon God asked. "He can torture and kill. That should not be difficult for him. After helping Bauer grow up, why would he also want to kill her? I cannot see that being viable." Tai Yi was frozen. He looked at Qin Shu strangely and said, "Human Alpha and Old Leader, and the other Old Leader, had a conflict with each other. Regarding what exactly happened, I do not know. There is one thing I know for sure, which is the fact that he harbors much hatred. That is especially true toward Bauer. In my past life, Human Alpha was the child of the Old Leader and the other Old Leader. His life was given by them. Bauer's heritage, however, is very complicated. With Qin Shu's personality being what it is, if he wants to kill Bauer, he would at the very least like to give Bauer a chance. He wanted the Old Leader and the Old Hall Leader to know that even if Bauer did as they wished, evolving into the best she could be, she was still going to lose to Qin Shu. He does not want to just win easily. He wants to exact vengeance on everyone. He wants to break the hearts of the Old Leader and the Old Hall Leader." "Is he really that confident about it?" Moon God asked with a frown. "Does he think he can beat a perfectly shaped Bauer? After all, Bauer is the product of the Old Leader and Old Hall Leader. If she really made it to the max, there is a chance that Qin Shu might not win. If he did not have this confidence and pride, he would not be the real Qin Shu," Tai Yi said with a sigh. Moon God's face looked to be riddled with concern. She understood Qin Shu more than Tai Yi, and Tai Yi's judgment was almost correct. Chaos knew Qin Shu was going to kill Bauer this time. This was Bauer's last chance. "Bauer, you must win." No matter how much Chaos tried to calm down, she was still a bit in shock. Qin Shu made an arrogant gesture. He had deliberately behaved this way to make her feel a lot of pressure. It was like before the real deathmatch was to begin, Bauer had already failed. Qin Shu was still suppressing Bauer. He was going to squeeze out every inch of potential Bauer had. Bauer's body was wreathed in gold fire. Qin Shu's suppression of her made things very dim. It was concentrated in the gold armor, and it made the gold armor more like concentrated crystal. The gold light was floating around, looking like it was going to explode at any second. Still not enough. In that case, let us try again. Qin Shu's punch was like a purple sun that was shining. He punched toward Baoer's belly. In the past, Qin Shu's attacks were meant to just suppress and not deal damage. This time, it hit Baoer's body. The purple sun's punching power struck Baoer's armor. It created cracks across the surface of Baoer's gold armor that looked like a spider web. A suppressive gold flame burst out of the gold armor cracks. The fire suddenly wrapped up Baoer's body. In the explosion of gold light, Baoer's body became stronger. The fire turned into a gourd shadow that shielded Baoer's body. The shadow of the gourd was like a small universe that had lots of light shadows spinning. They gave people a mysterious and weird sort of feeling. Baoer has finally reached the max of her potential. She has created her own universe. Chaos was shocked and happy. She was happy about Baoer reaching her and the old hall leader's expectations. Now that Baoer had been pushed to this level, it meant she would have to properly engage in a deathmatch with Qin Shu. It was guaranteed that Qin Shu would not hold back this time. Such a perfect body. I just do not know if she has what it takes to defeat Qin Shu. Tai Yi looked at the gourd light shadow of Baoer's body and sighed. Crepe Myrtle was watching this fight very seriously. He knew this was a fight in which there was going to be a winner determined. Qin Shu watched Baoer's flames start to dim. His eyes were on fire as he shouted, "Come. Use your strongest powers to fight me. Let's see if you can fulfill the wishes of your parents and kill me." The gold light in Baoer's eyes was like shining glass. Space around became virtual because of her existence. Everything was becoming virtual and unreal. Baoer was staring at Qin Shu. She put her hands together, making countless gold flames gather around her hands. She slowly turned into a gold gourd. The gourd was one big and one small ball combined. Inside the two-ball shape was a separate universe of its own. Countless stars spun around inside there. All those beautiful energies exploded. It was like a whole universe was being made inside it. When Baoer's two-universe gourd was generated to the max, her eyes froze. The gourd spat out a beautiful golden light. It suddenly landed on Qin Shu. The power was incredibly scary. Many elites, watching it from afar, felt the light beam's power. Upon feeling it, their hearts jumped. They almost coughed up blood. They could not imagine what it must have been like to block that light. Everything in front of that light was absorbed and dissolved. Space had a vacuum zone. It was unknown if the light beam was just too fast or if Qin Shu was not planning on avoiding it, but Qin Shu's purple air arose. It was like a universal river was surrounding him. It was the same universe-class power that Baoer had. Pang! The gold and the purple, those two universe powers, collided against each other. The systems around melted. Countless planets suddenly vanished. It was like they had just disappeared. In fact, it was not just the planets. Everything between Baoer and Qin Shu vanished. It created an absolute vacuum zone. Fortunately, they were just one system away from each other. If they were a universe away from each other, the whole universe would have been destroyed by them. All of the spirits and creatures were shocked. Baoer and Qin Shu's fight had reached a level in which they could destroy planets. If they kept on fighting, the universe was sure to be broken. Under the force of the scary power striking, Baoer was unable to control her power or retreat for a while. Qin Shu's body remained stoic and unmoving. Nothing had changed. Qin Shu opened his mouth and calmly said, "It is just as they thought, but so what if you become perfect?" He walked toward Baoer. Baoer gnashed her teeth and exploded with power. She attacked Qin Shu. Purple power rose on Qin Shu's body. One punch after another, he managed to break Baoer's gourd universe power. It made Baoer's body fall back with blood dripping out from her lips. Chaos's face was looking gray. She knew it was already over. Baoer had evolved to the strongest possible being she could be, but she was still unable to defeat Qin Shu. In that universe, there was no one else who could defeat Qin Shu. It is over, Tai Yi sighed too. Chapter 3458 Reverse Time and Space, What is Crepe Myrtle waiting for? Tai Yi asked with a frown. Baoer cannot beat Qin Shu. If he does not reboot the universe now, there will be no chance of rebooting it later. In the Geno Hall, Light Goddess and Moment God, two of the 12 main Annihilation class god spirits, were bewildered. They did not know what Crepe Myrtle was waiting for either. "Mister, this is our final chance," Light Goddess said. "While Baoer has yet to lose, we can reboot the universe and start anew." Wait a little longer, Crepe Myrtle said to stop her from speaking. Mister, what can you possibly be waiting for? Moment God asked. She could tell Crepe Myrtle was waiting for something, but she could not think of what he might be waiting for that might defeat Qin Shu. If they did not do something while Bauer was stalling Qin Shu, and Qin Shu completely unleashed his power, the universe would not be able to be rebooted. I am waiting for hope, Crepe Myrtle quietly said. Even though that was what he said, a streak of worry crossed his eyes. Han Sen had not yet broken the wall and emerged. On top of that, Bauer had lost. It was just as Light Goddess said. If they were to keep waiting and Bauer lost, Han Sen would still not have hope. There would be no chance of salvation. His heart hesitated, but Crepe Myrtle was still determined to wait. He did not want to reboot the universe just yet. Crepe Myrtle knew that rebooting the universe would damage a lot. More importantly, it might not even work on Qin Shu. Light Goddess wished to say something more, but a gold light suddenly shattered. Bauer's battle armor totally cracked. Many purple airs came from the battle armor's cracks and went into her body. It was like many small, toxic snakes were surrounding Bauer's body. It made Bauer's face look very pale. She gnashed her teeth. A gold light kept exploding, but she could not break through the purple air's restrictions. The genes only determine something's beginnings. They can never determine the end. It is a simple concept, but it is something only a very few grasp. Chaos, do you not think that is the case? Qin Shu looked at Chaos, who had broken space to come. Chaos looked at Bauer as she said to Qin Shu, you win. We have lost. Whatever we said in the past is wrong. Are you happy now? You should let Bauer go. She has no personal vendetta with you. If you hate something so much, why don't you just kill me in its stead? This has nothing to do with Bauer. Qin Shu did not answer her. He looked to where the Geno Hall was and coldly said, I am human alpha reincarnate, but reincarnation is just a reincarnation. I am Qin Shu. I am not human alpha. Although because of human king's memory I am willing to do something, it does not mean I want to kill Bauer as human alpha might. Does that mean you are willing to let Bauer go free? Chaos asked with a hint of glee. Qin Shu said, letting her go or not does not really matter to her. What is that supposed to mean? Chaos's face changed. It means everything will one day begin again, Qin Shu said. That includes you, me, her, and even my little sister, Wanner. He did not look at how Chaos reacted. He went straight for the Geno tablet. Geno tablet, go and get me Wanner, Qin Shu spoke softly said as he stood near the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet flashed. A shadow came from the Geno tablet. It was the black-haired Wanner. Wanner was resting in a crystal coffin. It looked as if she was fast asleep. Her pretty eyes were closed, and her eyebrows were set in a frown-like placement. She looked as if she was fast asleep, but it also looked like she had a lot of things going on in her mind. Qin Shu reached out his hands to touch the crystal coffin. The coffin shattered. Wanner's body fell into Qin Shu's arms. Wanner, everything will be over soon enough. You are still the nice and beautiful Wanner. All of this is just a dream. After Qin Shu spoke, his body burst with a purple light. It shone alongside the Geno tablet's light. It was like a sun shining on a sky full of everything. Purple light was shining on the Geno universe and the universe of kingdoms. The whole world had become purple. The purple light seemed to possess a weird piercing power. Even the Geno Hall in space had a purple light. It became a purple hall and another god temple. The purple light was in a jade stone wall. It made the jade stone wall and metal become crystallized. It was like a purple crystal. The world had become a weird, purple, ghost world. It was beautiful and weird, and it also gave people a chill. What is going on? My power! Someone shouted and screamed. They noticed their power was leaking. It came out from their bodies. Even the break world creatures were acting in such a way. The stronger they were, the faster their power left them. It created a purple stream. It was gathering up in the space tablet. Even the Geno Hall and the God Temple God spirits were like this. Space Gardens humans and creatures could not stop their powers from leaking. Bauer leaked out most of the purple light. It was like seawater in the air. It was going for the Geno tablet. The real streams, rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, glaciers, suns, moons, and planets were releasing their power. Everything was realizing its power. All the power went to the Geno tablet. The universe was screaming. What is Qin Shu doing? He seems to be wielding reboot powers. At the same time, this isn't. Light Goddess could sense her god power start to fade away. She was in shock. Crepe Myrtle let out a wry smile. He really wants to completely reboot the universe. He wants to bring the universe right back to the point Qin Wanner was born in before the time he even received his blood pulse. That is impossible. Not even a real God spirit can reverse time and space for real. Moment God was a time element, top-class elite. She knew the ability to reverse time and space was just a myth. Not even a godly kind could do it. In theory, there was a time axis. God spirits seemed to be able to go back in time, but that wasn't really the ability to reverse time and space. It was because time and space could not be reversed. Whatever happened, happened. Unless one wiped out what happened, things could not be taken back. If one was able to go back to the past, what one saw and experienced would just be a trace of time. It would not be a real reversal of time. Crepe Myrtle looked at Bauer and said, "It is not entirely impossible to reverse time and space. The rebooting power itself has the authority necessary for erasing time and space, but this authority can only affect the universe itself. The creatures in the universe will be changed by this effect. They cannot go back to their original mode in the universe. Unless there was someone powerful enough to wipe out everything that happened to every single creature and put the universe back at a certain point, and with the universe's reboot power, you could theoretically reverse time and space. But that is impossible. Reversing time and space for everything in the universe. That would mean everything that has a relation to something would also have to be reversed. That is far too much he needs to wipe." After Moment God spoke of this, she looked terrible. Qin Shu helped Bauer evolve to ultimate mode solely so he could use her power. It was not just Bauer, either. It's also our power. After Moment God said that, she looked terrible. Chapter 3459 Reverse Stream Light Goddess saw Crepe Myrtle's body unleash a purple stream. Clearly, his power was also being drained. She quickly said, "Mister, hurry up and reboot the Geno Hall and universe now." The whole Geno Hall was shaking. It was like it was peeling away from space. All of the god spirits knew that it wasn't actually flaking down from space. It was the Geno Hall being peeled away from the rules of the universe. It had lost control of the universe. Clearly, this was because the power of the Geno tablet was too strong. It had become the new universal management tool. It was now replacing the Geno Hall. "Mister, if we do not do the last risky move, it will be too late," Moment God said in a desperate plea for action. "If we keep waiting, I am afraid we will not have another chance." Crepe Myrtle looked at the Geno Hall being peeled away from the universe's core rules. He then looked at the evolution wall. He looked serious, but he did not say a word. A purple stream was gathering everywhere in the universe. A weak life power had almost faded away. They then realized their bodies were undergoing weird changes. After losing their powers, the old and dying creatures started to become young again. In the beginning, they were very excited. It did not take them long to realize it was something scary was unfolding. The two universes, times had reversed. The things that had happened in the past were being reversed. At the same time that the creatures experienced the past, they noticed they were also missing something. While they were trying to remember what it was they were going to forget, they realized it was gone. They questioned why they were even thinking about the loss in the first place. They were so weak, so they did not know. When the time and space of their beings reversed, the cause that was related to them was also wiped out. This was just the beginning. Powerful creatures could fight against the power, but they could imagine the creatures around their bodies fading away when they erased and cast off the cause and fates that had already come to pass. It was hard to imagine how shocked they all felt. Damn it, what does Qin Shu want to do? In God Chaos Party, there was a scary roaring noise. They felt the changes taking place inside their bodies. They were very strong. Although they were not strong enough to reverse time, they were shockingly able to notice that parts of their memories were starting to fade away. With how much they had evolved, they could even remember something small quite vividly. They weren't the type to forget things. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The cause connection was being wiped away, and that was why they could not remember things. The more powerful the creatures were, the more scared they became. They then noticed how hard it was to evolve. For time and space to reverse like this, it was something of a disaster to them. The scarier thing about all of this was that no one knew how or when Qin Shu wanted to reverse time and space too. If he reversed time and space back to a time before they were even born, then that made them question if they would even exist, let alone reaching where they currently were. No one could accurately foretell what was going to happen. Damn it, Moon God said as a terrible look cast across her face. Qin Shu is not really reversing time and space. He is just trying to wipe out this time and space. He is forcing the universe to go back to the time before his sister gave him her blood. Tai Yi looked at his power fading away and coldly said, "You are right. Time and space cannot be reversed. The only thing you can do is destroy it. You can wipe the slate clean and start all over again. If time and space really are wiped away, will the time and space of the past also continue?" Moon God asked. "Nobody knows because no one has done such a thing before," Tai Yi said. "Even God spirits can only go back to the time and space of before. They go back to a certain scene. They don't really reverse things. Qin Shu is the only one who has ever dared to think this way. By daring to think this way, he also believed he was able to do it. He was right too. So, what? Even if he did believe it, that does not mean we have to throw away our lives on his behalf. No, we must do something to stop him." Moon God gnashed her teeth as she spoke. She had just found Tai Yi. Only recently had she been able to be with Tai Yi again. The events that transpired in her past had not been easy for her. Even if Qin Shu could make things go back, she did not want to revisit her past. "It is too late," Tai Yi said. "Now, no one is capable of stopping Qin Shu. Even if you and Crepe Myrtle work together, could you not succeed?" Moon God asked. Tai Yi shook his head. "No, if Qin Shu did not defeat Bauer, or if he did not activate Bauer's potential, it might have been fine. Now, no one can stop him. Qin Shu's power is pretty much like a universe. Plus, he has the Geno Tablet and its power in his grasp. The Geno Tablet is the ruler of the universe. It can use everything in the universe. Plus, with a Bauer that is equal to another universe, in this universe, there can be no other spirit power that is able to compete with such a sheer magnitude of power. We can only take risks with him." As Tai Yi spoke, many scary creatures were breaking space and ascending. They were rushing to Qin Shu, wanting to stop him from reversing space. God Chaos Party members, God spirits, break world elites from 2 universes, many humans from Space Garden. It did not matter if all these factions were friends or foes. They were all united now. They let bygones be bygones and faced their common enemy, Qin Shu. Qin Shu had become the enemy of every single elite across both universes. No one was willing to be erased from existence. A scary power was bullying everything in the universe. It looked like it could destroy everything, but Qin Shu was holding Wanner and just sitting down atop the Geno Tablet. He was atop the tablet, but he was softly looking down on Wanner. He did not really care about the scary elites coming toward him in droves, covering the sky and the ground. He did not even raise his head to look at them. No matter how powerful those creatures were, the closer they got to Qin Shu and the Geno Tablet, the more the power in their bodies faded away. It was fading fast. When their powers struck Qin Shu, the Geno Tablet released a halo to absorb all of their powers and leave no trace of them. The Geno Tablet absorbed their powers. Although they had become strong and scary, the speed at which they were being consumed was even faster. The whole universe was experiencing something horrifically scary. Many scary creatures were shaking. They were all angrily looking at Qin Shu. They were all full of hate for him, but they were also all very scared. Some people did not want to give up. They kept trying to hit the Geno Tablet, but that cost them everything. Their powers became just supplied the Geno Tablet's power. They made time and space reverse even faster. Seeing their friends and families, and even enemies, fade away and cease to exist, the ground, rivers, and mountains all change, a sky full of stars move, and the sea and the fields reverse. Suddenly, hopelessness struck every aspect and facet of the universe. God, please save us. The sky was full of purple light. Every creature was reversing into nothing. Countless spirits were crying and begging for salvation. The god spirits they were begging were not safe either. The god spirits were also starting to fade. The god statues in the god temples were all gone because of the reversal of time. Time was going back to a point before the god spirits even existed. Chapter 3460 Mr. Please, give us the order to fight back. Even if we get destroyed along with the universe, we do not want to be humiliated in such a fashion. Light Goddess and the other god spirits all kneeled before Crepe Myrtle, pleading for him to act. Damn it, why has he still not revealed himself? Has it really not worked? Crepe Myrtle looked toward the evolution wall with a serious gaze. He stood up and approached it. Light Goddess gnashed her teeth and asked, Mister, do you mind telling me what you are waiting for? At a moment like this one, what more could you possibly be waiting for? Crepe Myrtle said, I am waiting for someone. I am waiting for a person who can bring hope to this bleak universe. He reached out his hand and pressed it against the evolution wall. He could not, however, feel any sense of movement in it. He even beat Bauer. Moment God said. Who else can bring hope to this universe? The only one who can stop Qin Shu is you and us. Crepe Myrtle looked at Light Goddess. With a wry smile, he said, do you guys think I do not want to reboot the universe? I am merely worried that rebooting the universe will not hurt Qin Shu. As a matter of fact, it will speed up his plan. That is why I am hesitant to do it. You what? Light Goddess and the other god spirits were shocked by this. The old leader gave his power to me so I could shepherd the Geno Hall and become a worthy successor for leadership and earn reboot class powers. Although I am reboot class now, compared to the old leader of this hall, I am considerably inferior in strength. The old hall leader could use his power to reboot the entire universe. Whereas I must use the Geno Hall's power to reboot the universe. After pausing, Crepe Myrtle developed a wry smile and proceeded to say, as for Qin Shu, he did not just inherit the old leader's gene to earn a reboot blood pulse. He got the God Chaos Party leader's genes and broke through to universe class. You might be able to say Qin Shu is stronger than the old leader was, and he has also borrowed the Geno Tablet's power. He also has Bauer's power. His power is too strong to imagine, and he has reboot powers. He is stronger than me. If I use my reboot power, I might not be able to stop him. I might actually end up helping him. With Qin Shu's tricky mind, this might be something he expects. I see, but things are in motion right now, Moment God said. If we are doomed to fail, you might as well try it. If you try it, it might work. If you don't, then there is no additional chance. You miss every shot you don't take. No, we still have another chance, Crepe Myrtle said as he turned his eyes to the evolution wall. The crazy battle god, who had not been speaking, suddenly asked, Mister, what is in the evolution wall? What other chance are you talking about? Did I not just tell you guys that I am waiting for someone to come out from here? Crepe Myrtle replied as he looked at the wall. Moment God suddenly realized something. Is the person you are talking about a human? What else could it be? Yes, it is a human. Crepe Myrtle nodded. Human? What human could possibly fight Qin Shu? Moment God really could not think of who this might be. Even Bauer was beaten by Qin Shu, so what human could possibly defeat Qin Shu? Light Goddess looked weird as she made a suggestion. Could the person you are referring to be Han Sen? All of the god spirits felt a shock. They looked at Crepe Myrtle. He nodded in response. Moment God looked weirded out and said, Mister, do you think Han Sen can actually walk that step? Has it not been proven that he physically cannot take that step? And Master Bauer, who walked that step, actually failed. Even if he takes that step, he is not a comparable rival to Qin Shu. Plus, he could not take that step to be a universe-class being. Crepe Myrtle wanted to open his mouth and say something, but the evolution wall suddenly started to shine. The thousands of race texts on the wall started to glow. They flickered like many suns. All of the god spirits looked at the evolution wall. They saw the flickering race names start to peel and crack. Feather, Sky, Real, Rob, Destroyed, every race name was breaking. It was like every race was being destroyed. Every race text shattered, leaving cracks behind on the evolution wall's surface. Thousands of race texts shattered in a moment. In the end, the word fairy was destroyed as well. The whole evolution wall exploded to become a sky full of dust that was all over the place. Many god spirits looked at the evolution wall in shock. That thing had been there since the beginning of time. It was the foundation of the Geno Hall. Even god kings could not destroy it. It was a Geno stone that was never supposed to break. Amidst the dust and haze, a shadow emerged. Every god spirit's vision started to clear. Bauer. Chaos's body power was fading away. She still went for Bauer. She wanted to save Bauer from Qin Shu's power. Much to her dismay and the dismay of everyone who was watching these terrible events unfold, the power of her attack was wholly drained and extinguished. It was taken from her. It was snatched out of her hands by the purple light she was desperately trying to repel. After that, she was left in a weakened state by the purple light. She was worse off than ever. She was God Chaos Party's leader. In the past, she was strong and famous. Now, she felt hopeless and powerless. It was the type of scenario reserved solely for nightmares. Both of her hands were doing their best to get rid of the restrictions on Bauer, but nothing she tried to do worked. There was nothing that could be done. It also made her power weaker and weaker. Her spirit body was on the verge of breaking for good. Bauer was still stuck inside. Her universe power had been robbed. It became Qin Shu's time and space reversal power. Bauer, mother hurt you. Chaos was hopelessly holding the trapped Bauer. The sky and the ground were big, but the universe was bigger. But no one could save her dear daughter. No one could save the product of love that was produced with her lover. Dad will save me. Bauer was still struggling. She was fighting against the restrictions. She gnashed her teeth. Her voice was quiet, but it was confident. Chaos felt extremely bitter about things, but she didn't say anything. She did not want to. She did not want to break Bauer's resolute hope that there was still a chance. She did not want her to face the harsh reality that surrounded her. That is good, Chaos said with a sigh. She did not say anything more. She held Bauer tight and enjoyed the final, fleeting moments of her life. It is over, it is all over. In the God Chaos party, seeing so many friends fade away because of the reversing of time and space, with some being wiped out straight away, the scariness could not be described. The whole universe's cause connection was together. Erasing one person's cause wiped out the people who were connected to them. The items and the people were all connected as well. It all led to more people and substances being removed. In that cause connection net, the weaker ones would be wiped out first. Then, the whole cause net would be taken away and scrubbed clean. In the end, they would be completely erased from time and space. No, even the break world creatures were scared and trembling now. The normal, living creatures were killed in greater swaths and even faster. In the universe of kingdoms, many humans just vanished. They would be speaking in 1 second and be gone in the next. The Geno universe was very much the same. The whole of the Geno universe was in the grip of fear and hopelessness. Many creatures begged for the protection of the god spirits. When they saw the Geno hall burn with a purple flame and falling in space, every being felt more hopeless and terrified than they had ever been before. Are the gods destroyed too? Everyone had a bad feeling. Mother, no, mother, Hanling held Ji Yanran. Her tears kept dropping. Ji Yanran's body was returning to its youth. Time kept going backward without pause. From a married woman to a young woman, from a woman to a teen, from a teen to a child the size of Hanling Ji Yanran's body was changing. At the same time, the things she had been through in her history were wiped out. In Space Garden, many students were being turned into babies because of the reversal of time. This world is going to end. Sky Palace leader leaned against a stone pillar. He saw a purple light rise across the universe and felt bitter. Hopelessness was everywhere. Ding! A crunchy noise was heard throughout the sky and across the whole world. It was not loud, but it was very clear in everyone's ear. In that universe, which was covered by a weird purple light, there was a small gold light. When the people watching were able to recognize the gold light was actually a golden coin, the people screamed. Dollar. Chapter 3461 by Dollar's name, the end. A coin soared through space. It dinged when hit the Geno tablet. It was like it had been drawn to the big block like a magnet. It stuck to the surface of the Geno tablet. The Geno tablet had been like a full-on generator seconds before. Now, it was as if it had stopped. The reversal of the universe suddenly came to an end. The two universes were dead silent. The whole world was covered in purple light. Countless creatures had a purple light surrounding them, but they did not keep on reversing as they did before. All of the creatures were shocked as they looked at Dollar. They did not quite know what was going on. They did, however, muster a glimmer of hope, even if they were afraid that renewed hope might buckle and break any second. Da-da, da-da. In the silent universe, footsteps rang out obscenely loud. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of those footsteps to look. Qin Shu had been softly staring at Wanner the whole time. Now, he was willing to move his vision away from the slumbering Wanner and peer into the purple light. A shadow emerged from the purple light and came close to the Geno tablet. The shadow became clearer as time went by. When the figure reached the Geno tablet, everyone was able to discern his face. Han Sen, San Mu, Dollar, Wealth God. Suddenly, many people were screaming aloud these names throughout the universe. The names were all different, but they were all spoken in shock and exuberant glee. Chaos was holding Bauer while this happened, anticipating the end of all. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Han Sen with sheer disbelief. I knew Daddy would come, because her universe powers had been taken. Bauer was like a baby again. Her small face was very happy. Han Sen looked at Qin Shu, and Qin Shu looked at him. Han Sen quietly said, Qin Shu, give it up. Are you going to be the hero of this tale and come here to judge me for my sins? Qin Shu clutched Wanner and looked at Han Sen disdain. I have never claimed to be a hero, and I am not capable of judging you, Han Sen said. If I were in your position, perhaps I would have sought to do the same thing you are doing. Qin Shu's eyes lit up with surprise. But you still stand in front of me looking to fight me. Han Sen looked into space. After looking at Bauer, Ji Yanran, Han Ling Han Littleflower, and the others, he looked sad. His expression quickly changed to one of certainty. When he looked at Qin Shu again, his face remained unchanging. That is because the people I care about are all against you, Han Sen said. You will destroy the universe for Wanner, so I will protect this universe for the people I care about. It does not matter. Making the distinction between what is righteous and what is evil, right or wrong, is all down to luck. Between you and I, only one of us can protect that which we want to. Qin Shu laughed. You are right, we are the same kind of people. This fight cannot be avoided. Unless you give up the idea of reversing time and space. Han Sen asked, would you? I will not, Qin Shu replied. Would you? I will not either. Han Sen's answer came without a glimpse of hesitation. Very good. Qin Shu stood up. He put Wanner down on his seat softly. He kissed her on the forehead and said, Wanner, wait here for me. Your big brother will save you from this nightmare very soon. When he turned around, he was like an angel turning into a demon. When Qin Shu looked at Han Sen, his soft face was totally gone. His eyes looked certain and impervious to change. Although I was controlled by chaos's will back then, most of the time, I was sleeping. I could still feel your existence. It was, however, a magical feeling. I did not know who you were until the Geno prototype armor's shell completely melted and my own will started to assert control. Then, every now and again, I was able to feel you exist. Qin Shu looked at Han Sen and went on to ramble, to me, you are the closest stranger. When I felt you for the very first time, it was very weird. What feelings were they? Han Sen asked. You and I are too similar, Qin Shu coldly said. If we weren't going to become friends, it was obvious we would become enemies. It looks like your predictions were fairly accurate, but I wish you were not accurate, Han Sen said with a sigh. Qin Shu looked at Han Sen and said, you practiced with 4 Geno arts. One came from Sister Moon's Cold Sutra. Blood Pulse Sutra came from Blood Legion. Dongshuan Sutra came from Zhan Men, and the story of genes hailed from my own first life. If you have practiced Cold Sutra to the max, and you have taken that step and purified your genes, the small universe you will create must be incredible. Blood Pulse Sutra is not for fighting, but it can make a small universe. It would be the best out of the 4 Geno arts. The Dongshuan Sutra is a strong Geno art. Perhaps when that reaches the max, it can renew the universe, but it will not be your small universe alone. After saying all of that, Qin Shu stopped talking. You revealed the first 3 skills, so why don't you reveal the story of genes? Han Sen asked. Because it is a skill that cannot be practiced. When I woke up with my past memories, I debated whether or not to practice the story of genes. Ultimately, I gave it up. After pausing, Qin Shu looked at Han Sen and said, in fact, what helped you to progress with the story of genes was not chaos. It was me. It was you. Han Sen looked at Qin Shu in shock. He seemed to be surprised by this answer. Qin Shu said, Chaos wanted to help you. After all, she had studied the Sky People. But it was a shame she was not the one who created the story of genes. She did not understand the story of genes much. If I did not do something when she did it secretly, even with the Geno prototype armor's help, you would have been unable to learn the story of genes. Why did you decide to do that? Han Sen asked. I wanted to know if the story of genes only led to a dead end or not, Qin Shu said with a smile. Now that you have seen what you have, I know for certain it is not a dead end. You have walked its path. I do not know if I have walked it or not, or if I am even on its path at all, Han Sen said. It is a shame that between you and I, only one of us can go forward, Qin Shu said. A purple light started to rise. The Geno tablet's words, which had been so dim, suddenly started to shine brightly. The coin that was stuck on the Geno tablet bounced away and returned to Han Sen's hand. Time stopped reversing earlier, but now it was starting again. It was stronger than before too. Time was soaring back. The whole universe was going back. Countless creatures were fading away. The spirits that went to the Geno Hall were going to the Geno tablet. The souls that were in the Geno tablet did not reincarnate. They were absorbed by the Geno tablet. The whole universe has already combined. I am the universe. The universe is me. If you seek to defeat me, you will have to destroy the universe. If you cannot defeat me, the universe will restart from the point when I was the happiest with Wanner. Qin Shu's body's purple light combined with the Geno tablet and the universe. He was like a sky god that could control the sky and the ground. Han Sen looked dim. He looked at the countless planets like they were countless souls flying. Many planets faded away. Many planets that did not exist or only existed in ancient times were now appearing. His fight against Qin Shu was not just about one person against another. It was not that simple. It was about fighting against the universe. Han Sen did not know if his decision was good or bad for the universe, but he knew that if the universe did exist, Ji Yanran and Bauer would exist. Stop him. The god temple fell. The Geno Hall fell. Annihilation-class god spirit bodies began to fade. A sky full of god spirits screamed together. It was not just the god spirits. The god chaos party, the universe of kingdoms, 10,000 race genes, countless creatures, and many more cried endlessly. They all screamed and cried. Countless creatures cried and prayed for salvation. The universe was covered by purple mist. Everything was breaking to its relentless encroachment. Come, let me see the powers of your little universe. I want to see if you will be able to stop my will. Qin Shu was like a demon god. His voice echoed through the universe. I cannot wake up my little universe. Han Sen's body was covered by purple light, but his voice could be heard by everyone. Has he not woken up a small universe? Chaos's face changed. Crepe Myrtle looked bitter. Was the evolution wall's suppression still not enough to wake up his body? The universe is too big, Han Sen said. My heart is not big enough. I cannot keep that much stuff inside. All I have are my coins. Now, I will give them to you. He raised his thumb and fired a coin at Qin Shu. In the purple universe, that coin became a smart and outstanding showcase. It went through the purple air and kept spinning toward Qin Shu with both sides flapping. Qin Shu's eyes froze in place. The whole universe's purple light was going to the coin. It was trying to stop the coin's advance. The coin was rapidly spinning, and it was not stopping. Its front and back were showing, bouncing back the purple light. The coin was like a gold bolt of lightning that was coursing through space. It rushed before Qin Shu without slowing down for a second. Qin Shu frowned. He opened his hand and sought to grab the coin. Qin Shu looked at the coin and asked, "Is that the power of the story of genes?" "It is very unusual. My universe powers cannot control it." The coin looked old. There was only the number 1 on its front. It looked like it was only worth $1. Qin Shu wanted to flip the coin over and see what was on the back, but he noticed the coin was stuck in his hand. He was unable to turn it over. Han Sen looked at Qin Shu and said, "No. This is not the story of genes, power, but you can still say it is. Are you saying that the story of genes is a part of you, but this is not a part of the story of genes?" How smart was Qin Shu? He immediately understood Han Sen. "Yes," Han Sen said. "That means by destroying it, you will be destroyed too. Isn't that right?" Qin Shu looked weird. His eyes flickered. A purple mist gathered along his body. It was like there was a demon covering his body. Qin Shu clenched his palm tight. A scary power exploded in his fist. He was going to crush the coin into dust. In the next second, Qin Shu's face changed. He started to look glum. His fist was shaking. His fingers were moving. Some gold, rainbow light came out from the gaps in his fingers. His body's purple light was going to the coin very quickly. What kind of power is this? Qin Shu's face changed to something ghastly. His whole body had been trapped by this coin. It was getting sucked into the coin. Qin Shu used every power he could, but he could not stop his body from getting sucked into the coin. Qin Shu held his arm. His hands were getting slowly sucked into the coin. Han Sen said to him, "Although I did not wake up a small universe, I can eat any universe I choose. That includes your small universe. Maybe I am not a human anymore. How is such a thing even possible?" Qin Shu's eyes trembled, but only for just a moment. In the next moment, Qin Shu's other hand acted like a knife to cut off the arm that had a hand holding the coin. "That is useless." Han Sen shook his head. Qin Shu cut off his arm, but his arm was sucked into the coin. Qin Shu's body was still unable to escape the suction of the coin. He was still getting sucked in. His body was falling into the coin. No matter how much power he exploded with, he could not escape or deny the coin's force of suction. Suddenly, half of his body had been sucked very close to the coin. "I did not expect this to happen. I really did not expect this," the power of the story of genes is so strong. If I had known this sooner, why would I bother getting the Geno prototype armor? I did not expect this. I will lose to my own Geno art." Qin Shu laughed maniacally. His laugh was a bit strange. It was a bit sad, but it was also a bit happy. One could not describe what sort of smile he had. "Yes, you have lost to yourself," Han Sen said. "No, I did not lose yet. Even if I die, if Wanner can assert happiness, then that is already enough." Qin Shu looked at the Geno tablet and Wanner. He was happy and said, "Wanner, goodbye. Even if Big Brother is gone, you must continue to live happily." Oh no, Crepe Myrtle's face changed. He wanted to remind Han Sen about something, but it was too late. Seeing Qin Shu's mouth cough up some blood, a purple blood light was spat at the Geno tablet. Almost at the same time, Qin Shu's body was sucked in the coin completely. That coin showed its back now. There was a purple shadow behind the coin. It was Qin Shu's face. Behind Qin Shu was a universe that looked like a star. God, one universe coin. There was a voice in Han Sen's brain, but he did not bother listening to it. The Geno tablet absorbed the purple blood light Qin Shu spat out. It suddenly started to run madly. The universe's time and space collapsed. It was like it was the end of the world. Oh no, the Geno tablet is the controller of the universe. Qin Shu is dead, but he activated the Geno tablet's self-destruct command, which was the last resort. The whole universe is going to be buried alongside Qin Shu. Light Goddess's face looked pale. No, Qin Shu did not want the Geno tablet to self-destruct, Crepe Myrtle said. He wanted to bring the universe back to Wanner's time. Moment God gnashed her teeth and screamed, "Han Sen, hurry up and stop the Geno tablet. It cannot be allowed to continue. The Geno Hall was breaking, it is futile," Crepe Myrtle looked said. Only Qin Shu can command the Geno tablet. Qin Shu is dead, no one can command the Geno tablet. If you want to destroy the Geno tablet, it means you destroy the universe. If you do not destroy it, with the Geno tablet controlling the universe now, it will take the universe back to that time. That means it is game over for everything now. All of the god spirits were very sad. The whole universe was full of apocalyptic cries. It did not matter if the people were from the universe of kingdoms or the Geno universe, since several places were falling. Countless spirits succumbed and died to the disaster. The spirits were like stars rising above a sea. They all flew to the Geno tablet. Han Sen, save Bauer first. Chaos could tell the universe's reversal could not be stopped. She wanted Han Sen to save Bauer first and foremost. I will save Bauer, but that which I need to save is not just Bauer. Han Sen reached out his hand and pulled a stone clock out of his pocket. He knocked the stone clock's surface and said, "By Dollar's name, a sky full of everything will listen to me. Make everything go back to normal." Via Han Sen's voice, the madly running Geno tablet suddenly stopped. In the next second, the Geno tablet that was consuming everything suddenly spit out the power it had just absorbed. The universe that had been destroyed by the reversal started to come alive again. A sky full of everything and all creatures felt their powers return. Space was becoming lively again. It was a very joyous occasion. Everyone raised their heads to the sky and looked at the shadow of the Geno tablet. The shadow was burned into the deepest part of their brains. They would never forget this. Chapter 3462 Epilogue. On a nameless island, Han Sen and his family were having a vacation. "Yanran, do you want to eat this?" Han Sen put down a slab of grilled meat in front of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The little girl rolled her eyes. She accepted the meat, ate it, and said, "Big uncle, I said that we really should not be together. I do not like being with an uncle, no matter how well you treat me. But I like Lolita." Han Sen squinted his eyes and smiled. "Big uncle, you have watched too much bad hentai." The little girl curled her lips. "Maybe." Han Sen shrugged. He kept cooking the food Ji Yanran used to love. Before Qin Shu had taken Human King's body and asserted control of the Geno tablet, Han Sen had refined the Geno tablet's spirit and used the Geno tablet. Qin Shu did not know that during the 33 fights, the Geno tablet had moved its true spirit to Han Sen and his sky clock. Thus, Han Sen was able to use the sky clock's Geno tablet real spirit to make the Geno tablet stop reversing time and space. That way, the universe would not have to collapse. But the cause chain was destroyed too poorly. A lot could not be recovered, so the universe did not go back to the way it was before time was reversed. Ji Yanran was a prime example of this. She was turned back into a 7 or 8-year-old girl, forgetting everything that happened to her after that age. She did not believe Han Sen was her husband, and she did not believe Little Flower and Ling were her children. Han Sen thought of many ways to convince her. Unless Han Sen could be like Qin Shu and reverse time and space again, there was no other way of bringing Ji Yanran back to the way she used to be. But Han Sen was not Qin Shu. His body did not have a small universe. He could not do what Qin Shu did in reverse time. Stop, stop it, Sky Clock was screaming aloud from the sea. Bauer and Ling were treating it like a surfboard on the sea. Although the Sky Clock's Geno Tablet real spirit could return to the Geno Tablet, it did not want to go back. It was willing to stay inside the Sky Clock. Small Cat and Little Silver were lying down on the beach. They were enjoying the sunlight together. They were so lazy that they did not even look awake. Oh, two princesses. The juices you want are here. Sheep's Neck had a bow tie around it. He was holding up a plate. He looked very sexy as he walked up to Small Cat and Little Silver. Little Star was playing in the sea. He was making big waves for Ling and Bauer to play on. Xie Qing King was wearing a flowery shirt and some beach pants. He was wearing sunglasses like usual, and he had a cigar hanging out of his mouth. There was an easel in front of him. He was holding a pen, but it was unknown what he was drawing. Zero and Little Angel were busy serving other people. They were like two busy butlers. Although Han Sen told them they could recline and enjoy their lives, they still never took a day off and worked all the time. It seemed as if they were used to a life like that. Little Gold was lying down next to Ji Yanran. It was fast asleep, not willing to wake up all day. You sure know how to make the most of your life, an elegant man said as he approached. You and your whole family came for a vacation, and you let others be the ones to clean up after you. Where did you find the time to come here? Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle with shock. The universe was badly broken. The Geno Tablet had given up control of the universe because of the Sky Clock, so the Geno Hall had stepped in to take control of the universe again. Many things in the universe required the attention of Crepe Myrtle and the other god spirits to fix. Han Sen was not interested in being a leader of the universe. He was not willing to take over the universe. Space Garden had already given him enough of a headache. He let Qin Zan and Wang Fujing stay there and manage it on his behalf. The rise of humans in the sanctuaries, however, could not be stopped. Despite Han Sen not wanting to take control of the universe, he waited for every generation of humans to be born in the sanctuaries. It was only a matter of time before humans took over the universe. I do not want to see you either, but there is one thing I must tell you about. Crepe Myrtle sat down next to Han Sen. He picked up a slice of meat that Han Sen had cooked excellently and started to eat. Big uncle, you guys talk for a while. I will go and play with Bauer. Ji Yanran stood up nicely and ran to the sea. Crepe Myrtle watched Ji Yanran leave and asked, is there no other way? If you do not have a way to sort this out, why should I have a way? Han Sen replied, I will just have to wait for her to grow up before I can pursue her heart again. That does not look like it will be easy, Crepe Myrtle said with a laugh. She does not like uncles right now. So, tell me, did you come all the way down here just to laugh at me? Han Sen rolled his eyes at him. Crepe Myrtle took back his smile and seriously said, that universe coin you spoke about. I used the Geno Hall's power to analyze it, but the universe's rules are broken too much right now. There are many places and things that are unknown, so we are unable to find it. Han Sen frowned. He had used the coin to suppress Qin Shu. He consumed Qin Shu's little universe. It became a universe coin. Back then, he just wanted to stop the Geno Tablet from reversing time and space. He did not take the universe coin. When he went back to look for it, the universe coin was gone. Now, Han Sen still did not know what point or merit the universe coin had. He also did not know where it might have ended up. Crepe Myrtle shook his head. He looked serious as he said, if it was because you were unable to find it, then it is not a big deal. But I suspect someone has done something. They took the universe coin. Han Sen suspected that too, but he could not imagine who might have taken the universe coin. Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle and asked, who do you think took the coin away? Crepe Myrtle's eyes were like the stars. They were very mysterious. He did not speak. A while later, he looked out across the sea. It looked as if he was not paying attention. He finally said, I cannot think who might have taken the universe coin at a time like this. Han Sen looked at Crepe Myrtle and asked, do you not want to think about it, or do you simply not know? I do not know. Crepe Myrtle still looked out across the endless sea. At the same time, in a fallen and collapsed area of time and space, a shadow entered a no man's land. If Han Sen saw the shadow, he would have been so shocked that he would have screamed. It was Ancient Devil, who had died a long time ago. Ancient Devil was flying through space. Not long later, amidst all that emptiness, he found a floating island. That island had flowers, grass, and a small wooden house on it. There was a cloth in that small wooden house. One big word was written on the cloth. Destiny. Near the cloth, a white-haired man was sipping tea. No one would have believed that in that broken zone of space, a place like this existed. Mister, the stuff you wanted is here. Ancient Devil arrived at the wooden house and bowed to the old man who was sipping tea. At the same time, he brought a coin out in front of the old man with white hair. After all these years, I must thank you dearly, the white-haired old man quietly said after accepting the coin. Without you, there would be no Ancient Devil. This is what I should be doing. Ancient Devil sounded polite. I let you follow Little Chaos until the test ended, then you were supposed to be let free, the white-haired man said while he played with the coin. His hands were drawing a Star Universe symbol. He looked weird as he spoke. I did not expect the tests to produce an accident. Human Alpha got free, and he stirred up a whole lot of stuff. I am sorry. Fortunately, in the end, things have been put back on track. We now have permission to enter that door. Ancient Devil looked weird too. We never thought your accidental chess move would complete your will. The white-haired old man looked very strange. A long time later, he said, after World King God's fight, Little Sen's life should have ended. I reversed the sky and changed all of the fate so he could keep going. But he is already a man without a life. No one can predict his future now. I did not expect he would become a gene consumer. It is fortunate he is not ambitious and would not enter that door. Otherwise, haha, after the white-haired old man said that, he weirdly laughed. He stopped talking. He grabbed the cloth that was about fate and tore it in two with one hand. It was like the world had been cut apart. An old mysterious door appeared in space. If one looked closer, one would find out that the golden door was the same golden door Golden Growler could release. Mister, are you really going in? Ancient Devil looked at the white-haired old man who stood just outside the golden door. He looked hesitant. The white-haired old man looked back at Ancient Devil. I think you already know the answer. I am not him. Yes, but you are you. No matter what, to me, it is the same. Ancient Devil lowered his head after speaking. I want to see where he will want to go, and what kind of world it will be, the white-haired old man said. He held the coin and threw it at the golden door. The golden door had a slot that precisely fit the coin. The moment the coin landed against the golden door, there was a "kacha" noise. The golden door started to open. At the same time, the golden door released a weird noise. Door to the sanctuaries has been opened. You will now leave the sanctuaries and lose all protections. Mister, seeing the white-haired old man walk to the golden door, Ancient Devil could not help but scream. The white-haired old man did not look back. He stopped and quietly said, "Do not tell anyone else about me. Just pretend I never existed." Not even Mr. Leader? Ancient Devil asked with a bitter look. The white-haired old man said, "I am not him. The man she liked is dead." He walked forward and entered the golden door. Boom, boom, an old and heavy door closed. Then, it was gone as if it had never existed. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.